Chapter 2261 His direct disciple? When everyone heard about the bloody sword pavilion of the Great Yin dynasty, their faces changed in shock. You must know that the Great Yin dynasty is the leader of the three great dynasties, and the leader of the Xianxin realm. Whether it is the Tianxing dynasty or the Beiqing dynasty, they must give way to it. As for the bloody sword pavilion, as a force of the Great Yin dynasty, although it is not the top sect of the Great Yin dynasty, it is also a well-known and influential existence in the Great Yin dynasty. As for Jing Hani, one of the four great swordsmen of the bloody sword pavilion, he is even more famous, and everyone in the Tianxing dynasty knows him. But what everyone heard the most was that Jing Hani, as a top swordsman, did not like to draw his sword. Just because once he drew his sword, there was no one alive under his sword. He felt that such a battle was too boring, and over time he lost interest in drawing his sword. From this, we can see his arrogance and the power of his swordsmanship. But why would such a big shot appear here? Thinking of this, the elder of the Lane sect immediately changed his color and clasped his fists respectfully. It turns out to be Senior Jing. I have long heard of your great name. It is a pleasure to meet you. But I don't know what you are doing in the Tianxing dynasty this time. Su Maoyang saw that he, an old man with gray hair, called himself a junior to a middle-aged man in his prime. And he felt it was not only funny, but also ironic. You besieged and killed my disciple. If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have missed seeing her for the last time? Jing Hani's eyes, colder than a sword, swept across the elders, who besieged Su Maoyang one by one. His voice sounded like it had been soaked in a cold pond, which made the elders feel cold. Hearing the words personal disciple, their hearts trembled uncontrollably, and their pupils were filled with horror. What did they hear? Su Lin was actually Jing Hani's personal disciple? In other words, Su Lin came from the Great Yin dynasty, and was a disciple of the Bloody Sword Pavilion. Upon learning this identity, everyone was shocked, and looked at Su Maoyang in disbelief. However, after being shocked, everyone gradually understood that it was no wonder that Su Lin could draw the Qingming sword. It must be that only the Bloody Sword Pavilion and a sword master like Jing Hani could cultivate such an outstanding genius. However, Su Maoyang herself was more shocked than them. At this time, she stared at the strange face, and her usually smart mind was a little confused. After all, she, the person involved, didn't know that she had joined the Bloody Sword Pavilion and became a disciple of Jing Hani. Now she had such an identity inexplicably, and I believe no one could react. The elders of Wuzhong Sword Sect could not accept it, and immediately questioned. Senior Jing, Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong are obviously from the Nine Nether Realm. How come they have become your direct disciples in a blink of an eye? Isn't this too strange? Asshole. Can I still lie to you? Jing Hani was angered by his suspicion and shouted angrily. The elders of Wuzhong Sword Sect could not bear the pressure of Jing Hani, and their faces turned pale, and sweat oozed from their foreheads. The elders of Lu Shao League mustered up the courage to smooth things over. Senior, calm down. We didn't mean that. It's really that these two people have been hiding their identities and hiding the truth, keeping us all in the dark. We are worried that you have also been fooled by them. Humph. I am not a 3-year-old child. Nor am I an old fool. How could I be fooled by a youngster? I think you are deliberately looking for trouble with my disciple and deliberately making excuses. Jing Hani snorted without giving face. Everyone is not stupid, so they naturally understand that what he meant was to satirize the old people present, who are all a group of old fools, who are not even as good as 3-year-old children. Otherwise, how could they be fooled by a youngster? So, for a while, everyone was embarrassed by his retort and could not speak. However, what no one expected was that the eldest prince Pei Haiyuan suddenly smiled and said, "Haha, Senior, you misunderstood. It was mainly because Miss Su and Master Jun hid their identities and kept a low profile, and were framed by traitors and became people who deceived the world. So they had doubts. If they had known that Miss Su and Master Jun were your direct disciples, how could they have believed the slander? After all, such distinguished guests, my Tianxing dynasty would not have the time to treat them as honored guests." Hearing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but want to give the eldest prince a thumbs up. With the word they, Pei Haiyuan immediately cleared the relationship with the royal family, and at the same time, he also made peace for the 9 major sects, saying that this shameless massacre was a misunderstanding, and tried his best to express the dynasty's goodwill and flattery to Jing Hani. So smooth, so opportunistic. It is indeed worthy of being the heir trained by the royal family. Seeing that he knew what was happening, Jing Hani's expression softened slightly. Since His Royal Highness has said so. If I continue to hold on to it, it would seem aggressive. But you surrounded my disciple and severely injured her. Do you think you can just let it go? Pei Haiyuan went to the Great Yin Dynasty for training a few years ago. Jing Hani had met him once, so he naturally recognized the eldest prince. Senior, calm down. We didn't investigate clearly before, so we misunderstood Miss Su and Mr. Jun. It's our fault. My royal family is willing to take responsibility and compensate Miss Su. Speaking of which, the Qingming sword and chessboard were originally treasures of my Tiansheng dynasty. Since Miss Su likes them, I will give them to you on behalf of the royal family. Pei Haiyuan looked at Su Maoyang with an apologetic look on his face. His attitude was completely different from that in the spirit chest crystal. Su Maoyang saw his words and style, and was really impressed. Whether it was the Qingming sword or the Xingluokabu, she got them by her own ability, so there was no need for him to give them. What's more, the Qingming sword belongs to the Gongsun family, and the Xingluokabu belongs to the Lane divine religion. No matter which treasure, it has nothing to do with his royal family. I really don't know how he has the face to give it in the name of the royal family. He really knows how to flatter himself. However, when he said this, the Gongsun family did not dare to have any complaints, and the elders of the Lane divine religion were furious, especially Elder Shen, who wanted to argue with anger, but was stopped by the elders around him. Everyone knew what the Bloody Sword Pavilion meant. If they were determined to take Su Lin away, no one present could stop it unless the emperor came forward in person. But the emperor had his own considerations and concerns. After all, it was the power of the Great Yin dynasty. Once the Bloody Sword Pavilion was really angered, it might trigger a dynasty war. At that time, the loss would not be as simple as 2 treasures. So after weighing the pros and cons, it would be better to keep things quiet, give Jing Hani a face, and let his apprentice go. It won't break off relations with the forces of the Great Yin dynasty and escalate to a war between dynasties. As a member of the royal family, the eldest prince must have thought of this long ago and made the decision to preserve the entire Tiansheng dynasty. The Great Yin dynasty is too powerful, and they can't afford to offend the Tiansheng dynasty. Very good. His Royal Highness is still sensible. Jing Hani was quite satisfied with Pei Haiyuan's decision and nodded in praise. Chapter 2262 The Safest Place. Then he looked at the elders of the other sects and said coldly, Although you have injured my Bloody Sword Pavilion's people, I will not bother with you for the sake of His Royal Highness the Prince. I hope you can open your eyes and see clearly in the future. If you hurt my disciples again, my Bloody Sword Pavilion doesn't mind slaughtering your entire clan to teach you a lesson. Jing Hani's words were overbearing and strong, with anger and loud voice, which immediately made the people present feel cold and scared. He was willing to slaughter the entire 9 sects for Su Lin, which shows that he valued this disciple very much. I believe that once these words came out, everyone had to weigh their own weight and whether they had the capital to be enemies with the entire Bloody Sword Pavilion. And the elders who were scolded and warned were speechless and felt extremely aggrieved. In this fight, they didn't get anything, and several elders were seriously injured. Lane sect even lost a treasure. And in the end, they were hated by Yugjuajian Pavilion. The royal family obviously participated in the snatch of Qingming sword. But at this time, the eldest prince stood up to distance himself from the relationship and expressed goodwill. Jing Hani had to let them go for the sake of the prince. It was ridiculous. But even if they were not convinced, even if they were angry, for the sake of the overall situation, they had to bite their teeth and swallow their blood. It was obvious that they couldn't do anything to Su Lin. But they didn't want to offend Yugjuajian Pavilion and the royal family. Seeing that everyone was silent and dared not say anything, Jing Hani knew that these words had a deterrent effect, and then looked at Su Maoyang and reminded him, "Hurry up and go back with me." Su Maoyang couldn't help but look at him deeply when she heard him say this. Although he helped her out of trouble and saved her life, Su Maoyang didn't know what his purpose was and what he was thinking, so she must not act rashly. Moreover, she was very unfamiliar with Jing Hani, Yugjuajian Pavilion, and the Great Yin Dynasty. If she followed him to the Great Yin Dynasty just because of a few words from him, it would be too hasty. If he was really from Yugjuajian Pavilion, he might have come for the Qingming sword, and he saved her just to snatch the treasure from her hand, which would be no different from those old guys from the Tiansheng dynasty. But apart from that, Su Maoyang couldn't figure it out. They didn't know each other, and had no feelings for each other. If it wasn't for the benefit, why would such a big man like him come out to save her? So, if she really went with this man, it would undoubtedly be like keeping a tiger out of the front door and letting a wolf in the back door. And it would be the same death, since he said it so clearly. If she didn't take advantage of it, wouldn't it be too sorry for the good intentions of this senior? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang made a decision and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for helping me out. But I have important things to do in the Tianxing dynasty, and I will return to the sect later, so I won't go with you. Now that the truth about my identity is revealed, no one dares to embarrass me anymore. So you can rest assured, Master. She and Jun Haocong were both seriously injured, and now was not the best time to go to a strange place. Not to mention that they had no plan and no preparation. They were all injured. If they fell into the hands of the forces of the Great Yin dynasty, they would have no way out and no chance of resistance. Therefore, recuperation and careful planning are the most important things at this moment. With what happened today, the Tianxing dynasty has undoubtedly become the safest place, because everyone knows that she has the support of the Bloody Sword Pavilion, and such a domineering and overbearing master to support her. If she dies in the Tianxing dynasty, it will definitely trigger a dynasty war. When the fight breaks out, the Tianxing dynasty will definitely suffer. I believe that none of the major forces present dare to act rashly. In this way, staying here is the best and safest. Hearing her say this, Jing Hani had no way to refute. These people, for his sake, would not dare to act rashly. She didn't want to go with him, and he couldn't force her, so he could only nod and say, "It's up to you. I have something else to do, so I'll go first." After that, Jing Hani flicked his sleeves, blinked and flew far away, and gradually faded out of everyone's sight. Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong didn't expect him to leave so readily, and a hint of obscure doubt flashed in their eyes. But the other party did not force them, which still made them feel relieved. Pei Haiyuan saw that Su Maoyang planned to stay in the Tianxing dynasty, and immediately invited her warmly. "I didn't know Miss Su's identity before, and I'm sorry for offending you. I hope you can forgive me. I heard that Miss Su has something important to do, but I don't know what it is. If you don't mind, you can go back to Tianxing City with this prince, and the royal family can help you." Su Maoyang didn't have a good impression of Pei Haiyuan, and refused without thinking. "This is my private matter, so I won't bother the royal family to help. I bought a house in Yanqing City, and I'm used to living there, so I won't go to Tianxing City. Thank you for your kindness." The eldest prince, seeing that she was cold and obviously didn't want to have a close relationship with him, Pei Haiyuan knew what to do and didn't persuade her anymore. He actually didn't expect the other party to be able to be on good terms with him after all these things. He just hoped that she wouldn't bear a grudge against him like the other sects. Speaking of which, among all the forces present, they fought for everything but got nothing and suffered a loss instead. On the contrary, the Prime Minister's mansion, which didn't fight for anything, bet on the right treasure this time, risking its life and making Su Maoyang owe it a favor. I just don't know how Su Maoyang plans to repay him. But no matter what, the Prime Minister's mansion is the only one who has gained something besides Su Maoyang. However, Fu Minqiu couldn't be happy at this time. He stared at Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong, as if a piece of his heart was missing. He asked unwillingly, "The Emperor and Concubine of the Dark Domain of Yunlu? The direct disciple of Jing Hani? Which one is real, and which one is fake?" Jun Haocong couldn't stand him, and said coldly, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Su Maoyang saw that he looked embarrassed and couldn't bear it. He explained, "It's all true. We came from the Nine Nether Realm. Later, we came to the Sanluo Realm, and were favored by the elders of the Bloody Sword Pavilion. We became disciples of the Bloody Sword Pavilion. Because of our outstanding talent, my master accepted us as his direct disciple. Due to safety, Su Maoyang didn't dare to tell the whole truth. He just hoped that he would stop thinking that he shouldn't have as soon as possible and dispel other people's doubts. As expected, after hearing that they were indeed the Emperor and Consort of the Dark Domain of Yunlu, Fu Minqiu's face turned pale, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Haha. It turns out that you have already been married, and you are a couple. I'm sorry. I deceived you and teased you before. I'm sorry. You and the Prime Minister risked your lives to help us. We are grateful." So, Qin Yang Medicine Shop promises to provide any elixir to the Prime Minister's mansion free of charge in the future. If the Prime Minister's mansion needs us, just give us an order. We will go through fire and water without hesitation. Su Maoyang didn't know how to repay the Prime Minister's mansion, so he could only make up for it with elixirs. In the past, Fu Minxiu was eager to win over Qin Yang Medicine Shop and let Qin Yang Medicine Shop make elixirs for the Prime Minister's mansion. But for some reason, now hearing her promise, he felt empty at his heart, and was not as happy as expected. Chapter 2263 Prime Minister's Care. Fu Minxiu didn't know what was wrong with him. He was very upset with her kindness and blurted out, "Stop pretending. I don't want your elixir." But the Prime Minister came over and slapped him on the head, scolding, "How can you talk like that? She's just kind. Why are you being so hypocritical here? Apologize to Miss Su." "I won't apologize to a liar." Fu Minxiu stiffened his neck and didn't mean to bow his head at all. "Liar? Did she cheat you of your money or your body? She's just a treasure. Prettier than you. And stronger than you. What's there for you to be cheated of? You're so shameless. How dare you say that?" Fu Hexian slapped Fu Minxiu on the head again, and the scolding made Fu Minxiu blush. After hearing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and touched his nose awkwardly. "Just now, I heard Fu Minxiu say that the Prime Minister forced him to deliberately lose to Princess Yuluan, and he endured so many years of humiliation in vain. I thought he might have a stepfather. Now it seems that it is indeed his biological father. After all, only his biological father can say such things." Just as Su Maoyang was sighing, Fu Hexian had already looked over and said with a smile, "Miss Su, you are too polite. They are bullying too much. I just can't stand it. You don't have to take it to heart. As for Fu Minxiu, he is usually willful and naughty. You have to bear more. Prime Minister, you are too kind. You have saved our lives. I am grateful to you. How can I care about these things with Mr. Fu?" Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. Having said that, for some reason, she always felt that the Prime Minister seemed to be too friendly to her. Before, she thought he was trying to win her over and marry her to his son. But now he already knew her true identity, and knew that she was a married woman, and it was impossible for her to marry into the Prime Minister's mansion and become Fu Minxiu's wife. However, he was still so friendly, which made people a little confused. However, although she didn't know why the Prime Minister was so kind, it was better than hostility. Su Maoyang was too lazy to investigate further. At the moment, Jun Haozong's injury was more important. Thinking about it, she glanced at Jun Hao's pale face and apologized to Fu Hexian. "Prime Minister, my husband was seriously injured and needs to be recuperated. I will not stay for long. I will come to thank you for saving my life another day." Fu Hexian nodded in understanding. "I see you are also injured. Go back and rest quickly. If you need any medicinal materials, you can send someone to Tongfu Inn to let me know. We will stay here for a while. As for thanking you in person, there is no need. If the Prime Minister's mansion needs you in the future, I will be very pleased if you can help me with what happened today." Su Maoyang didn't expect that the Prime Minister cared about her so much. Not only did he fight against so many sects for her, but he also provided medicinal materials when she was injured. It seems that he was worried about her and wanted to stay in Yanqing City for a while. It was hard for her not to be suspicious. However, she still responded with a smile on her face. "My lord, please forgive me. The Prime Minister's mansion is such a powerful force that I, a junior, cannot help. But if you need me, please let me know. Then, we'll take our leave first." After that, Su Maoyang helped Jun Haozong to leave quickly and headed for the Qin Yang Medicine Shop. Seeing the two of them walking away with deep affection, Zhong Shuling couldn't help but curl her lips and glanced at Yunfei. "It's a pity that the woman you admire has already been someone else's woman. You're probably going to be happy for nothing." Yunfei just looked at her coldly, as if he wanted to get to know Zhong Shuling again. "It seems that I had many misunderstandings about you before, and I didn't expect you to be such a petty woman. So what if Su Ling got married? I admire her as a person, not her identity. But you? No matter what, people can't appreciate you. You? There are many people who admire me, and I don't care about your appreciation." Zhong Shuling was so angry that she glared at him with gnashing teeth. Yunfei laughed sarcastically. Those who admire you can only say that they are blind. After saying that, Yun Fei walked away, as if he was annoyed to even say one more word to her, which made Zhong Shuling so angry that her eyes were not eyes, and her nose was not a nose. Back to Qingyang Pharmacy. Su Maoyang helped Jun Haocong straight into the bedroom, stuffed him with a healing pill, and then probed into his body for a detailed examination. However, after a long examination, Su Maoyang found that there seemed to be a layer of inexplicable things in his body, and even if he used his mental power, he could not probe into it. She frowned in confusion and stared at him. Did you use the power of blood today? Jun Haocong's handsome face was pale, and he smiled. He touched Su Maoyang's hair and shook his head. No. It seems to be some kind of soul power that has been sealed in my soul since I was born. But when it is used, it will be emitted through the blood. But I don't know the details. When Su Maoyang heard the word soul, her face changed immediately. Could it be that Lu Yiyuan's power has awakened? After all, if Jun Haocong is really Lu Yiyuan's reincarnation, he is likely to inherit his soul power. Now, Jun Haocong has gradually begun to use this power. Does it mean that his memory is also slowly recovering? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but feel a chill, and was extremely scared. Jun Haocong naturally noticed her abnormality and asked in confusion, "Why are your hands so cold all of a sudden? Is the injury on your body recurring?" "No. I just swallowed the pill, and it's better now." "But you? Last time in the Northern Spirit Realm, you used this power. If it weren't for the help of the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm, you almost died. Now you are using this power again. And you dare to confront the late-stage Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master head-on. You are so reckless. Are you deliberately trying to make me sad to death?" Su Mo scolded angrily. She was protected by the Pure World Green Lotus platform, so she was not seriously injured. Jun Haocong could not bear the power of the soul, and he exerted it at an overload. In addition, he was hit by the late-stage Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master. If he hadn't been lucky this time, he would have died long ago. Of course, even now, in order not to make her worry, he was holding on, talking to her. If it were normal, when they were sitting on the couch, he would have already made a move and acted unruly. And he would not be as obedient as he is now. This shows how badly he was hurt. Jun Haocong knew that he had made her worry, but he had no choice at the time. Now seeing her worried and frightened, he couldn't help but hug her in his arms with heartache. "I have implicated you." Hearing this, Su Maoyang could no longer control her emotions. Tears burst out, and she shook her head vigorously. "No, I have implicated you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have suffered these pains. If it weren't for the things she did in her previous life, why would Jun Haocong have to be cursed and suffer so much pain in this life?" Sometimes, she really didn't know whether it was better to stay with him or leave him forever. If he regained his memory in the future, she didn't know whether he would resent her for being so shameless and entangled with him even though she knew the truth. Chapter 2264 Let them wait a little longer. Jun Haocong didn't know why she suddenly started crying. He immediately hugged her tighter with heartache, gently patting her thin back to comfort her. But some doubt surged in his heart. Having been with her for so many years, he really knew Su Maoyang's character too well. She was definitely not a person who was easily fragile. "Are you hiding something from me?" After brewing for a long time, Jun Haocong couldn't help asking. "I don't know since when." Su Maoyang's expression was not quite right whenever she saw the black hair on him. Before, he just thought she was worried about his health. But now he felt her faint trembling body. And suddenly, he was a little uncertain. It seemed that it was not just worry, but also fear from the depths of the soul. She was afraid? But what was she afraid of? Is she afraid that he would leave? Afraid that he would abandon her? But he was only seriously injured now, not in danger of life. And he wouldn't be cold all over if he was afraid. I don't know if he was too worried or too sensitive. He always felt that Su Maoyang was worried. Su Maoyang knew that Jun Haocong knew her too well. She couldn't hide her eyes or actions from him. Then she immediately put away her self-blame and sadness, smiled and pushed him away. "I don't have any worries. The only worry is your body. You have died several times before, and each time I was scared to death. My little heart can't stand it anymore." Su Maoyang's unpleasant look, with a bit of anger and coquettishness, almost drew Jun Haocong's soul out. He couldn't help but pull her into his arms again. "Let me hug and kiss you. You have been practicing in seclusion these days. I can't even remember your body and your smell. Seeing that he was being so frivolous again, Su Maoyang glared at him speechlessly and refused. Why hug? Ji Ruiqing and Shi Nuo are still waiting for our news. I have to send a message to them and ask them to come back quickly. Since they were not planning to leave Yanqing City in the short term, they naturally could not be left waiting outside. Why come back so soon? We finally have a chance to be alone. Let them wait a little longer. It won't kill anyone to wait a little longer. Jun Haocong pressed Su Maoyang's hand and pulled her to the couch. Then turned over and pressed her under him. He hated Ji Ruiqing and her gang the most because they were an eyesore in front of him. And he didn't even have the chance to have a kiss. However, just as he finished speaking, an angry and sharp voice came from outside the door. Okay, Jun junior brother. My good junior brother. This is how you treat your senior brothers and sisters. In order to be alone with your wife, you would rather let us be exposed to the wind and rain, eat in the wind and sleep in the open, and be frightened. Before the voice fell, Ji Ruiqing and the senior brothers of the soul-chasing hall, as well as several brothers of the Proud Wolf group strode in. Su Maoyang didn't expect Ji Ruiqing and the others to come back so soon, and a hint of surprise flashed across his pupils. Just thinking about being seen by outsiders in such a shameful posture. His face turned red, and he hurriedly pushed Jun Haocong away and jumped off the couch. How come you guys are back so soon? Su Maoyang was worried about implicating them, so he specially asked Tian Ma Dio and Ming Heian to send the two groups of people to a far place. It should not be so soon. Ji Ruiqing frowned and snorted in pretended anger. Humph. You still dare to ask? Because we were worried about you. We didn't go far and stayed outside the city to wait for your news. If we hadn't been keeping an eye on the movements in Yanqing City, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known that you had resolved the crisis for 10 days or half a month. And we would still be waiting outside like fools. Su Maoyang twitched his lips awkwardly, full of guilt. Sorry. I was going to inform you, but I was busy healing Jun Haocong, so I was delayed for a while. Don't be ridiculous. You are already in bed healing. I see you are so happy. How can you still think of us? I think if we don't come back, you might even have a child. Ji Ruiqing looked at them with an ambiguous look, and teased them pretending to be unhappy. Hearing this, several brothers in the soul-chasing hall couldn't help but laugh. Su Maoyang was uncomfortable with their laughter, and he was so ashamed and angry that he hated Jun Haocong. It's all his fault. He was always angry, and was caught red-handed. And Jun Haocong seemed not to see her blame, and responded calmly. Since you know we are busy giving birth, you still come back so early. It's too tactless. Ji Ruiqing didn't expect him to take advantage of the situation, and immediately shouted, Oh, you are still pushing your nose. Right. If it weren't for worrying about you, I would rush back to see you. You are a heartless thing. Okay. Looking at the unsatisfied excitement of junior brother Jun, I know there is no big problem. Let's not disturb the couple. Meng Yusen saw Jun Haocong's dark face and very impatient look, and he felt amused and tried to persuade him. Ji Ruiqing saw that Jun Haocong and Su Maoyang both looked unhappy, so he stopped teasing them. Forget it. Since you are still alive, I am too lazy to pursue you for putting women before friends. Hurry up and give birth to a big fat boy. Otherwise it will be a shame for our tact. After that, Ji Ruiqing waved her hand domineeringly. Close the door and make a baby. Let's go! After that, Ji Ruiqing and others left the room in a mighty manner. Su Maoyang was amused by her words of giving birth to a big fat boy. But she didn't mention it. She didn't care before. She had been married to Jun Haocong for so many years, and they had sex countless times. Why didn't they have children? Is it because of her poor health? Or because of the curse? Thinking of the curse in the previous life, Su Maoyang shuddered again. Jun Haocong was so focused on making a baby that he didn't notice Su Maoyang's abnormality. His eyes dimmed, and he couldn't wait to pull her into his arms, whispering in her ear, It's rare that no one disturbs us. Let's not waste time. But just as he kissed Su Maoyang's little mouth, he was interrupted by Ji Ruiqing's intrusion again. She was shocked and shouted, Junior sister, junior brother, come out and see. The elder who drove us out of Feixian Valley is here. Hearing the elder of Feixian Valley, Su Maoyang once again ruthlessly pushed Jun Haocong's restless body away, and asked in confusion, Why did the elder of the Immortal Palace Gate appear here? Who knows? He is in the hall now, begging to see you. and seems to be in a hurry. I don't know what happened. Ji Ruiqing has been practicing in seclusion during this period, busy with the battle, and has not paid much attention to the news of the Immortal Palace Gate. Now he is also confused. Su Maoyang frowned. You ask about the Fairy Palace first. I'll go meet him. As he said that, Su Maoyang quickly stood up, strode out of the room, and headed straight for the hall. Ji Ruiqing saw Jun Haosong, who was sitting on the couch with a dark and gloomy face and a black aura all over his body, and smiled bitterly. Hee. I really didn't mean it this time. If you want to blame someone, blame the elders of Feishan Valley. Before he finished saying the word elder, Ji Ruiqing ran away without a word, leaving only the tail sound, which made Jun Haosong so angry that he punched the head of the bed. Chapter 2265, begging her to go back humbly. Sure enough, when Su Maoyang arrived at the hall, he actually saw Elder Hu had personally expelled them from Feishan Valley and prohibited them from setting foot in the half-step Qingtian Palace. Sitting there, he was worried and fidgety. Not even a bit of his majestic demeanor that day. However, what was even more surprising was that before Su Maoyang even stepped into the hall, he had already stood up respectfully and greeted her with a smile on his face. Without waiting for Su Maoyang to speak, he asked her warmly, "Ah, Miss Su, I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder if you are okay, and if your cultivation is going well." Su Maoyang didn't answer him immediately, but just looked at him with a little surprise, then walked straight to the main seat and sat down. "Elder Hu, you came all the way here. You can't be here just to care about my health and cultivation, right? Haha. You are a disciple carefully cultivated by my sect. As an elder, your senior, of course, I have to care about you more." Elder Hu took over the conversation shamelessly. Su Maoyang was too lazy to play tricks with him, so he rejected him bluntly. "No, I don't have an elder like you. I just wonder, you looked down on the disciples of the soul-chasing hall so much back then. Why did you suddenly come to my shabby place today and ask me about my well-being? Don't you really feel disgusted?" Elder Hu's face twitched slightly because of her retort, and he put on an awkward and forced smile. "I didn't recognize the great man that day, and I was mean and said nonsense. So don't bother with me. An old fool." As he said that, he slapped himself hard a few times, and his apologetic and regretful look stunned Su Maoyang. She had seen what kind of person Elder Hu was in Feishan Valley, but now he was so humble and fawning to her. A disciple. Did the sun rise from the west? Just when Su Maoyang was wondering, Ji Ruiqing walked in quickly from outside and whispered to her what happened at the Fairy Palace Gate. Speaking of which, Su Maoyang only knew about Gui Xian from Ji Ruiqing's mouth, not to mention any intersection. She had never even seen him. Now he suddenly told her that Gui Xian had planned to accept her as his personal disciple during the sermon. But because Elder Hu drove her out of Feishan Valley, and she could not attend the sermon, Gui Xian was furious and ordered Elder Hu to invite her back to Qingtian Palace. Elder Hu then shamelessly came to find her. Although this matter was a bit weird no matter how you look at it, it was true that Elder Hu was now controlled by her, based on Elder Hu's humble and submissive attitude today. Su Maoyang also believed Ji Ruiqing's words. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang curled his lips and smiled, jokingly saying, "Elder Hu, you are not old and confused. You are very smart. You can adapt to the situation and bend and stretch. You have mastered the shameless skills to perfection." Elder Hu was old, and it was the first time that someone ridiculed and teased him like this. He was a little embarrassed, and his smile was uglier than crying. "Miss Su, since you know it, I won't hide it from you. Protector Wei values you and wants to accept you as his personal disciple, so he specially asked me to take you back. It was my fault and impulsiveness that offended Miss Su before. I sincerely apologize to you. I don't ask you to forgive me, but I ask you to go back to see Protector Wei for his sake. As for the Qingtian Palace and Feishan Valley, they are even more open to welcome you. From now on, we will no longer charge you any fees. You can just come in and out and practice at will. Hee. When you expelled us from the Qingtian Palace that day, you told us to remember what you said, and never cry and beg to enter the Qingtian Palace in the future. We do remember those words, and we dare not set foot in the Qingtian Palace. Now you come to ask my junior sister to go back. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Ji Ruiqing was resentful and sarcastically said indignantly. Elder Hu's face was hot because of her question, and he was speechless for a while. How could he know that Su Maoyong was so capable that he could even hook up with Wei Hufa? And Su Maoyong thought of the Bloody Sword Pavilion that had come out to help before, and couldn't help but have some doubts, and asked, "Could Jing Hani of the Bloody Sword Pavilion be someone you sent?" Elder, who was confused by her question, and shook his head in confusion. "I have heard of Jing Hani of the Bloody Sword Pavilion, but I don't know him, and he has nothing to do with my fairy palace gate." After getting such an answer, Su Maoyong frowned slightly, and his doubts in his heart became even greater. It seems that the people from Yugjuajian Pavilion were not sent by the ghost fairy. Elder, who saw Su Maoyong frowning, thinking that she had something against him, and explained again, "I saw someone making trouble in Feixian Valley at the beginning, and I intervened without investigating it clearly. I was really impulsive. If I had known that Miss Su was a victim of bullying, I would definitely punish Xiao Zhiqiu and Yu Lanqi severely. Besides, the two of them also learned a lesson this time. As long as you return to Qitian Palace, I will make them kowtow to you and apologize." Elder, who doesn't need to excuse himself. Qitian Palace and Feixian Valley are beyond the reach of our disciples of Zuohan Palace. "I'm afraid you will have made a wasted trip today," Su Maoyong said coldly, obviously not moved by his promise. Elder, who knew that she was looking for an opportunity to make things difficult for him, so he would not give in easily. He could not help but said patiently, "Miss Su, I looked down on you before, and said something unpleasant. You can punish me however you want, but don't miss a master like Wei Hufa because of your impulsiveness. You should know that once you become Wei Hufa's disciple, you can walk sideways in the entire Immortal Palace gate, not to mention the Qitian Palace. Why would you be angry with me, an old man with no eyes, and ruin your future?" To be honest, if Wei Hufa hadn't given a death order, he would not want Su Maoyong to have a good future at all. After all, it is not a good thing for the people he had offended to grow their power step by step in the Immortal Palace gate. However, he could not withstand Wei Hufa's anger. Su Maoyong certainly understood this truth, and nodded as if persuaded. "Well, you are right. I really don't need to ruin my future for you." An old man, hearing her say this, Elder, who thought there was a turn for the better, and his old face was immediately filled with smiles, and he nodded hurriedly. Yes, as long as you can figure it out." However, just as he finished speaking, Su Maoyong changed the subject and continued, "Since you can be punished in any way, then you can kneel outside the gate until I am satisfied, and maybe I will be willing to go back." That day in Feixian Valley, she didn't want to cause trouble, but Lu Jiadong took the initiative to attack her, so she had to fight her back. In response, Yu Lanqi and her gang forced her to kneel down and apologize to Lu Jiadong, who was causing trouble, and she was so aggressive that she was forced to hit Yu Lanqi, but who knew that Yu Lanqi's lover Xiao Zhiqiu had to act as a flower protector and kept making trouble for her. Jun Haocong tried to protect her, but was injured by Elder, who suddenly intervened. She originally wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but she hurt her man, so she had to let Elder who suffer a lesson no matter what. And then Jun Haocong's anger. Chapter 2266. He actually knows medical skills? Where had Elder who been humiliated like this before? His face turned pale immediately. He could no longer suppress his anger and warned, "Su Maoyong, don't go too far. I am an elder of the Immortal Palace Gate after all. At the beginning, you didn't ask the truth, ignored the rules of the Immortal Palace Gate, and injured my husband. You protected and favored your disciples of the Qitian Palace. Have you ever thought that you are an elder of the Immortal Palace Gate?" Su Maoyong asked with a sneer, and then stood up with a tired face. "Since you don't want to kneel, I don't have time to greet you. I'm tired. Please go ahead." After that, Su Maoyong quickly left the hall, leaving Elder who standing there alone, angry and glaring. But even if he was angry, he couldn't do anything. Su Maoyong was a person appointed by Wei Hufa. Even the master of the Qitian Palace was alarmed. If he didn't handle this matter well, he might not be able to stay in the Immortal Palace Gate. Thinking of this, Elder who was so angry that his teeth itched. But even so, he had to endure the humiliation and walk to the gate of the Qingyang medicine store with heavy steps. At this time, looking at the busy streets, and looking up to see the 4 big words Qingyang medicine store, Elder who couldn't help but feel a surge of grief and anger in his heart. No matter what, he was also a peak Supreme Emperor's spiritual master, and he was made to kneel at the gate, which was a great shame. But he had no choice. Either kneel or go back to die. Helplessly, elder who had to bite the bullet and kneel down. As he expected, his move quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. Everyone couldn't help but gather around him, pointing and talking about him. And it was inevitable that some people said something unpleasant. But with his status, he could not tolerate these people talking nonsense to him. So he could not control himself and killed several people. The crowd watching was frightened and silent when they saw his strength. No one could have thought that the old man kneeling at the door of Qingyang medicine shop was actually a peak Supreme Emperor spiritual master. You should know that such strength would be a big figure at the level of the sect master even in Tiansheng City. But now, he kneeled down to Qingyang medicine shop in such a mess. Which was incredible. Therefore, although everyone did not dare to talk nonsense anymore, they could not help but speculate about the identity of this person and his relationship with Qingyang medicine shop. At this time, Su Maoyang had no time to deal with the commotion caused by Elder Hu outside. All his thoughts were on Jun Haotsong's injury. So he hurried back to the bedroom in 2 steps. However, as soon as she entered the room, she saw Jun Haotsong sleeping on the couch with a pale face. She was shocked and walked forward quickly. She touched his forehead and cheeks and found that his whole body was like boiling water. Scalding hot? How could he be so burned? Su Maoyang was puzzled. He was fine just now. How could he become like this in the blink of an eye? She always knew that he was holding on. But she didn't expect it to be so serious. Realizing that his condition was not good, Su Maoyang, who was calm, couldn't help but walk to the door and shouted loudly, "Senior sister, senior brother, please quickly invite the doctor over. As many as you can." Although she could check the general situation through her spiritual sense and refine healing pills, she was still not as good as a professional doctor in treating difficult and complicated diseases. What's more, Jun Haotsong's body, she didn't dare to take risks. So it was better to be safe. Ji Ruiqing, Bang Yibin and others heard Su Maoyang's anxious instructions, knowing that Jun Haotsong was in a bad condition, and immediately prepared to go out to ask for a doctor. At this moment, Gong Sun Jingji came out of the next room and called them. "No need to ask for a doctor. I'll go and see." As he said that, without waiting for Ji Ruiqing to move, Gong Sun Jingji had already stepped into Jun Haotsong's room, walked straight to the bedside, and began to take Jun Haotsong's pulse. Su Maoyang saw his familiarity, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You know medicine?" Gong Sun Jingji nodded slightly and explained lightly. "Well, when I was a child, I was always sick and often told the doctor about it. Over time, I became interested in medicine. Later, I got well. The old man knew that I liked medicine, so he used his illness as an excuse to invite a famous doctor to teach me in detail. Because the old man covered for me, other people in the Gongsun family didn't know." Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in sudden enlightenment. No wonder the old man always had a headache every few days. And Gongsun Jingji always liked to run to the old man's yard every few days. It turned out that he was here to learn medicine. However, since he is so young, Su Maoyang was still a little worried. "He is seriously injured. Can you handle it? Don't worry. Instead of asking for a doctor outside, you might as well trust me. I am better than those quacks outside anyway." Gongsun Jingji smiled and comforted him, seeming to be quite confident in his medical skills. Su Maoyang knew that Gongsun Jingji was a man of measure and would not joke about Jun Haotsong's life. He must have been sure of what he said, and he nodded with relief. Sure enough, Gongsun Jingji checked for a cup of tea and came to a conclusion. His internal organs are seriously injured, but fortunately he has taken your pills and is slowly healing. So it's not a big problem. It's just that he overused the power that he couldn't bear, which seriously damaged his vitality and meridians. Now there is a strong airflow rushing back and forth in his body, causing his body to heat up and fall into a coma. Originally, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short time. He would have to recuperate for a long time. However, as long as he follows my prescription and takes the medicine every day, I will be able to make him recover in less than a month." After hearing the last sentence, Su Maoyang was undoubtedly relieved and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that you are not only a zither player, but also a doctor with good medical skills." Gongsun Jingji smiled and raised his eyes and glanced at her. "Aren't you also unexpected? Compared with you, I am not worth mentioning." Su Maoyang was constantly giving him surprises, and she was so strong in every aspect that he couldn't believe it. His insignificant medical skills were nothing. Who doesn't have some little secrets? Su Maoyang was amused by his words, and shook his head with a smile. Your medical skills are probably not simple. So why pretend to be humble and make fun of me? I dare not make fun of you. After all, you are a pervert who dares to kill even the Supreme Emperor's spiritual master. Gongsun Jingji waved his hands. He had witnessed Su Maoyang's fierceness with his own eyes. Although she was kind and lovely now, she would kill people without blinking an eye when she started to fight. Are you two done yet? You are talking and laughing in front of me. Do you really think I'm dead? At this moment, Jun Haotsong's gritting teeth and weak voice came from the couch. I saw Jun Haotsong struggling to prop himself up, and his pair of blue eyes seemed to be poisoned and stared at Gongsun Jingji. If he hadn't been inconvenient to move, he would have beaten Gongsun Jingji into slag at this moment. Gongsun Jingji was frightened by his murderous eyes. He touched his nose awkwardly and said goodbye. Well, I'll go down to get the medicine first. Don't bother. Who knows if you will poison the medicine and want to kill me instead? Jun Haotsong refused. His cold voice seemed to be covered with a layer of snow and frost. Su Maoyang saw that he was still jealous at this critical moment, and helplessly held his forehead. People want to save you. Don't be a dog biting Lu Dongbin. You don't know the kindness of a good person. Who is Lu Dongbin? Jun Haotsong asked with a frown. Su Maoyang didn't know how to explain for a moment. He is just a kind-hearted immortal. You mean? I am a dog, and he is a kind-hearted immortal? Jun Haotsong was even more angry. Chapter 2267 willing to follow. Su Maoyang was now trapped in his own trap, and explained with a smile. That's not what I meant. I meant that Gongsun Jingji was kind-hearted, and you misunderstood him. Misunderstanding? Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and stared at Gongsun Jingji. Answer me honestly. Do you like her? Gongsun Jingji was immediately shocked by his straightforward questioning and his face froze. Su Maoyang also felt particularly embarrassed and immediately tried to smooth things over. Are you confused? What nonsense are you talking about? Gongsun Jingji knows that I'm married. How could he like me? You should lie down and rest quickly. Don't think about it. As he said that, Su Maoyang was about to push Jun Haotsong back. Don't touch me. I want him to say it himself. Jun Haotsong grabbed Su Maoyang's hand and stared at Gongsun Jingji. Waiting for his answer, Gongsun Jingji was tortured by his sharp eyes. He pretended to be calm on the surface, but he felt a pain in his heart. His fingers under his sleeves unconsciously clenched into fists, and blue veins appeared faintly. After a long stalemate, he finally made up his mind and said, Boss Jun misunderstood. I have no other thoughts about Miss Su. I just admire her ability and want to follow her. After he finished speaking, he actually knelt down and clasped his fists in front of Su Maoyang, and said sincerely, Miss Su, the ancestral precepts of my Gongsun family are to let the person who pulls out the Qingming sword lead the Gongsun family. Now that you have successfully pulled out the sword, I should follow the ancestral precepts and recognize you as my master. In addition, your strength and talent make me convinced and admire you. So I am willing to be your subordinate. From now on, I am willing to go through fire and water for my master, and swear to be loyal to him until death. Su Maoyang didn't expect him to be so generous. She was so shocked that she immediately stepped forward to support him. What are you doing? You have saved me, and helped me time and time again, and fought side by side with everyone. We have long been inseparable friends. You don't have to recognize me as your master. I know you regard me as a friend, but you have no power now. It is difficult to rebuild the Xiantian Empire. As a descendant of the Gongsun family, I should lend you a helping hand and assist you to the top. In addition, this is also a little selfish desire for me to revive the Gongsun family. I hope you can help me. Su Maoyang knew that he had ambitions. Now that he knew that she was the designated heir of the Xiantian king, he was unwilling to miss such an opportunity. He immediately nodded in understanding. I understand your thoughts. In fact, the Qingming sword was originally the treasure of your Gongsun family. If you want to revive the family, I can hand the Qingming sword to you, and you can do it yourself. From the beginning, Su Maoyang had no intention of embezzling the Qingming sword, but because she promised the Xiantian king to help support the old subordinates, now that she has found the Gongsun family and helped pull out the Qingming sword. After observation, Gongsun Jingji is a suitable candidate for the next head of the Gongsun family, so it is time for her to retire. But Gongsun Jingji didn't think so, and said firmly, My ability is limited. And I can't rebuild the Xiantian Empire. Only the master is qualified to reach the top. What's more, the Qingming sword was pulled out by you. And it also means that you are the master. Even if it returns to my hands, I can't exert its original strength, but instead humiliate such a precious treasure. So please don't refuse. Master, just let me follow you and assist you. Seeing Gongsun Jingji's insistence, Su Maoyang couldn't say much. So he just nodded and agreed. Okay. I'm naturally happy that you are willing to assist me. But I'm not too sure about rebuilding the Xiantian Empire. My only idea now is to find my former subordinates and lend a hand if I can. The rest is just letting things take their course. You have to be mentally prepared. Master, don't worry. I made this decision after careful consideration. I understand how long and difficult the road ahead is, and how difficult it is to rebuild the Xiantian Empire. But since I serve you as my master, no matter whether you succeed or not, no matter what decision you make, I will swear to be loyal to you until death. Without any second words, Gongsun Jingji replied respectfully. Seeing that he was like a mirror and knew everything, Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction, and then glared at Jun Haocong unhappily. See, I didn't mean that. You are too suspicious again. Jun Haocong saw that Gongsun Jingji had expressed his attitude like this, and it didn't seem to be a lie. So he snorted coldly, pulled Su Maoyang over, and lay back on the couch. Gongsun Jingji saw Su Maoyang being pulled into Jun Haocong's arms, lowered his head tactfully, and said goodbye. I'm going down to get the medicine. You have a good rest. However, when he walked out of the room, his expression that he tried to restrain was finally stained with a bit of sadness. Perhaps, only in this way can he stay by her side, with a legitimate reason, and do his best to assist her. And Jun Haocong in the room saw that the annoying person finally left. His expression was obviously relieved a lot, and the hand holding Su Maoyang also became restless. Su Maoyang frowned, grabbed his hand, struggled to get out of his arms, and warned him seriously. Didn't you hear me just now? Not only your internal organs, but also your vitality and meridians are seriously damaged. You are in this state now, and you are still touching me. Can't you be quiet and let me worry less? I fainted just now and didn't hear it. Jun Haocong lied with his eyes open. Su Maoyang was very angry. You didn't hear it? Then how do you know that Gongsun Jingji and I are talking and laughing here? I opened my eyes and saw that your mouths were broken from laughing. How could I not know? Jun Haocong emphasized the words mouths broken from laughing, obviously still brooding over what happened just now. Su Maoyang was defeated. I don't care if you heard it or not. Before your body recovers, you must stay in your room and recuperate. You can't do anything except eating, taking medicine and sleeping. Jun Haocong nodded obediently this time. Okay. I'm sleepy now. Let's go to bed. As he said that, he pulled Su Maoyang to the couch again. Su Maoyang was speechless and slapped his hand away. During this period, you can only sleep alone. If you don't take the medicine to heal your wounds, I will let you sleep alone for the rest of your life. After that, Su Maoyang turned around resolutely and left the room ruthlessly. Regardless of Jun Haocong's rebuttal, Jun Haocong saw that the duck in his mouth flew away again, and collapsed on the couch powerlessly, as if he had lost his ideal. Are all women so ruthless? The next day, Su Maoyang had recovered more than half after a night of healing. He just opened the door and wanted to see Jun Haocong, but saw Gu Qiuyan hurried over to report. Boss, the elder who came to see you yesterday is still kneeling outside the door. Now it has spread all over Yanqing City. Look! Su Maoyang didn't expect that the old guy really knelt all night, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Since he is sincere, let him in. Gu Qiuyan nodded, and then handed the 2 herbs to Su Maoyang. Boss, we were planning to try our luck at the auction house yesterday, but who knew that Mr. Ning would be the first to send these 2 herbs to us? Chapter 2268. The fish finally took the bait. Ning Qishuan? Su Maoyang thought about it, and realized that only Prince Ning had a good relationship with her among those with the surname Ning. So she blurted it out immediately. Gu Qiuyan nodded. Yes. Prince Ning said that his father deliberately bought out all the 2 medicinal herbs we found out some time ago in order to retaliate against us. He felt very sorry for this, so he sent someone to return the herbs as an apology. Su Maoyang understood Ning Qishuan's intentions. He had always felt sorry for Xinua's injury. In fact, if he hadn't stepped in to stop Ning Haochu's atrocities, Xinua would have suffered more than just a hand loss. So he also saved Xinu's life. Perhaps, without Ning Haochu, Ning Hanfeng and Governor Ning's series of tricks, she would probably still be friends with Prince Ning. At this critical moment, he sent the herbs over, which was obviously a gesture of goodwill. Su Maoyang, thinking of their previous friendship, could not remain indifferent, and then ordered Gu Qiuyun, the eldest prince should not have left yet. Go and send a message to the eldest prince, saying that I can ignore what Governor Ning did before, but he is not qualified to be the governor. As for the candidate for governor, let Ning Qishuan take over. Although she had no time to deal with the movements of the major forces in Tiansheng City, she expected that this group of people would not leave Yanqing City in a short time. After all, she made such a big scene. They had to investigate it clearly and observe Qingyang medicine shop for a period of time before they were willing to leave. As for asking the eldest prince for help, it was also because he was willing to make friends with her and had promised to help her personally. It should not be a difficult thing for him to ask her for this. Gu Qiuyun didn't expect her to have such a plan, and asked in confusion, "Boss, the Ning family hurt Xinua so badly, so they just let them go? What else can we do? Although Ning Jianzhou is not as good as other big states, it is not so easy for old man Ning Weiyuan to become the governor. What's more, he has done so many shameful things over the years, and the royal family can turn a blind eye to it, which shows that they have gained a lot of benefits from him. So how could His Majesty the Emperor punish him severely just because he made things difficult for me, a junior from another dynasty? Of course, even if he has to punish him severely for the sake of face, it's just a formality in private. In this case, why don't I give face to Prince Ning? At least Prince Ning has no grudge against me, but he doesn't get along well with his brothers." Su Maoyang had already analyzed the twists and turns here thoroughly, and expected that Governor Ning's matter would be a lot of thunder but little rain. Because the premise of King Duanquan's righteous words, to severely punish Ning Weiyuan, was to please her and get her Qingming sword. But the fact is that the royal family has gained nothing. So how can they be willing to lose another governor for nothing? So, she might as well help Prince Ning. Maybe she can still use this person in the future. After hearing her explanation, Gu Qiuyun suddenly realized and nodded. I understand. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ning Hanfeng and Ning Haochu are the enemies of Qingyang medicine shop. And the enemy of these two is Ning Qishuan, who has been competing with them for the position of the prince. Needless to say, Ning Qishuan hates these two brothers. So in this way, they are on the same road with their Qingyang medicine shop. Now that we know that there is no way to really punish Governor Ning, we naturally want to maximize our interests. Now that you understand, why don't you go quickly? Su Maoyang urged with a smile. Gu Qiuyun nodded excitedly and ran away in a flash. Seeing him leave, Su Maoyang thought of the old man kneeling at the door. A dark light flashed across his eyes, and then he walked towards the hall. With Su Maoyang's approval, Elder who appeared in the hall again in a moment. Su Maoyang sat in the main seat, sipping hot tea, and did not speak for a long time, which made Elder who confused. After a long stalemate, Elder who couldn't help but ask, "Miss Su, you asked me to kneel, and I knelt too. Can we consider the matter of the fairy palace gate next time?" Elder who, be careful with your words. What do you mean I asked you to kneel? I just made a suggestion. As for whether you kneel or not, it's your own idea. Su Maoyang put down the teacup and retorted coldly. Elder who knew that his words were inappropriate, and he immediately changed his words. Yes, it was my own idea. I am willing to kneel down and apologize to Miss Su and Mr. Jun. It has nothing to do with Miss Su. Since you are a clear-headed person, I won't make things difficult for you. You can go back to see Protector Wei. But my friend is seriously injured. I am busy looking for medicinal herbs now, and I am afraid I can't spare the time. So, before Su Maoyang finished speaking, Elder who quickly interrupted. What medicinal herbs do Miss Su need? I can help you find them. After all, I am an elder of the Immortal Palace Gate, and I must have more channels than you. Su Maoyang saw that he had taken the bait, and smiled with satisfaction. It's not some precious medicinal herbs. Just Yin Guangsha, eternal water, the heart of the polished black rock shark, the head and horns of the Tianji green auspicious bull, the feathers of the Songlei silver Isolon, and the dragon bones and dragon tendons. I believe that with Elder whose status and means, these are not difficult. She had already obtained Yinlin flower, Wanhai bamboo and poi grass from Fu Minxiu, and the auction she held. In addition, Ning Qixuan had just sent a few Huanhai bamboo and poi grass. So she had no shortage of these 3 herbs. Now she was looking forward to the remaining rarer herbs. However, Elder Hu had never expected that this was a trap set by Su Maoyang. After hearing this string of names, he was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he almost fainted. What do you mean by not very precious herbs? What do you mean by not being a difficult thing for him? These are hundreds of times more precious and rare than precious herbs. Even if he showed up, he would have to work very hard and might not be able to find them. As a result, she made it so lightly. Isn't this trapping him to death? Miss Su, the herbs you need are of great origin. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to get them. This matter is too difficult. How dare Elder Hu take it on casually? Su Maoyang did not force it, and nodded in understanding. Okay, since you can't find it, I'll find it myself. When I find it, I will go back to the Immortal Palace to see Wei Protector. Hearing this, Elder Hu's face changed again. How can this be possible? If she continues to look for these herbs, with her current power, she may not be able to find them in 3 to 5 years. If so, she will not be able to go back with him to see Wei Protector for 3 to 5 years. Then Wei Protector will kill him. Thinking of Wei Protector's anger that day, Elder Hu couldn't help but be smart, and immediately changed his words. Okay, I'll help you find it. But I'm sure I can't find all these herbs. You see, I understand. So many herbs. It's really a bit difficult to complete in a short time. 2 flavors. If you can find the 2 flavors, I will go back with you. Seeing that the fish was willing to take the bait, Su Maoyang naturally would not be soft-hearted. Chapter 2269 fainted at the gate. After hearing the 2 words, Elder Hu's old face still shook uncontrollably. But by comparison, it has already reduced the difficulty. If he continues to bargain, he is afraid that Su Maoyang will be unhappy. Therefore, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Okay, I will try my best to find it. Then I won't delay Elder Hu's work. Su Maoyang nodded and directly ordered him to leave. Elder Hu said no more and turned and walked out of the hall. But not long after he left, Su Maoyang saw Fang Yibin running in hurriedly. Junior sister, a man in black fainted at the gate of our medicine shop. He looked bloody, and I'm afraid he was seriously injured. Ji Ruiqing said that this man didn't fall anywhere, but at the gate of my medicine shop. It's a bit strange. So I asked you to come and inform you to see how to deal with this man? The man in black? Su Maoyang frowned in confusion, and after a moment of silence, she stood up and walked out of the hall. Let's go and see. In this sensitive period, she still can't be careless, and it's better to do it herself. However, when she arrived at the door and saw the appearance of the man in black, she was shocked. Black Owl. She never thought that the dark-garbed Black Owl beside Jun Haotsong would be covered in blood and unconscious here. Judging from the situation, he was probably chased by a pervert, and he fled all the way here after finding out that Jun Haotsong was here. Realizing this, Su Maoyang did not dare to delay, and hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into Black Owl's mouth, and ordered, Quick! Carry him to the West Wing, and invite Gong Sun Jingji over to me. Remember, don't alarm Jun Haotsong. Jun Haotsong himself was seriously injured. If he heard that He Xiao was injured, he would not be able to rest assured. So it was better to hide it from him for the time being. Fang Yibin saw that Su Maoyang knew this person, so he didn't ask any more questions. He quickly took his hand and carried him to the guest room in the front yard. Ji Ruiqing nodded in understanding and hurried to the backyard to invite Gong Sun Jingji. After a while, He Xiao was placed in the West Wing. Gong Sun Jingji also quickly finished his examination with him. He raised his head and reported to Su Maoyang. Master, he is lucky. None of these injuries are fatal. It can be seen that the people chasing him don't really want him to die. It's just that his body is covered with whip marks, knife scars, and even traces of torture. I think he has been tortured. From this, it can be seen that the person who tortured him seemed to have deliberately kept him alive in order to abuse him. Su Maoyang was extremely shocked to get such a result. He didn't know what Black Owl had gone through to suffer such vicious abuse. How long will it take for him to wake up? However, it was useless to speculate. Su Maoyang still wanted to know the truth from Black Owl. He will wake up soon. He just took your pill. The external injuries will recover today. The internal injuries will be fine after a few days of recuperation. Master, Don't worry. Su Maoyang nodded. Although Black Owl was covered with injuries, they were not as serious as Jun Haotsong. In addition, with this kind of external injuries, he would recover after taking her divine pattern pill and resting for a day or two. Su Maoyang was not too worried. Sure enough, while the two were talking, Black Owl had woken up slowly and opened his eyes weakly. Seeing this, Su Maoyang immediately came forward and asked about my health. Hey Xiao, can you hear me? How do you feel? Emperor, Concubine. Your subordinate greets the concubine. He Xiao saw the person in front of him clearly, and his pupils widened unconsciously. He was about to get up and get off the bed to salute. Su Maoyang hurriedly held him down. You are injured and can't move easily, so don't be polite. The most important thing now is to take good care of your injuries. Understand? Yes. Thank you for your consideration, concubine. He Xiao bowed gratefully. Su Maoyang shook her head. This is the Sunlua realm, not the Nine Nether realm. Don't call me concubine in the future. Yes, madam. He Xiao took the order and changed his words immediately. Then he thought of Jun Haotsong and asked worriedly, where is the master? Is he okay? He is also a little injured, but he will recover after a period of rest. We will take care of him, so you don't have to worry. Su Maoyang comforted. He Xiao was relieved when he heard that Jun Haotsong was fine. That's good. That's good. However, how did you get into this? Su Maoyang frowned and looked at him, and asked seriously. When He Xiao was asked about his injuries, he seemed to have something to hide and refused to say more. I am fine now. I hope madam will not delve into it. Please also keep it a secret for me, madam, and don't let the master know that I was injured. Hearing him say this, Su Maoyang immediately understood his intention. Now Jun Haotsong is still recuperating, and it is indeed not appropriate for him to hear these bad things. Moreover, judging from He Xiao's attitude, it is very likely that his enemies are very powerful. He didn't say it, probably because he didn't want them to get involved for him and put themselves in danger. Therefore, Su Maoyang didn't force it, and nodded in understanding. Okay, if you don't want to say it, I won't force you. These pills are very effective for both external and internal injuries. After taking them, take a rest for 2 days before going to see your master. Speaking of this, Su Maoyang took out a medicine bottle and handed it to He Xiao. He was too weak now. If he appeared in front of Jun Haotsong rashly, Jun Haotsong would definitely ask the reason. So, in order to hide it from him, He Xiao had to recover as soon as possible. Thank you, madam. He Xiao knew that his wife was a great alchemist and didn't care about these pills at all. So he took them without any hesitation. Don't be polite to me. You have been with Jun Haotsong for so long, doing things for him and protecting his safety. I should be the one to thank you. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head, then tucked the quilt for him. I'll go see your master first. You can rest assured to recover here. Tell Ji Ruiqing if there is anything you need. She will do it for you. Okay. I know. You should accompany the master more. He is usually too miserable. Only when he is with you can he smile a little. When Black Owl thought of the pain Jun Haotsong had endured, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Su Maoyang naturally understood this and told Gong Sunjingji, come on. Come with me to see Haotsong and see how he is doing. Gong Sunjingji nodded, then looked at Ji Ruiqing. Miss Ji, I have boiled some medicine in the kitchen. Please help me deliver it to Jun Gongzi's room later. Since we are so familiar with each other, don't call me miss. Just call me Qing'er. Ji Ruiqing suggested with a wink, and Fang Yibin on the side retched directly. Qing'er? Ugh. You don't think it's corny? TSK. If you want to call me that, I won't let you. Too much talk. Ji Ruiqing glared at Fang Yibin with disdain, then turned and left the room. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head, then walked out of the room and headed towards Jun Haotsong's room. But he didn't expect that it was almost noon, and Jun Haotsong was still sleeping soundly, with no intention of waking up. Su Maoyang was a little surprised. Jingji, what's wrong with him? Why is he sleeping so deeply? Master, don't worry. Young Master Jun has a shallow sleep and doesn't rest well. I specially increased the dosage of tranquilizer in the soup last night, so that he can have a good sleep and help his body recover. Gongsun Jingji replied. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Indeed, Jun Haotsong has worked hard for so many years and has never had a good rest. It is right for him to sleep more. Junior sister. The medicine has been boiled. Let junior brother drink it while it is hot. Ji Ruiqing's movements were fast, and she brought the soup in a short while. Su Maoyang took the medicine bowl and was about to go forward to wake him up. But Jun Haocong suddenly frowned and shouted angrily. Yun Xiang. No. No. Chapter 2270. My wife is really generous. Su Maoyang was frightened by his call of Yun Xiang, and the medicine bowl in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. She took 2 steps back uncontrollably, with fear in her eyes, and her lips and cheeks seemed to have lost their color, as pale as paper. Gong Sun Jingji and Ji Ruiqing didn't hear what Jun Haocong said, but were startled by Su Maoyang's sudden movement, and looked at her in shock. Junior sister. What's wrong with you? Ji Ruiqing had never seen Su Maoyang so reckless, and asked in surprise on the spot. Gong Sun Jingji also stared at her, with a strange look on his face, obviously not expecting her to have such a big reaction. Moreover, she looked quite shocked, even terrified. Su Maoyang was stunned for a few seconds, and when they asked her, she came back to her senses and shook her head. I'm fine. I just accidentally slipped my hand just now. I'll just trouble you to make another bowl. I feel a little uncomfortable. I want to go back and rest first, and ask my senior sister to help me feed the medicine later. Ji Ruiqing was still full of doubts, but when she heard Su Maoyang's words, she shouted in disbelief. What? You want me to feed medicine to that dead face? Su Maoyang, you have to be conscientious. I work hard for you, but you want to repay kindness with hatred? Jun Haocong has never had a good face for her. When he talks to her, 11 out of 10 sentences are retaliatory, and there is also a strong sense of disgust. In addition, she offended him again yesterday. It is hard to imagine that if he wakes up and faces her disgusting face, he will probably strangle her to death. Thinking of this, Ji Ruiqing shuddered and shook her head and waved her hands. But Su Maoyang didn't have the energy to talk to her, and didn't even want to beg her, so she turned around and left the room. Seeing her leave like this, Ji Ruiqing was confused and wanted to stop her to ask her, but Gong Sun Jingji on the side quickly pulled her back. Let her be quiet. If she wants to talk, she will tell you naturally. Gong Sun Jingji also saw Su Maoyang so lost for the first time. It seems that she has something in her heart, and she doesn't want to say it, no matter how they ask. They can't do anything. It's better to let her be quiet for a while and calm down. Ji Ruiqing nodded helplessly, but when she thought about feeding Jun Haocong medicine, she felt overwhelmed. She immediately looked at Gong Sun Jingji with expectation. I'll go boil the medicine. You feed him. The master personally told you to feed him. I won't fight with you for such an honorable task. Gong Sun Jingji suppressed a smile, cupped his hands, and then fled from Jun Haocong's room. Seeing that the other party had escaped, Ji Ruiqing was powerless to hold her forehead, and had to resign herself to boiling the medicine. When she boiled the medicine and came back, Jun Haocong had already woken up. As expected, the first sentence he said when he saw her was 2 cold words. Get out. I really want to go out, but your wife told me to feed you the medicine. If I don't see you drink the medicine with my own eyes, your wife will probably make trouble for me. Ji Ruiqing glared at him unhappily, and walked to the couch boldly. But the closer she got, the tighter Jun Haocong's brows furrowed. When he heard that it was Su Maoyang who ordered it, his face became even gloomier. What did you say? Lianger asked you to feed me medicine? Is she crazy or are you crazy? I don't know if she's crazy or not. I only know that serving an ancestor like you is driving me crazy. Ji Ruiqing didn't want to face his stinky face, so she urged him. Don't talk nonsense. Drink it quickly, so that I can report to you. As she said that, she reached out and handed over the medicine bowl. Her eager action almost pushed the medicine bowl to Jun Haocong's face. She couldn't feed him spoonful by spoonful. Jun Haocong didn't like Ji Ruiqing in the first place, and when he thought of Su Maoyang pushing him to another woman to take care of him, the anger in his heart burned more and more fiercely. The anger that had been accumulated all night finally erupted like a volcano, and he shouted, Call Su Maoyang to me. I want her to feed me personally. Jun Haocong had never let other women serve him except Su Maoyang in his life. Even when he was the emperor in the dark domain of Yunlu, there was not a single maid in his bedroom, let alone now. Of course, the most unbearable thing is that other women, after getting married, stick to their husbands every day, fearing that their husbands will be seduced away by other women. But Su Maoyong dared to send other women to feed him medicine. He really didn't care about him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Jun Haotsong's fists were clenched so hard that veins popped out. Ji Ruiqing was so scared that she trembled, fearing that he would lose control and punch her head. The scene of him punching the Xietian Emperor Spirit Master away was still vivid in his mind. How could Ji Ruiqing dare to stay here any longer? So he put down the medicine bowl and ran away. You two should solve your own problems. I won't interfere. Ji Ruiqing was accustomed to running away. His ability to slip away was superb. He disappeared in front of Jun Haotsong in the blink of an eye, which made Jun Haotsong's eyes spit fire, and his fists clenched. Thinking of that heartless woman, he didn't care about his injuries. He got off the couch, didn't even put on his coat, and walked towards Su Maoyong's room angrily. At this time, Su Maoyong was practicing the eye sacrifice to the 9 heavens. Perhaps because of his complicated mood, the melody played by the dragon piano was always not to the point. Now he finally calmed down and found some feeling, but heard a bang, and the door was pushed open by gravity. I saw Jun Haotsong rushing in from outside like a demon, staring at her with a pair of blue phoenix eyes as sharp as a knife, which made Su Maoyong feel a chill and tremble in her heart. Could it be that he has recovered his memories of his past life and remembered the hatred of his past life? Just when Su Maoyong was tense and ready to explain, Jun Haotsong said angrily, "My wife, you are so careless. Your husband is seriously injured on the bed, but you still have the leisure to play the piano here. Why? Now you have accepted a pianist as your subordinate and found a soulmate. Are you planning to exchange piano skills?" Su Maoyong heard that he had a wild imagination and involved Gong Sun Jingji again, and said helplessly, "I am practicing martial arts." "What are you talking about? Again? I told you. Didn't I ask Ji Ruiqing to bring you medicine?" Su Maoyong would have been fine if he didn't mention this, but he got angry when he mentioned Jun Haotsong. "Humph. You still have the nerve to say that. You left me alone in an empty room, and now you're pushing me to other women to take care of me. Aren't you afraid that other women will seduce me away? I trust you and my senior sister, and it's just taking medicine, so there won't be any trouble," Su Maoyong explained absent-mindedly. After all, she was a little afraid to face Jun Haotsong now. Hearing her indifferent tone, Jun Haotsong felt as if he had punched cotton, unable to exert strength, unable to vent his anger, and felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "Should I be grateful for marrying a virtuous, sensible and sensible woman like you? Don't you men look forward to marrying such a woman?" Su Maoyong looked at him doubtfully, trying to see the clues on his face. She originally thought that he came to her because of a grudge from the previous life, but she didn't expect that he came just to drink the medicine. This was really making a fuss out of nothing. Chapter 2271 Like a Wronged Young Wife. Seeing her innocent face, Jun Haotsong was full of anger. He strode forward, pressed her down on the couch, stared at her condescendingly, and ordered loudly, "I don't need a woman like that. I want you to be narrow-minded, petty, jealous, and not allow any woman to get close to me." Su Maoyong felt the hot air he exhaled, and met the domineering and angry blue eyes. She couldn't help but tremble. Hearing these words, her mouth twitched, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you a masochist? This is the first time I've heard someone ask his wife to do this." But Jun Haotsong's attitude still made Su Maoyong feel confused. Logically speaking, if he had recovered his memories of his previous life, he would probably want to kill her at this moment. How could he make such a weird request? Could it be that he hasn't remembered yet? However, he clearly called Yun Xiana's name in his dream. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong tentatively asked nervously, "You had a nightmare before. Did you know? You must have been angry with me in your dream." Jun Haotsong took over without thinking, hearing his tone and looking at his expression. It seemed that he didn't know. Su Maoyong mustered up the courage to ask again, "Do you remember what you dreamed about?" "I should have dreamed about how to eat you," Jun Haotsong answered indifferently. His fiery eyes had begun to wander. Obviously, his mind was not on this dream at all, but on Su Maoyong. He hadn't touched Su Maoyong for too long. He wanted to come over to question and punish her, but when he touched her body, he was like a young boy, ready to move, and immediately threw his anger to the sky. I don't know what sins he committed in his previous life, so that he would be eaten alive by her in this life. Hearing this, Su Maoyong breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he didn't remember the things in his previous life. Otherwise, he wouldn't still want to be intimate with her. However, just when she was thankful, Jun Haotsong had already lowered his head and kissed her. Su Maoyong rolled his eyes speechlessly and blocked his mouth. What I said before. Did you smite a mosquito in your ears? Don't touch me before your body recovers. As she said, Su Maoyong pushed him away again mercilessly, turned over, and kept a safe distance from him. The fire that Jun Haotsong had just been aroused by her was ruthlessly extinguished by her, and he collapsed and closed his eyes. He felt that Su Maoyong was born to torture him. How could he fall into the hands of this heartless woman when he thought he was wise all his life? I think you just don't want me to touch you. So you specially said Ji Ruiqing to anger me and make me unable to recover. Jun Haotsong snorted angrily. Seeing that he was still struggling with the matter of feeding medicine, Su Maoyong was defeated by his powerful imagination and laughed helplessly. I worry about your health in my dreams, and hope that you will recover quickly. How could I deliberately make you angry? What do you think about all day? Besides you, what else can I think about? Jun Haotsong glared at her angrily. Su Maoyong saw some resentment in his eyes, and felt that he was like a wronged young wife at this time, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, he couldn't help but step forward and pinched his cheek, teasing. The domineering, cold, bloodthirsty and cruel Emperor Yunlu actually has such a lovely side, which is really rare. Ahem. Sorry. I interrupt. The old man of the Gongsun family wants to see my junior sister. Do you think you want to meet him? However, at this moment, Fang Yibin's voice of trying hard to hold back laughter suddenly came from the door. Jun Haotsong was startled by his sudden appearance. His blood rushed up and his handsome face instantly became red like a furnace. He hurriedly opened Su Maoyong's hands and shouted angrily. Don't you know to knock on the door? Speaking of which, his perception has always been very sharp. But he was confused by Su Maoyong and didn't even notice someone coming. This woman is really poisonous. Fang Yibin shrugged innocently. You didn't close the door. Since Jun Haotsong didn't close the door when he broke in. Fang Yibin saw that Jun Haotsong's face was pinched like a bun by Su Maoyong when he came over, and he couldn't help laughing. But because the people of the Gongsun family were all waiting outside the medicine shop and refused to leave, he had to bite the bullet and interrupt their conversation. Su Maoyong saw Jun Haotsong embarrassed in public, with an embarrassed look on her face. But she was holding back her laughter and nodded at Fang Yibin. It's okay. I'll go now. As she said that, she couldn't help pinching Jun Haotsong's cheeks again, and said mischievously, My dear wife, wait for me to come back. After saying that, Su Maoyong quickly left the room without waiting for Jun Haotsong to get angry, leaving Jun Haotsong standing there alone. He was so angry that he was fuming. Fang Yibin added, I didn't expect that junior brother is good at acting like a spoiled child. I admire you. After saying that, Fang Yibin also quickly left the murderous scene. And Jun Haotsong was so angry that he almost bit his teeth and his eyes kept flying knives. Acting like a spoiled child? Which I ever saw him acting like a spoiled child. It was Su Maoyong who pinched his face when he wasn't paying attention. And he didn't take the initiative to approach him. Damn Su Maoyong. He led everyone in the soul-chasing hall astray. Jun Haotsong was very angry. But Su Maoyong swept away the previous haze and rushed to the hall. Speaking of which, ever since the senior named Jing Hani came out and said that she was his direct disciple, people from the entire Tiansheng dynasty came to see her. It really is good to have a strong background. In fact, Su Maoyong didn't have a good impression of the Gongsun family. But for the sake of Gongsun Jingji, she had to meet Grandpa Gongsun. At least, the old man protected Gongsun Jingji from beginning to end and didn't do anything excessive to them. So, when she saw Grandpa Gongsun stand up to greet her, Su Maoyong still nodded politely to him. Grandpa, there is no need to be polite. Please sit down quickly. As for the other ancestors and uncles who came with him, as well as the younger generation of the Gongsun family, Su Maoyong didn't even look at them, and just ignored them, and sat down. Several old ancestors and uncles were all elderly people, and they felt uncomfortable being humiliated by a young person like her. But considering her status, they did not dare to say much, and could only endure the humiliation and sit down with Master Gongsun. The younger generation of the Gongsun family not only did not dare to say anything, but also did not dare to sit down. They stood directly beside the old ancestor, waiting for the old man to speak. Su Maoyong felt the subtle atmosphere and immediately guessed their intention. He said straight to the point. Master Gongsun, are you here for the Qingming sword? Seeing that she was so direct, Master Gongsun was too lazy to beat around the bush. Yes, but not all. Oh, does Master Gongsun have something else to do? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and asked back. Chapter 2272 Want to find a backer. It's not a big deal. I just feel bad that my Gongsun family has offended Miss Su. So I brought this group of unworthy descendants to apologize to Miss Su. I hope Miss will forgive me. The old man pointed to the younger generation such as Gongsun Jinghao and Gongsun Yuri standing behind him, and said with shame on his face, Mr. Gongsun is not a fool. After the battle, he will soon understand what happened to Su Maoyang and the Gongsun family. Su Maoyang is not a humble maid. She came to their Gongsun family to be a maid for Gongsun Jingji, obviously for the Qingming sword. And Jun Qingjue is her husband. So Qingliang Medicine Shop has been her power from the beginning. So joining Qingliang Medicine Shop as a maid is all a cover. Gongsun Jingji must have known about it long ago. So he would be willing to join them. It must be said that among these grandsons, only Gongsun Jingji can see the most accurately, farthest and most thoroughly. If Gongsun Yuri had not caused trouble at the beginning, if the uncles had no selfishness and believed Gongsun Jingji's words and let Qingliang Medicine Shop help, his Gongsun family would not be in such an embarrassing situation today. He and the ancestors would not be so old and still apologize and seek peace. Thinking of this, the old man was furious and shouted, What are you guys doing? Come here and apologize to Miss Su. After being yelled at by Master Gongsun, the four younger generations, Gongsun Yuri, Gongsun Jinghao, Gongsun Weiyuan and Gongsun Jiani, who were not happy with Su Maoyang, all moved to Su Maoyang. They all lowered their heads and looked very different from when they first met. It seemed that Master Gongsun had taught them a lot during this period. Of course, after seeing Su Maoyang's strength and knowing her identity, they dared not say a word, unless they didn't want to live anymore. Miss Su, I'm sorry. We were wrong at the beginning. I hope you can forgive us and don't bother with us. Su Maoyang sneered after hearing this. I didn't take you seriously from the beginning to the end. So why should I bother with you? Gongsun Yuri and others felt extremely humiliated after receiving such an answer. It would be fine if she didn't accept their apology. But she said that she didn't take them seriously from the beginning, which means that they were a joke from beginning to end. It's so stupid and pathetic. The head of the Gongsun family thought that Su Maoyang was still angry, and couldn't help but chime in. Miss Su, just ask how you want to punish them. And there's no need to deliberately humiliate them. Humiliate people? If you hadn't come to apologize on your own initiative, I wouldn't even bother to talk to you. Was it me who humiliated them? Or did they humiliate themselves? The head of the Gongsun family has to figure it out. Su Maoyang snorted disdainfully. You, the head of the Gongsun family, was speechless and looked extremely embarrassed. Seeing Su Maoyang was angry, the old man hurriedly explained, Miss Su, calm down. Whether you take them seriously or not, these children really want to apologize to you. Forget it. Strictly speaking, they should apologize to Gongsun Jingji instead of me. After all, they know what they have done to Gongsun Jingji over the years. So, it doesn't matter whether I forgive them or not. The key is to make Gongsun Jingji forgive them. Su Maoyang didn't care about their apologies, but felt sorry for Gongsun Jingji. However, just as she finished her words, a firm voice came from the door. I will not forgive them. Jingji. Seeing the person coming, Master Gongsun called out with joy. Gongsun Jingji's father, Gongsun Yangon, stood up excitedly. When he thought of his son, who had endured so much pain over the years, and now grew up so well, he couldn't help but redden his eyes. Gongsun Jingji could ignore the other people in the Gongsun family, but he couldn't ignore these two elders who really loved and cared for him. He then strode forward and saluted them. Grandpa. Father. I am unfilial, and left the Gongsun family on my own initiative. I made you sad. No. You did the right thing. If you didn't leave the Gongsun family, you would only be implicated by these stupid people in the Gongsun family. Grandpa doesn't want to delay your future. Master Gongsun smiled and patted his shoulder, feeling extremely fortunate for his decisiveness and ruthlessness at the time. Gongsun Yangon also smiled and nodded. Yes. If you hadn't fought side by side with Qingliang Medicine Shop that day, we wouldn't even be able to enter this threshold today. They all knew that with Su Maoyang's current status, she could completely ignore the Gongsun family. She came to see them because of Gongsun Jingji's face. Father, you are too kind. In fact, even if I wasn't there, Miss Su would have supported the Gongsun family from the beginning and helped to seize the Qingming sword. Unfortunately, our family was divided and each had their own thoughts. So we pushed away such an opportunity with our own hands. Gongsun Jingji shook his head and didn't dare to take credit. When Master Gongsun and several ancestors heard this, they all looked at Su Maoyang with some confusion. What does it mean that she would support the Gongsun family from the beginning? Gongsun Jingji knew the old man's doubts. But the uncles present did not agree with him. He did not intend to tell them that Su Maoyang was the heir of the Xianshan king. After all, this was Su Maoyang's secret and could not be easily revealed. Anyway, now the Qingming sword has recognized its master, and the fact has been made. If you want to take the Qingming sword back today, I will definitely not agree. Gongsun Jingji did not want Su Maoyang to be in trouble, so he simply stood up and expressed his position. Su Maoyang was still a little moved when he heard him say this. After all, the Qingming sword was a treasure passed down from the ancestors of the Gongsun family. Just handing it over to someone else would undoubtedly be a death sentence for the Gongsun family. But he was so selfless for the sake of justice, which was admirable. The old man obviously didn't have such thoughts. He smiled and shook his head. For so many years, no one in my Gongsun family could pull out this sword, which is enough to show that we have no ability to inherit the Qingming sword. Now it has finally found its owner. We should be happy for it and respect its choice. So, we came here today not to take the Qingming sword, but to follow the ancestral teachings and join Miss Su, hoping that Miss Su can lead my Gongsun family to restore its prestige. Su Maoyang was not surprised to hear that they came to apologize, but he still didn't expect that Master Gongsun would bring the entire family to join her. Such a desperate decision requires great courage. However, thinking of the current situation of the Gongsun family, Su Maoyang somewhat understood. At present, their Qingming sword is gone, and the most promising descendant in the family has also left the family. The other descendants are all useless. In addition, they had offended the Situ family because of the Qingming sword, and they would inevitably be retaliated by the Situ family in the future. They were already a loose group, so how could they withstand another turmoil? If they didn't find a backer, I'm afraid the whole family would be defeated. Chapter 2273 removed them from the ancestral family. However, with the current status and strength of their Gongsun family, it is estimated that it is not easy to find a backer. After all, who would be willing to accept a declining family? The reason why they came to her, in addition to the ancestral precepts, is that they also hope that she will treat them well for the sake of Qingming sword and Gongsun Jingji, and remember some of the contributions of the Gongsun family. So, seeing the sincerity on the face of Mr. Gongsun and the expectant eyes of several other ancestors, thinking of the entrustment of the Xianshan king, Su Maoyang really couldn't sit idly by and nodded gently. I can accept you and become my subordinate. But it is not me who leads the Gongsun family, but Gongsun Jingji. He must be the head of the family. She can support the Gongsun family, but the leader of the Gongsun family must be someone she likes. Otherwise, even if she is willing to help them, if the people below are not of the same mind as her, then no matter how much effort she puts in, it will be in vain. She didn't want to do this thankless task. Hearing Su Maoyang's words, Master Gongsun and several ancestors instantly showed surprise. As long as they join her, the safety of the Gongsun family will be basically guaranteed. After all, no one wants to offend the bloody sword pavilion of the Great Yin dynasty. The big forces in Tianjin City had to give 3 points of face in front of the bloody sword pavilion before, not to mention the forces in Yanqing City. Thinking of this, Master Gongsun hurriedly nodded and agreed. This is natural. Jing Ji is the candidate for the head of the family that I have always been optimistic about. What's more, he has grown so well now that he can take on the responsibility of the head of the family. I can't wait to hand over the Gongsun family to him. If Miss Su is worried, I will now announce that Gongsun Jingji will officially become the head of the Gongsun family. From now on, he will be in charge of all matters of the Gongsun family, and we will not say anything. One of the ancestors in gray clothes, in order to please Su Maoyang, announced Gongsun Jingji's identity on the spot, and his tactfulness was so worldly that it was shocking. In fact, they knew clearly that if Su Maoyang was willing to accept them, he would definitely choose his confidants, and the position of the head of the family would naturally belong to Gongsun Jingji. Because they understood this, Several uncles who had always been unfriendly to Gongsun Jingji had to agree with the approach of the ancestors and the old man, and did not strongly oppose it as usual. However, just when they thought that they could climb up to Su Maoyang's high branch by giving up the position of the head of the family, Gongsun Jingji suddenly said, "Since the master wants me to lead the Gongsun family, and the ancestor has personally announced my identity as the head of the family, then I will exercise the rights of the head of the family today." As he said this, he raised his eyes and glanced at the former head of the Gongsun family, the fourth uncle and the fifth uncle, with a cold look in his eyes. "I, Gongsun Jingji, will not tolerate any sand in my eyes, let alone someone doing some small tricks behind the back, ruining the family's reputation, and dragging the Gongsun family down. So, uncle, fourth uncle, fifth uncle, Gongsun Yuri, Gongsun Jinghao, Gongsun Jia and I, Gongsun Weiyuan, from now on, you will be removed from your ancestral home and are no longer a member of my Gongsun family." Gongsun Jingji's words were powerful, and the faces of several uncles and younger generations changed drastically, and they opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Before they came, they had expected Gongsun Jingji to make things difficult for them, but they never thought he would be so decisive, actually wanting to remove them from their ancestral home and drive them out of the Gongsun family. This was really too much. Therefore, the former head of the family, Gongsun Yanpan, immediately scolded angrily, "Gongsun Jingji, don't go too far. We are your elders after all. It's fine if you say a few words to us, but you are so cruel that you want to drive us away. I originally gave you face by advocating and giving you the position of head of the family. Don't be shameless." The fourth uncle and the fifth uncle also echoed angrily. "We have been in the Gongsun family for so many years. Even if we have no merits, we have worked hard and put in so much effort. How can you, a junior, erase it? You are so rebellious and have no respect for the superiors, which is simply treason. Yes, it is not your turn to decide whether we stay or go. Your position as the head of the family. I won't admit it." Gongsun Jinghao pointed at him with gritted teeth and accused loudly, "Gongsun Jingji, you are just taking revenge for your own personal gain. What you said is for the Gongsun family. It's all an excuse. Well, I am taking revenge for my own personal gain. What's wrong? You did so many things to me back then. Isn't it normal for me to take revenge? Besides, how did my mother die back then? I still want to ask my uncle. If I don't even take revenge for my mother's murder, then wouldn't I become a weak and incompetent coward? With such a character, I'm afraid it's even more difficult to take on important responsibilities, and I'm not worthy of being the head of the family." Gongsun Jingji admitted frankly with a cold face. When it comes to the revenge for the murder of his mother, two fierce lights shot out of his eyes, which made Gongsun Yanpan tremble and his back cold. It turned out that Gongsun Jingji knew everything, but he had been forbearing. It is hard to imagine that Gongsun Jingji, who smiled so naturally in front of him, was so respectful and gentle and elegant as if he really didn't fight with the world for so many years, actually had such a blood feud in his heart. Gongsun Yandan felt distressed when he heard his son say these words expressionlessly. It was all his fault that he was incompetent. He failed to protect him and his mother, and he was unable to kill his enemies. Instead, he had to bear so much pressure and hatred since he was a child. The old man sighed helplessly, not knowing what to say. He watched Gongsun Jingji grow up, and knew how much he had suffered. Now he could understand that he wanted to drive several uncles and brothers and sisters out of the Gongsun family. But the ancestors would not agree for the sake of the overall situation. As expected, the old ancestor angrily rejected such a ridiculous request. No one from the Gongsun family can be left behind. If you drive them out, only a few of us old guys will be left. Can it still be called the Gongsun family? It's ridiculous. Yes, our Gongsun family is already small, and you still want to drive everyone away. Are you deliberately trying to piss us off to death? Besides, the previous grievances have been over for so many years. Why bring it up again? If it is really for the good of the Gongsun family, you should put aside the past grudges and unite with the younger generations of the Gongsun family, and stop talking about removing the ancestral home. If you can't accept them with a broad mind, then you don't deserve the position of the head of this family. Several old ancestors accused Gongsun Jingji, obviously very dissatisfied with his proposal. Su Maoyang couldn't help but sneer when he heard this, and said sarcastically, Just a second ago, you appointed Gongsun Jingji as the head of the family, saying that all matters of the Gongsun family would be decided by him without hesitation. But in the blink of an eye, you all collectively lost your memory, went back on your words, and rejected Gongsun Jingji's arrangement. It seems that you have no intention of joining us. So don't waste your breath. Gu Qiuyun, get out. As he said this, Su Maoyang shouted outside and stood up, unwilling to stay any longer. Chapter 2274, I am willing to gamble for him once. This group of people obviously gave up the position of the head of the family to Gongsun Jingji because of her face. But they didn't really regard him as the head of the family. Those old ancestors even wanted to control Gongsun Jingji by relying on their status as elders. It seems that even if she took the Gongsun family under her command, it would still be an uncontrollable team. She didn't want such a force that was not absolutely loyal. When Master Gongsun saw Su Maoyang getting up to leave, he panicked and stopped her in a hurry. Wait a minute. Miss Su, we are really here to seek refuge in Qingliang medicine shop. The old ancestors just spoke a little harshly, but they didn't mean to go back on their words. Master Gongsun, I am willing to talk to you because I see that you are a wise man. Gongsun Jingji is my man. Whatever he says and does is allowed by me. If you can't even obey orders, what's the point of seeking refuge? Although Su Maoyang did not instruct Gongsun Jingji to expel Gongsun Yanpan and others, he understood and agreed with his approach. After all, new and old grudges have accumulated for so many years. But forcing him to be broad-minded, put aside past grudges, and not care about them is undoubtedly moral kidnapping and forcing people to do things that are difficult to do. Furthermore, these uncles and the younger generations headed by Gongsun Yuri have done so many treacherous and shameful things. If they really continue to stay in the Gongsun family, they will undoubtedly be a disaster. I think Gongsun Jingji's move is also to clear obstacles for her. He does not allow the forces under her command to become a stumbling block on her road to success. Even his own family is not allowed. This is why Su Maoyang is willing to keep him by his side. He saw it clearly and thoroughly, knowing that joining her in Qingliang medicine shop meant that he was not only a member of the Gongsun family, but also her most loyal subordinate. He weighed the importance of both clearly. Su Maoyang liked people who understood, so he was naturally willing to use him. But the Gongsun family obviously hasn't figured it out yet, and is still stuck in the struggle for their own interests, and hasn't seen the situation clearly. When Gongsun Yanpan heard Su Maoyang say this, he was so angry that his face turned blue, and he shouted sternly, Su Maoyang, you are an outsider. What right do you have to interfere in the internal affairs of my Gongsun family? No matter what we did wrong, we are also the elders of Gongsun Jingji. You are not qualified to drive us away. Yes, we are the descendants of the Gongsun family after all, and the blood of the Gongsun family flows in our bodies. If you really want to support the Gongsun family, you should support and help us more. How could you drive us out of the family so viciously? I think your support for the Gongsun family is fake, and you really want to break us up and strengthen your own team. Gongsun Yuri snorted coldly and accused sharply. Hearing this, several ancestors and uncles nodded in agreement. Although Gongsun Jingji is the strongest and most talented among the younger generations, it is impossible for the Gongsun family to have only him as a younger generation, because they still need to reproduce. Only with more people can there be a prosperous population and many offspring. In the long run, the Gongsun family will have more and more young people, and it will be easier to select talents worth cultivating. The ancestor obviously put the interests of the Gongsun family first, and strongly agreed. Yin Pan is right. The Gongsun family is not the power of one person. Only when everyone works together to maintain it can it grow and develop. I don't agree to drive them away. Miss Su, I hope you can understand the feelings of us old people. Su Maoyang nodded. Of course I understand. No one wants their family to be torn apart, and it is not convenient for me to interfere in your family's affairs. So, let's stop here for today's conversation. I will send someone to deliver some elixirs and weapons to your house later, which should be enough for you to use for a long time. Now she has found her old subordinates and given them a chance to surrender. As for whether they are willing to follow the ancestral teachings and serve her, it is not something she can control. To put it bluntly, these people came to her because they were in trouble. If there were interests involved, they would betray her faster than anyone else. So, in order to revive the Xiantian Empire, she naturally dared not use such a family with two minds. She has done her utmost to provide some help in elixirs and weapons. Gongsun Jingji listened and shook his head in disappointment. Sneered. You want to rely on Qingyang Medicine Shop to get protection and benefits. But you want to be independent and uncontrolled, and not allow others to interfere in the internal affairs of the Gongsun family. You are unwilling to pay, but you want to take all the benefits. There is no such a cheap thing in the world. Even if you raise a dog, the owner still hopes that it can be obedient and guard the house, let alone a human. Since the Gongsun family wants to rely on Su Maoyang, they must be aware of following Su Maoyang's lead. If they don't even have this psychological preparation, and still want others to support them, isn't this just trying to get something for nothing? How could they say that? You bastard! How dare you compare us to dogs? The ancestors were stabbed in the sore spot, and they were angry and pointed at Gongsun Jingji and shouted. Su Maoyang saw those who dared to be mean to her, and angrily warned them. You are the ancestors of the Gongsun family. I give you some face, but it doesn't mean you can run wild in my territory. Gongsun Jingji is my man. It's not your turn to point your nose at me and scold me. Since you don't sincerely surrender, get out of here as soon as possible, and don't get in my way. The Xianxin king only asked her to find his old subordinates and revive the Xianxin empire. Now that they don't intend to surrender, there is no need for her to be nice to them. Seeing Su Maoyang defending Gongsun Jingji, Master Gongsun felt relieved and immediately clasped his fists and said, Miss Su, calm down. Several ancestors are here. I can't be the master of the Gongsun family, but I really want to join the Qingyang Medicine Shop, because Jingji is my most promising grandson. I believe in his ability. As long as he is there, the Gongsun family will be there. As long as he is strong, the younger generation of my Gongsun family will have hope. So I am willing to leave the original Gongsun family and follow Miss Su. Master Gongsun has long been disappointed with the other younger generations, and he has always believed in the previous prophecy. Last time, he did not argue with reason and watched Gongsun Jingji leave the Gongsun family. This time he can't repeat the same mistake anyway. Seeing that the old man was willing to risk everything for Gongsun Jingji, Gongsun Yangon, as a father, needed no further explanation. He quickly expressed his opinion. Me too. My son has left the Gongsun family. There is no point for me to stay in the Gongsun family. I am also willing to join the Qingyang Medicine Shop. The old ancestor did not expect that both Gongsun and Gongsun Yangon would propose to join the Qingyang Medicine Shop. He was immediately furious and shouted, Are you crazy? You are already this old. But you are fooling around with a junior, and are going to abandon the family and join another force. Are you worthy of the ancestors of the Gongsun family? My dear ancestors, I have always believed that Jingji is the best candidate to bring hope to the Gongsun family. Since he is unwilling to stay in the Gongsun family, I will naturally support him with my actions. Therefore, it is not us who want to abandon the family, but you who have given up the hope of the Gongsun family. We have no choice but to make such a decision. Mr. Gongsun corrected him righteously. For so many years, he has never disobeyed the will of the ancestors. But for Gongsun Jingji, he is willing to take a gamble. Gongsun Jingji was moved when he heard these words. He never thought that his grandfather, who always put the family first, would support him by leaving the Gongsun family. This kindness cannot be repaid? Chapter 2275 The New Gongsun Family. Thinking of this, Gongsun Jingji clasped his fist towards Su Maoyang and pleaded, Master, I hope you can accept my grandfather and father for my sake. They put all their hopes on me, and I don't want them to return disappointed. Although Su Maoyang was not a member of the Gongsun family, he was also moved by Grandpa Gongsun's words. It must be quite difficult for the conservative old generation to do this for Gongsun Jingji. Therefore, Su Maoyang did not need Gongsun Jingji to say more, and smiled and took over the conversation. Grandpa, you worry too much. I don't intend to let you abandon the identity of the Gongsun family and join the Qingyang Medicine Shop. I want to support the Gongsun family. After all, the Gongsun family has existed for so many years. How can I bear to let it disappear because of me? Although the population is a little less, I think 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren should be able to support a family. Gongsun didn't understand Su Maoyang's thoughts, and asked in confusion, Miss Su, do you mean? Gongsun Jingji was smart and understood Su Maoyang's intention at once. He smiled and explained, the master meant that the 3 of us, the grandparents and grandchildren, can leave the original family, set up our own business, and form a new Gongsun family. which will become another force in her hands besides the Qingyang medicine shop. Su Maoyang smiled at him, shook his head and added, "That's not entirely right. The Qingyang medicine shop is not a force I formed, but just an industry in my hands. And the new Gongsun family you established is the force I intend to support. So this Qingyang medicine shop will become your industry, and you will be in charge of it." Su Maoyang had this plan since Gongsun Jingji recognized her as the master. She wanted to rebuild the Xianxin Empire. In addition to strength, she also needed a lot of power and industry. If this industry was to be spread all over the Xianxin mirror, she alone would not be able to do it. Then start with the Gongsun family. As for the Qingyang pharmacy, it needs to supply a large amount of medicinal materials and pills. Although Gongsun Jingji can't make pills, he knows medical skills and must have a deep research on the types and efficacy of medicinal materials. Therefore, Su Maoyang was more relieved to let him take care of the medicine shop. Hearing such an arrangement, Master Gongsun, Gongsun Yangon, and even Gongsun Jingji were all shocked and opened their eyes wide. Shocked to the extreme. Today, the revenue of the Qingyang medicine shop is even greater than that of the Alchemy Guild. This is the hottest industry in Yanqing City. But Su Maoyang actually wants to hand over such a profitable industry to the three of them. Such a big deal is simply unbelievable. So, after the surprise, Gongsun Jingji was so excited that he immediately knelt down with his fists clasped, and said gratefully, "Thank you for your trust, Master. From now on, my Gongsun family is willing to go through fire and water for the Master." Without hesitation, Gongsun Lei and Gongsun Yangon also hurriedly clasped their fists and wanted to kneel down. Su Maoyang couldn't let the two elders kneel down to him, so he hurriedly supported them. "Gongsun Lei, Gongsun uncle, don't be so polite." Gongsun Lei was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, and his voice trembled. "Your gift is too big. How can we be so worthy?" He never thought that Su Maoyang had never planned to let them merge into the Qingyang medicine shop from the beginning, but instead wanted to hand over the Qingyang medicine shop to them. Such a feat cannot be summed up by the word support. It is simply a great favor from heaven. So, not only the three of Grandpa Gongsun and his grandchildren were shocked, but even the several ancestors who had been dissatisfied with Su Maoyang just now were so shocked that they twitched their mouths and could not believe their ears. However, the most tactful and sophisticated gray-robed ancestor changed his expression very quickly and hurriedly eased the relationship. "Miss Su, I didn't expect you to be so generous and righteous. We misunderstood you. Gongsun Yuri and Gongsun Jinghao did make big mistakes before. They should be removed from the ancestral home and driven out of the Gongsun family. As for the other two, although they are a little naughty and willful, they are not bad at heart. We, as elders, will definitely keep a close eye on them and will not let them make any mistakes again." And Gongsun Yanpan, who did not teach his children strictly and had no way to lead the family, was also removed from the ancestral home and was no longer a member of the Gongsun family. As for Gongsun Qingji and Gongsun Hongshan, they are not in the position of the head of the family. Many things are ordered by Gongsun Yanpan, and they have no choice. "Jingji, do you think you can be flexible?" The ancestor learned his lesson this time. He knew that Gongsun Jingji had a high status in Su Maoyang's mind. As an outsider, she obviously respected Gongsun Jingji's ideas about the arrangements of the Gongsun family. Therefore, he directly tried to please Gongsun Jingji, hoping that he would be flexible because of their blood relationship. Gongsun Yanpan and his two sons did not expect that the ancestor would give up on them for the Qingyang medicine shop. They were shocked and cried out, "Grandfather!" But the ancestor happened to meet Gongsun Jingji's stubborn temper, leaving no room for negotiation. "Sorry. Don't talk about bargaining. Even if you really do what I say and fire them all, my master doesn't want a family like yours. So, when you started to oppose my proposal, you have already lost the opportunity to seek refuge. So don't waste your energy." Hearing such a decisive answer, several ancestors were furious and said angrily, "Your grandfather has always been in poor health, and your father is a weak person. Do you really think that you, a young man, can revive the Gongsun family? For so many years, without the support of our ancestors? Do you really think that the Gongsun family can survive in Yanqing City for so many years?" Hearing this, Master Gongsun couldn't help but interrupt and explain. "These years, I have no problem with my body. I have been asking doctors all the time. But I just want Jingji to learn more about medicine. So, don't worry, my body. If nothing unexpected happens, it shouldn't be a problem for me to live another 100 years. Gongsun Jingji glanced at his uncle, fourth uncle, fifth uncle, and several younger generations who couldn't help him, and sneered and reminded, ancestors should worry about your own health. If you don't support them, the Gongsun family they belong to will be completely finished. The old ancestor was so angry at Gongsun Jingji that he trembled all over and couldn't speak. Su Maoyang was too lazy to see these ugly faces, and asked coldly, I have made it clear. Why are you still standing here? Do you have to drive you out with a stick before you know that I don't welcome you? You are awesome. Let's go! They all came to the door so shamelessly, but were humiliated like this. How could they stay there? Not to mention that they have the support of the Blood Sword Pavilion behind them. They are not people they can afford to provoke. Today, even if they are angry and dissatisfied, they have to endure it. So, the old ancestor waved his hand, and the rest of the Gongsun family quickly left the Qingyang medicine shop. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Maoyang sat down and shouted to the outside, Gu Qiuyun, go and call Ji Ruiqing and my senior brothers, as well as several brothers from your Aolong group. I have something to explain. Since she had a preliminary plan, she felt that she needed to explain and deploy it in advance. Chapter 2276, there is something important to announce. Gu Qiuyun, who was waiting outside, heard the order and turned around to go down to call people. After a while, the disciples of the Chasing Soul Hall led by Ji Ruiqing and the Proud Wolf group led by Gu Qiuyun all appeared in the hall. Sit down. Su Maoyang saw that everyone was there, and just gave a faint order. Everyone didn't know what she was going to say, and they all sat down in their seats with a puzzled look on their faces. But seeing her serious expression, it seems that there is something important to announce. Just when everyone was guessing differently, Su Maoyang spoke. I plan to support the Gongsun family and make it my new power. The Qingyang medicine shop will be transferred to the name of the Gongsun family and managed by Gongsun Jingji himself. And Master Gongsun and Uncle Gongsun will assist from the side. Hearing this, the disciples of the Chasing Soul Hall and the brothers of the Proud Wolf group were a little surprised. They knew that Su Maoyang valued Gongsun Jingji, but they didn't expect that she valued him to such an extent that she would even hand over the Qingyang medicine shop that she had worked so hard to run to him. It must be said that Gongsun Jingji was really lucky. He followed such a generous master. He would not have to worry about money, elixirs, and resources in the future. Just when everyone envied Gongsun Jingji, Su Maoyang continued. However, the industry I plan to establish is far more than just a Qingyang medicine shop. In the future, there will be other medicine shops, even inns, restaurants, brothels, minerals, weapons, treasures, and other industries that can make money. In the future, the Gongsun family will be fully responsible. Mr. Gongsun was shocked by her sudden arrangement. I thought that handing over the Qingyang medicine shop to them was already a good treatment for the Gongsun family. Unexpectedly, she also planned to build industries in other directions, and all of them would be handed over to the Gongsun family. Such trust and respect made him feel like he was dreaming. However, while he was shocked, he was more confused, and finally couldn't help asking, Su girl, these industries are monopolized by several other families. I'm afraid that our new industries can't compete with other old industries. There was no barrier with Su Maoyang, and Master Gongsun's address to her became obviously more intimate. Su Maoyang just shook her head when she heard it. My goal has never been Yanqing City. What is that? Gongsun Yandan, who was sitting next to the old man, also took over the conversation curiously. Su Maoyang smiled and uttered 3 words. Xianshan Jing. Hearing this, Gongsun Yandan was so scared that he almost fell off the chair. She actually planned to spread these industries all over the Xianshan Jing? Is his ear broken? Or is she crazy? Master Gongsun was also shocked and couldn't recover. He stared at Su Maoyang as if he was looking at a monster. The mysterious mirror covers the territory of the 3 great dynasties of Tiansheng Dynasty, Beiqin Dynasty, and Dian Dynasty. The territory is vast. The forces are intertwined, and it is very complicated, let alone the mysterious mirror. It is not easy to operate these industries in the Tiansheng Dynasty, let alone the Beiqin Dynasty and Dian Dynasty, which are much stronger than the Tiansheng Dynasty. If there is no certain background, capital and strength, it is difficult to survive. let alone operate the industry. So, what she said was undoubtedly a fantasy. Su girl, building these industries is not a joke. There may be a place for Qingyang medicine shop in Yanqing City, but outside this place, people may not look at it. When he thought about the difficulty of this matter, as an elder, he still had to give some advice. Su Maoyang smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart. Don't worry, old man. I believe in Jingji's ability. He will definitely be able to complete the tasks I asked him to do very well. Mr. Gongsun looked at Gongsun Jingji with some worry. Although Gongsun Jingji had some ability, he still didn't quite understand why Su Maoyang trusted his grandson so much. When Gongsun Jingji heard her talk about these industries, he immediately understood her intention and guessed. Master, do you want my Gongsun family to infiltrate the economy of Xianshan Mirror and control the economic lifeline of Xianshan Mirror? Su Maoyang nodded in appreciation. You are worthy of being the person I like. You understand it at once. It's a pity for such a smart person not to do business. If you want to unify Xianshan Mirror and rebuild the empire, you must not only improve yourself, but also have economic and military strength. She planned to leave this economic strength to the Gongsun family. Because, from the time Gongsun Jingji chose to cooperate with her until now, Su Maoyang knew that he was a smart, far-sighted, stable, flexible, and courageous person. So he should have no problem doing business. The master has explained it so clearly. If I still don't understand, wouldn't I be too stupid? Gongsun Jingji smiled modestly. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head, and continued to instruct. There are many industries to be established and operated in the future, and it is definitely not enough to rely on the three of you. So you must pay special attention to the selection of personnel. Your identity must also be kept secret. If outsiders knew that the restaurant, inn, brothel and medicine shop were all from the Gongsun family, it would inevitably attract other people's attention. Therefore, the Gongsun family should keep a low profile. Master, don't worry. I understand this. Anyway, I know medical skills. It's not too difficult to open a clinic and be a doctor to treat people's illnesses. Gongsun Jingji has already made a plan. Su Maoyang saw that he understood the key points and nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that the Gongsun family had taken on such an important task and made so much money, Ji Ruiqing couldn't wait to interrupt. Junior sister, what about us? You called us here, but you didn't just announce such a thing. Right? You can't be partial. Our Silver Ghost Corps saved you and Jun Haotsong after all. Qingyang Medicine Shop is what it is today. And we also have a share of the credit. Su Maoyang glanced at her unhappily. Of course you have a share. And a big share. After getting such an answer, Ji Ruiqing and several senior brothers from the Soul Chasing Hall rubbed their hands in anticipation. Su Maoyang thought it was funny and couldn't help teasing them. You took such good care of me and Haotsong, so you should take care of our daily life in the future. What? You want me to be a maid? Ji Ruiqing screamed, stood up from her seat, her face full of anger, staring at Su Maoyang in disbelief. Su Maoyang held back his laughter and asked in a serious tone. Why? You don't want to? I want to be your grandma's leg. If you really let me be a maid, I will poison you two in the food every day, and I will watch you hugging and kissing each other every night through the window. And see if you dare to let me serve you. Ji Ruiqing said with disdain and viciously. Su Maoyang shuddered when he thought of being intimate with Jun Haotsong, and there were two eyes staring at him outside the window, and cursed him as a pervert. I'm afraid of you. Let me tell you something serious. I mentioned before that I have plans to set up an auction house. You did a great job at the last auction held in the yard. So I plan to set up our own auction houses in various fields of the Xianshan Mirror. Senior sister will be in charge of this matter, and senior brothers from the Silver Ghost Corps will assist. Auctions. I'm good at this. No matter what treasure it is, I can make it look great. Ji Ruiqing auctioned pills last time and served as an auctioneer. He felt that he was at ease, and it was no problem. Su Maoyang reminded solemnly. The focus of the auction is not on the treasure, but on intelligence, dealing with various forces. Your task is to collect intelligence on all regions and forces of the Xianshan Mirror. Do you understand? The auction house is auctioning things on the surface, but it is an intelligence organization in private. What Su Maoyang really wants to build is the intelligence network of the Xianshan Mirror. Chapter 2277 Proposed Marriage. Ji Ruiqing was so shocked by her words that she stopped smiling and nodded blankly. If it was an auction of treasures, it would be very simple. But if it was to collect intelligence, it would be very difficult to deal with the major forces with ease. However, it was precisely because Su Maoyang knew Ji Ruiqing's versatile personality, knew that she was eloquent, worldly, and smart, that he handed such an important task to her. It seems that Ji Ruiqing, this charming and colorful socialite, is still good at dealing with people. The brothers of the soul-chasing hall looked at each other in surprise. Although they didn't understand what Su Maoyang was going to do, it was not a trivial matter to have an intelligence network all over the Xianshan mirror. Thinking of this, they didn't dare to ask anything or say anything. The only idea was to do the things Su Maoyang told them to do well. However, just when they were secretly frightened, Su Maoyang had already set his sights on Gu Qiuyun and several brothers of the Aolong group. Gu Qiuyun and others received her gaze and couldn't help but tense their skin. It seems that they also have a mission. Sure enough, the next second, Su Maoyang ordered in a deep voice. As a mercenary group, the Aolong group is familiar with mercenary missions and the operation of mercenary unions. In the future, mercenary unions will be built in various fields, and an elite killer team will be formed at the same time. This matter will be handled by Gu Qiuyun. Hearing this, Gu Qiuyun understood that Su Maoyang wanted them to build a powerful killer organization. It must be said that he does have some experience in this regard. However, she is in charge of economy, intelligence, and mercenary killers. It seems that what she is going to do is very dangerous. But since he was loyal to Su Maoyang, he would fully support whatever decision she made. So he clasped his fists and accepted the order without saying anything. Yes, I will not fail the master's trust. The other brothers of the Proud Wolf group also clasped their fists and responded in unison. Okay, let's leave it to you today. I will allocate the funds for building the industry to you later. If you need anything or have any difficulties, you can come to me. Su Maoyang knew that these things would not be completed in a day or two. So it is always good to make arrangements in advance and prepare for a rainy day. Well, we understand. Master, don't worry. Everyone nodded in unison. Su Maoyang knew that they had been with her for so long and more or less understood her thoughts and methods of doing things. So he didn't waste any words and waved his hand. You can go down and start doing what I told you to do. Let's adjourn. With that, Su Maoyang got up first, walked out of the hall, and walked towards the kitchen. I'm afraid Jun Haocong is still angry. If she didn't feed the medicine in person, he would probably make trouble with her again. However, when she finished boiling the medicine and opened the door, she saw Jun Haocong sitting on the chair, tapping the table with his bony fingers, staring coldly at her as she walked in with the medicine bowl. Every tap on the table seemed to tap on her heart, making her a little scared. But when she thought of his body, Su Maoyang couldn't help but ask with concern. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Why don't you lie on the bed? Where are your people? Why didn't they come with you? Jun Haocong asked a question that was irrelevant to the question. Su Maoyang was a little confused. My people? What my people? Who else could it be except Gong Sun Jingji? Jun Haocong narrowed his eyes, and his voice became colder. Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment, then immediately remembered the words she had just used to warn those old guys in the hall that Gong Sun Jingji was her man, and laughed helplessly. TSK TSK TSK. The dignified emperor of Yunlu is still eavesdropping. Jun Haocong's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Humph. The voice you defend him can be heard by the entire Qingliang medicine shop. Do you still need to eavesdrop? Exaggerated. Su Maoyang stared at him with a smile, and then scooped a spoonful of medicine and handed it to him. Drink the medicine quickly. Otherwise it will get cold, and you have to boil it again. Jun Haocong saw her coming forward with the medicine, but frowned and refused. I want you to feed it yourself. Am I not feeding you myself? She had already handed the spoon to his mouth. How could she feed him herself? Jun Haocong stretched out his hand and pulled her to sit on his lap, then raised his hand and touched her red lips. I want you to feed her from here. Su Maoyang knew his little thoughts, and a knife eye flew over. I think you are looking for death. As he said, Su Maoyang suddenly reached out and pinched Jun Haocong's mouth, holding the medicine bowl and pouring it straight into him, choking Jun Haocong and coughing several times. You want to murder your husband. Su Maoyang looked at the bottom of the soup and nodded with satisfaction. This time I drank it clean. It seems that I have to feed the medicine like this in the future to be effective. Okay. It's getting late. You should go to bed and rest, Su Maoyong said coldly like an emotionless machine. After saying that, Su Maoyong turned around and was about to leave. Jun Haosong was anxious and quickly grabbed her hand. Stay with me tonight. Just sleep. I can't sleep well when you are not here. Su Maoyong thought of his nightmare, and her heart tightened. After a while, she compromised softly. Okay, I'll stay tonight. But you can only sleep. And you are not allowed to touch me. The next morning, just after dawn, a large group of people suddenly came to the Qingyang medicine shop, carrying dozens of red boxes and pouring in from outside. The footsteps, conversations, and the sound of boxes falling to the ground suddenly made the yard lively. Su Maoyong, who was still sleeping on the couch, frowned because of the noise. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was pierced by the morning light coming in from the window, and closed them again. Why is it so noisy outside? Su Maoyong muttered unhappily. Jun Haosong was impatient and hugged her, not allowing her to get up. Don't worry about them. Stay with me for a while. Su Maoyong couldn't sleep anymore, so she pushed him away. I'd better go and take a look. However, as soon as she got up, she felt a sharp pain in her body, as if she was run over by a car. Thinking of what happened last night, she was furious and punched Jun Haosong. This big liar. What is just sleeping? What is just hugging? What is just kissing? It's all lies. At this time, Ji Ruiqing saved Jun Haosong's life and reported outside the door. Master, have you gotten up? The city lord's mansion just sent someone to deliver the betrothal gifts, saying that they will come to propose marriage. What do you think about this matter? Hearing about the proposal, Jun Haosong, who was still asleep, stood up from the couch and yelled angrily. Propose marriage? Are you looking for death? Before the voice fell, he had already turned over and got off the couch, put on his clothes, and pushed the door out. He wanted to see who was blind and dared to act wild in front of him. Su Maoyong saw him rushing out with murderous aura, and couldn't help sweating for the person who sent the betrothal gifts. Logically speaking, after the last war, everyone in the Tiansheng dynasty knew that she was already married. So how could she do such a ridiculous thing? Chapter 2278 Getting Married Tomorrow. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong quickly put on her clothes and walked out. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still stunned by the scene in front of her. At a glance, the yard was full of boxes, each of which was filled with weapons and medicinal materials. A rough estimate showed that there were probably about 70 or 80 boxes, leaving no room for people to stay. Moreover, the weapons all seemed to be at the holy level, and the medicinal materials were also very good. Such an amazing quantity and quality could be called a big deal. After seeing this scene, Su Maoyong couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and glanced at Jun Haosong with disdain. TSK. When I was in southern Sui, you also gave me a few boxes of medicinal materials as a betrothal gift, and I was very moved by it. I didn't expect that compared with these. It was simply unbearable. It's still my fault that I was too young and got married too early. Jun Haosong was so angry at her blatant disdain that his face turned black. Just as he was about to explode, he saw a handsome figure, waving a fan and smiling from outside. Ha! Boss Jun, are you satisfied with these betrothal gifts? Gu Yudua's voice came before he approached, and his hearty laughter told that he was in a good mood. Jun Haosong had never thought that this person would dare to ask for his opinion after doing such an absurd thing. He was furious and shouted, "You are looking for death." Jun Haosong suddenly raised his arm and slashed at Gu Yudua. The terrifying palm force frightened Gu Yudua so much that his face changed, and he quickly dodged to the side. Luckily, Gu Yudua was agile and reacted quickly, so he escaped. However, he saw that the ground he was standing on just now suddenly turned into a big and deep gully, which made him a little frightened. He angrily questioned Jun Haosong. "Boss Jun, I came here with good intentions to ask Miss Ji to marry you. Why did you hit me as soon as I arrived?" With Jun Haosong's strength just now, if he was a beat slower, he would have been bloody at this time. Jun Haosong was still in a rage, and suddenly heard this. He was stunned for a moment, frowned and asked back, "What did you say just now? Asking Miss Ji to marry you?" "Yes. I have dealt with Miss Ji several times, and I admire Miss Ji's temperament. I heard that Miss Ji was not married yet, so I came to propose marriage. Today I brought so many betrothal gifts, with great sincerity, and wanted to get married." Even if Boss June disagrees, there is no need to kill me. Gu Yunhua was full of anger and grievances, and really didn't understand why Jun Haotsong was so unreasonable. After hearing these words, Jun Haotsong finally understood that he was here to propose to Ji Ruiqing. Perhaps because he was often troubled by Su Maoyang's suitors. He thought it was Su Maoyang when he heard someone proposing marriage. He ignored the fact that in addition to Su Maoyang, there was also Ji Ruiqing, a woman in Qingyang medicine shop. It was his fault that he usually didn't regard Ji Ruiqing, the tiger ant, as a woman, thinking that if Ji Ruiqing was married off, no one would come to hinder him and Su Maoyang from being intimate. Jun Haotsong's eyes, which had just been angry and ready to kill people, were instantly filled with enthusiasm. And he said in a rare friendly manner, "Brother Gu, what are you talking about? I am very happy to be able to marry the city lord's mansion. How can I not agree? It depends on when Brother Gu plans to get married." Ji Ruiqing was just shocked that the person Gu Yunhua wanted to marry was actually her. But she didn't expect that the next second she heard Jun Haotsong selling her out. She was immediately furious and yelled, "Jun Haotsong, you bastard! You sold me out for dozens of boxes of betrothal gifts. Do you have any conscience? Don't slander me. I'm not a profit-seeking person." Jun Haotsong denied righteously, but the next sentence made Ji Ruiqing almost vomit blood. After all, even if there is no betrothal gift, I strongly support this marriage. Ji Ruiqing took a deep breath and tried to suppress the urge to strangle him. He wanted her to marry even without a betrothal gift. This is completely a personal revenge. Her junior brother really doesn't treat anyone as a human except Su Maoyang. It's so bad. Gu Yunhua was overwhelmed by this sudden happiness and scratched his head in confusion. As for the date, I have to go back and ask my father for permission. Don't ask for permission. Let's do it tomorrow. Ji Ruiqing is old and can't delay. Jun Haotsong cut the Gordian knot and set the date directly. Gu Yunhua was stunned by the lightning speed, but Ji Ruiqing was angry and shouted, "Jun Haotsong, can you be a human being?" Su Maoyang saw this pair of sisters and brothers who loved and hated each other, and he held his forehead with tears and laughter, and then said to Gu Yunhua, "Young city lord, getting married is not a trivial matter. It must be mutual. You suddenly came to propose marriage, and my sister is not mentally prepared. I have to ask her opinion first. So, please go back and wait for the news. When there is a reply, I will visit the young city lord in person." Gu Yunhua didn't expect people to agree on the spot, and nodded in understanding. Of course, marriage is a big deal, and you have to think carefully. You can't let Miss Ji down. But no matter how long you think about it, I will wait. Besides, my father specially held a banquet at the city lord's mansion tonight to congratulate Miss Su on pulling out the Qingming sword. I hope Qingyang medicine shop will come. Su Maoyang nodded slightly after hearing this. Okay. Thank the city lord for me. We will be there on time tonight. The young city lord finally came here. Come in and have a cup of tea and rest your feet. Ji Ruiqing saw that Su Maoyang still wanted to keep him, and immediately shot a warning look at Gu Yunhua. The young city lord is busy with all kinds of things. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to drink tea. Gu Yunhua was also a tactful person. He twitched his mouth stiffly, bowed his hands to thank him. He. Yes, I remembered that I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. After that, Gu Yunhua left the Qingyang medicine shop in disgrace. Jun Haotsong saw that he finally had the opportunity to marry Ji Ruiqing, the plague god, but was ruined by Su Maoyang, and complained with some regret. It's rare that someone blindly likes Ji Ruiqing, and you actually have to discuss it with her. It's good enough that someone wants her. Ji Ruiqing just breathed a sigh of relief, and was trembling with anger at Jun Haotsong's poisonous tongue. If looks could kill, Jun Haotsong would have died 10,000 times by now. Fan Yibin, Meng Yusen, Gong Sun Jingji and others around him all covered their mouths and laughed when they heard this. Jun Haotsong was furious just now, but when he heard that it was Ji Ruiqing's business, he immediately gloated over her misfortune and retaliated. His expression changed faster than a slap in the face. I really don't know how many good things Ji Ruiqing has disturbed Jun Haotsong to make him dislike her to this extent. Su Maoyang shook his head with a smile. Okay. You guys don't feel comfortable if you don't quarrel for a day. Right. Haotsong. You too. Even if you don't like senior sister, you shouldn't joke about this. Jun Haotsong glanced at Ji Ruiqing coldly. Who made her always like to be an eyesore in front of me? Childish. Su Maoyang scolded unhappily. Jun Haotsong was unconvinced and retorted. It's better than someone being so self-indulgent that he thought the betrothal gifts were for her, but ended up being disappointed and making a fool of himself when he found out the truth. Humph. He said it was too early to get married, and that the boxes of medicinal herbs he sent before were unbearable to look at. But it turned out that so many betrothal gifts were not for her at all. Chapter 2279 Banquet. Su Maoyang rolled his eyes speechlessly. This man was not only overbearing and jealous, but also childish and narrow-minded. He could not help but sneer. Even if these betrothal gifts are not for me, they are given so much for my sake. Otherwise, with just a Qingyang medicine shop, do you think the city lord's mansion can be so generous? After saying that, Su Maoyang ignored Jun Haotsong and pulled Ji Ruiqing into the house. Before leaving, he did not forget to give a cold warning. My senior sister and I have something to talk about. Don't come in and disturb us. Jun Haotsong was blocked and speechless. His face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out. Ji Ruiqing saw Jun Haotsong was defeated, and was so happy that he almost beat the gong and drum. He made a face at him, and left with Su Maoyang triumphantly. Fang Yibin and others saw the scene, and they all covered their mouths and laughed secretly. It was true that one thing conquers another. Only Su Maoyang can deal with Jun Haotsong, who is so strong, domineering, and cold-blooded. He even dares not say a word when he is angry. It's really interesting to think about it. Jun Haotsong heard their suppressed laughter, narrowed his eyes dangerously, and blurted out a word coldly. Get out. The voice was not loud, but the momentum was terrifying, which frightened the brothers of the soul-chasing hall and the group of proud wolves to instantly stop laughing and turn away. I really don't know where Su Maoyang got such courage. Not only can he face this evil god every day, but he can also quarrel with him fearlessly. You know, they just stand in front of Jun Haotsong, and some of them can't bear the pressure he releases, let alone sleep with him every day. I have to admit that Su Maoyang is really a warrior who can withstand cold and pressure. Su Maoyang, who was being admired by everyone, had already pulled Ji Ruiqing into the house. Today, Gu Yinua came to propose marriage, so she had to ask Ji Ruiqing what she thought. Senior sister, tell me honestly, do you like Gu Yinua? Do you plan to marry him? In Su Maoyang's view, no matter how tough Ji Ruiqing was, she was still a woman, and she would definitely not be able to lose face in front of outsiders. So she had to close the door and listen to her true feelings. Ji Ruiqing obviously had an idea in mind, and refused without thinking. How can I marry him? Although I have dealt with him several times, he is obviously not my type. It is impossible for him and I to be together. Don't get me wrong. Seeing that she rejected him from the bottom of her heart, Su Maoyang chuckled twice. Is the young city lord that bad? Not bad. He is quite good at doing business. But his personality, appearance, and every move are not what I like. To sum up, I just don't feel anything for him. Ji Ruiqing shook her head, recalled the moments she spent with him, and pouted unsatisfactorily. Su Maoyang laughed. What kind do you like? I don't know. I'll tell you when he shows up. Ji Ruiqing winked at her playfully. Su Maoyang saw that she really didn't care about Gu Yinua, so he had no choice but to agree with her. Okay, since this is what you really think, I won't force you. I'll return the betrothal gifts to the city lord's mansion tonight. Don't regret it later. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I won't regret what I decided. Ji Ruiqing, don't know how to write regrets in my life. Ji Ruiqing waved his hands casually, speaking with great pride. However, many years later, Su Maoyang regretted not trying hard to promote this marriage. After all, even if Ji Ruiqing didn't like Gu Yinua, being with him was happier than being entangled in love and hate with that person of different status and suffering all kinds of torture. However, this is all later, since the city lord specially held a banquet to celebrate for her. Su Maoyang couldn't refuse his kindness. So at night, he took everyone from the Qingyang medicine shop to the city lord's mansion. This was Su Maoyang's second visit to the city lord's mansion. But the reason and status were different from the last time. Last time she went to the Qingyang medicine shop to pay tribute. But this time she was treated as a distinguished guest. Think about it. The world is really amazing. Some time ago, they were targeted and made difficult by the major forces of Yanqing City at the banquet. And now even the city lord and the prince of Tiansheng City want to make friends with her. It really fits the saying, It is better to bully a white-bearded man than a poor young man. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang and others have been led into the banquet hall by servants. When the city lord Gu Zhan and the young city lord Gu Yunhua saw them, they all stood up to greet them. Ha! Miss Su, Mr. Jun, please take a seat quickly. We have prepared wine and food, waiting for you to taste them. Gu Zhan personally extended his hand to lead Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong to their seats. His enthusiastic smile made people feel festive just by looking at it. The other party was so polite. Su Maoyang was too lazy to be polite with him, and nodded and sat down. Thank you, Lord City Lord, for preparing so much for us. It's really troublesome. Ha! No trouble. No trouble. Gu Zhan waved his hand hurriedly, but his mouth was full of smiles. Gu Yunhua, who was beside Gu Zhan, looked at Ji Ruiqing and said, Miss Ji, I heard that you particularly like Tine Ranch's dishes, so I specially invited Tine Ranch's chef to come and make a few signature dishes. Can you try them and see if they suit your taste? Although Ji Ruiqing didn't like him, she didn't hate him. Seeing him trying to please her, she felt guilty and politely refused. Young city lord, you are thoughtful. Actually, I don't like Tine Ranch's dishes that much. I just thought they were fresh. But now I'm a little tired of them. Hearing her say this, Gu Yunua's smiling face froze for a moment, and Gu Zhan glanced at Ji Ruiqing with a slightly gloomy face. Anyone who is not a fool can understand that Ji Ruiqing doesn't appreciate Gu Yunua's kindness. Thinking of this, Gu Zhan smiled again and asked, I heard that my son liked Miss Ji and wanted to marry Miss Ji. I saw that Miss Ji was gentle, virtuous, dignified and generous, and was a good match. So I agreed to this marriage. So today I specially prepared a betrothal gift and sent it to your house. I wonder if Miss Ji is interested in marrying my city lord's house. Hearing this praise, not only Ji Ruiqing was embarrassed, but even Su Maoyang found it a little funny. How can a woman who hits people with a hammer be gentle, virtuous, dignified and generous? In order to please her, Gu Zhan really said it. Lord City Lord, Ji Ruiqing is used to being wild outside, always willful and impulsive. And if she really marries into the city lord's mansion, I'm afraid it will delay Mr. Gu. So I sent someone to return the betrothal gifts. And I would like to thank you for your kindness on behalf of Ji Ruiqing. Su Maoyang tried to be tactful, so as not to embarrass Gu Zhan and Gu Yunhua. As she said this, she clapped her hands and asked someone to carry all the betrothal gifts in. Seeing this, Gu Zhan knew that they had no intention of marrying them, and he stopped struggling and nodded in understanding. It's okay. I don't think it's fate. Gu Yunhua was a little disappointed, and quickly interrupted. There's no need to rush this marriage. Miss Ji can think about it for a while. And don't jump to conclusions so hastily. Young city lord, I appreciate your kindness, but you and I have different personalities, so we're really not suitable to be together. Ji Ruiqing refused again. Gu Zhan had no face to continue talking after hearing what the other person said so clearly. He quickly stopped and said, Newer, a forced melon is not sweet. Since the other person doesn't mean that, don't force it. Su Maoyang felt a little sorry. Sorry, Lord City Lord. Ji Ruiqing is straightforward. Don't take it to heart. Ha! Young people are straightforward. I can understand. Gu Zhan smiled and waved his hand, as if he really didn't care. And then perhaps he thought of something. He couldn't help but put away his smile, and said seriously, Speaking of which, today I invited Miss Su to dinner. In addition to celebrating Miss Su's success in drawing the sword, I also have something to ask Miss Su. Su Maoyang thought that he was hosting a banquet to entertain them for Gu Yunhua's marriage, but he didn't expect that from his tone. It seemed that there was something else. Chapter 2280 What I Want. If you have anything to ask, please tell me. Su Maoyang had a good impression of him and Gu Yunhua, and would not hesitate to help if he could, although Gu Zhan was a little embarrassed to speak. He thought of his son's future and pleaded shamelessly. Miss Su, I know that as a direct disciple of Jing Hani of the Blood Sword Pavilion, you are definitely qualified to enter Yintian City. So, I want to ask you, if you have the opportunity to train in Yintian City in the future, can you bring Yunhua with you? Although his strength is not as good as the disciples of the Great Yin Dynasty, he can still run errands for you and help you. Su Maoyang heard about Yintian City for the first time, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Elder Zhenjuan knew that Su Maoyang didn't know about the Great Yin Dynasty, so he explained to her before she asked. Yintian City is located in the Great Yin Dynasty. It is a holy place that all geniuses in the Xianshan realm yearn for. However, because the conditions for entering the city are harsh and the number of places is limited, only super geniuses at the peak level of the Xianshan realm are eligible to enter the city. As the leader of the three dynasties, the Great Yin Dynasty naturally gathers the top geniuses in the Xianshan realm. Therefore, the Great Yin Dynasty has the most places, followed by the Northern Qin Dynasty. But there are only 10 places. As for the Tianxing Dynasty, there is not even one place, and it is directly excluded. In fact, many top geniuses in the Great Yin Dynasty will bring some forces into the city in order to compete for resources in Yintian City. But the people of the Great Yin Dynasty have always been arrogant and almost never recruit disciples from the Tianxing Dynasty. Therefore, even the top geniuses of the Tianxing Dynasty have nowhere to go and have no chance to enter Yintian City. Hearing this, Su Maoyang understood. No wonder Guzhan offered betrothal gifts and invited her to dinner to please her. It was already very difficult for disciples of the Tianxing Dynasty to enter Yintian City without some connections, even if they sent more medicinal materials and weapons. The forces of the Great Yin Dynasty might not look upon them. Gu Yunuo had once protected the Qingyang medicine shop, and at least he was indebted to Su Maoyang. Relying on this friendship, it was understandable that Guzhan wanted to seize the rare opportunity. But the other party didn't know that she was not a disciple of the Bloody Sword Pavilion at all. And she didn't know the senior named Jinghani. So far, she still didn't know what the Bloody Sword Pavilion meant by fabricating such an identity for her. The reason why she didn't expose it was just to use the name of the Bloody Sword Pavilion to intimidate the forces of the Tianxing Dynasty. Who would have thought that Guzhan would ask her to do such a thing? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but have a headache. Just as he was about to refuse, he was interrupted by a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. The city lord has already paved the way for his son before the opening of the city. What a deep father-son relationship. At this time, a group of men and women came in from outside. The housekeeper waiting outside the hall stumbled in and said with difficulty, "Sir, they keep rushing in, and we can't stop them." So, Guzhan saw that they were elders and disciples of the Xianming Temple. He knew that he couldn't stop them even if he came out in person, let alone a housekeeper. He immediately scolded them. "Asshole! You dare to stop the elders of the Xianming Temple. Are you tired of living?" Then, he immediately smiled and apologized. "The Xianming Temple has come, and Gu Mao failed to welcome you. I hope you will forgive me. Ha ha. We came uninvited and disturbed your dinner. It's our fault. You are not guilty." The black-clothed elder who was walking in front glanced at Su Maoyang and others with sharp eyes, and replied with a smile. "Elder He, you are joking. You came in person, and my humble home is honored. How can it be called a disturbance? I was looking forward to inviting Elder He, but I was afraid that Elder He would not be willing to do me a favor." Guzhan smiled and waved his hand, then hurriedly ordered the maid below, "Hurry up and serve the elders and the disciples of Xianming Temple to take their seats." The maid received the order and hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way, and then served dishes and poured wine. And the service was extremely thoughtful. However, this time, only Elder He of Xianming Temple and his disciples came, and Jing Yelong happened to be among them. So Su Maoyang saw him at a glance. Elder He felt her gaze and couldn't help but smile. "I heard that my disciple Jing Yelong and Miss Su are old acquaintances. Now we finally have the opportunity to meet in Yanqing City. I think they want to reminisce about the past. So I wanted him to visit Miss Su early in the morning. Now, I happened to hear that the city lord's mansion held a banquet to entertain Miss Su. So I shamelessly came to join in the fun and ask for a glass of wine. Miss Su and the city lord won't blame me. Right?" Guzhan didn't know that the disciples of Xianming Temple and Su Maoyang had such a relationship. He had a bad premonition in his heart. But he still smiled warmly. "What are you talking about? Elder He? I blamed the city lord's mansion for having few people and not taking good care of Miss Su. Now there are more people. But it's more lively." Su Maoyang also smiled and took over the conversation. "Elder He took into account the friendship between Jing Yelong and me and made a special trip in person. I can't thank him enough. How could I blame him?" But after hearing what he said, Su Maoyang had a rough idea in her mind. She didn't believe that Elder He would go to such great lengths just to help his disciples reminisce with old friends. It seemed that he also had some plans. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang didn't dwell on it too much, as if she didn't know Elder He's intentions, and directly ignored him and greeted Jing Yelong. Mr. Jing, we haven't seen each other for almost a year. How are you recently? She found that Jing Yelong had changed a lot in the past year. He used to be full of vigor and exuded arrogance, but now he seemed to have smoothed his edges and corners, not as sharp as before, and became more stable and mature. Jing Yelong heard this, although his face was calm, but his eyes were floating with joy. It's good to have entered the top-level sect of the Tiansheng dynasty, but you seem to have lost a lot of weight than before. You should pay more attention to your health. Although the two spoke in a flat tone, like a greeting between ordinary friends, there was a lot of fluctuation in their hearts. After all, when the two met and got to know each other in the Northern Spirit Realm, many interesting things happened. Later, they fought side by side and passed the test of the Immortal Palace Gate. The most impressive thing is that when the 9 major sects and all the forces in the 9 Nether Realm attacked her, he, as a foreigner, faced so many old guys with strong backgrounds, and was able to rush into the battle circle fearlessly and lend her a hand. This kindness alone is moving. So, thinking of this, Su Maoyang smiled and couldn't help raising his glass to him. With your concern, I am fine. Speaking of which, I haven't congratulated you on becoming a disciple of the Xianming Temple before. Today I have to toast you a glass. In the battle of the Northern Spirit Realm, everyone was seriously injured. At that time, she almost went crazy to save Jun Haocong, so she didn't have the mind to congratulate and thank Jing Yelong. So today, if she had the chance, she would naturally celebrate for him. However, what Su Maoyang didn't expect was that Jun Haocong, who was standing next to him, also raised his glass to Jing Yelong from a distance and said coldly, "Cheers to you." Seeing this scene and hearing these words, Ji Ruiqing, Fang Yibin, Gong Sun Jingji, and others, who were sitting not far away, all cast shocked glances at him. They had never seen Jun Haocong have a good face towards a man. This was definitely the first time. Chapter 2281 Not Living Well. If it were usual, if a man exchanged glances and laughed with Su Maoyang, Jun Haocong would have been murderous. Now, not only was he not jealous, but he took the initiative to toast the other party. How could it not be surprising? It seems that this man named Jing Yelong has a lot of weight in Jun Haocong's mind. Otherwise, with his bad temper that never looks good to anyone, it is difficult for him to even talk to people. So how could he toast in person? With this consideration, Ji Ruiqing and others looked at Jing Yelong with a lot more admiration. After all, there are not many people that Jun Haocong can respect from the bottom of his heart. Not only them, but even Jing Yelong, who was sitting opposite, was stunned by Jun Haocong's behavior. Obviously, he did not expect Jun Haocong to be so polite to him. But from Jun Haocong's demeanor, his move was not perfunctory, but a sincere congratulation. But he knew that he had no intersection with Jun Haocong. If we talk about friendship, they are obviously not that close. So the only possibility he thought of was the battle in the Northern Spirit Realm. He risked his life to help Su Maoyang, and Jun Haocong was grateful to him. Recalling that Jun Haocong had entrusted Su Maoyang to his mortal enemy, Jing Yelong was touched and understood his actions a little. Su Maoyang was the treasure in his heart, and he regarded her as more important than his life. He helped Su Maoyang at the critical moment of life and death, and Jun Haocong must have regarded him as a benefactor. It's no wonder that Su Maoyang liked such a man. Thinking of this, Jing Yelong felt relieved, raised a broad smile, and raised his glass to respond to Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong with gratitude. After all, I was able to join the Xianming Temple because of you, Su Mo. So I should toast you a glass. There's no need to say more about our friendship. It's all in the wine. Su Maoyang felt warm in her heart when he called her by the name she used in the Northern Spirit Realm. She didn't refute him and drank the wine without hesitation. Jun Haocong didn't waste any words. He said 2 words coldly, "Thank you," and drank it all in one gulp, which surprised Ji Ruiqing and his group. It was the first time they saw Jun Haocong thank someone. Is he dreaming? Jing Yelong was not surprised. Instead, he confirmed his previous guess. He smiled knowingly and drank it all. From Jun Haocong, he learned that if you like someone, you can put yourself aside and fulfill the other person. Elder, he saw that they were indeed on good terms, and he felt relieved. He boldly said, "Miss Su, since you promised the city lord to bring Yu Yuno into Yintian City, you wouldn't mind bringing a few more." Look, these disciples of my Xianming temple are stronger than Guyunhua. You can bring them with you, and use them as you like. They will definitely work hard and satisfy you. Jing Yelong interrupted without giving face. It is Su Mo's freedom to bring more or less people with her. It is better for outsiders to not interfere. Elder He and the disciples of Xianming temple present seemed to have not expected Jing Yelong's tough attitude. Their faces changed slightly, and they looked at him obscurely. Speaking of which, after Elder He learned that Su Maoyang was a disciple of Yagzhuajian Pavilion. He had long wanted to visit him by taking advantage of Jing Yelong's relationship. However, he said all the sweet words, but Jing Yelong refused to ask Su Maoyang to bring the disciples of Xianming temple into Yintian city. If he hadn't captured Jing Yelong's spirit beast and threatened him with it, he would not have come to the city lord's mansion this time. However, since he is here, it means that he still cares about the lives of the spirit beasts and is willing to help them. But who would have thought that Jing Yelong was still so stubborn and had no intention of giving in? Could it be that he would not even care about the life of his own spirit beast for the sake of ridiculous friendship? Haha. Junior brother Yelong. You can't say that. Anyway, Miss Su will bring her own forces to Yintian City. Wouldn't it be better to bring more people and more helpers to stand more firmly in Yintian City? The young man in brown clothes sitting on the other side of Elder, he couldn't help but smile and took over the conversation. With a flattering tone, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Jing Yelong's face was gloomy, and he said sarcastically, "Humph. Only those who can help can be called helpers. With your strength, it's good enough if you don't hold others back." This Ji Yufei, who had humiliated him in public before and asked for mercy for Su Maoyang, now wanted to gain benefits from Su Maoyang. No way. Ji Yufei didn't expect that he didn't care about the safety of the spirit beast at all, and still spoke so recklessly. He was speechless on the spot and looked very ugly. Another young man in blue seemed to be on the same side as the man in brown, and couldn't help but chime in. "Junior brother Yellow, I know you don't want to trouble Miss Su, but you have to think about your future. Senior brother Ji is looking forward to the disciples of our Xianming Holy Temple getting better and better. Forget it. I dare not let you worry." Jing Yelong snorted coldly. Elder He came to please Su Maoyang, so how could he let Jing Yelong's words ruin his plan? He frowned and said, "Yelong, have you forgotten what your master told you? His spirit beast is still in his hands. If he doesn't talk nicely, he can't guarantee that his spirit beast can return to him alive." After hearing this warning, Jing Yelong had to swallow his anger even if he hated them in his heart. He could only pour wine and drink alone to vent his inner anger. Su Maoyang saw this scene and couldn't help frowning and glanced at everyone in Xianming temple. It seems that Jing Yelong doesn't get along well with the elders and disciples of Xianming temple. No wonder. As soon as they came in, she noticed that the atmosphere between Jing Yelong and them was a little subtle. The person who used to be so cheerful and proud now gives people a sense of oppression. It seems that he is not living well in Xianming temple. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was somewhat dissatisfied with Xianming temple. His eyes sank slightly, and he asked, "When did I agree to take Guyunhua to Yintian city? Elder, you want to be my master as soon as you come here." Hearing Su Maoyang's displeasure, Elder He secretly hated Jing Yelong for doing bad things. But he smiled kindly. "How dare I be Miss Su's master? Isn't this for Miss Su's consideration? Considering for me means taking your disciples of Xianming temple? In terms of strength, no one here can compare to my disciples of Yagzhuajian Pavilion. I don't take people from my own sect, but instead take some people who are not presentable. Elder, are you sure you are not harming me?" Speaking of not being presentable, Su Maoyang's eyes deliberately swept across several disciples of Xianming temple, and his contemptuous and sarcastic tone immediately embarrassed the latter to the extreme. Elder He knew that Su Maoyang was angry with the disciples of Xianming temple because of Jing Yelong's attitude, and hurriedly explained, "Miss Su, you misunderstood. In fact, Yelong wanted to go to the city with his brothers and sisters, but he didn't want to trouble you and was worried that he would hold you back. So he never said anything. As their master, I naturally care about their future. Anyway, I am old, so I don't mind asking Miss Su for help. Because of this, Yelong has always blamed me for acting on my own, and he got angry with us today." Chapter 2282, Support Him. Su Maoyang sneered in her heart when she heard this. This old guy is quite good at making excuses. If she didn't know Jing Yelong's personality, she would have been fooled by him and believed his lies. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes were full of sarcasm, and she asked sharply, "Since he doesn't want to trouble me, why did he go with you? Is he cooperating with you to deliberately put on a show for me?" On the one hand, he said he didn't want to trouble her. But on the other hand, he came to see her. Isn't this just pretending in front of her? Elder, he didn't expect Jing Yelong to refuse to cooperate even when the spirit beast was captured. So he was anxious to smooth things over. But he didn't expect this level, and was immediately speechless when Su Maoyang asked. Su Maoyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and looked directly at Jing Yelong. "Tell me honestly, how did they make things difficult for you?" Jing Yelong is not a hypocritical person. If he really didn't want to trouble her, he would never make this trip. He was probably coerced by this group of people. Jing Yelong saw that Su Maoyang's heart was as clear as a mirror, and he couldn't hide anything from her. So he simply confessed. "They captured my spirit beast to threaten me, and asked me to help them get a place in Yantian City." Hearing this, before Su Maoyang got angry, Elder, he scolded first. "Yelong, the master usually treats you well. Why do you slander the master so much? Yes, the master always protects you, and keeps all the good resources for you. You want to monopolize the quota, and are afraid that we will go to Yantian City to grab your resources. You can't confuse right and wrong and frame the master." Ji Yufei opened his mouth, and accused Jing Yelong of selfishness again. After hearing this, Jing Yelong couldn't help but sneer. "Ji Yufei, you are worthy of being Elder He's direct disciple. You have learned all his shamelessness and shamelessness." Jing Yelong, stop cursing here. You slandered master first and humiliated senior brother later. You have failed master and Xianing Temple's cultivation of you. Another man in blue clothes immediately helped to scold, in order to please Elder He and Ji Yufei. Jing Yelong glanced at them coldly and refuted. "Elder He has never accepted me as a disciple. And I don't have such a shameless master. It's better not to call me master casually. Speaking of cultivation, that's even more nonsense. Since I entered the Xianing Temple, I have been self-sufficient. Many resources are earned by me in several trials. They have nothing to do with you. Not only that, you also tried every means to take the black tiger blood from me. Now you have the nerve to talk to me about resources and cultivation." Hearing such a blunt accusation, Elder He's face became even more gloomy and reminded him coldly. "Disciple Yelong, please be careful with your words. You are making up stories, slandering your master, and defaming the Xianing Temple. It is not good for all of us." Jing Yelong could hear that Elder He was reminding him that if he spoke nonsense again, the life of the spirit beast would be in danger. However, since he has already risked everything, why should he be afraid of threats? He will not be controlled by Elder He for the rest of his life. Don't even think about threatening me with spirit beasts. If they die, I will avenge them even if I risk my life. I will never let them die in vain. But if you want to force me to harm my friends, no way." Jing Yelong stood firm and pushed back firmly. You Elder He was so angry that he was speechless. Knowing that Jing Yelong was bullied in Xianing Temple, Su Maoyang was furious and looked at Elder He and shouted, "You old and disrespectful bastard. How dare you bully my friend under my nose? Why don't you hand over his spirit beast?" As a beast master, Jing Yelong's spirit beast is more important than his life. And Elder He threatened him with the spirit beast, which was too despicable and shameless. "Miss Su, don't listen to his nonsense. He just hates me for not investing all the resources in him alone. So he deliberately slandered me. How could I, an elder, capture the spirit beast of one of his disciples?" Elder He strongly denied it. "Yes, we have never done anything to let him down. And please don't listen to Jing Yelong's one-sided words and misunderstand Xianing Temple." Ji Yufei hurriedly distanced himself from the matter, seeing that they refused to admit it. Su Maoyang lost his patience, blew on his nails, and said coldly, "It seems that you will not cry until you see the coffin. Since you are unwilling to hand over Lingshou, then leave your lives behind. You dare! I am an intersect elder of Xianing Temple after all. How dare you touch me?" Elder He never thought that Su Maoyang would actually have the intention to kill him, and immediately shouted angrily. Su Maoyang smiled nonchalantly. "Why not? I don't care about the 9 major sects and the royal family, let alone a mere Xianing Temple. Besides, I think with my identity, even if I kill a few people here, Xianing Temple should not make things too difficult for me. She is now known as the direct disciple of Jing Hani of Yuzhuajian Pavilion. As long as Xianing Temple is not stupid, it will not offend Yuzhuajian Pavilion for an elder and a few disciples. After all, she heard that the geniuses of the 9 sects often went to the Great Yin Dynasty for training. If you offend the forces of the Great Yin Dynasty, you will not be able to move forward in the Great Yin Dynasty in the future. Therefore, Xianning Temple should have weighed the importance of which one is more important. Elder He was indeed afraid of her identity, and he dared not vent his anger. He could only ask back with a dark face. Do you really think you can kill me? At worst, we will die together. Anyway, if my master knows that I am dead, he will definitely kill me in Xianming Temple to avenge me. And none of you can escape. I think so many elders and disciples of Xianming Temple will be buried with me, and they should not be lonely on the road to the underworld, Su Maoyang said lightly, not afraid of taking action at all. Sure enough, hearing these words, Elder He and the disciples of Xianming Temple changed their faces immediately. They knew that their status in Xianming Temple was far less important than Su Maoyang's status in Yangzhuijian Pavilion. If they really died in Su Maoyang's hands, Xianming Temple would definitely not seek justice for them because of the face of Yangzhuijian Pavilion. But if Su Maoyang died in their hands, Xianming Temple would probably hand them over in order to give an explanation to Yangzhuijian Pavilion. So, no matter what the result is, they will die anyway. Thinking of this, everyone in Xianming Temple turned pale and felt cold, as if they were falling into an ice cellar. After analyzing the relationship between the two, Elder He dared not to force Su Maoyang, and immediately gave Ji Yufei a look. Ji Yufei understood that if the current situation continued, they might be in danger of their lives. So he had to wave his hand and release Jing Yelong's spirit beast from the space ring. At this moment, seeing that all his spirit beasts appeared in front of him with bruises all over their bodies, Jing Yelong felt a pang of pain and self-blame in his heart. Or he blamed him for being too weak, which made his companions suffer. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang understood Jing Yelong's feelings and scolded angrily. I thought Xianming Temple was a famous and upright sect, but I didn't expect that they were doing such dirty things behind the scenes. It's really disgusting. Yelong, they are in your hands. You have the final say on their life and death. Su Maoyang was determined to vent his anger on Jing Yelong. Chapter 2283 Death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be escaped. Elder He and the disciples of Xianming Temple did not expect that after releasing the spirit beast, Su Maoyang still had no intention of forgiving them, and they panicked immediately. Elder He warned with an angry face. Su Maoyang, Jing Yelong, don't push your luck. If we really make any mistakes, Xianming Temple will not kill you, but will make you lose a layer of skin. After all, I have been in Xianming Temple for so many years, and I am not a vegetarian. As long as he can vent his anger, it doesn't matter if he loses a layer of skin. Anyway, I have strong recovery ability. I don't have to wait for the next life. I will be a brave man again next month. Su Maoyang fought back fearlessly. This time Elder He finally understood why Jing Yelong could become friends with Su Maoyang. Because both of them are stubborn and hard-headed. They are simply like-minded. But Jing Yelong was moved by Su Maoyang's unconditional protection. He really didn't make a mistake. He once risked his life to save the entire ancient Flying Dragon clan. It was worth it at this moment. However, although he knew that Su Maoyang was determined to support him, he couldn't make things difficult for Su Maoyang. Because although Elder He was insidious and vicious, and these nominal senior brothers and sisters were also despicable and shameless, they were all members of the Xianming Temple. If they really died, even if the Xianming Temple would not take Su Maoyang's life, it would at least let her give an explanation. Otherwise, where would the majesty of the Xianming Temple be? And how would it survive in the future? Thinking of this, Jing Yelong shook his head. It's not necessary to die. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Everyone was relieved when they heard this. But before they could be thankful for Jing Yelong's mercy, they heard him continue. But the death penalty can be spared. But the living crime cannot be escaped. You have hurt my spirit beast so badly. All of you should cut off one arm to apologize. What? Cut off your own arm? You might as well kill us. Ji Yufei stood up on the spot in anger. Although they were not as good as the top geniuses, they were all arrogant and had great prospects. If they broke their arms and became disabled, it would be worse than death. Jing Yelong's move was even more heartbreaking than killing them. The other disciples were also emotional and gnashed their teeth. Jing Yelong, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. We are from the same sect after all. But you want to kill us all? You should be grateful that I didn't take your lives. Why are you complaining so much? Su Maoyang listened to their chattering. glanced at them with disgust, and then suggested to Jing Yelong, "I say, it's better to cut the grass and root it out to prevent future troubles. Look, you spared their lives." But they didn't appreciate it. Hearing Su Maoyang's instigation, Elder He's heart was lifted again. At his age, he was not as arrogant as the youngsters. Naturally, he put his life first. So he had to suppress his anger and persuaded. "Jing Yelong, it was my idea to capture your spirit beast and threaten you. If you really want to vent your anger, I can cut off my arm. But please spare your brothers and sisters. They are just following my orders, and they are not guilty of this." Jing Yelong seemed to have not expected Elder He to make such a selfless proposal. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he couldn't help but sneer. "Ha. I can't believe that the selfish, despicable Elder He is still asking for protection. Well, since you are so protective of your disciples, I'll give you a face and spare them once." Jing Yelong didn't want to make a big deal and cause trouble for Su Maoyang. Besides, it was rare to see Elder He's affectionate side. So he agreed to his request. He was only halfway through his words when he looked at Ji Yufei and the others again and ordered in a cold voice, "However, you have also done a lot of bad things for Elder He. Now I'll give you a chance to kowtow to my spirit beasts and apologize until I am satisfied. Otherwise you will never leave the city lord's mansion safely. You actually asked us to kowtow to the spirit beasts. Don't go too far." The man in blue clothes seemed unable to bear such humiliation and roared in disbelief. Su Maoyang took over the conversation coldly. "It seems that you want to cut off your arm. I can help you." The man in blue was stabbed by the cold light in Su Maoyang's eyes. The powerful breath rushed to his face, which made his legs and feet weak. He knelt down immediately. I kowtow." Seeing Zhong Mingjing kneeling in front of the spirit beast like a coward, the young woman in orange clothes next to him instantly flashed a strong look of disgust. In her opinion, Zhong Mingjing, a man, was so spineless that he knelt down before a group of spirit beasts because he was scared by a woman. However, as soon as she had this idea, the other senior brothers and sisters around her all knelt down. As a result, she stood in the center and became particularly abrupt. "Tell me, which one do you plan to cut off?" Su Maoyang looked up at her. His cold eyes swept across her white and delicate hands, and his serious tone seemed to be really asking for her opinion. But who would have thought that the opinion he was asking for was which hand to cut off? At this moment, the orange-clothed woman was stared at by Su Maoyang himself, and she completely understood why Zhong Mingjing knelt down without any backbone. Even she was frightened by this terrifying look like a bottomless abyss and shuddered. Ji Yufei seemed to think highly of the orange-dressed girl. Seeing Su Maoyang's murderous intent, he hurriedly grabbed her sleeve and made her kneel down. Su Maoyang obviously had murderous intentions towards them. If Jing Yelong had not intended to kill them, they would have been beheaded by now. Therefore, they had better be cautious in front of Su Maoyang. Thinking of this, Ji Yufei didn't care about his face or pride, and immediately kowtowed obediently. Seeing that Ji Yufei had endured humiliation to such an extent, how could others dare to say anything wrong? And they all kowtowed obediently to admit their mistakes. In fact, this was the first time they kowtowed to a spirit beast. Kneeling and kowtowing to others was extremely humiliating, let alone to a spirit beast. It must be said that Jing Yelong really humiliated them to the extreme. However, Jing Yelong was still not satisfied. He frowned and said coldly, "You knocked so lightly. Didn't you eat?" Hearing this roar, all the disciples of Xianming Temple knocked hard, and every time they hit the ground, there was a heavy impact sound, which made people feel painful just by listening. So, after a while, they were covered with blood. But even if they knocked to a bloody mess, Jing Yelong never meant to stop. At this time, he looked at Elder He instead and asked coldly, "Why?" Elder He plans to wait until they finish knocking before breaking it. If you can't do it, I don't mind helping you. But if I do it, I guess I can't control the strength. Hearing this, Elder He's already ugly face turned even paler. Knowing that he couldn't escape this disaster, he finally closed his eyes, hardened his heart, and cut his left arm. Seeing blood splattering, the arm that once turned the hand to the cloud, and the hand to the rain rolled naked in front of the disciples of Xianming Temple. Chapter 2284. A good show. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Xianming Temple were so frightened that their pupils trembled. Their faces turned pale, and they froze for a few seconds before they kowtowed vigorously. They knew that Jing Yelong was serious this time. And if he was not careful, he might really take their lives. When Jing Yelong saw that elder, he had received the punishment he deserved. He lost interest in torturing them, and waved his hand in disgust. Forget it. All of you get out of here. He avenged the spirit beast and vented his anger. And he really didn't want to see this group of disgusting people. Hearing Jing Yelong's resignation, several disciples of Xianning Temple were as if they had been pardoned. They didn't care about the injury on their foreheads at all, and hurriedly helped elder he to quickly escape from the city lord's mansion. Seeing the annoying people gone, Jing Yelong looked at Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong with an apologetic face. I'm sorry. Not only did I disturb your meal today, but I also let you see such an embarrassing scene. You deliberately came to my house to perform such a scene for me, and you still have the nerve to pretend to apologize here. It seems that your strength has not improved much during this period, but your mind has improved a lot. Su Maoyang glanced at him unhappily and teased with a smile. Being exposed directly by her, Jing Yelong was stunned, and then laughed. Ha ha ha. You are really a smart person. Nothing can be hidden from you. How could a person who loves spirit beasts so much take such a risk? He just made sure that I would stand up for you, Su Maoyang said knowingly. Jing Yelong smiled awkwardly, with a flattering tone. I trust you as a friend. If it were someone else, I wouldn't dare to gamble. Su Maoyang was willing to be an enemy of all the forces in the Nine Netherworld for Jun Haotsong and her friends, which shows that she is a person who values friendship and loyalty. Therefore, he expected that if Su Maoyang really regarded him as a friend, he would seek justice for him from the Xianming Temple at any cost. So, when Elder He captured his spirit beast, he took advantage of the situation and agreed to Elder He, willing to get a place for them. Elder He never thought that he would change his mind at the last minute, and was caught off guard, trapping himself. Su Maoyang felt warm in his heart when he heard this, but he pretended to be angry and sarcastically said, We haven't seen each other for so long, and you use me as soon as we meet. You are getting more and more powerful. Haha. I really didn't want to bother you because of these trivial things, but they are too bullying, so it's better to teach them a lesson. It can also be regarded as collecting some interest for your deception of my feelings in the Northern Spirit Realm. Jing Yelong winked and spoke eloquently, as if he had returned to the time when he was with Su Maoyang in the Northern Spirit Realm. When Jun Haotsong heard this, his face darkened and he asked in a cold voice, Tell me, how did she deceive you? Su Maoyang knew that Jun Haotsong couldn't stand hearing this, so he stopped her immediately. Don't talk nonsense. I just concealed my identity as the Emperor's concubine and experienced it with you. How could I deceive you? Jing Yelong was amused to see that Su Maoyang, who was fearless, was afraid of Jun Haotsong's investigation, but considering that she had just vented his anger for him, he still helped to explain tactfully. You hid your identity and deceived me all the way. In the end, I found out that the Emperor's concubine I was curious about was right beside me. You made a lot of fools of me. If this is not deceiving me, then what is it? After hearing this answer, Jun Haotsong's face eased a little, but it didn't mean that he didn't care at all. At the beginning, I heard that you wanted to marry her back as the prince's concubine. When he said that, Jing Yelong immediately recalled what he had said to Yunlu Dark Domain. He felt weak in his heart, but he defended himself with a righteous face. When Su Imo was in trouble, your forces in Yunlu Dark Domain refused to help, so I had to use this kind of words to stimulate them. If I hadn't provoked her like this, Su Imo would not have survived until you came, and would have died. You should thank me for that. Jun Haotsong knew he was in the wrong, and he was too lazy to argue with him. He said a few words coldly. It's better this way. Su Maoyang and Jing Yelong both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Jun Haotsong was no longer pursuing the matter. At this time, the city lord couldn't wait for Su Maoyang's reply, and interrupted anxiously. Well, Miss Su, what I just told you. You see, Su Maoyang heard this, and then remembered what Gu Zhan asked her to do, and said with embarrassment, Lord City Lord, my maid in Qingyang medicine shop was seriously injured. It will take a long time to find herbs to treat her injuries, so going to Yantian City is not within my consideration for the time being. I can't answer you now. It's okay. This is not urgent. It's important to treat the injury first. I just hope that Yunua can stay with you and go out for some experience. As for when to go to Yantian City, I won't force it. Gu Zhan waved his hand very understandingly. Su Maoyang didn't expect that he was determined to push Gu Yunua to himself, and twitched the corner of his mouth awkwardly. We still have important things to do. The road is dangerous, and it is really inconvenient to bring the young city lord. How about this? If I really have the opportunity to enter Yintian City, and there are extra places, I will definitely find a way to bring him. How about it? At present, she certainly cannot bring Guyunua with her. After all, her identity as a disciple of the Blood Sword Pavilion is fake. If Guyunua follows her, her identity will soon be exposed. So it is better to be safe. As for entering Yintian City, it is still unknown. But if there is really a place where she can help, Su Maoyang is still willing to give the city lord a face. Okay. I feel relieved with Miss Su's words. Gu Zhan did not force her. After hearing her promise, he stopped talking and said no more. He immediately toasted her with gratitude. That night, the city lord's mansion was full of laughter and singing and dancing. But Fu Minqiu, who lived in the restaurant, was gloomy and uneasy. At this time, Gao Jun, the servant beside him, came in quickly from outside and reported, "Master, I heard that Miss Su really went to the dinner at the city lord's mansion tonight, and she hasn't come out of the city lord's mansion yet. I think she is discussing marriage." Attending the dinner? Could it be that she really agreed to this marriage? Fu Minqiu was shocked and asked in disbelief. Then he shook his head in disbelief. No! Impossible. Su Maoyang is already married. And she married a jealous man. Her strength and appearance are far better than Guyunua's. How could she agree to this marriage? I don't know about this. Anyway, many people on the street saw Guyunua bring dozens of boxes of betrothal gifts to the Qingyang medicine shop this afternoon. In the evening, Miss Su was seen taking people from the Qingyang medicine shop to a banquet. So now the news that the city lord's mansion is going to marry the Qingyang medicine shop is spreading. But I don't know whether it is true or not. Hearing this, Fu Minqiu frowned solemnly. No. I have to go and find out for myself. Be patient. Dad will accompany you tomorrow. However, before he could take action, he saw the Prime Minister push the door and walk in. Fu Minqiu's face flashed with surprise. Dad? It's so late. Why are you here? Also, what do you mean by accompanying me tomorrow? Do you agree to help me propose marriage to Su Maoyang? Chapter 2285 Have I Become Ugly? The Prime Minister saw that he still had feelings for Su Maoyang, and he was so disappointed that he slapped him on the head again. You said that you can't think of anything else except getting married? Fu Minqiu covered his head and stared at Fu Hexian with a face full of resentment. Other fathers are rushing to give betrothal gifts for their sons and arrange marriages. But my father can't do anything and only knows how to teach people. Why is the gap between people so big? Humph. You still have the nerve to say that. If you were better looking than Jun Haocong and stronger, would your father not even have the courage to come to propose marriage? Fu Hexian snorted angrily and pretended to hit him again. Fu Minqiu stepped back hastily, covering his head, and said, How can you blame me? I am ugly because of you. What's more, Guyunua is uglier than me. But he has a father who protects him. You little bastard. You dare to talk back. If you were less angry with me, I wouldn't beat you up every day. Fu Hexian cursed. But when he thought about meeting Su Maoyang tomorrow, he reminded him seriously, Go to Qingyang Pharmacy tomorrow. Don't mention marriage proposal again. If it offends you, Miss Su, I will beat you up until your head is covered with lumps. Fu Minqiu was upset and said angrily, You are not going to propose marriage to me. Why are you going to the Qingyang medicine shop? Fu Hexian heard him still talking about proposing marriage, and was angry at him for not fighting back. He couldn't help but slap him twice. Propose marriage. Propose marriage. You only know how to propose marriage. Of course, I have more important things to do. Remember to bring the crazy flame sand that I asked you to find before tomorrow. TSK. The important thing is to deliver medicinal materials to the Qingyang medicine shop? Fu Minqiu rolled his eyes in irony. Miss Su is now focused on finding medicinal materials. This is not important. What is important? Fu Hexian pointed at him and warned fiercely. Behave well tomorrow, or I'll make you look bad. After that, Fu Hexian brushed his sleeves, stepped out of Fu Minqiu's room, and quickly disappeared into the night. Fu Minqiu helplessly held his forehead. If he had not been born in the Prime Minister's mansion, he would have suspected that Fu Hexian was not his father, but Su Maoyang's father. At the Qingyang Pharmacy, after 2 days of recuperation, He Dao's injuries had healed, and there was no sign of any signs. So he quietly came out of the room and waited at the door of the pharmacy while Jun Haotsong was out. These 2 days, thanks to Su Maoyong setting up a barrier for him in the room. Otherwise, with Jun Haotsong's insight, he would have known his existence long ago. Fortunately, they went out today, and he could just return to Jun Haotsong's side naturally. Therefore, when he saw Jun Haotsong coming back, He Xiao immediately stepped forward and saluted. Master. Jun Haotsong didn't expect He Xiao to find out about the Qingyang medicine shop so quickly, and was somewhat surprised to see him suddenly appear. Didn't you say you were going to the Northern Qin dynasty to train? Why did you come back so soon? Master doesn't like to be served by others, and I'm really worried when I'm not around, He Xiao said respectfully. Jun Haotsong looked at him and saw that he was intact, and nodded. I don't need to take care of you. But the Salua realm is not as good as the Joyo realm after all. It's inconvenient for you to be alone outside, so it's good to have someone to take care of you when you come back. Su Maoyong saw that they had reunited after a long time, and knew that now was a good time to run away. So he couldn't help but patted He Xiao's shoulder. I haven't seen you for so long. I guess you have a lot to talk about. I won't disturb you tonight. I'm going to see Shi Nuo. After that, Su Maoyong fled to the backyard of the medicine shop. Last time, she innocently accompanied Jun Haotsong to sleep, but he still moved his hands and was dishonest. So she was determined not to stay with him tonight. Seeing that she avoided him like a plague god, Jun Haotsong's face suddenly darkened, staring at her back, and was so angry that he couldn't speak. He and He Xiao are 2 grown men, and they are 2 grown men who can't even fart with 8 sticks. They can't say more than 10 words a day. What on earth can they talk about? In order to perfunctorily deal with him, and not want to stay with him, Su Maoyong can really say all kinds of nonsense. Women are really ruthless. Ji Ruiqing and others watched the show and lingered on Jun Haotsong and He Xiao, and then followed them into the door of the medicine shop with a smile. Seeing that everyone had left, Jun Haotsong couldn't help but look down at himself and asked He Xiao, Have I become ugly? He Xiao was confused and puzzled. No. The master is still as handsome and dazzling as before. Is it because my clothes are not good-looking? Jun Haotsong asked. He Xiao was even more confused. He looked at him carefully and flattered him with amazing eyes. The master is dignified and handsome, no matter what clothes he wears. They are particularly good-looking. That shouldn't be. Jun Haotsong murmured in confusion, turned around and went into the medicine shop. Then suddenly stopped and ordered him. My clothes are old. Go buy me a few nice ones tomorrow. He Xiao was even more confused after hearing such an order. You know, he has been with Jun Haotsong for so many years, and this is the first time he has received such a strange task. Asking a secret guard to buy clothes? Did he hear it wrong? Besides, his master has never cared about his appearance and clothes for so many years. Why did he suddenly start to care about these things? The next morning, Su Maoyong finally slept in, but she heard Gu Qiuyun come to report that the Prime Minister had come, and it was said that he had found the crazy flame sand for her. Su Maoyong was grateful to the Prime Minister. After all, the last time the major forces of the Tianxing dynasty collectively surrounded her and Jun Haotsong, it was all thanks to the Prime Minister's righteous words and help. What's more, he brought such rare materials for her this time. Su Maoyong naturally couldn't neglect such a distinguished guest, so he immediately told Gu Qiuyun and others to entertain him well, and he quickly rushed to the reception room. Unexpectedly, Jun Haotsong had already arrived in the hall before her, and had morning tea with Fu Hexian and Fu Minxiu. Therefore, Su Maoyong felt the strange atmosphere as soon as he entered. He took a look at Jun Haotsong's calm and composed look, and immediately knew his little thoughts. Seeing Su Maoyong coming, Fu Hexian was obviously relieved, and quickly stood up and greeted. Miss Su. Seeing this, Su Maoyong hurried forward. Prime Minister, please take a seat quickly, and there is no need to be polite to me. Fu Hexian smiled and nodded, then winked at Fu Minxiu. Fu Minxiu was coerced by him, and could only apologize perfunctorily. I offended Miss Su with inappropriate words last time, and I hope Miss Su will not take it to heart. This is my apology. As he said, Fu Minxiu stretched out his hand and handed over a box. Fu Hexian hurriedly explained, I heard that Miss Su has been looking for a few medicinal herbs. My strength is limited, and I only found the crazy flame sand. I hope Miss Su will not despise it. Su Maoyong heard this and took the box respectfully, saying gratefully, the Prime Minister not only saved our lives, but also sent us such precious medicinal materials. I really have no way to repay this great favor. So how could I despise it? Miss Sue, since you can remember the kindness of an old man like me, then I will speak frankly. In fact, I came here today to talk to you privately about something. As he said this, Fu Hexian glanced at Jun Haotsong meaningfully. Su Maoyong heard that he brought medicinal materials to the door, and he knew without thinking that he had something to ask for. So there was no surprise. I think the Prime Minister is here to enter Yantian City. Right? Fu Hexian smiled and shook his head when he heard this. I came here for something else. Chapter 2286 The Qi Family. Su Maoyong raised her eyebrows in surprise. Anything else? Seeing how attentive he was, she thought the Prime Minister's mansion was also interested in Yantian City. But who knew that the other party was not here for this purpose? Fu Hexian nodded solemnly, but did not say much. Obviously because he was afraid of Jun Haotsong's presence. Seeing that he looked embarrassed, Jun Haotsong put down his teacup and said coldly, "The Prime Minister is unwilling to speak in front of me. Could it be that he wants to propose marriage to Fu Minxiu?" The cold tone was like a gust of cold wind blowing, which immediately gave Fu Hexian goosebumps. Facing those blue eyes that were as dangerous as poisonous snakes, Fu Hexian was shocked and waved his hands hurriedly. No. Mr. Jun misunderstood. I knew Miss Sue was already married. How could I do such a wicked thing to break up someone's marriage? Hearing this, Su Maoyong breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing him so mysterious, she thought it was a big deal. But she did not hide Jun Haotsong's plan, and said bluntly, "Prime Minister, don't worry. Haotsong is someone I trust. You can say whatever you want." Although Fu Hexian was a little embarrassed, Su Maoyong said so. He couldn't bring it up again. Not to mention that Jun Haotsong sat there calmly from beginning to end, with no intention of leaving. And it was clear that he wanted to supervise their conversation. He wouldn't force people to leave. Right? In desperation, he had no choice but to ask boldly, "I wonder if Miss Sue knows the Xianshan King?" Mu Qiongtian. Suddenly hearing the name of the Xianshan King, Su Maoyong's heart suddenly trembled, thinking back to the past, and immediately had a guess. Could it be that the Prime Minister's mansion is one of the 10 old subordinates? Fu Hexian heard that she knew the 10 old subordinates, so she must know the King of Xianshan. He simply nodded and admitted, "Miss Sue is smart. We are one of the 10 old subordinates of King of Xianshan, descendants of the Qi family. When the family suffered a devastating disaster, we had to change our names and live in seclusion in the downtown area. That's how we got the current Prime Minister's mansion." Haha. You are so straightforward. You told me such a big secret directly. Aren't you afraid that I have ulterior motives? Su Maoyong teased with a smile in his eyes. If it were someone else, of course I would be afraid. But during this period, based on my understanding of Miss Sue, I know that Miss Sue is a person who values love and friendship, and will not do those shameful and dirty things. What's more, my Prime Minister's mansion has also done you a favor. You won't repay kindness with hatred. Fu Hexian was able to find her, so he naturally investigated her experience, background, and character in depth. Moreover, from the various events from her pulling out the Qingming sword to supporting the Gongsun family, it seems that she has some connection with King of Xianshan. Therefore, he boldly guessed that Su Maoyong might have received the instruction of the Xianshan king. However, this matter was serious. Before he personally confirmed with Su Maoyong, he still did not dare to easily reveal the identity of the Prime Minister's mansion, and did not even reveal a word in front of Fu Minxiu. So Fu Minxiu, who had been kept in the dark, was really shocked when he suddenly heard such a truth. He stared at Fu Hexian with a shocked face and exclaimed, "The Qi family? Is it the race recorded in the history books that was born with a terrible force field? Yes, we are the descendants of the Qi family, because the Qi family has been blessed by the God King. They are born with a force field talent." Fu Hexian had already revealed his true colors to Su Maoyong, so he naturally didn't intend to continue hiding it. However, the truth was like a bolt from the blue, which made Fu Minxiu look dazed. He smacked his lips in disbelief and sighed. "We are actually descendants of the Qi family? Oh my god! Am I dreaming?" Thinking of all these years without any clues, Fu Minxiu was very depressed and shouted in dissatisfaction, "My dear father, you have concealed it too well. Such an important thing was not told to me. Am I still your son? Why should I tell you? Haven't you caused enough trouble in normal times? Do you want to cause a fatal disaster?" Fu Hexian glared at him fiercely. This is related to the lives of the entire family. The longer the secret is kept, the safer the descendants of the Qi family will be. Therefore, before the younger generation who can revive the Qi family appeared in the Prime Minister's mansion, Fu Hexian planned to keep it a secret for a lifetime. But the appearance of Su Maoyang made him change his mind. If that junior was not from the Qi family, he would try to establish a good relationship with him and get his help. This is also the reason why he had to protect Su Maoyang even when facing the siege of so many powerful forces. According to what you said, as a descendant of the Qi family, don't I also have the legendary force field? Fu Minxiu discovered the shocking secret and asked excitedly. But thinking of the years of cultivation, it was still quite puzzling. That's not right. I have never felt the force field since I grew up. I can't be your biological child. Fu Hexian was furious and slapped him again. Of course, it was sealed for you. Otherwise you could have lived until now. Fu Minxiu heard that the power was sealed, and he didn't care about being beaten, and urged excitedly. Tell me quickly. What force field is sealed in my body? When can it be unsealed? The Qi family has two types of force fields, the killing force field and the soul-soothing force field. The killing force field can suppress and weaken the opponent's spiritual power, speed, and defense. The more powerful ones can even make the martial arts collapse without attacking, causing the opponent's internal organs to burst and die. The soul-soothing force field can suppress the opponent's mental power and soul power. When cultivated to a certain level, it can directly shatter the opponent's spiritual sea, kill the vitality from the soul and spirit, and make the opponent lose consciousness. I came here today to help you unblock it. But all these require Miss Su's help. As he said this, Fu Hexian turned his eyes to Su Maoyang, waiting for her answer. Su Maoyang shook his head after hearing this. Prime Minister, you are too polite. I don't have a way to unlock the force field seal, and I don't know much about the power of your clan. However, I did meet the king of Xianshan and inherited his legacy. It's just that at that time, he was only a remnant soul left, unable to revive the Xianshan Empire. So he handed the burden of finding the 10 old subordinates to me. I think you have already seen the clues from the Gongsun family. Although Fu Hexian had some guesses, he didn't dare to think deeply. Of course, he didn't expect that Su Maoyang, a yellow-haired girl, actually inherited the king of Xianshan. Such an honor is not necessarily available even to the top geniuses of the Great Yin dynasty. So, after hearing these words, even Fu Hexian, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but be shocked. The fact that Miss Su was chosen by King Xianshan to take on such an important responsibility shows her talent and potential. I believe that with Miss Su's support, my Prime Minister's mansion will be able to go further. After all, Fu Hexian has lived to this age. After hearing her admit her identity in person, he immediately knelt on the ground with his fists clasped, expressing his intention to follow her. Su Maoyang hurried forward to help him up. Prime Minister, there is no need for such a great gift. When it comes to support, I can only provide you with some resources. As for the innate power of your clan, I can't help. You have to rely on yourselves. So I'm afraid I can't help much in removing the force field seal. Don't worry, Miss Su. We can remove the seal ourselves. I just hope that Miss Su can lead the Qi family and let us have the ability to protect ourselves and stand in the world. If Miss Su is willing to support us, my Qi family will swear allegiance to us until death. Fu Hexian has had enough of the Qi family hiding and being looked down upon. So he urgently hopes that Su Maoyang can help the Qi family become stronger and appear in front of the world. Chapter 2287 The News That Came. As he spoke, Fu Hexian swung his arm and hit Fu Minxiu on the knee, and shouted in a low voice, Come over and meet your master. Fu Minxiu was caught off guard by the beating. His legs softened, and he immediately knelt in front of Su Maoyang. He was just asked to recognize Su Maoyang as his master, but he was not willing to do so. He immediately struggled to get up. What? Master? Are you kidding? Other fathers were rushing to propose marriage to their sons, but his father was holding his head down to be a slave. Is there such a father in the world? What's more, Su Maoyang was the woman he loved, and it was embarrassing for him to be shorter than the woman he loved. Su Maoyang saw that both father and son were kneeling in front of her, which was really awkward. So she quickly agreed. Prime Minister, Master Fu, you really don't have to do this. I was entrusted by the King of Xianshan to support the Qi family. As long as you trust me, I will do my best to help you. Okay, with Miss Su's words. I feel relieved. I am here to thank you on behalf of the Qi family. When Fu Hexien heard that she was willing to support the Qi family with all her strength, the stone in his heart fell to the ground, and he immediately stood up excitedly to thank her. Su Maoyong still had some concerns. There should be several ancestors in the Prime Minister's mansion. I wonder if the ancestors agree with you following me. Although he had the intention to follow, it did not mean that the Qi family had the same intention. After all, she was just a yellow-haired girl who was still wet behind the ears, and it was hard to convince people. However, Fu Hexien was well prepared. Don't worry, Miss Su. I have already discussed this with the ancestors before I came to visit. They all support my decision. But they are far away in Tiansheng City and can't get here in time. So they sent me to negotiate with Miss Su. When Fu Minxiu heard that everyone knew except him, he protested angrily. I am the last one to know after all this. Why don't you ask for my opinion? I haven't agreed to follow Su Maoyong yet. When Fu Hexien heard that he dared to object, he slapped him on the head again. You have the right to object? Miss Su is willing to take you in. Just be happy. Can you please stop hitting me on the head? I'm almost stupid. At least give me some face in front of others. Fu Hexien was embarrassed to the extreme in front of the woman he liked. Humph. If you were born smarter, I wouldn't be willing to hit you. Fu Hexien glared at him with disdain. As he said that, Fu Hexien said to Su Maoyong with an apologetic face, My son is naughty. Please bear with me in the future. Miss Su. Su Maoyong really didn't expect that the Prime Minister, who was usually so suave and glorious outside, would be so aggrieved in front of his father. Although she felt funny in her heart, she was still polite. Mr. Fu is kind-hearted, straightforward, and generous. He is not naughty at all. It's the Prime Minister who is too polite. Just call me by my name from now on. Ha. Okay. Then don't call me Prime Minister. Just call me Uncle Fu. Fu Hexien saw that Su Maoyong didn't have the slightest arrogance, and still respected him as a junior to an elder, and nodded with satisfaction. Then thinking of Fu Minxiu's future, Fu Hexien couldn't help but ask, speaking of this child, Fu Minxiu, although naughty, has good talent, but unfortunately his temperament is not stable enough. He is easily proud and complacent, and lacks combat experience. If he can temper his temper and dampen his spirit, he will surely go further. And with your strength, Lian girl, you can't stay in Yanqing City forever. You are destined to go to a wider world. So, I thought, if you don't mind, can you take Fu Minxiu out to see the world? Fu Hexien knew clearly that Miss Su was willing to support the Qi family for the kindness of the Xianshan king. But it was only temporary. If she wanted to be tied to her for a long time, she needed to have a strong relationship with her. And Fu Minxiu was the best bond to maintain this friendship. Even if they couldn't be husband and wife, they could always be good friends who went through life and death together. To be honest, Fu Hexien's requirements were not harsh. On the contrary, Su Maoyong himself had this plan. Because it is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. To support a family, it is not that giving some resources will make it successful. It is necessary to make the strength of the younger generation stronger and revitalize the family from the root. Otherwise, relying on resources and external forces alone is not a long-term solution. Therefore, it is very necessary to take Fu Minxiu out to experience. So, Su Maoyong nodded without thinking. Don't worry. Even if Uncle Fu doesn't say it, I will take him with me. Fu Hexien's face suddenly lit up with joy when he heard this. Okay. It's settled. I won't disturb Lian Girl's rest. If Lian Girl has any instructions in the future, just send someone to notify me. Uncle Fu, you guys finally came to my pharmacy as guests. Let me do my best to be a host. Eat before leaving. Su Maoyong tried to keep him. No. I'm in a hurry to unblock this little bastard. So I'll leave first. Fu Hexien had been stared at by Jun Haotsong's terrifying blue eyes, and he couldn't stay any longer. So how could he have the heart to sit down and eat? Su Maoyong knew that it was important to remove the seal, so he stopped forcing it. Okay, I can't help you with the removal, but I have a few bottles of pills here, which are very effective in restoring the body and improving talents. Mr. Fu can take them together, and he should be able to better accept the power brought by the force field. Fu Hexien took the medicine bottle, thanked him repeatedly, and then forcibly dragged Fu Minxiu out of the medicine shop. After seeing the man leave, Su Maoyong looked at Jun Haotsong and said helplessly, I'm not here to propose marriage. Are you satisfied now? Why do you sound disappointed? Jun Haotsong narrowed his eyes and asked back, how can I not be disappointed if I lose a large amount of betrothal gifts? Su Maoyong deliberately teased. Jun Haotsong's face suddenly darkened, and his voice almost jumped out of his teeth. I see. I have to beat you up on the couch, so that you can learn your lesson. You should recover from your injuries first. And I think your body is getting worse and worse. Su Maoyong looked at his lower body with disdain, curled his lips and sighed, and then quickly stepped out of the living room. As expected, there was a thunderous roar from behind. Su Maoyong, you are looking for death. But Su Maoyong ignored it and walked towards the bedroom with a smile. Only halfway through, he saw Ji Ruiqing hurriedly coming from outside and handed over a letter. Junior sister, I heard that Ning Qixuan has been elected governor of Ningjianzhu. In order to thank you, he specially asked someone to bring a letter over, saying that it would be useful to you. Hearing this, Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows curiously, quickly unfolded the letter paper, and browsed it. Just this glance made her smile. I thought that supporting Ning Qixuan might be useful in the future, but I didn't expect that it would come so soon. It didn't disappoint me to speak for him in front of the eldest prince. What's written on it? Ji Ruiqing was even more curious when she heard her say this. Ning Haochu's arm was broken by me, but the old man, Governor Ning, is quite capable and found a way to reconnect the bones. Now he is on his way to Wuwang Peak of the Great Yin Dynasty. Su Maoyong rubbed the address and name written on the letter with his fingers and replied lightly, reconnect the bones? Then she knew it can't be saved? Ji Ruiqing was quick-witted. When she heard that Ning Haochu could connect bones, she immediately thought of She Knew All. Chapter 2288 Wuwang Peak. Su Maoyong nodded slightly, but his tone was not relaxed. Although there is a way to set bones. The letter said that the master on Wuwang Peak has a strange temper and cruel methods. Although he has learned a lot of medical skills, he only likes to kill people, not to save people. Even the royal family of the Great Yin Dynasty, who came to him for medical treatment, were rejected by him. It can be seen that neither interests nor status are enough for him to take action. In addition, even if he agrees to treat, he will put forward very harsh conditions, and few people can accept it. So this is a very difficult person to deal with. These are the information provided by Ning Qixuan for her. There is difficulty between the lines. I think it is also to make her mentally prepared, and not to hold too much hope. Ji Ruiqing's expectant expression collapsed instantly after hearing this, and he said in frustration, I thought that finding the medicinal materials would be enough to achieve more than half of the success. But I didn't expect that the hope was still slim. She knew it is also unlucky. However, since it is so difficult to invite that expert, why did Governor Ning make this trip? Is he so confident that he can get the expert to help? Ji Ruiqing asked in confusion. They got in touch with the direct disciple of Songhai sect. It is said that this disciple of Songhai sect seems to have some friendship with the disciple of the expert. So it is not difficult to introduce Governor Ning to meet him. Su Maoyong looked at the reasons mentioned in the letter and explained in a deep voice. Direct disciple of Songhai sect? Ji Ruiqing was obviously surprised, and then sighed. No wonder. I collected a lot of information about the Great Yin Dynasty some time ago. This Songhai sect is one of the top 12 sects in the Great Yin Dynasty. It is located in the heart of the imperial city of the Great Yin Dynasty, and has a pivotal position. The direct disciples there are super geniuses that Kang Heiman values very much. Although there are many geniuses in the Great Yin Dynasty, and there are also differences among the direct disciples. Even the ordinary level direct disciples are much stronger than the top disciples of the Tiansheng Dynasty. What's more, this disciple can have some friendship with the disciples of Wuwang Peak, which shows that he is a very powerful person. Su Maoyong handed over the operation of the auction house and the construction of the intelligence network to her, and she naturally put a lot of effort in this period of time. So before she arrived in the Great Yin Dynasty, she had already figured out the forces there. Su Maoyong was a little curious. From your tone, it seems that Wuwang Peak's status is higher than Kang Heiman? Of course, because Wuwang Peak does not belong to the 12 major sects. It is a special and transcendent existence. From the perspective of Wuwang Peak itself, in the eyes of outsiders, it is an unsurmountable and peculiar peak. All the buildings on it are built on cliffs. It seems steep and dangerous, but once you really enter, it is as flat as walking on the ground. People live in it, just like in an ordinary city. And I heard that it's such a high altitude, it can maintain spring all year round, like a paradise on earth, which is simply a miracle. Of course, what is more talked about is the teaching philosophy of Wulong Peak, that there is no distinction between the poor and only accept poor disciples. Ji Ruiqing has a clear liking for Wulong Peak. When he said this, his eyes flashed with admiration. Only accept poor disciples? This is the first time Su Maoyang heard such a statement. Ji Ruiqing smiled and nodded. Yes, Wulong Peak is a sect established specifically for poor disciples. Unlike the 12 major sects, and unlike the 9 major sects of the Tianxing dynasty, they focus on cultivating children from wealthy families with good backgrounds and status. Wulong Peak, on the other hand, believes that a person's achievement is not based on background and family resources alone. There are also good seedlings among the poor disciples, who are suitable for cultivation and worth cultivating. It is said that in the past few hundred years, in order to verify its own ideas, Wulong Peak has really cultivated many super geniuses. And even a few geniuses at the top level can suppress the top geniuses of the 12 major sects. Therefore, Wulong Peak is undoubtedly a myth-creating and miracle-making existence, which leads to the world as long as people hear that the other party is from Wulong Peak. No matter if he is born a beggar or a lowly maid, they will give the highest courtesy and respect. Therefore, ordinary disciples without a good background are trying their best to worship Wulong Peak. It is conceivable that Wulong Peak has a status in the eyes of the world. It is indeed a magical place to cultivate poor disciples to be as good as geniuses from big families. Su Maoyang knew that the disciples of the big families might have resources in their mother's womb, and they have been cultivating and growing up with all kinds of elixirs and various rare treasures since they were young, which is naturally not comparable to the poor disciples. And this Wulong Peak can not only narrow this gap, but also allow ordinary disciples to catch up with the geniuses carefully cultivated by the big families. Such means can be said to be against the will of heaven. Ji Ruiqing nodded repeatedly, and her expression became a little mysterious. So everyone is saying that the reason why Wulong Peak is so talented is because there are treasures under the mountain. So there is such a fortune of creating gods. But no one has found any treasures for so many years, and it has gradually become a joke. Whether there are treasures or not, we are going to Wulong Peak this time. You will notify them later, and rest for 5 days before setting off for the Great Yin Dynasty. Su Maoyang can't let Xinhua become a useless person no matter what. Even if it is a sea of fire and swords, she will go and try. Besides, the old man Ning Yanwei had already passed by, and she must not let him take the lead. Ji Ruiqing received the order and nodded in understanding. I will send all the information of the Great Yin Dynasty to your room later. After that, Ji Ruiqing quickly withdrew and went to make arrangements. Su Maoyang always trusted Ji Ruiqing's ability, and then walked toward Xinu's room. Although Xinu's body has recovered a lot during this period, the blow caused by the broken arm to her mind and spirit is actually the most difficult to heal. Now that there is such good news, she naturally wants to bring it to her as soon as possible to make her happy. However, she didn't walk far before she was stopped by He Xiao, who suddenly appeared. Madam, the master's injury worsens, and he refuses to take medicine. You should go and persuade him. He. The injury worsens? Yesterday, Gongsun Jingji told me that his body was basically healed, and he didn't need to take medicine. How could it get worse? You really can't even lie. Su Maoyang rolled his eyes in disdain. He Xiao never thought that Gongsun Jingji had already reported to Su Maoyang. A trace of embarrassment rarely appeared on his paralyzed face. Well, madam, you should go to see the master. Just pity me, and don't make things difficult for me. Su Maoyang knew that if she didn't go, He Xiao would be the one who suffered, considering that He Xiao had just recovered from a serious illness and couldn't stand the tossing. She sighed helplessly. Let's go and see him. However, when she pushed the door and walked into his bedroom, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Junhao Song was seen lying lazily on the bed, resting his hand on his wrist. He was wearing a blue brocade robe with his collar slightly open, revealing his snow-white skin and sexy abdominal muscles, coupled with his sapphire-like eyes that sparkled with charming brilliance and his exquisite and beautiful face. He was so charming that he could almost draw out a person's soul. Chapter 2289. Do you have a fever? Junhao Song already looks too exquisite, and now he is even more charming after being dressed up like this. Even more beautiful than a demon. If other women saw him, they would probably burst into nosebleeds on the spot. But Su Maoyang had already developed immunity. Seeing that he was wearing so thin, She frowned immediately, walked up to him, and touched his forehead. Do you have a fever? It's so cold. And you're still bare-chested. It seems that you are really sick. I guess you can't stop taking the medicine. You have to continue drinking it. Jun Haotsong was expecting Su Maoyang to be amazed, but she asked in an unromantic way as soon as she opened her mouth. His handsome face instantly fell, and he opened her hand. You are sick. I've recovered a long time ago. Nonsense. Even if you're well, you can't do this. Su Maoyang scolded angrily, and then shouted to He Xiao outside the door. He Xiao, ask Dong Sun Jingji to boil another bowl of medicine. They were about to go to the Great Yin Dynasty. Jun Haotsong's health was what Su Maoyang was most worried about, and he had to take care of him. Hearing that he had to take medicine again, Jun Haotsong was immediately overwhelmed. Can't you say something nice? He had taken off his clothes and was in a good position. And you said this to him? It's too much. Humph. You are ruining your body so badly. It's good enough that you didn't scold you. And you still want to hear nice things. Why don't you go to heaven? Su Maoyang snorted angrily and blamed. Since your body has not recovered yet, you should rest and recuperate at night. And I will come to see you during the day. After saying that, Su Maoyang didn't give Jun Haotsong a chance to refute, and turned around and stomped out of the room, making Jun Haotsong speechless for a long time. He finally recovered and made careful preparations. He wanted to take advantage of the night to have some tenderness with Su Maoyang. However, he ended up making things worse. Not only did he have to live a life of abstinence, but he also had to continue taking medicine. It was too hard for him. He couldn't figure it out. Was he so unattractive in Su Maoyang's eyes? Thinking of this, Jun Haotsong was furious and vented his anger at He Xiao, who came in. What lousy clothes did you buy? They are so ugly. Master, I have asked the store to get the best-looking clothes in the store. He Xiao looked aggrieved. He didn't know why his master was so serious about clothes. Get lost. Jun Haotsong was annoyed and didn't bother to talk nonsense. He just blurted out a word. He Xiao suddenly felt that serving his master was more difficult than training outside. He couldn't help but wipe his sweat and quietly retreated. On the other hand, Su Maoyang went into seclusion to practice after visiting Shi Newell. Some time ago, she experienced a lot in the spiritual chest crystal, and later contracted the starry sky, and received a huge amount of power all at once. Unfortunately, she only had a rough understanding at that time, and had not digested it in detail. So she had to calm down and consolidate it now, so that she could use this chess formation better. In addition, the melee with the elders of the 9 major sects gave her a further understanding of the spiritual realm, and it was no problem for her to impact the peak of the postnatal emperor's spiritual master. In addition, she had to refine a puppet and let the dead spirit possess her body. After all, the dead spirit is now her trump card for escaping. Of course, life-saving pills are also indispensable. Fortunately, Gu Qiuyun took the brothers of the Aolong group out to purchase a lot of high-quality and relatively rare medicinal materials for her in the past 2 days. She planted them in the spiritual field in her body. If there is no special need in a short period of time, it should be enough to refine pills. Therefore, thinking of her heavy tasks, Su Maoyang did not dare to delay for a moment, and soon immersed herself in cultivation. 5 days passed in a flash. After her hard work day and night, Su Maoyang finally advanced to the peak of the post-heavenly emperor's spirit master, and had a deeper understanding of the stars. Several large bottles of elixirs were prepared. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be enough for their group to eat for a while, because the amount of refining this time was too large. Su Maoyang's alchemy level quickly reached the critical point, and was promoted to the peak of Danzuan in one fell swoop. As for the undead spirit who successfully possessed her this time, his name was Sun Yu. He will be her secret guard in the future, protecting her safety and doing things for her in the dark. As for the other 2 undead spirits, Yang Sheng and Meng Heong, they are mainly responsible for protecting the safety of others. Like Meng Heong, Su Maoyang did not plan to bring him with him on this trip to the Great Yin Dynasty, because a large part of the Gongsun family and the Fu family will stay in the Tiansheng Dynasty. And now that she is here, perhaps no one dares to attack them. But once she leaves, there are too many variables, and it's hard to predict. So, Meng Heong was left stationed in the Tiansheng Dynasty, so that she could rush back in time if there was any disturbance. Just as Su Maoyang was thinking secretly, Ji Ruiqing knocked on the door outside. Junior sister. Everyone is ready. Fu Minxiu has arrived early. When do you think we should leave? Let's leave now. Su Maoyang has always dressed elegantly. And there is nothing to pack. So she got up and walked out. When she came to the yard, Su Maoyang looked around at everyone and counted the number of people. In addition to her and Jun Haotsong, the people who went to the Great Yin Dynasty this time included Shi Nua, Gongsun Jingji, Ji Ruiqing and several senior brothers from the Soul Chasing Hall, Gu Qiuyun and the brothers from the Aolong group, and finally Fu Minxiu. The burden. There were more than a dozen people in total. It is a small group with a large team. However, compared with the forces in the Great Yin Dynasty, their number of people is not enough. After all, some families have hundreds or thousands of disciples. And there are even direct and collateral branches. Not to mention the family forces in the hinterland of the Great Yin Dynasty. Even the families in some marginal cities can train disciples comparable to a sect. It can be seen that the Great Yin Dynasty is powerful. It is no wonder that in the war, the Tiansheng Dynasty was beaten by the Great Yin Dynasty and ceded land and paid compensation, and handed over several large states with rich resources. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's face became a little solemn, and he nodded slightly. You should have known about the situation of the Great Yin Dynasty in the past few days. This trip is dangerous, so I will not go into details. But Uncle Fu, Master Gongsun, the Tiansheng Dynasty needs you to take care of it. Take care of your health and contact me at any time if there is any situation. Don't worry. Although my Prime Minister's mansion is used to not fighting or competing, it doesn't mean that we are easy to bully. Even if His Majesty has a grudge against me, he will still take into account my past contributions and the prestige of my Fu family, and will not do anything too extreme. As for the Gongsun family, I will help you take care of it. Yanqing City. These forces can't jump up. Fu Hexian directly stopped the heavy burden and boasted. Then looked at Fu Minxiu and said worriedly, It's my rebellious son who has to worry about you. I don't ask him to be unscathed. Just don't break his arms and legs. Hearing this, Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. Uncle Fu is joking. He has now unlocked the seal, and his strength has increased a lot. I guess we will have to ask him for help when the time comes. Okay. Let's go quickly. You old man. Are you done yet? Fu Minxiu was very unhappy when he saw Fu Hexian's expression of bothering Su Maoyang, and hurriedly interrupted. After all, he is also a descendant of the Qi family, and his bloodline is more noble than Su Maoyang. But he was said to be like a porcelain doll by his father. He doesn't want face. Chapter 2290 Heading to Wuwang Peak. You bastard. I'm going to beat you to death today, so that others won't have a chance. As he said this, Fu Hexian was about to raise his hand to beat him again. Su Maoyang saw this and hurriedly stopped him, saying, Uncle Fu, don't bother with the child. Humph. Child? When I was his age, I was married and had children. But he was still a child. Fu Hexian was so angry that his beard twitched. Fu Minxiu was a little naughty in front of you, but he still knew his limits on major issues. Besides, we really have to hurry on our way. After hearing Su Maoyang say this, Fu Hexian breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Fu Minxiu fiercely. Assist Liang girl well. If anything goes wrong, I will beat you to death. Compared with the love-hate relationship between Fu Hexian and Fu Minxiu, the relationship between Master Gongsun and Gongsun Yangon was much more harmonious and friendly. They patted Gongsun Jingji's shoulders and reluctantly said, Be careful when you go out. We don't ask you to achieve a high level, but we only ask you and Liang girl to return safely. Well, we will. Don't worry. Gongsun Jingji was facing separation for the first time, and he felt a little sad. But thinking that time was running out, he stopped talking nonsense and nodded to Su Maoyang. Master, let's go. Su Maoyang heard the words and directly waved his hand to summon the Tontian flamingo. Everyone jumped on it without delay. The flamingo flapped its wings a few times and rushed into the sky. Su Maoyang had only a vague concept of the Sunluo realm before, but now that she went to the Great Yin Dynasty, she deeply felt the horror of the Sunluo realm. Because just from the Tiansheng Dynasty to the Dian Dynasty, in the Xiantian realm alone, with the amazing speed of the Tontian flamingo, it took 10 days and 10 nights to just enter the heart of the imperial city. It is hard to imagine how vast the entire Sunluo realm is. At this time, looking at the ant-sized spots below, everyone was shocked when they thought that they might be comparable to several large states. Gu Qiuyun saw the endless area and couldn't help asking. How far is Wuwang Peak? Wuwang Peak is in the north of the hinterland of the Imperial City, and it should be 2 days away. Ji Rui had a thorough understanding of the terrain of the Great Yin dynasty early in the morning, and answered with great confidence. Oh my god! We have already reached the Imperial City, and there are still 2 days to go. This Imperial City is too big. The brothers of the Aolong group were shocked inside. The Great Yin dynasty is not comparable to the Tiansheng dynasty, let alone the hinterland of the Imperial City. Even if the large states on its edge are taken out, they are much larger than the Tiansheng city of the Tiansheng dynasty. This is the gap. As a genius of Tiansheng city, Fu Minqiu obviously has a deeper understanding of the Great Yin dynasty. He has always been careless, and he can't help but add a bit of seriousness when he talks about this. Gu Qiuyun and the brothers of the Aolong group had never been to the Great Yin dynasty, let alone the Tiansheng city. They had been living in Ningjianzhou since they were born. Hearing this, they were deeply touched. It seems that it is not easy to go to Wuwang Peak. Just thinking of this vast area, Gongsun Jingji anticipated the difficulty of Wuwang Peak and couldn't help but sigh. However, at this moment, a giant heavy sword suddenly shot from a distance, and its speed was no less than that of the Tontian flamingo. However, it caught up in the blink of an eye. 5 young people stood on the heavy sword. 1 man and 1 woman had outstanding looks and temperament, and the other 3 were slightly ordinary. But the aura they exuded was not weak. Obviously, they had already discovered Su Maoyang and others, and one of the slightly ordinary men in green clothes actually greeted them first. Are you guys planning to go to Wuwang Peak? Hearing this, Fu Minqiu frowned in alertness and asked, How do you know? Ha! There are no other forces in the north. It's all Wuwang Peak's territory. Those flying in this direction basically want to go to Wuwang Peak to become disciples and learn skills. So it's not difficult to guess. While the man in green was speaking, he was also looking at Su Maoyang and others, estimating their identities. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. It seems that you are also here for Wuwang Peak. Of course, apart from the 12 forces in the Imperial City. Which young generation doesn't want to go to Wuwang Peak? The man in green saw that they all had outstanding looks and temperament, and his face was a bit flattering. And he actually invited them warmly. Since you are all going to Wuwang Peak together, why don't you travel together? Maybe you can become fellow disciples in the future. Seeing that the other party wanted to win him over, Su Maoyang did not reject it, and nodded slightly. Okay. We are unfamiliar with the place, so it's better to travel together to take care of each other. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way. Although they had inquired about Wuwang Peak a long time ago, they didn't know many details, and they didn't know the specific situation until they got to the scene. Now it's naturally good to have a free guide. In any case, as disciples of the Great Yin dynasty, this group of people must be much more familiar with the road than them. Hearing this, the man in green was delighted and hurriedly introduced himself. My name is Sheng Wenhao. These 2 are my elder brother and elder sister, and the other 2 are my 3rd and 4th brothers. We are from the Sheng family in Sangwang Prefecture. It's an honor to meet you. Su Maoyang nodded in the direction of his finger, and clasped his fists in return. At this time, the 3rd brother mentioned by the man in green seemed to be very interested in the identities of Su Maoyang and others, and couldn't help asking, Excuse me, girl, which family are you from? As soon as these words came out, Su Maoyang and others immediately understood. It seemed that these people regarded them as the rich children of a certain family. Yes, this group of people are handsome men and beautiful women, with extraordinary temperament. They are not ordinary people at first glance. No wonder others would come up to them to get close to them. Jun Haosong hated the way these men looked at Su Maoyang, and replied coldly, Yanqing City. Qingyang Medicine Shop. Yanqing City? Which big state is it from? Why haven't I heard of it? The man in blue thought for a long time and had no impression of this city. He asked in confusion. Ningjianzhu. Jun Haosong added with rare patience. The man in brown standing next to the man in blue frowned suddenly and asked in disbelief. Are you from Ningjianzhu of Tiansheng dynasty? Tiansheng dynasty only has 4 big states, Ningjianzhu, Zayananzhou, Yunyanzhu, and Jinjiangzhu. Although they don't know much about the small cities inside, they have heard of the 4 states. Furthermore, the Great Yin dynasty had never had a state called Ningjianzhou, so he immediately thought of the Tiansheng dynasty. Su Maoyang nodded without hiding it. Yes, It's Ning Jianzhou of the Tianxing dynasty. Hearing her admit it herself, the more outstanding and slightly arrogant elder brother and sister suddenly darkened their faces, and their pupils jumped into a strong contempt. It is said that the top geniuses in Tianxing City cannot beat the ordinary geniuses of our great Yin dynasty. I didn't expect that the disciples of a small place like Ning Jianzhou would have the courage to go to Wuwang Peak. It's really rare. The purple-skirted woman, who is called the elder sister, couldn't help but sneer. Chapter 2291 A Bunch of Bumpkins. As the eldest brother, the black-clothed man did not make any comments on Ning Jianzhou. He just frowned and said coldly, When will you change your bad habit of not doing your job properly? We are here to become disciples of Wuwang Peak, not to make friends. There are so many geniuses on Wuwang Peak. If you delay time and let others take the lead, can you afford it? Although they are not from the famous 12 forces, nor are they in the heart of the imperial city, Kanglangzu is a very powerful state around the imperial city. It is comparable to Tianxing City, the center of the Tianxing dynasty. In addition, they are originally the people of the Great Yin dynasty, and are born superior to others. Therefore, they often do not even take the geniuses of Tianxing City seriously, let alone the disciples from a small place like Ning Jianzhou. Therefore, he seemed to be blaming the blue-clothed man for delaying their time. But the meaning of his words was clear to people. He just despised and disdained the identities of Su Maoyang and others, and disdained to associate with them. The man in green felt a little wronged after being taught a lesson by him. After all, it was his elder brother's tacit consent that he took the initiative to greet this group of people from the Tianxing dynasty. In the final analysis, before knowing the identities of this group of people, the elder brother and the elder sister also intended to get close to them and find out the truth. It's a pity that this group of people are not from a noble family, and they are of no use to them. If they make friends with them, they will be easily attached to them and dragged down. Thinking of this, the man in green didn't look very good. He looked at Su Maoyan and others with some complaints. Excuse me. Goodbye. After learning the other party's identity, he didn't even bother to say a polite word, and directly drew a cleared line and flew away with his brothers and sisters. Seeing how quickly this group of people changed their faces, Fu Minxiu was a little angry and said, What the hell is this? My old man said that there are all kinds of monsters and ghosts outside, and asked me to come out and see the world. I didn't expect to see it before I even reached Wuwangfeng. You'll get used to it. It's better to despise those in public than to stab them in the back. Su Maoyang has seen many snobs, so she is not surprised. What she is most worried about now is going up the mountain. She can't help but say, In 2 days, we will reach Wuwangfeng. Everyone, hurry up and get enough rest. We still have business to do. Everyone nodded when they heard it, and closed their eyes to rest. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and a huge peak that towered into the sky and was shrouded in mist gradually appeared in front of everyone. The peak was as dark as iron, and the top was out of sight. It stood there domineeringly, like a divine weapon, majestic and imposing. But under the misty clouds, it seemed to be covered with a layer of white gauze, revealing the mysterious and secluded beauty of tranquility. In the distance, Su Maoyang was already shocked by the momentum of Wuwangfeng. But when Tontian Flamingo landed at the bottom of the mountain, she truly realized what it meant to only be viewed from a distance and not to be profaned. Because, standing at the foot of the mountain, the high and steep mountain wall pressed up. Not only did it make people look particularly small, but also made her feel awe from the depths of her soul. It was as if there was a giant Buddha in front of her, making people unable to help but worship it. In addition, the mountain wind here is extremely violent, scraping the bones of everyone present like a knife, not only making people feel the piercing pain, but also the very perverted sense of oppression, just like a person of a lower realm facing a battle of a higher realm. Wuwangfeng. It really lives up to its reputation. Although Ji Ruiqing had heard a lot about Wuwangfeng, he was still shocked when he saw this scene with his own eyes. Yes, this is the first time I have seen such a spectacular scene since I grew up. Gu Qiuyun followed and exclaimed. The brothers of the Aolong group were even more amazed and stared at it, nodding their heads like pounding garlic. Yes, let alone going up the mountain. Just looking at it like this, I feel that my life is complete. Speaking of going up the mountain, I found that there seems to be no way to go up the mountain in Wuwangfeng. How are we going to go up later? Gongsun Jingji looked around and didn't find the entrance to the mountain. So he asked in confusion. At this time, a white-clothed disciple standing not far from them looked like they had never seen the world, and couldn't help but sneered. TSK. A bunch of bumpkins. Brother Kong, please understand that those who come to Wuwangfeng are basically poor children, and it is normal that they have never seen the world. The white-clothed man called Brother Kong snorted disapprovingly. Brother, you are wrong. Ordinary poor disciples don't have the courage to come to Wuwangfeng. Those who can come are people with outstanding talents and extraordinary luck. But such people are often experienced and knowledgeable, not much weaker than the geniuses in the heart of the imperial city. And this group of bumpkins, who don't know where they came from, dare to come to such a sacred place as Wuwangfeng, and are not afraid of embarrassment. As soon as the white-clothed man finished speaking, a voice of agreement came from the other side. Ha ha ha. This gentleman is right. They are indeed not from any big place, but from Ningjianzhou of the Tiansheng dynasty. If I hadn't met them on the road, I wouldn't have known that there was such a place in Xianshan realm. I think they live a life isolated from the world and don't know much about the outside world. So they are so surprised. The person who answered was Sheng Wenhao, who had greeted Su Maoyang and others before. He was scolded by his elder brother in public for getting close to Su Maoyang, and he felt uncomfortable. At this time, when he met them again, he couldn't help but speak sarcastically, obviously wanting to laugh at them. Sure enough, as soon as this was said, it attracted the attention of countless people present. After all, few people in Tiansheng dynasty dared to come to the Great Yin dynasty for training. Even if some of them were not afraid of death and had strong backgrounds, they didn't dare to run to Wuwangfeng. You have to know that even the disciples of the 12 forces are in awe of Wuwangfeng. Not to mention that a disciple from the Tiansheng dynasty, who doesn't know where he came from, probably doesn't even understand the most basic rules of going up the mountain. It's simply a big joke to say that he can go up the mountain. Haha. The sun is rising from the west today? It's really rare to meet someone from the Tiansheng dynasty here. Yes. I only know that the group of self-proclaimed genius trash in Tiansheng city only dare to go to several secret realms around the imperial city for trials. Unexpectedly, this group of bumpkins from Ningjianzhou are braver than them. If those trash knew, I wonder if they would dig a hole in the ground and crawl in. Everyone knows that Tiansheng city is the central area of the Tiansheng dynasty, just like the hinterland of the imperial city of the Dian dynasty. It can be said that the most talented and powerful people in the Tiansheng dynasty are concentrated in Tiansheng city. However, the geniuses in Tiansheng city are not as brave as a group of bumpkins, so they are inevitably laughed at. Ha ha ha. Even though the disciples of Tiansheng city are trash, they are still better than this group of idiots with guts but no brains. They didn't even ask where Wuwangfeng is, and just came here without saying anything. They won't even know how they'll die later. Chapter 2292. Don't even know how to climb a mountain. Hearing the people around them commenting on them, and repeatedly mentioning the waste of Tiansheng city, Fu Minxiu couldn't stand it anymore and retorted. In my opinion, you guys who like to gossip behind their backs are not much better than waste. Real geniuses don't have that much free time. Oh! You're still not convinced. If any of your disciples from the Tiansheng dynasty could make it into the top 100 at the Wulong conference, we wouldn't dare to laugh at you so wantonly. Now instead of reflecting on why you're so useless, you're controlling other people's mouths. It's really funny. Fu Minxiu's face turned blue with anger. Gongsun Jingji knew that Fu Minxiu was upset and comforted him. Don't bother with a bunch of villains. It's important for us to go up the mountain. Ha ha. Go up the mountain? Ha ha ha. Did I hear wrong? They said they were going up the mountain? The disciples around were shocked when they heard this, and then burst into laughter. After hearing this, Sheng Wenhao's elder sister couldn't help but jokingly asked, "Do you know how to get up the mountain?" Ji Ruiqing checked the information and understood a little bit. She replied with a cold face, "There is no way to get up the mountain in Wuwangfeng. If you want to get up the mountain, you have to rely on your ability. We know this. Since you know it, don't be delusional. There are countless laws of power on the mountain wall, which will attack people who go up the mountain. The power is enough to make even the top talents of the Great Yin dynasty, not to mention you. In addition to the suppression of the law, even the King of Heaven can't fly here with spirit beasts and weapons. I see that with your physique and strength. If you fail to climb the mountain and lose your life here, it will be a loss." Sheng Wenhao kindly reminded him in order to show his knowledge. Su Maoyang was not surprised by what he said. He was regarded as a special existence in the Great Yin dynasty. So he was not a good person. Moreover, it was heard that the power of the law was carved by the immortals on Wu Wangfeng in the past. In order to practice in seclusion, they set up barriers to prevent outsiders from disturbing them. But as time went by, Wu Wangfeng formed its own faction and had the idea of accepting disciples. Countless heroes went there to become disciples. Over time, countless young talents gathered here regardless of their origins, only considering their talents and strength. And this mountain wall, which was used as a defense, gradually lost its original meaning. Now it has directly developed into a holy place for the younger generation to train and test themselves. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong took a deep look at the towering stone wall that seemed to be about to collapse at any time, and said solemnly, "The power here is very strong, colorless and invisible, illusory. You should pay attention to safety. If you can't climb the mountain, don't be brave." The strength of several brothers in the Proud Wolf group is slightly weaker, and they are not sure about climbing the mountain. So Su Maoyong did not have much hope for them. Letting them climb the mountain is just an opportunity to train them. Everyone tightened their skin and nodded seriously when they heard it. However, while they were talking, someone in the distance had already started climbing the mountain. The man jumped into the air and jumped a few hundred meters away. Then his figure was like a rainbow, rapidly sweeping in the air, with endless moves, and his spiritual power kept colliding and exploding halfway up the mountain, making a lot of noise. Since everyone could not see the power of the law on the mountain wall, the man seemed to be fighting with the air with the naked eye, and the scene was once very strange. However, from the man's dodging and attacking movements, we can vaguely guess the attack trajectory of the power of law. So even if everyone doesn't understand it, they all watch carefully, hoping to accumulate more experience. It must be said that the mountaineering man's skills and spiritual power are undoubtedly excellent. But he is still forced to be a little flustered. He only persisted for an instant's stick of time before he looked embarrassed and had to stop and retreat from the high altitude. Even so, the people at the foot of the mountain couldn't help but sigh with envy. He seems to be Chen Wei, the son of the Chen family in Feng Qingshu. He has persisted for so long, and he has not disgraced the reputation of his Chen family. Yes, the last time I climbed the mountain at his age and strength, I couldn't last for a cup of tea. I can't even imagine it lasting so long. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are surprised by what you have seen. The day of unified enrollment this year has passed. Most of the people who go up the mountain now are not qualified and can't be considered serious geniuses. If you had come to watch the enrollment event a month ago, you would have been scared to doubt your life by those monsters. Wu Wangfeng has unified enrollment in October every 3 years. Usually, the disciples who go up the mountain are only given 1 day of climbing time. If they pass the assessment, they can take the palace examination and choose a master. But that day was full of monsters from all over the world, and the competition was very fierce. If they were not rare, they would not be sure to compete with so many geniuses. Therefore, many disciples will avoid climbing the mountain. But in this way, it is unlikely to be able to become a disciple of a good master. However, being able to practice on Wu Wangfeng is already a very good future for most young people. That's why there are still so many disciples climbing the mountain after the enrollment period. The man called Brother Yu had never seen the enrollment event, so he twitched his brows in shock and asked curiously, "Oh, how evil is he?" Take Shi Yeyun from Yuhua Prefecture for example. He only took 1 hour to successfully climb the Wuwang Peak. He is considered the best talent among this year's young people. So strong? The man surnamed Yu exclaimed. "Uh-huh. You also call this strong? They are really ignorant frogs at the bottom of the well." Sheng Wenhao sneered at this discussion. "Who are you? Why are you so arrogant?" The humiliated man immediately questioned dissatisfiedly. Sheng Wenhao looked calm and confidently announced his family name. Sheng family of Sanwang Prefecture. Sheng Wenhao. Upon learning his identity, everyone present cast a look of surprise. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out that he was from the Sheng family. As we all know, the elders of the Sheng family are extremely powerful, and they are well-known figures in Sanwang Prefecture. However, the younger generations of the Sheng family are relatively young and rarely show up. In addition, they have been practicing in seclusion for many years, so not many people know them. Moreover, no one saw them during the enrollment. I thought they were not going to go up the mountain this year. I didn't expect them to show up at this time, which was a bit surprising. The humiliated man seemed to be a little jealous of Sheng Wenhao's family background, and sneered. "TSK. He is just showing off here by relying on his reputation. If he really has the ability, he wouldn't come to climb the mountain now. I think we frogs in the well are better than some turtles anyway." The children of the Sheng family climbed the mountain at a different peak, which clearly showed that they were afraid of competing with those monsters and being outdone by them. Now they still have the nerve to brag here by relying on the sense of superiority brought by their fathers, which is really ridiculous. The disciples of the Sheng family hate it most when someone talks about their fathers. The hot-tempered third brother of the Sheng family immediately retorted unhappily. "It doesn't matter whether you climb the mountain early or late. And it doesn't matter where a hero comes from. Today, we brothers and sisters will show you, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well, what it means to speak with strength. And also, let's demonstrate to some bumpkins, so that they don't even know how to climb the mountain later." Which would be a joke. After that, he glanced at the unconvinced man and Su Maoyang and others with contempt, and then jumped up and walked on the high ground. Chapter 2293. With a group, he effortlessly leaped to a height of nearly 800 meters, swung out his spear, and with a sweep, instantly blocked more than half of the power of the law. Then his wrist danced wildly, and the spear collided with the invisible force to produce terrifying silver light, and his body went up rapidly without stopping for a moment. The other people in the Sheng family saw him start climbing the mountain and followed him. Obviously, his elder brother and sister were even more masters. Their movements were smooth and flowing, and they soared up. But in the blink of an eye, they surpassed his height and were close to more than 1,000 meters. They were agile, fierce in battle, and had remarkable defense without any flaws, which made the people at the foot of the mountain dazzled and surprised. This was the first time they saw the younger generation of the Sheng family take action. "I didn't expect them to be so powerful." Soon, there were bursts of exclamations at the foot of the mountain. "Incredible." The younger generation of the Sheng family. The oldest seems to be only 22 years old this year, and has already reached the level of an early innate emperor spirit master. It is true that a tiger father will have a dog son. Yes, the other younger ones are also at the level of peak acquired emperor spirit masters. Although the strength and talent cannot be compared with the geniuses in the imperial city, it is still quite remarkable among the young generations in several large states. Everyone nodded when they heard this, secretly shocked by the fighting power of the younger generation of the Sheng family, and finally understood that they were not afraid of competition, but were hiding their strength. However, after hearing this praise, a young man of the same level seemed unconvinced and wanted to compete with him. He jumped up the mountain, but he was knocked down by the power of the law just after jumping a few hundred meters, and he didn't have time to stabilize his body. He vomited blood all over the ground, and his breath was weak, as if he was about to faint at any time. Seeing this scene, everyone sneered in contempt. TSK. Another bumpkin who thinks he is qualified to climb the mountain at the same level as others. Little do they know that the most important thing for a true genius is not the spiritual power level, but the talent and combat effectiveness. That's right. There were many people at this level who climbed the mountain before, but they were still injured and embarrassed, while the Sheng brothers and sisters were able to cope with it easily without any signs of fatigue. It can be imagined that their combat effectiveness is much stronger than those of you at the same level. It's simply asking for trouble. Bumpkin over there. Have you seen it clearly? If you don't have that strength, don't take risks. Otherwise he will be your fate. As they said this, many people looked at Su Maoyang and others with smiles on their lips, wanting to dispel their unrealistic extravagant hopes as soon as possible. Su Maoyang and others were too lazy to pay attention to these people's reminders, and they have been concentrating on observing the battle trajectory of the Sheng brothers and sisters. After all, it was indeed their first time to climb the mountain, and they lacked experience. It didn't matter if someone demonstrated it to them. So what was a little humiliation? However, although the Sheng brothers and sisters were unstoppable and climbed higher and higher, the force they had to bear was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, standing in the air already requires spiritual power, and now they have to face the power of the law on the stone wall. That is, they have to output while defending and keep their balance at high altitudes. It is conceivable how much spiritual power is consumed. Therefore, even if they are super geniuses, they will still feel very tired when they climb to the back. Therefore, the Sheng brothers and sisters, who were full of momentum, gradually slowed down when they climbed to the back. and they were afraid that they would not be able to finish the climb in an hour. Su Maoyan observed for a while, roughly grasped some rules, and said with a clear mind, "It's getting late. Let's start." They still have business to do, and they don't have time to waste here watching others climb the mountain. But thinking of Shinuo's safety, Su Maoyan still worriedly instructed, "Senior sister, Shinuo's body has not fully recovered yet, and she can't go with us. I'll trouble you to stay and take care of her. If the rest of the people can't climb the mountain smoothly, please wait for us at the nearby inn with my senior sister. We will notify you as soon as we have news." Shinuo's arm is injured, and he definitely can't climb the mountain. Usually, his food and daily life still have to be taken care of by women, so it's best to leave Ji Ruiqing at the foot of the mountain. Anyway, Sun Yu, the undead, is arranged to secretly protect them, so there shouldn't be any danger. Jun Haotsong heard this, but he vetoed it with one vote, and said coldly, "No need to separate. You take the two women up the mountain first, and leave the others to me." Hearing this, everyone had a question mark. "Haotsong, do you mean you want to take them all up the mountain by yourself?" Su Maoyan immediately understood what he meant and confirmed in surprise. Jun Haotsong nodded slightly. What's wrong with that? The people around him were so shocked by this decision that they widened their eyes and scratched their ears in disbelief. One person leads a group of people up the mountain? Is this man crazy? He himself has a hard time climbing the mountain, and he dares to boast about leading a group. There should be a bottom line for daydreaming. Back then, even the most awesome genius of Wuwang Peak didn't dare to say who to take with him when climbing the mountain, because by the end of the climb, he had no time to take care of himself. So how could he have the leisure to help others? If climbing the mountain is so easy, what would Wuwang Peak become? A vegetable market? I thought these country bumpkins would retreat after seeing the young man who fell down the mountain just now. But I didn't expect them to go even further and threaten to lead a group. It's ridiculous. Seeing his indifferent look, Su Maoyan really wanted to punch him. I think this law power is not simple. Can you handle it alone? Su Maoyan is definitely relieved about him. But it is not a small matter to take time to protect more than a dozen people. Jun Haotsong leaned over slightly, stretched out his white jade fingers to hook Su Maoyan's chin, and met her slightly surprised black eyes. A trace of imperceptible anger flashed across his ice-blue eyes. Madam always seems to like to question the strength of your husband. Muda met those eyes as deep as the sea, and heard the ambiguous words. Many indescribable pictures flashed in Su Maoyan's mind. She was stunned for 2 seconds, and shyly slapped his hand away. Who doubts you? Since you have the physical strength, take them all up. My physical strength? Madam, don't you know it best? Jun Haotsong saw that she couldn't resist his teasing, and he was somewhat relieved. I'm afraid that she doesn't care about him at all. Su Maoyan's cheeks were burning with heat from his hints. She coughed twice and changed the subject. You take care of them. Then I'll take Shinuo and Ji Ruiqing and go first. Shinuo was worried and shook her head. Master, taking a useless person like me will only drag you down. I'd better wait for you downstairs. What useless person? What drag? We've come all the way here, and you're still thinking about these things. If you want to heal your hand quickly and not drag us down, get on my back. Su Maoyan scolded and blocked Shinuo's mouth. Shinua knew her character and had to bite her teeth and endure it. She could only let her carry him and fly to the top of Wuwang Peak. Fang Yibin was happy to see Jun Haotsong so enthusiastic, and clasped his fist at him. Thank you for taking care of me this time. You think too much. I just don't want her to get tired. Jun Haotsong gave them a cold look and let them experience it for themselves. As expected, it was all for his wife. Fang Yibin's gratitude vanished in an instant. Chapter 2294. What kind of monster is this? He should have guessed that Jun Haotsong would not be so kind. Or he was too young. Meng Yusen patted Fang Yibin's shoulder sympathetically and added, Poor child. In addition to not wanting junior sister to worry about us, it is obvious that junior sister does not want to have physical contact with us. So don't be so self-indulgent. If there is danger during their climbing, Su Maoyan will naturally not sit idly by. If he pulls and tugs with them at that time, Jun Haotsong's temper will definitely explode. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Su Maoyan was asked to take the two women away first. But knowing the truth, they still have to submit to Jun Haotsong's abnormal strength. After all, this is a world where fists speak. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't know about Jun Haotsong's twists and turns, and had already climbed the mountain first. She carried Shi Nu on her back, and Ji Ruiqing followed her. It seemed that she was tied up, but she managed to pass all the tests and successfully jumped to a height of more than 1,000 meters. Since she had to protect 3 people at a time, it was equivalent to bearing 3 times more force attacks than others. Therefore, she did not hold back at all and used all the moves she had digested before, which could be regarded as a test of the results of her previous training. Fortunately, her spiritual power reserve was more than others, and her perseverance was also superior. She did not feel that her spiritual power was exhausted, but the attack of the power of law was still more fierce and tricky than she imagined. Fortunately, she practiced the 9-character mantra, and her perception of the surroundings was extremely sharp. Even if these power of law was colorless and invisible, she could quickly and accurately capture the attack trajectory. No matter what, the power of law is a dead thing recorded by people. No matter how illusory it is not as dangerous as the dead spirits. After all, she was besieged by hundreds of dead spirits, and a group of old foxes who had lived for thousands of years could not take her life. Not to mention that her strength is far beyond that of the past. And the people at the foot of the mountain, who were originally planning to laugh at the joke, could not laugh anymore. Everyone knows how difficult it is to climb Wuwangfeng, and how destructive the power of law is. So they never dreamed that a thin woman carrying a disabled person with a broken arm and a burden would not be injured by the power of law, but would ride away and catch up with the Sheng family brothers and sisters. This scene shattered their 3 views, and they were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. Even the Sheng family brothers and sisters, who were concentrating on fighting above, were shocked by Su Maoyang's movements and cast a glance at him. Seeing Su Maoyang carrying 2 people with ease, fighting without losing the upper hand, and catching up with them, several people were shocked and even paused for a moment. What kind of lunatic is this? He actually carried a useless person on his back to climb the Wuwangfeng. Not to mention that he didn't have the strength. They didn't even dare to have such a terrible idea. However, just when they were shocked, Su Maoyang had already caught up quietly, and before they could come back to their senses, he had already rushed to the top of the peak. However, to be able to have such a fast speed, it was also because Ji Ruiqing was also a teammate with good strength. Although Su Maoyang helped her block some of the power, most of it was done by herself. In general, Su Maoyang didn't worry much about her. On the contrary, she helped and protected Shi Nu several times, which made Su Maoyang worry-free. But even so, the Sheng brothers and sisters were stunned. However, what they never expected was that before this wave of shock subsided, a large group of figures came up from below. When they saw the appearance and number of people clearly, the Sheng brothers and sisters felt dizzy. Aren't these the group of bumpkins just now? It's not enough to count the 3 of them. But now they are all rushing up. The Sheng brothers and sisters couldn't figure out whether they were crazy or they were crazy. Jun Haotsong threw the 2 of them with his left hand and pulled with his right hand. And then the black robe flew out like a waterfall, forming a hard barrier, instantly blocking the attack for the other 8 people. Then he swept his body, leaving a long afterimage in the air, and pushed his palms continuously. It seemed that there were hundreds of palm prints intertwined in the air, accompanied by the roar of the evil dragon, and the rumbling impact on the power of the law, protecting the remaining 4 people in the blink of an eye. Then, a sword flashed, and the power coming from the tricky angle was completely repelled. The terrifying demonic energy instantly covered their bodies. Jun Haotsong waved his long arm, causing Fan Yibin, Gu Qiuyun and others to be carried up hundreds of meters before they could react. This process took only 10 breaths, which was shorter than the time it took for someone to climb Wuwang Peak alone. It was really amazing. Although they had seen Jun Haotsong take action before, they had never watched him closely. They only knew that he was abnormally strong, but they didn't expect it to be this abnormal. It was so domineering and powerful that it made people tremble. They knew that the power of the law could obviously sense people, and could automatically attack according to the position and movement trajectory of people. There were a total of 15 people including Jun Haotsong, which was equivalent to at least 15 powers of the law chasing them. In addition, this power is silent and difficult to capture, and its strength is abnormally frightening. If you want to avoid it, you must concentrate and not be careless. Unexpectedly, Jun Haotsong, this abnormal person, actually intercepted them all. But in the blink of an eye, he took them up a few hundred meters. Moreover, During the ascent, the moves and spiritual power output did not stop at all. Such combat intensity and endurance almost exceeded people's cognition. In other words, it was all thanks to Jun Haotsong's output, defense, evasion and positioning that they were brought to the halfway point of the mountain without moving a finger. It turned out that in this experience, they only needed to use spiritual power to stabilize their bodies and maintain balance. And they didn't have to worry about anything else? Who would believe it if they told others? They didn't dare to believe it themselves, let alone the Sheng family brothers and sisters who saw this scene and the people at the foot of the mountain. What kind of monster is that? Sheng Wenhao was so scared that he stuttered and stared at Jun Haotsong with his eyes almost popping out. Damn! It's really a ghost today. The eldest brother of the Sheng family also cursed in a low voice. Hurry! They are catching up. Let's climb up quickly. The eldest sister of the Sheng family was a little upset. If they were overtaken by a group of bumpkins, would the Sheng family still have this face? However, Jun Haotsong, this devil, has never given face to others. As soon as the eldest sister of the Sheng family finished speaking, he rushed up. I don't know if it was intentional or for convenience, but he actually used the brothers and sisters of the Sheng family as stepping stones, stepping on them one by one to use the force to move up, and even flew a higher distance. Moreover, the force of each step was not light, and the brothers and sisters of the Sheng family immediately spurted blood. Chapter 2295. A king leads a group of bronze to advance. On weekdays, the entrance of Wuwang Peak is always deserted and cold. Perhaps because of the confidence in the power of the law, Wuwang Peak only sent 2 guards to guard here. But it was already past noon that day, and no one came to take over. The 2 guards were getting impatient. I'm so hungry. When will they come? One of the dark-skinned men complained unhappily. Although he is a cultivator, he just likes this little appetite. Another thin man shook his head and sighed. I guess they are hiding somewhere to be lazy again. Humph. They are really good at sneaking around. Today's meal has purple lightning black tiger meat. If we miss this meal, I don't know how long we have to wait. The dark-skinned man was angry when he thought about the big loss. The thin man was also a little anxious, and suggested, why don't we go eat first and then stand guard? The dark-skinned man hesitated and frowned. That's not good. If Elder Sun finds out that we are away from our post, we will be punished. Oh, what are you afraid of? The enrollment day has passed. On weekdays, we can't even see half of our shadows. Who would notice us? Besides, Wu Wangfeng's law power is famous for its fierceness. Even the top monsters have to work hard. Look, even on the day of enrollment, there were not many people who could climb the mountain, let alone now. In my opinion, looking at the entire Great Yin dynasty, our Wu Wangfeng has the highest threshold. It's not that easy to climb up. The thin man was proud and confident when he talked about the natural barrier of Wu Wangfeng. He was not worried about anyone coming up at this point. However, before he could say the word he was choked by 2 figures that suddenly jumped up. No, to be precise, it should be 3, because there was a woman with a broken arm on his back. When his sight touched the broken arm, the word that was like a thorn in his throat was swallowed back by him. At that moment, he had only one thought, carrying a useless person on his back. This is too easy. Thinking of this, the 2 guards' eyes widened, and their faces were full of disbelief. It's okay for 3 people to come up at once, but one of them is a useless person with a broken arm. This is probably not a dream. However, the 2 were still stunned and didn't recover, and they were startled by a loud noise. I saw a figure suddenly flying in front of them, and fell heavily in front of them. Before they could react, 2, 3, and 5 more came flying over like a ball, all without exception, and fell to the ground. However, in the blink of an eye, a huge Arhut appeared in front of them. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the 2 guards couldn't help but count the number of people. 1, 2, 34,514. 14 people. There were actually 14 people. 14 people came up at once. You know, the enrollment ceremony was not so scary. It seemed that they were really dreaming. Just as the 2 of them were shaking their heads and trying to stay awake, they saw a man in black gradually rising from the bottom of the mountain pass. He stood in the air, and the black robe behind him swelled in the wind. His cold and beautiful face shone with a bright luster under the sunlight, forming a strong visual contrast with the thick black air around him. He came against the wind, like a demon descending to the earth with the momentum of destroying everything, and landed steadily in front of them. Perhaps they were frightened by Jun Haotsong's momentum. And the two guards, who had seen big scenes, were frightened for a while. It was not until Su Maoyong spoke that they recovered. "What are you doing?" Su Maoyong saw that the brothers of the soul-chasing Hall and the brothers of the Proud Wolf group fell to the ground. And it was obvious that they were thrown up by Jun Haotsong. And he couldn't help asking, "Didn't you ask me to bring them up?" Jun Haotsong glanced at them coldly and answered, as a matter of course. Su Maoyong was a little amused. "I asked you to bring them up and protect their safety. I didn't ask you to throw them up directly. If they were thrown up directly, what would be the point of them climbing the mountain? What's the point of training in a broken mountain? It's a waste of time." Jun Haotsong frowned and snorted indifferently. The two guards finally calmed down and prepared to speak. But they were hit hard by Jun Haotsong's disgust in the next second, like a blow to the head. And they froze in place with their mouths open. Broken Mountain? Wuwang Peak was actually called Broken Mountain by him. The two guards were angry and powerless, and wanted to refute. But when they thought of what the man had just done, they didn't know what to say. So their open mouths trembled several times, and they couldn't squeeze out a word. After all, this monster who came out of nowhere threw all 14 people to Wuwang Peak by himself, doing such a shocking thing. Even if they wanted to defend Wuwang Peak, they couldn't find a reason. What else can they do? They can only endure it. Su Maoyong was also shocked when she heard this. Although she successfully climbed up, she still felt very tired at the end. If it weren't for her strong defense and the blessing of the 9-character mantra, she would have almost been hit several times. Therefore, she deeply felt that the power of the law was a very dangerous thing. But Jun Haotsong still looked disgusted. If she wasn't used to his perversion, she really wanted to rush up and beat him up at this moment. "Oh, junior sister, don't listen to him. He is just taking revenge and deliberately messing with us." At this time, Fang Yibin had already climbed up from the ground with his teeth bared, rubbing his handsome face while complaining aggrievedly. Every time Jun Haotsong and Su Maoyong were intimate, they were not tactful to interrupt. Jun Haotsong obviously had been holding a grudge and waiting for the opportunity to retaliate. This time he finally caught the opportunity. So naturally he wanted them to suffer. Su Maoyong saw that one by one, the two fell down with bruises on their faces, and suddenly felt that it was a bit funny. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. This scene was clearly a vision of a king leading a large group of bronze players to rank up. And Jun Haotsong was just an emotionless rank-up machine. "Junior sister, you are too unkind. We are all so miserable. And you actually laughed at us." Wang Xiang looked embarrassed and felt very aggrieved. Seeing Su Maoyong smile, his heart felt like it was stabbed. Su Maoyong waved his hands hurriedly, but he didn't mean to restrain himself. No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm happy that you all came up, so I don't have to worry about you being separated." "Humph. Don't come on. You and your husband are of the same mind, and you can't wait to see our jokes." Fang Yibin didn't believe such nonsense. The two guards standing aside were also helpless when they saw that this group of people actually chatted as if no one was around. However, this group of people could easily climb the mountain, so they must have a good status and strength. However, as the most special force in the Great Yin Dynasty, they should not be able to see any clues even if they are shocked, which would make people underestimate Wuwang Peak. Thinking of this, the dark-skinned man tried to suppress his inner shock, forced a smile on his face, and said, "Brothers and ladies, where did you come from? Why did you choose to climb the mountain at this time?" Chapter 2296, Seeking to See Elder Wu. When asked, Su Maoyong realized that there were two people standing here, and immediately responded with a fist. "Two brothers. We are from the Tiansheng dynasty. We were delayed by something before, and could not catch up with the enrollment ceremony. I wonder if we can still have a chance to meet the elders of Wuwang Peak at this time." The reason why Su Maoyong told the truth and did not lie about the source was that they were in the territory of the Great Yin Dynasty, and Wuwang Peak gathered people from all over the world. There were so many people, and so many things to say. They pretended to be locals, and it was inevitable that they would reveal their flaws. The Tiansheng dynasty was far away from the Great Yin Dynasty, and no matter how they lied, it was not easy to reveal their identities. But the two guards were obviously surprised when they heard the Tiansheng dynasty. Although these people were strangers, they had extraordinary temperament and strength. They thought they were the descendants of a hidden family in the Great Yin Dynasty. "I didn't expect that they were actually from the Tiansheng dynasty," Speaking of which, they have been stationed here for so many years. And this is the first time they have seen people from the Tiansheng dynasty. But they have heard a lot about the poverty and weakness of the Tiansheng dynasty. However, haven't the disciples of the Tiansheng dynasty always been useless? Why are these people in front of them seriously inconsistent with the rumors? Although he was suspicious, the guard still replied politely, "You have missed the unified enrollment day at this time, and I am afraid that you will not have the opportunity to meet the elders directly. However, I think you are quite skilled, so I can go to the enrollment office to say a few good words for you. As for whether there are elders willing to accept disciples, I don't know." Seeing the good intentions of many parties, Su Maoyang thanked them gratefully. "Thank you for your trouble, brother. In fact, we are not here to become disciples this time, but to meet the Wu elder of the Soul Erosion Hall. I wonder if you can lead the way and introduce us." Hearing about Elder Wu, the two guards who were polite to each other changed their expressions instantly. As everyone knows, Elder Wu is famous for his strange temper in Wuwang Peak. He never has a good face for anyone, and he always kills people without blinking an eye. He also likes to test drugs on living people. His methods are cruel and his character is ruthless. Many people privately call him the living king of hell. So, let alone asking to see this living king of hell. Even if you meet him on the road, everyone has to avoid him. Fortunately, this living king of hell doesn't like to go out for a stroll, and doesn't like to be disturbed. He always likes to study some scary things behind closed doors. But this group of people asked to see him by name as soon as they came. It must be said that they are very courageous. Thinking of this, the guard felt it necessary to remind them. "Miss, Elder Wu already has a closed disciple, no longer accepting disciples, and usually does not like to see people. Once a disciple disturbed his retreat and was immediately poisoned to death. His death was particularly miserable. If you want to live, you'd better not provoke this Elder Wu. Is Elder Wu so domineering? No one wants to settle accounts with him for poisoning his disciples?" Gu Qiuyun asked incomprehensibly. Hearing this, the guard knew that this group of people were indeed from the Tiansheng dynasty, and did not know Elder Wu well enough. He immediately explained with a smile. "Settlement accounts? Ha ha ha. You probably don't know how powerful Elder Wu is. Even the elders on Wuwang Peak have died in his hands, let alone disciples. Killing people is easier for him than eating." When he said the last sentence, the guard seemed to remember some horrible scenes. His face turned pale, and his pupils projected fear. "Is there no one in charge of Wuwang Peak?" Gu Qiuyun remembered that the information showed that Elder Wu was not the person in charge of Wuwang Peak. Manage? If even the headmaster can't manage, who dares to manage? The guard sneered. Is the headmaster's strength not as good as Elder Wu? Ji Ruiqing had heard a lot about Elder Wu's deeds before. Although he had first-hand information, he always felt that there were too many inside stories, so he couldn't help asking one more question. The guard shook his head. The headmaster's strength is naturally the strongest in Wuwang Peak, but the headmaster respects Elder Wu and never makes any demands on him. He turned a blind eye to many things and indulged Elder Wu. But in terms of combat effectiveness, Elder Wu is still not as good as the headmaster. Hearing this, Su Maoyang also felt a little strange. The relationship between Elder Wu and the headmaster might not be that simple. Just listening to the tone of the guard, he didn't seem to know. Perhaps these are all secrets of Wuwang Peak. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded gratefully. "Thank you two brothers for your advice. But this time we really have something important to find him, and we will bear any consequences ourselves. I hope you can help us." The guard saw that she was determined to do so, so he didn't say much. He just pointed in the direction with his finger. "We are on duty and can't leave. Go to the left, see the soul-eating hall, and pass through the bamboo forest behind. It is Elder Wu's residence, Yaifengxuan." "Thank you." Su Maoyang clasped his fists and bowed, and then added, "Excuse me, does Elder Wu's closed disciple live with Elder Wu?" The guard nodded. "Yes, they live together. This closed disciple is a rare genius in refining medicine and making poisons. He is very popular with Elder Wu. So Elder Wu, who has always been aloof, made an exception and let him live in his yard, so that he can teach him how to make poisons." Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding, thanked them again, and took out 2 bags of fairy crystals and handed them to the two as a thank you gift. The 2 guards looked at the storage bag. They didn't expect the other party to be so generous. They couldn't help but brighten their eyes and smile more. Anyway, There were not many people at this entrance, and no one would know if they received some gifts. Thinking of this, the two of them quickly took it. But they were polite. If the lady needs anything, just let us know. As long as we can do it, we will definitely help the lady. Then I'm here to thank the two brothers. After saying that, Su Maoyang led the large team to the direction of the Wu elder's residence. It must be said that this Wuwang Peak does not look big from the outside, but it is really vast when you really enter it. It can be counted as more than a dozen Yanqing cities. Judging from Fu Minqiu's reaction, I'm afraid it can't even compare to the Tiansheng city of the Tiansheng dynasty. It is said that Wuwangfeng is divided into several hills. This is the hill in the south, and there are also the east, west and north. The size of the other hills is the same as that of the south. They are all built against cliffs. And I heard that the place where she is not the top. But the top is a place for training, and no one lives there. So the places where everyone moves are the cities built on these hills. Although the guards said it easily, they hurried on their way, and it took them an hour to see the legendary soul-eating hall where poisoners are trained. Along the way, Su Maoyang found that although the soul-eating hall is not as magnificent as other halls, it exudes an ancient and heavy atmosphere. Compared with other halls, he is obviously much more low-key and stable. But it is understandable that poisoners are a group of weirdos who deal with poisons. To be able to make poisons requires not only talent, but also an extraordinary adventurous spirit. Presumably, the disciples in the soul-eating hall are much rarer. So it is reasonable that this place is relatively quiet and low-key. After passing the soul-eating palace, they indeed saw a bamboo forest. However, this bamboo forest was not simple. It was covered with a thick poisonous gas, and all kinds of poisonous creatures were crawling on the ground. It looked both disgusting and terrifying. Chapter 2297 Differential Treatment. It's just that Su Maoyang had been tempered in the wetlands of the 8 gates, and had long since become immune to all poisons. So these poisons were no problem. Although several brothers from the soul-chasing hall had also entered the 8 gates, they had only experienced the tempering of the storm, and had not had time to enter the other gates. So they couldn't ignore the poisons in front of them. What's more, in addition to them, there were also the Aowang group, Gongsun Jingji, Fu Minqiu and others. Therefore, for everyone's safety, Su Maoyang still distributed the prepared detoxification pills to everyone. She roughly observed that the poisonous gas and poisons in the bamboo forest were not rare poisons, and it should be no problem to use her divine pattern pills. Therefore, they swallowed the pills one after another, and under Su Maoyang's guidance, they passed through the bamboo forest safely, and soon arrived at Yifengshuan. However, the gate of Yifengshuan was closed, and everything was silent. There was not even a trace of human presence. Those who didn't know would think that this was a courtyard that had been abandoned for many years, and no one lived there. Although she was surprised, Su Maoyang still went forward and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Fortunately, after Su Maoyang knocked a few times, the gate opened quickly, and a servant came out. Seeing a large group of people standing at the door, the servant was obviously stunned for a moment, and looked at them in confusion before speaking. Who are you? Su Maoyang immediately saluted, with an extremely respectful attitude. We are disciples who have just arrived at Wuwang Peak. We have something important to ask to see Elder Wu's close disciple Ji Yanting. Please pass it on. Su Maoyang thought that they had just arrived, had no name or status, and were nothing. It would be a bit rude to ask to see Elder Wu right away. So, she thought of being tactful and meeting his close disciple first. However, the next second, the servant coldly rejected him. Sorry, Master Ji never likes to see guests. Please go back. Su Maoyang and others didn't expect the other party to reject them without informing them, and their expressions froze for a moment. Young man, we really have something urgent to see Master Ji, and we hope you can be flexible. Ji Ruiqing was a man who understood things, and hurriedly took out the fairy crystal stone and pretended to put it in the servant's hand. However, the servant was unmoved by the huge amount of fairy crystals and pushed back with a cold face. Yifengshuan doesn't like these. You should go back. If you bother Master Ji, I can't afford the offense. Jun Haocong didn't have so much patience to stand here and talk nonsense with a servant. He warned with a sullen face. Do you really think that you, a servant, can stop so many of us? Of course I can't stop them. But if you anger Elder Wu, it's unknown whether you can walk out alive. Facing the pressure from Jun Haocong, the servant's momentum was slightly weaker. But there was still no fear on his face, which shows Elder Wu's status in Wuwang Peak. Fu Minxiu was angry and wanted to continue the conversation. But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a sudden laugh. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Jun and Miss Su from Qingyang Medicine Shop? You are well informed and found out about Ye Fengshuan so quickly." Hearing the greeting, Su Maoyang and others all turned their heads to look, and when they recognized the other party's identity, their faces sank. The people who came were the children of the Ning family, who had a grudge against them. Of course, the old man Ning Weiyuan was also among them. But he did not speak. It was his third son Ning Hongqiao who spoke. In addition, Ning Hongfeng, the fourth son Ning Ruiqing, and the fifth son Ning Haoza were all accompanying them. However, the youngest son Ning Haochu was not seen. He probably had a broken arm and was still recovering. So the task of running errands naturally fell on the brothers. However, Su Maoyang still didn't expect at this time, except for Ning Qishuan and Ning Jinyu, the sixth son of Ning Qishuan. All the other sons of the Ning family came. It seems that since Ning Qishuan inherited the position of governor, he has used a lot of iron-blooded means to gain a firm foothold in Ning Jianzhou. Otherwise, this group of people would not be so bold as to abandon the affairs of Ning Jianzhou and come to the Great Yin dynasty to ask for treatment. I think they think that Ning Jianzhou has no hope of seizing power, so they set their sights on the Great Yin dynasty. After all, it is said that Ning Weiyuan has some relationship with Kang Heiman. If they start from this breakthrough, they may still have a chance to turn things around. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang felt relieved and replied calmly, "Governor Ning is joking. We are not as well informed as Governor Ning. We just arrived. But you must have lived here for a while. You are wrong." At this time, Jun Haotsong suddenly interrupted and corrected him. "What's wrong?" Su Maoyang was suddenly interrupted by him and glanced at him with some confusion. Jun Haotsong reminded seriously, "He is no longer the governor." Su Maoyang had no idea what he meant. Seeing Ning Weiyuan's face suddenly sank, he felt funny in his heart, but nodded seriously. "Oh, right. I forgot that Governor Ning has been replaced by Prince Ning. Should I call him the head of the Ning family now? The Ning family is in power with Prince Ning, and the head of the family should also be Prince Ning." Jun Haotsong shook his head. Seeing Jun Haotsong using this matter to embarrass Ning Weiyuan, Su Maoyang held back a smile and agreed. "That's right. Then I can only call you Old Ning." Sure enough, Ning Weiyuan's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it when he heard the couple deliberately talking about his position as governor being taken away in public. How could he hold his face when he was ridiculed by a few juniors in public when he was already an old man? Humph. You two stop playing tricks there. Even if I was taken away from the position of governor, I am still the governor's father. Ning Qishuan can't disobey his father no matter how rebellious he is. You want to see a joke? So give up on it." Su Maoyang chuckled indifferently. "Really? Then why do you think we were able to find Ye Fengshuan so quickly?" Su Maoyang knew that Ning Qishuan was a wise man. The reason why he was able to successfully ascend to the position of governor was not because of his father, but because of a few words from her. I think he wanted to sever his relationship with his father. What's more, he relied on Su Maoyang to gain power, and Ning Weiyuan and several other brothers were originally dissatisfied and taboo about him. So, she didn't mind letting their relationship deteriorate a little bit, and completely let Ning Qishuan become her side. As expected, hearing such a counter-question, Ning Weiyuan, Ning Hongfeng and others looked even uglier. No wonder they were able to find him so quickly. It turned out that Ning Qishuan was tipping him off. Although he was angry, Ning Hongfeng didn't get angry, and only heard him sneer. "What if you find Ye Fengshuan? Can you get in?" Just now, seeing them being rejected by the servant, Ning Hongfeng knew that even if they racked their brains and talked their malice off, they would not be able to see Ji Yanting. They couldn't even see Elder Wu's close disciple, let alone Elder Wu himself. After a few days of getting along, they knew the temperament of this master and disciple too well. After saying that, Ning Hongfeng, perhaps deliberately disgusting Su Maoyang and others, turned his head to look at the servant and said, "Please inform Mr. Ji that we are here." The servant called Wabao did not leave, but had a polite smile on his face. "No need to inform. Mr. Ji is already waiting for you inside." After saying that, the servant took a step back and stretched out his hand to lead the way for Ning Hongfeng and others. Seeing this, Fu Minxiu and others were stunned. This differential treatment was too obvious. Chapter 2298 Master and Disciple are both weirdos. Seeing Su Maoyang and the others standing there in a daze, the faces of the Ning family's sons could not help but show 7 parts of pride and 3 parts of disdain. And then, they followed the servant into Yai Fengshuan in a swagger. Seeing this, Fu Minxiu clenched his fists and really wanted to rush up and punch him a few times. Too much. They didn't even need to report to enter. But we were directly rejected without even reporting. It's really like serving food according to the dish. Ji Ruiqing knew that Fu Minxiu was dissatisfied with this treatment. But he also understood his behavior. And explained, I heard that the Songhai sect disciple, who was related to Ning Weiyuan, was Mr. Ji's sweetheart. In order to please his sweetheart, he naturally had to give Ning Weiyuan some face. Sweetheart? No wonder he is so attentive to the Ning family. Fu Minxiu made a sound of pa, and then looked at Su Maoyang. Now we can't even get in the door. What should we do next? Su Maoyang was not very angry about being turned away. No matter what, they came to ask for help, so they had to act like a beggar. And this little humiliation was nothing. But it was obviously not feasible at the moment. So she had to make other plans. No hurry. Since they don't want to see us, let's settle down in Wuwang Peak first. There's a long time to come, and there will always be a chance to see each other. She didn't believe that if Elder Wu stayed in seclusion and didn't go out, Ji Yanting, a young man, could stay at home all the time. As far as she knew, Ji Yanting often went to the Soul Erosion Hall to make pills. Anyway, she had plenty of time, and there would always be a chance to catch him. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang led everyone away from here and went to the admissions office. Since they missed the Unified Admissions Day, they were directly arranged to stay in Henghuayuan after registering. After these days of traveling, everyone was tired, and they had a good rest as soon as they returned to the room. The next morning, when it was still light, Su Maoyang reported to the door of Yai Fengshuan again, as if he would not leave until he saw someone. But this time, Su Maoyang did not let everyone follow him. After all, she knew it was injured and needed to be well recuperated. As for other people, it would be useless to block here, so it would be better to use this time to practice and improve their strength. But Jun Haosong was worried about her and insisted on staying by her side. After so many years of getting along, Su Maoyang had already figured out his little thoughts. He said that he was worried about her safety, but in fact, he was worried about her being alone with Ji Yanting. However, he was completely overthinking this time. Not only did Ji Yanting not want to get along with her, they waited for several days from morning to night, but they didn't even see him. It can be seen that this Ji Yanting is not easy to get along with. Seeing them report every day regardless of the weather, the servant of Yai Fengshuan was very embarrassed. In the end, he slipped into the medicine garden despite the risk of being scolded and reported. Sir, they have been here for 5 consecutive days. They have been waiting for a whole day. No matter how we drive them away, they will not leave. If they continue to waste time like this, I am afraid it is not a solution. Do you want to? They don't understand human language. If they like to wait, let them wait. Ji Yanting fiddled with the herbs in his hand and replied coldly, obviously not taking Su Maoyang and others seriously at all. But, sir, I see that this group of people have good temperaments and have successfully climbed Wuwang Peak. I think they have a high status and good strength. If they are really related to Elder Wu, if we block them out like this, if Elder Wu knows, will he? The servant was somewhat apprehensive. You don't need to worry about this. This group of people, like the Ning family father and son, came from the Tiansheng dynasty. They came to Wuwang Peak this time to ask my master to treat their illnesses. If they really had something to do with my master, they wouldn't have waited outside the door for so long. Ji Yanting sniffed the herbs in his hand and said indifferently, but the last time I saw them, there were about 12 or 20 people. With such a lineup, they all climbed the mountain successfully. Their strength should not be underestimated. And the 2 people outside the door are even more unfathomable. When Bao saw that the group of people were not easy to deal with, and he was unsure, Ji Yanting didn't take it to heart. His cold voice was full of contempt. The people of the Tiansheng dynasty don't have the ability to climb Wuwang Peak. I think they can only get to the door of my Yai Fengshuan with the help of a master. For example, the Ning family father and son. None of them had the ability to climb the mountain. They relied on Chu Xinting to lead the way before they found him. It's possible that the group of people outside also had some connections. After hearing this, the servant gradually felt relieved and nodded in agreement. His Wuwang Peak has always been unattainable. So it is not normal for so many people to come up at once. If he said that there was no help from a master, he would never believe it. But if we let them block the door, it will be difficult for the young master to go out. It's okay. At most I won't go out for a few days. Ji Yanting peeled off the last herb and patted the residue in his hand, speaking indifferently, as if he was talking about someone else's business. He still didn't believe that this group of people could block the door forever. Sure enough, on the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th days, he heard that the two people didn't come again. I think they gave up after waiting for so many days without seeing a single person. He hadn't been to the soul-eating hall to make pills for several days. Today, no one was blocking the door, so he could go out. Thinking of this, Ji Yanting prepared the herbs and went to the soul-eating hall in the morning light. Although Su Maoyang, who lived in Henghuayuan, had not been to Yai Fengshuan for several days, it did not mean that she had not sent people to keep an eye on Yai Fengshuan's movements. Sure enough, on the 11th day, she finally got the news. Ji Ruiqing ran in happily and said excitedly, "Junior sister, you guessed right. He really went out to the soul-eating hall. It seems that he really thought we gave up. If they gave up as soon as they came, it would be unrealistic. Therefore, Su Maoyang waited for several days before, and then did not go again, which gave people the illusion of giving up. In addition, I also found out that although the Ning family father and son met Ji Yanting, they did not meet Elder Wu. It is said that even if Ji Yanting interceded, Elder Wu would not be moved and had no intention of treating Ning Haochu. So, they have been living here waiting for an opportunity." Ji Ruiqing was secretly happy when she thought that the Ning family father and son did not get any good results. Su Maoyang nodded slightly, then stood up and strode out. "Let's go. It's time to go to the soul-eating hall to close the net." However, the soul-eating hall is the territory of the poison master, and you must have the badge of the poison master or the waste badge of the elder's apprentice to enter. Su Maoyang and his group were a group of casual cultivators who had not yet taken a disciple. They had neither badges nor waste badges. So the guards guarding both sides of the gate immediately put down their spears and blocked them when they saw these unfamiliar faces. No one is allowed to enter. Su Maoyang was not panicked at all, and said calmly, "We have an urgent matter to find Ji Yanting, and I hope you two brothers can help us." The two guards were a little surprised. Ji Yanting was a disciple of Elder Wu. Like his master, he was cold and aloof. He was a weird person. He had never had any friends, and no one dared to make friends with him. Now someone actually came to find him, which was rare. "Please show your waste badges." Without waste badges, no matter who you are looking for, you are not allowed to enter. Although the guards were surprised, they still had to follow the procedures. Chapter 2299. How did she get in? Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes when he saw that they were unwilling to let him go, and reminded them, "Two young men, we were brought up the mountain by Miss Chu to find Master Ji. We didn't become his disciples. So where did the badge come from? Are you blocking us outside the door like this? Forcing us to ask Miss Chu to come and explain to you in person?" When the two guards heard Miss Chu, they immediately reacted. Although her full name was not mentioned, the guards knew that there was only one woman related to Ji Yanting, and that was Chu Xinting, the direct disciple of Kang Heiman. It is said that the two were childhood sweethearts and had a very close relationship. Even Ji Yanting, who had a weird temper and didn't give anyone face, obeyed Chu Xinting's words, which showed the status of Chu Xinting in Ji Yanting's mind. So, everyone on Wuwang Peak knew that Chu Xinting was Ji Yanting's sweetheart. Furthermore, some time ago, they did hear that Chu Xinting came to Wuwang Peak to find Ji Yanting, and brought a large group of people, seemingly asking Ji Yanting for help. It's just that they were stationed in the soul-eating hall, and had not seen the group of people. But from the tone of the woman in front of them, they should be Chu Xinting's friends. Thinking of this, the two guards' faces eased a little, and they said with some embarrassment, "But you don't have any evidence. If we let you in, if something happens, we can't afford to offend you. If you offend Miss Chu and anger Master Ji, you can afford to offend him?" Su Maoyang raised his voice and questioned. The two guards were immediately suppressed by her momentum, thinking that offending Miss Chu would definitely anger Ji Yanting. Their faces turned pale. Poison masters are the most unacceptable to offend. Not to mention that they are the disciples of Elder Wu. You should know that Elder Wu has always been lawless and murderous in Wuwang Peak, so no one dares to provoke his close disciples. If they provoke him, they are afraid that their lives will be in danger. But if they go in now to report, if they disturb Master G and cause him to make mistakes in the process of alchemy, they probably won't have a good end. After thinking for a while, one of the guards may have thought of a way to balance the situation and said, "Okay, for Miss Chu's sake, I can make some concessions. But only you are allowed to go in. And the rest of you will stop here. Come out immediately after you find someone. And you are not allowed to stay." They didn't dare to gamble. If this group of people were really Miss Chu's friends, they would block people outside the door and ruin Ji Yanting's business. And they would definitely suffer Ji Yanting's anger. Of course, even if they were not Miss Chu's friends, they only let one woman in. And they didn't expect it to cause any trouble. What's more, the Soul Erosion Hall is full of poison. Whatever she wants to do, she has to see if she has the luck to do it. Anyway, it's easier than facing Ji Yanting, who has a cold face all day and seems to have a grudge against everyone. But Jun Haotsong heard it and rejected it decisively. "No, I have to go with you. I've made an exception by letting her go in alone. Don't push it too much." The guard frowned and warned. Su Maoyong knew it was not easy to get the other party to give in. So he hurriedly appeased Jun Haotsong and coaxed him with kind words. "Don't worry. He has a lover. He won't be interested in me. I'll be back soon. No delay." Humph. Who knows if he will fall in love with someone else? In Jun Haotsong's mind, no woman in the world is as good as Su Maoyong. If a man sees her, it would be strange if he is not attracted to her. Su Maoyong smiled helplessly, looking at him with admiration. "With you here, does he dare to fall in love with someone else? Even if he has the courage, does he have the fate?" According to Jun Haotsong's temperament, once there is a sign, it will be strangled in the cradle, let alone let it develop. Jun Haotsong was flattered by her trusting and admiring eyes, and then nodded. "Yes, they don't have that fate." Hearing him say this, Su Maoyong knew that he was relieved, and then ordered Ji Ruiqing and others, "You just stand guard at the door. I will come out soon." Ji Ruiqing and others understood what she meant, and all nodded solemnly. Then, Su Maoyong turned and entered the Soul Eating Hall. The Soul Eating Hall is very large, but Ji Yanting's alchemy room is not difficult to find. This person was so famous that Su Maoyong found his location by asking someone and walked in directly. Ji Yanting was refining pills at this time. He was shocked when he saw someone coming in. He shouted in disbelief. "You? How did you get in?" Su Maoyong was shocked by his roar and froze. He blinked innocently. I walked in." Ji Yanting was speechless by her answer. In fact, what he wanted to ask was that the door of his alchemy room was full of poisons. How did this woman avoid the poison and come in? Logically speaking, as long as she entered the door, she couldn't avoid it anyway. Could it be that she was also a poison master? But it shouldn't be. His poisons are very rare, and ordinary poison masters don't have that ability. After all, there were many poisoners who had broken into his alchemy room, but none of them had ever walked in alive. This was the first time that someone appeared in front of him safe and sound. How could he not be shocked? But he didn't know that Su Maoyong had a physique that was immune to all poisons, and didn't take his poison seriously at all. "Who are you? How dare you break into my alchemy room? Are you going to die?" Unable to figure out how the other party got in, Ji Yanting could only focus on her identity. Only after being shocked, he looked at the woman seriously and found that she had a waterfall of silver hair draped over her shoulders, emitting a faint glow that did not belong to the human world. A pair of clear and bright black eyes, shining like stars, and delicate and rosy red lips like cherry blossoms, dotted on the pink and jade-like, delicate face, like an elf fallen into the mortal world. So beautiful that it made people shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. "Sorry to interrupt Master Ji's alchemy. I am Su Maoyong who asked to see Master Ji a few days ago." Su Maoyong bowed hurriedly when he asked. When he heard the name, Ji Yanting's eyes, which were still amazed, suddenly sank. It turned out that she was from the Tiansheng dynasty, and had been waiting for him at the door of Yifengchuan for several days. I had heard when Bao say that they had good temperaments before, and now it seemed that what he said was true, even beyond his expectations. It's just that this group of people came to ask to see his master, and he didn't have the time to deal with them. Thinking of it, Ji Yanting had a cold face and refused directly. "Don't bother. My master won't do anything. I am refining the elixir, and don't have time to deal with you. I advise you to leave quickly. If there is something wrong with the elixir, you can't think of leaving alive today. After that, Ji Yanting continued to throw the prepared herbs into the alchemy furnace, concentrating on controlling the flames at the bottom of the furnace. Su Maoyong frowned slightly when he saw the amount of herbs he threw in, and walked to his side without warning. After taking a look at the situation in the alchemy furnace, Su Maoyong took the remaining 5 blood hand leaves on the table and threw them all into the furnace without saying a word. Ji Yanting was concentrating on controlling the fire, because he had been unsuccessful in refining. He had almost exhausted all his energy. Who knew that Su Maoyong would suddenly do this? He was so scared that his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared angrily. What are you doing? In order to get out alive. Of course I will help you. Su Maoyong answered calmly. Chapter 2300 Sorry. I am immune to all poisons. After hearing this explanation, Ji Yanting's green pupils burned with anger, and veins on his forehead were faintly throbbing. He cursed Su Maoyong. You idiot. Do you know how to make pills? How dare you throw away medicinal materials? I spent a year looking for 8 blood hand leaves, and now they are all destroyed by you. I will never let you go today. Originally, a blood hand leaf is very rare, and she actually lost 5 at once. Ji Yanting wanted to die. You know, for this pill, he has been preparing for a long time, spending a lot of time and energy, and it also cost a lot to find medicinal materials. If it fails this time, the 8 blood hand leaves will be wasted, and he will have to prepare for another year or 2 before he can start. Just thinking of this, Ji Yanting wanted to cut Su Maoyong into pieces, but because the pill in his hand had not yet taken shape and he had no energy to kill people, he had to release the strange fire in a hurry to remedy the pill in the furnace. Su Maoyong saw that he had actually contracted the strange fire, and his eyes lit up, and he nodded in appreciation. It is indeed a good seedling for making medicine. Unfortunately, your strange fire is cold and has many impurities, which does not have much auxiliary effect on the fire-attributed pill you are refining. Although the strange fire is more suitable for refining pills than ordinary fire. If you want a good medicinal effect, you have to see what kind of pill you are refining. For example, the pill in his furnace is obviously fire-attributed and more intense. Only with the fire-attributed strange fire can the medicinal effect be maximized. And if he uses the cold-attributed strange fire, the medicinal effect will be greatly reduced. But seeing that he attaches so much importance to this pill, and refines it so laboriously, Su Maoyong can't bear to watch him waste medicinal materials. And then raised his hand, and invested a touch of mental power in the pill furnace. Seeing that she was going to make trouble again, Ji Yanting's handsome face darkened, and he slashed at Su Maoyong with a knife. He didn't expect that this woman would be so bold and anger him to such an extent. Not only did she not know how to restrain herself, but she also went even further, and planned to attack the elixir in his furnace. She was simply not knowing how to live or die. In this case, there was no need for him to show mercy. However, Su Maoyong took his moves expressionlessly, with her left hand still hanging on the top of the furnace, continuing to invest her mental power. Ji Yanting didn't expect that his fatal blow was actually blocked by her, and she took it with one hand. A hint of surprise flashed across his pupils, and then he attacked again. However, facing his aggressive combo, Su Maoyong just leaned back slightly and blocked it all for him. From beginning to end, there was no panic at all, just as calm as when she first came in. It was as if the series of fights just now had never happened. Obviously, this woman's strength is quite extraordinary. But Ji Yanting boasted that he was good at fighting, and he was still very shocked that he couldn't even do anything to a woman. However, as a poison master, he always killed people with poison. So he poisoned the woman at the moment of the fight just now. I think within 5 breaths, she will bleed to death. Thinking of this, Ji Yanting's eyes gradually turned cold, and he silently counted the last countdown of Su Maoyong's life in his heart. However, when he counted to 5, he didn't wait for Su Maoyong's sudden death, but was attracted by the strange fire that suddenly jumped up from the bottom of the furnace. Biyun Tianling fire. Ji Yanting, who was so cold, couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. As a poison master, he had a deep study of strange fire, medicinal materials, and elixirs, so he recognized the Biyun Tianling fire at a glance. After all, the Biyun Heavenly Spirit fire is the 5th ranked fire on the list of fires, and it is also the legendary fire of life. I don't know how much more powerful it is than his Jinwu heavenly fire. He really couldn't imagine that he would be able to see the fire of life in his lifetime. He didn't know how powerful this woman was to have such a rare fire. Thinking of this, Ji Yanting was shocked, and almost confirmed his guess, blurting out, "Are you a poison master?" Su Maoyong shook his head. "No. I can only make pills. Not poison." Ji Yanting widened his eyes, and looked at her in disbelief. "Then why are you okay?" He had just poisoned her. But she was fine, and had the energy to control the fire. How could this be a sign of poisoning? Could it be that his poison is not effective enough? But it shouldn't be. His poison has never failed. What's wrong? Su Maoyong didn't react for a while. And when he saw his eyes wandering around her, she suddenly understood his question. "Oh, you mean the time you poisoned me? Sorry. I disappoint you. I'm immune to all poisons." Invulnerable to all poisons? Ji Yanting felt even more strange. Generally, to have a physique that is immune to all poisons. It is a poison master who has gone through hundreds of battles, and soaked in countless poisons. This woman is delicate and tender. And it is obvious that she has never experienced the destruction of poisons. Moreover, she is not a poison master. And it can be said that she has never even touched poisons. How can she be immune to all poisons? It can't be that she is born like this. Right? The more Ji Yanting thought about it, the more shocked he was. And his frown could crush a fly to death. It's fine that he couldn't beat her. But he couldn't even poison her. This is the first time Ji Yanting has met such a difficult person. However, just when he was depressed, Su Maoyong had successfully shaped the pill, and then raised her hand. The pill came out of the furnace smoothly, and the rich medicinal fragrance instantly spread. Seeing this scene, Ji Yanting was shocked. His green eyes unconsciously enlarged, and his eyes were full of disbelief that almost popped out of his eye sockets. Success? She actually succeeded in refining it. And this fragrance? This color? Unexpectedly perfect. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to refine a pill of this quality. So that means that this woman's alchemy skills are far superior to his own. The 5 blood hand leaves thrown in just now were not to make trouble. But she really knows it. Realizing this, Ji Yanting looked at Su Maoyong with a particularly complicated look, and his impression of her changed drastically. He just called her a fool and scolded her for not knowing how to make pills. And now thinking back, it seems a little ridiculous. Su Maoyong seemed to have guessed his doubts and explained. This pill, according to the rules, requires 10 blood hand leaves. But you only put in 3 at the beginning. Not to mention you. I believe that even if the god of pills were alive, he couldn't make it. In fact, 8 is a bit of a stretch. But it's okay to make do with it. Su Maoyong said it lightly. But Ji Yanting was shocked to the extreme when he heard it. This pill is obviously of extremely high quality. But she said it was just okay to make do with it. And she successfully made a pill with 8 leaves, which required 10 leaves to be formed. He couldn't even imagine such a skill. Su Maoyong didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that his pill was finished, he got straight to the point and said, "Mr. Ji, your pill is done. Can you give me a chance to sit down and talk now?" Chapter 2301 How can there be such a shameless woman like you in the world? When she asked this, Ji Yanting suddenly didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, although she used up all the blood hand leaves, she at least helped him refine a pill of perfect quality, which was a great help to him. However, when he thought of her asking to see his master, Ji Yanting was not very happy. After all, he would definitely be punished for disturbing his master because of an insignificant matter. Therefore, he couldn't help her with this favor anyway. Thinking of this, Ji Yanting didn't intend to give her hope and refused. I said, "My master won't see guests or treat illnesses. I think you have heard that even the Ning family father and son haven't seen my master yet. So you know that my master won't take action easily. What will it take for the master to take action?" Su Maoyong is not afraid of difficulties. The key is to know the tricks to solve difficulties. He won't take action no matter what. So you better give up this idea. Ji Yanting shook his head and refused to give in. Su Maoyong had no choice but to take out the rare medicinal herbs in the space and hand them to Ji Yanting. These dozens of rare medicinal herbs grew in her space spiritual field. Each one is more precious than the blood hand leaf. She didn't believe that Ji Yanting would not be tempted. As expected, seeing so many precious and rare medicinal herbs, Ji Yanting's eyes lit up immediately, and his face showed a rare excitement. "Are these your medicinal herbs?" Su Maoyang nodded. Yes. These are compensation for Mr. G's blood hand leaves. Although it is compensation, the quantity and quality. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is definitely a huge benefit. But after hearing that it was compensation, Ji Yanting immediately took it with a clear conscience. If he were to look for so many rare medicinal herbs, it would probably take him several years to find them. Such a great bargain would be a waste. Then can Mr. G reveal a little more? Su Maoyang gave so much reward, so he must get some information. Ji Yanting raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. Okay. I'll tell you directly. If you exchange your life for his, I think my master might consider it. He should like your corpse. The body that is immune to all poisons is enough for his master to study for a while. Su Maoyang had heard that Elder Wu liked to tinker with some terrible things, but he didn't expect it to be true. Is there no other way except exchanging lives? Su Maoyang frowned, not very satisfied with the answer. No. Ji Yanting refused without thinking. But Su Maoyang knew that Ji Yanting did not have no way, but just didn't want to bother his master for a group of outsiders. Just now she helped him and gave him so many gifts. But he was unwilling to work hard, which was a bit too much. Mr. G took the herbs and still perfunctorily treated me, which made me very sad. If Mr. G is unwilling to help, then I can only pester him every day. I think if Mr. G is annoyed with me, he will always find a way. Of course, even if you can't think of a way, you will always have the opportunity to meet Elder Wu by following Mr. G. Don't you think? Ji Yanting didn't expect that she was going to rely on him. His face sank, and he snorted coldly. Then I won't leave Yai Fengshuan and see how you follow. Haha. Do you think the poisons in your Yai Fengshuan can do anything to me? I didn't break in before because I was polite and gave you enough respect. I didn't expect you to be shameless. So don't blame me for being tough. Su Maoyang is not a person with a good temper. She lowered her attitude before, but it was only because the other party deserved respect. But the man in front of her obviously did not do anything after getting the benefit, so she did not mind using some special means. What do you want to do? Hearing her threatening tone, Ji Yanting's face changed immediately. Because of her physique that is immune to all poisons. He had just seen it. As she said, it is not difficult for her to break into Yai Fengshuan. Su Maoyang smiled harmlessly. Don't be afraid. I can't do anything. At most, I will go to Mr. G's room every day and eat and sleep with him until he comes up with a solution. I heard that Mr. G's sweetheart is Miss Chu, and it seems that they are engaged. I just don't know what Miss Chu will think when she hears that her fiancé eats and sleeps with another woman. Hearing this, Ji Yanting's face turned pale as paper in an instant. Perhaps he didn't expect that there would be such a shameless woman in the world. He was shocked and angry and shouted, "You are so shameless. How can there be such a shameless woman like you in the world? You actually want to eat and sleep with a strange man. Compared with exchanging lives, shame and reputation are nothing. If Mr. G doesn't believe it, you can try it tonight." Su Maoyang knows Ji Yanting's personality to some extent, and has also heard about the love story between Ji Yanting and Chu Xining. Therefore, she was certain that Ji Yanting was a man who was self-disciplined, cared a lot about his reputation, and cared about Chu Xiting's opinion. He would never use such a thing to destroy the relationship between the two of them. It was precisely because of this that Su Maoyang dared to scare him like this. Ji Yanting was speechless because of her retort, and his usually calm temperament was trembling with anger. He knew that if this woman really wanted to sneak into his room, it would be impossible to prevent her. Even if there was nothing wrong between the two of them, it would be a mess if it got out. After all, a man and a woman were alone in the same room. How could people not think too much? If Chu Xining knew, this relationship would be completely over. Thinking of this, although Ji Yanting was very angry, he did not dare to take risks and had to compromise. Okay, you are so cruel. I will find a way to let my master see you, provided that you don't do anything out of line. Otherwise, don't even think about me helping you again. Of course. Then I thank Mr. G in advance. Su Maoyang was relieved to hear that he finally gave in, and this time he saluted respectfully. Ji Yanting didn't want to deal with her for a moment, snorted coldly, and walked out with his sleeves. When Ji Ruiqing and others saw Ji Yanting coming out, they all lined up and blocked his way. Su Maoyang, who followed closely, saw Ji Yanting being stopped, and winked at Ji Ruiqing and others. Let him go. He has promised to help us. Everyone didn't expect it to be so smooth, and was stunned for a moment. Then they quickly made way after they came to their senses. nodded to Ji Yanting with a grateful smile on their faces. Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Ji. The happier Ji Yanting saw them laughing, the more irritated he became, and he disappeared from everyone's sight with only a snort of anger. Ji Ruiqing and others were a little confused by his attitude, and they all looked up and looked at Su Maoyang in confusion. Didn't he say that he agreed to help? Why is he still angry and reluctant? Su Maoyang knew their doubts. But how could he explain such a thing in front of Jun Haocong? So he smiled perfunctorily. I threatened him that if he didn't help, we would keep pestering him and prevent him from refining the elixir. He had no choice but to agree to do it. Everyone nodded in sudden enlightenment after hearing this. But Jun Haocong looked at Su Maoyang suspiciously. As far as he knew, Ji Yanting was not so easily threatened. Chapter 2302 You already have a husband? Su Maoyang knew that Jun Haocong would not completely believe her words. So she immediately changed the subject and said, Let's go. Shinua is still waiting for us to tell her the good news. After that, she took the lead and walked out, returning to Henwu Garden in a hurry. Sure enough, when everyone heard that Su Maoyang finally had the opportunity to meet Elder Wu, they were so happy that they didn't know what to do, and their hearts finally fell by half. After all, they had no way to find a way before. But now at least they saw some hope. Seeing that everyone was running around and worrying about her, Shinua felt bad and took the initiative to suggest, although my arm is broken, my body is recovered and I don't need anyone to take care of my daily life. Now I have the opportunity to meet Elder Wu, so you don't have to stay here with me. I know you still have a lot of things to do from your master, so there's really no need to waste time here. She just broke her arm, not paralyzed and unable to do anything, and she knew that her arm might not be cured for a while. She couldn't let everyone spend their whole lives here just because of her. How could she feel at ease? Shinua, don't feel burdened. The most important thing now is your arm. Everything else can be put aside. Gu Qiuyun comforted. Yes, Shinua. Don't think about anything. Just focus on healing. We have our own arrangements for our affairs, and we won't delay them. Meng Yusen also took over the conversation considerately. Shinua laughed and shook her head. I'm not as fragile as you think. I've suffered so much humiliation before, but I'm still alive and well, let alone this little setback. I will take good care of myself. If you stay here, I will not be able to recover from my injuries. Hearing this, Su Maoyang agreed directly without waiting for everyone to refute. Just let her do it. You are not doctors and cannot cure her hand. Staying here will not help. It is better to go down the mountain early and help her find the remaining herbs. Fang Yibin nodded and agreed. Junior sister is right. Shinua's herbs still need our efforts. Besides, since we have to stay in the Great Yin dynasty for a long time, we must gain a foothold in the imperial city before we can do things. Therefore, the tasks that Su Maoyang assigned to them must be carried out quickly. Hearing this, everyone nodded loosely. Okay, then we will go down the mountain first. If there is anything important, please tell us at any time. I will not go with you. Shinua still needs a woman to take care of her. The auction house matters will be left to you to deal with. Fang Yibin and others have been with her for so many years. Ji Ruiqing still believes in their abilities. Seeing this, Gu Qiuyun and Gong Sun Jingji also understood and clasped their fists to Su Maoyang. Master, we will go ahead. Take care of yourselves. Su Maoyang nodded, and then they filed out and prepared to go down the mountain. However, after they left, Su Maoyang waited for almost another month before finally waiting for the news that Elder Wu had come out of seclusion. Perhaps because he was afraid that Su Maoyang would really do those shocking things. Ji Yanting did not break his promise and quickly arranged for them to meet Elder Wu. However, when Su Maoyang and Jun Haocong really walked into Yifengxuan, they were still shocked by the arrangement inside. It can be said that the entire Yifengxuan is almost entirely made of poisons, and it can be called the world of poisons. It is hard to imagine how obsessed the witch elder is with poisons to build such a courtyard. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang and others followed the servants in an orderly manner and entered the reception room without daring to make any mistakes. Su Maoyang is immune to all poisons, but it does not mean that Jun Haocong and Ji Ruiqing can be immune to them. So it is better to be careful when entering other people's territory. However, when entering the hall, seeing the chairs made of poisonous toads, with dried poisonous spiders carved on the handles, Ji Ruiqing still didn't know how to sit down for a while, and only felt creepy and got goosebumps. When Bao, a servant next to her, saw her disgusting and repulsive eyes, and laughed in his heart, explaining, "Don't worry. As long as the master doesn't let you die, no matter how poisonous the poison is, it can't hurt you at all. The implication is that you can sit down with confidence and you won't die." But even so, Ji Ruiqing still felt nauseous. But due to politeness, he had to sit down. As for Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong, their faces were normal, and they quietly waited for the arrival of Wu Elder. Seeing how calm they were, Wen Bao couldn't help but look at them with a higher opinion. Then he served tea and said politely, "Please have some tea. Our young master has already gone to invite the master. Please wait for a moment." "It's okay. We have been waiting for nearly 2 months. We don't need a cup of tea," Su Maoyang said indifferently. Ji Ruiqing saw the black gas coming out of the teacup and the black stuff in it. He was almost about to spit out the overnight meal. How could he still want to have tea? He quickly avoided his eyes and refused with a dry laugh. "Don't be so polite. As juniors, we should wait for our elders." However, as soon as she finished speaking, a sneer of contempt came from outside the door. "You pestered my disciple to risk being punished to come forward for you. I thought you were a powerful person, but I didn't expect you to not even dare to drink a cup of tea." At this time, a short and hunched figure came out of the door, with a mess of white hair covering his eyebrows and eyes. But perhaps because his eyes were too sharp, people could see through the messy hair and see the pair of fierce and ferocious eyes that were as scary as jackals and tigers. What was inconsistent was that his skin was very white. A white that was almost like snow, like a dead person without blood. At first glance, it was quite scary, coupled with the wrinkles on his face, the raised cheekbones, and the dark red lips. It made people feel extremely ugly, uglier than a ghost. No matter how knowledgeable Ren Su Maoyang was, he couldn't help shuddering when he saw the scene, and couldn't help but worry about Xiao Xian's future appearance. If poison masters become so ugly after practicing, I wonder if Xiao Xian will be disliked by Dongfang Liyue. You know, she just contacted Dongfang Liyue with the sound transmission talisman some time ago. It is said that she has been adopted as a daughter by the Ji family in the imperial city, and the whole family is cultivating her according to the standards of a lady. With such an identity and background, ordinary people may not be able to reach such a high level. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but sweat for Xiao Xian. But the other party humiliated her to such an extent. Su Maoyang naturally couldn't remain indifferent, and then picked up the teacup and drank it without hesitation. "Elder Wu misunderstood. We are not afraid, but we have never liked these poisons. I hope Elder Wu will forgive us." Seeing Su Maoyang drink it without blinking, Elder Wu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her. "Is she the Su Maoyang who is immune to all poisons you mentioned?" Ji Yanting, who was following behind, waited for Elder Wu to take a seat and replied respectfully, "It's her. My daughter Su Maoyang greets Elder Wu." Su Maoyang bowed immediately after hearing him call her name, and then pointed at Jun Haotsong and Ji Ruiqing. "This is my husband, Jun Haotsong, and this is my senior sister, Ji Ruiqing. I hope you will forgive me for disturbing you today." "What? You already have a husband?" Hearing this introduction, Elder Wu had no time to speak. Ji Yanting was so shocked that his eyes widened, and he asked loudly, "Chapter 2303, I'm used to it. If you don't agree, come and hit me." Jun Haotsong was very sensitive to these things. When he heard this, he immediately realized that something was wrong and frowned and asked, "Why? Is it strange that she has a husband?" "Humph. You still have the nerve to ask me. Ask her yourself. What shameless things she has done to me before. What shameless words she has said. I'm too ashamed to speak." Ji Yanting pointed at Su Maoyang with an angry face, looking disgusted and disgusted. Su Maoyang was accused by him, and immediately shouted, Hey! 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 Tell me clearly, what shameless things have I done to you? I helped you refine pills, and gave you a lot of rare medicinal materials. Is this also called shameless? You, don't try to cover up here. At the beginning, you said you wanted to eat and sleep with me, and force me to ask Master to come forward. Do you dare to say that you didn't say these words? Ji Yanting seemed to have never said such explicit words. He hesitated for a long time before speaking out to confront Jun Haotsong. A jealous man didn't want to hear such words. His face sank, and he stared at Su Maoyang. The meaning of questioning couldn't be more obvious. Su Maoyang felt the storm brewing in him, and was frightened. She quickly reached out and patted his chest. and said to him obediently and gently, "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I just cured you. Don't get angry again." "Did you say that?" Jun Haosong was comforted by her kind words. And he didn't get angry immediately. But his cold and low voice was enough to make people tremble. So Su Maoyang didn't dare to hide a word, and immediately admitted tactfully, "Yes, I did say that I would eat and sleep with him. But he forced me to do nothing. I have said all the good things I could, helped him make the elixir, and sent him a lot of gifts. Anyone with a conscience, who knows how to repay a favor, would not let me use my reputation to coerce and bribe him. You also know how difficult it has been for us along the way. This is the only chance for Shinua's arm. If we can't see Elder Wu, all our efforts will be in vain. If I don't give it a try, I'm afraid I won't even see Elder Wu for the rest of my life. So, I took a different approach to deliberately scare him. Otherwise, with his ugly face, vulgar temperament, unpleasant voice, petty and conscienceless character, how could I like him? Don't you think that I would leave such a handsome guy like you and sleep with a man who is not even as good as your toes? There is nothing wrong with my brain. Don't you think this is reasonable?" Hearing that, Su Maoyang praised Jun Haosong to the sky in order to appease his anger, but instead belittled Ji Yanting to be worthless and miserable. Ji Ruiqing, who was sitting next to him, almost burst out laughing, and simply closed her eyes, not wanting to see her shameless and ruthless man, junior sister with no bottom line. As for Ji Yanting, who was humiliated in public, he was trembling with anger, and his face was even darker than the poison in the teacup. People who didn't know him would think he was poisoned. No conscience, no gratitude, ugly appearance, vulgar temperament, unpleasant voice, and petty personality. This is definitely the first time that Ji Yanting has been scolded so badly in his life. And the other person didn't scold him directly, but just coaxed his husband and took him along, as if he was stating the facts and didn't mean to humiliate him intentionally. How could he go to reason with him? You Ji Yanting is a man of few words, and he rarely has the urge to mobilize his emotions and make him speak. But now, he wishes he could say a few more words on weekdays, practice his speaking skills, and not tremble his mouth and be unable to refute at this critical moment. Su Maoyang can be kind and pleasant to Jun Haosong, but it does not mean that he can also be so good-tempered to Ji Yanting. Seeing him pointing at himself, he could not control his anger and said, "What's wrong with me, Mr. Ji? You are guilty and guilty. And you can't even speak clearly? You slut. You said such indecent words in front of me. And now you are eloquently shirking the responsibility. Mr. Jun, you really should take good care of your wife. You are simply embarrassing all women in the world." Mr. Ji was so angry that his face turned red and he cursed. Although Jun Haosong did not like what Su Maoyang and Ji Yanting said, he could not tolerate others insulting his woman anyway. So he couldn't control his temper immediately. And he flicked his sleeves and shot out a spiritual power, which just passed by the corner of Ji Yanting's mouth, hit the pillar behind him, and pierced a big hole. I believe that if he had deviated a little more, Ji Yanting's mouth would have been gone. But there was still a blood mark on the corner of his mouth, which looked a bit embarrassed. To be honest, Ji Yanting never expected Jun Haosong to be so angry with him. Logically speaking, his woman was so unrestrained and shameless. As her husband, shouldn't he be angry with her and settle accounts with her? Why didn't she scold her even though she looked very angry, but instead pointed the spearhead at him? Just when Ji Yanting was shocked and puzzled, Jun Haosong's voice, like ice, penetrated his ears, and the powerful momentum that came to his face made him feel cold all over. "It's not your turn to teach and humiliate my woman. I don't want to discipline her. I just like to flatter her and pamper her. I am happy to pamper her to show her lawless nature. And I don't need you to point fingers at me. Besides, she said that eating and living with you is just a temporary measure. But you took it seriously. Do you really think you are something that women can look up to?" He couldn't bear to scold his woman. This shit dared to humiliate her with the word slut. If it weren't for the fact that he had asked the witch elder to do something, Ji Yanting would have been dead just now. You actually indulged this slut like this." Ji Yanting felt it was a fantasy. He had never seen a man who pampered a woman to this extent. Jun Haosong heard the word slut again, and he was so angry that he crushed the teacup. He tried to restrain himself and warned, "I'll say it again. No matter what she did or said, she is my wife who I married in a formal way and held in my palm. Even if she did something shameless, it was because I spoiled her. If you don't accept it, You can come and hit me. I can endure it until now. All because I don't want Su Maoyang to waste his efforts. Do you really think he doesn't dare to kill people? Seeing Jun Haotsong's posture of killing, Su Maoyang was worried that the matter would get out of hand. So he hurriedly grabbed him, while stroking his hair, and gently persuaded, Haotsong, forget it. It's good that you understand me. I don't care what others say. Today we are here to see the witch elder. Show the demeanor of our guests. Hearing her say this, Jun Haotsong's expression eased a little. Ji Yanting thought it was ridiculous. However, after a few times, he roughly understood that Su Maoyang's words at the beginning were indeed to scare him. Just now, he was wondering why she dared to say those words so recklessly even though she was married. Now it seems that it was all because of this man named Jun Haotsong. I really don't know what's so good about such a woman that Jun Haotsong loves and protects her so much. Elder Wu, who was sitting on the upper side, saw that both sides gradually calmed down and seemed to be not satisfied yet. He frowned and said, forget it. Why don't you fight? I can collect the bodies after a fight. Su Maoyang twitched her mouth in astonishment when she heard this. She had never seen such a weird master who even ate the melons of his own apprentice. He even wanted to watch the fighting scenes in the hope that the world would not be in chaos. And he didn't even let his own apprentice go. It was really crazy. Chapter 2304 Heart of Life. No matter what she thought, Su Maoyang stood up with an apologetic face, clasped her fists and apologized. I'm sorry. I made Elder Wu laugh because of a misunderstanding before. To be honest, I frightened Master Ji because I wanted to see Elder Wu. So I had to resort to this last resort. I never meant to humiliate Master Ji or force Elder Wu to help treat the disease. I just hope Elder Wu can give us a chance to consider it. If you agree to treat me and have any instructions, I, Su Maoyang, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Of course, even if you don't agree, we have no complaints. Please forgive our rudeness today. Elder Wu. Su Maoyang put her attitude very low, and her expression and tone were particularly sincere. Even if Ji Yanting was rude and humiliated her first, Jun Haotsong had hurt someone after all. It was somewhat rude to hit his apprentice in front of Elder Wu. Fortunately, Elder Wu was a heretic who was not tolerated by the world. He thought etiquette and respect were shit. He showed up today just because he coveted Su Maoyang's body that was immune to all poisons. He didn't care about their little fight at all. It's okay. Anyway, you have to leave your life here. I won't bother with you for this little noise. Elder Wu didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard this and hurriedly explained. Elder Wu, do you have any misunderstandings? When did I say I would give my life to you? Elder Wu frowned when he saw that she was unwilling, and his sinister pupil shot out a cold light. Didn't my apprentice tell you that if you want me to help cure the disease, you have to exchange your body? This woman just drank the tea he specially ordered to prepare, and she has not been poisoned so far, which can be regarded as a confirmation of what his apprentice said, that she does have a special physique. Since it is a corpse that is rare in a century, he is willing to make an exception and take action once. Unexpectedly, she is still unwilling. Ji Ruiqing felt that it was ridiculous and said angrily, Wu Elder, we are here to ask for your help, not to die. If you are unwilling to help, just say it directly. Why use such words to evade us? I still say the same thing. If you want to cure the disease, you have to exchange it with her corpse. Otherwise, there is no need to meet today. Come on. Send the guests away. Wu Elder's face was gloomy, and he drove people away directly, obviously no longer in the mood to talk to them. Su Maoyang finally saw him. How could she leave so easily? She bowed and tried to make amends. Wu Elder, everything can be discussed. Why do you have to be so decisive? You want my corpse? It's nothing more than my body that is immune to all poisons. But there are many more interesting things in this world than corpses. Why not keep my life and help you exchange something more valuable to you? In my opinion, living people are much more useful than dead people anyway. Wu Elder didn't expect her to say this, and couldn't help but look up at her. His deep and sharp eyes flickered with a little light, like a beast lurking in a cave secretly evaluating the value of the prey in front of him. Perhaps he was a little interested, and he grinned with his big black mouth. Ha. Living people are more useful than dead people? Then tell me, what can you help me get that is more valuable than your corpse? I am not as knowledgeable as Elder Wu, so please tell me clearly. Su Maoyang is not a worm in his stomach, so how can he know what he wants? Since you said so, I won't hide it from you. What I want is indeed much more precious than your life. If you really help me get that thing, you may not only be tortured and lose your life, but also implicate your tribesmen and friends, and die without a burial place, or even end up with nothing. You have to think it over. Elder Wu narrowed his eyes, tapping the table with his skinny fingers, obviously calculating something. Su Maoyang knew that this matter would not be simple, but she was not scared. She clasped her fists calmly and said, I would like to hear the details. Seeing this, the Wu elder smiled even deeper, and wrinkles appeared on his ugly old face. Okay, then I will tell you. I want the Heart of Life. If you can get it for me, I will agree to heal your friend's arm. Heart of Life? It was the first time Su Maoyang heard this name. Of course, not to mention Su Maoyang. Even Ji Ruiqing, who had collected a lot of information, was at a loss. Ji Yanting, who was standing next to the witch elder, saw that she looked like a bumpkin, and his pupils flashed with contempt. You haven't even heard of the Heart of Life, and you dare to boast that you can help my master get something valuable. Su Maoyang was not embarrassed, and looked at him frankly. I am ignorant. I hope that Master Ji will not hesitate to teach me. After hearing what she said, Ji Yanting didn't want to put on airs, and explained coldly, the Heart of Life is the ruby on the scepter of Emperor Yin, the symbol of power of the great Yin dynasty. It has a strong life force, and putting it in a corpse, although it can't make the dead wake up completely, it can make the dead regain their heartbeat and have the same physical signs as normal people. Isn't that the living dead? Ji Ruiqing was shocked by this explanation and cried out in disbelief. You are right. It is the living dead. Ji Yanting nodded seriously. Su Maoyang didn't expect that there is such a treasure in the world, which can make the corpse have the physical signs of a normal person, but without consciousness, just like a vegetative person. No wonder Elder Wu wanted such a treasure. He was tinkering with poisons and doing some messy experiments all day long. I think it was very wasteful to use corpses. If he had a Heart of Life, he could experiment on the living dead. Wouldn't it be more effective than corpses? Ji Ruiqing was thinking about the difficulty of this matter, and shouted in dissatisfaction on the spot. Elder Wu, you are asking too much. What kind of person is Emperor Yin? Let alone us. Even you. It is probably difficult to meet him. Besides, the Heart of Life is the treasure on the scepter, symbolizing the imperial power of the great Yin dynasty. Even if we ordinary people have the courage, we can't touch such a power center. So, taking her life is the simplest and feasible way. At least it is much easier than taking the Heart of Life. Elder Wu had long expected that they could not do it, and shook his head with a sneer, perhaps thinking of something else. He couldn't help but change the subject. However, getting close to Emperor Yin has more advantages than exchanging life for life. Everyone knows that there is a Heart of Life on the scepter. But do you know what the scepter is made of? Ji Ruiqing shook his head, widened his eyes, and looked forward to the next part. Elder Wu seemed to be pleased by her curious expression. He stroked his beard and played tricks for a while before slowly saying, It is one of the medicinal herbs you have been asking around for. Dragon Bone. Chapter 2305 Entering the Palace for the Selection? What did you say? Dragon Bones. Ji Ruiqing couldn't believe her ears and stood up. You know, the dragon race has been extinct for thousands of years, and it is harder to find dragon bones than to ascend to heaven. So, they were all mentally prepared. If they couldn't find the dragon bones in Xianshan realm, they would go to Yaoyu realm to try their luck. Who would have thought that they would find out the whereabouts of the dragon bones here? But the difficulty is not lower than going to Yaoyu realm at all. And I don't know whether to be happy or sad. You should know that even if I agree to treat you, you have to gather the herbs yourself. So no matter what, you will have to go to this palace. Of course, as long as you stay alive and don't use the dragon bone. I can also make her a prosthetic hand. But that hand can no longer be used for cultivation, and can only be used as a decoration, which seems meaningless. Elder Wu gave Su Maoyang two choices. Either she gathered the materials and exchanged them for her life, or she went to get the Heart of Life and get the dragon bone. If she was lucky, both of them could survive. If she was unlucky, they would probably die more miserably. It depends on whether she has the courage to take a gamble. Ji Ruiqing always felt that something was wrong and kept shaking his head. No. No. The Heart of Life and the dragon bone make up the entire scepter, which is a symbol of the power of the dynasty. If Emperor Yin handed over the scepter, Wouldn't it be like handing over the power of the Great Yin dynasty to someone else? Elder Wu, the conditions you proposed are too absurd. Who asked you to take the entire scepter? I admit that this matter is very risky and very difficult. But it is not completely impossible. As far as I know, the heart of life can be cut. Even if a small piece is cut off, it has infinite energy, enough to keep the body alive. As for the dragon bone, it is even simpler. I heard that Emperor Yin cut a piece of dragon bone from the scepter and implanted it into his body. I believe that as long as Emperor Yin nods, cutting a small piece from the scepter will not be a big deal. It's just that these things are too precious and cannot easily fall into the hands of outsiders. It depends on whether you have the ability to make Emperor Yin nod. Wu Elder was not so greedy as to take the whole heart of life. After all, he knew that it was too unrealistic. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was slightly relieved. If she was asked to take the whole scepter, she really didn't have the courage to let everyone follow her to take risks. However, since she could cut a small piece or cut off a section, there was still some hope. As long as she had a great favor to Emperor Yin or the Great Yin dynasty, and asked for a small piece of the heart of life and the dragon bone, Emperor Yin would not be stingy. With the idea, Su Maoyang was somewhat moved. After a moment of hesitation, he made a decision. Okay, then I'll try. But I have to find a way to sneak into the palace first. Hearing this, Wu Elder immediately took over the conversation. It's easy to sneak into the palace. Soon, it will be the selection every 3 years. If you disguise yourself as a showgirl and enter the palace and are selected by Emperor Yin, you will naturally have a chance to get close to him. Selection? Ji Ruiqing's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced at Jun Haotsong's face in fear. Sure enough, the next second, Jun Haotsong punched the table, and said 2 words with anger on his face. Dream on. Su Maoyang knew that he would definitely not agree to such a thing. But there was no other way. So he couldn't help but ask. You don't allow me to enter the palace. Do you want to see me exchange my life for yours? Jun Haotsong's gloomy handsome face was even darker. You threaten me. It's okay if I don't participate in this election. Then you can go to the palace to play the eunuch. Choose one yourself. Su Maoyang also gave him 2 choices. And his calm tone made it clear that Jun Haotsong was unwilling to play the eunuch. Sure enough, Jun Haotsong was murderous. And his voice was a little bit gnashing. I think you are looking for death. Seeing the 2 people arguing, the witch elder smiled and shook his head. Mr. Jun, you don't have to worry at all. Our Yin Emperor is not close to women. He has been in power for so long, and has never favored any concubines. It is said that he is not good at that. Hearing this, Ji Ruiqing was like a cat that smelled fishy smell. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his eyes were full of curiosity. He asked in disbelief. Never favored any concubine? Is this true? Su Maoyang also stared at the witch elder in surprise. It was the first time she heard such a secret. This is not a secret. Almost everyone in the imperial city knows it. You just need to ask around to find out whether it's true or not. Wu Elder said it frankly. Not like he was lying. No matter if he can do it or not. I don't agree. I didn't like women at the beginning. But I still fell into your hands. Jun Haotsong knows men too well. A woman like Su Maoyang is too attractive. It's possible that Yin Di will do it. Ji Ruiqing saw that Jun Haotsong was determined and obviously holding back his anger. So he hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Okay. Everything can be discussed. You are all smart people. You can definitely come up with a way to have the best of both worlds. Su Maoyang also knew that it was too early to make a decision now. So he stood up and bowed to Wu Elder, saying, Senior, we still have to discuss this important matter. No hurry. You take your time to think about it. And tell my disciple when you have thought it through. I am tired. Please send me away. Wu Elder is not the kind of person who is impatient. Besides, such a risky thing cannot be done without a perfect and thorough plan. Ji Yanting bowed respectfully, and then made a gesture of invitation to Su Maoyang and others with a stern face. Su Maoyang did not intend to stay for long. So he said yes, and turned to leave the hall. Ji Yanting sent her to the door, glanced at Su Maoyang with disdain, and said to Jun Haotsong, You are the only one who treats such a woman as a treasure. In my opinion, even if she goes, she will probably not be selected. It's completely a waste of worry. After that, Ji Yanting turned back to the yard, leaving only a proud back. Jun Haotsong was already full of anger. And when he thought of Su Maoyang's plan to enter the palace for this election, he turned his sleeves and angrily returned to his yard. Su Maoyang sighed helplessly and followed him obediently. This time, she voluntarily entered his room, served him tea and water, massaged his back and legs, and served him meticulously. Jun Haotsong ignored her completely, closed his eyes and rested, too lazy to see her trying to please him. Haotsong, you know my feelings for you best. Everything is just a temporary measure. No one can replace you. Su Maoyang rubbed his shoulders and tried to please him carefully. Jun Haotsong was silent, too lazy to even move his eyelids. Su Maoyang was worried, and said persistently, "Besides, is there a man as good-looking and outstanding as you in the world? I have such high standards. How could others look down on me? That's Emperor Yin, the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty. Do you think he's bad?" Jun Haotsong snorted coldly, but he finally spoke. "He's definitely not bad. But I don't know him, and we don't have any feelings for each other. How can I compare with you? What's more, he's not good at that, and has no ability to favor his concubines. If I go in, I'll just be a decoration." Su Maoyang quickly distanced himself from her. Jun Haotsong glanced at her sideways, his voice sour that vinegar could drip out. "Didn't you get to know each other during the talent show? Didn't you develop feelings after being together? He's not good at that. But you've always been good at this." "Oh, I'm really wronged. If it weren't for the dragon bone and the heart of life, would I, a married woman, have to go to the talent show and compete with a group of flashy women? After all, the talent show hasn't been decided yet, and I'm discussing it with you." Su Maoyang was so wrong that she kept crying out. Chapter 2306 Dongfang Liyue's Hospitality. After hearing these words, Jun Haotsong's expression eased a little. "Since it's a discussion, now you know my attitude. There's no way I'm going to participate in the talent show." Su Maoyang immediately raised her hand and promised. Okay, I won't go to the talent show. Everything is up to you. Everything is up to me?" After hearing this, Jun Haotsong couldn't help but have other crooked thoughts. Raised his eyebrows and glanced at her. Su Maoyang didn't realize the danger was coming, and in order to calm his anger, he kept nodding obediently. Jun Haotsong raised the corners of his lips with satisfaction, stretched out his hand and pulled hard, instantly pulling her from his side into his arms, leaning over and pressing on her, and the ambiguous heat sprayed Su Maoyang's cheek. "This is what you said. Everything is up to me." Then, before Su Maoyang could react, he quickly gave her a deep kiss. Now that he finally caught Su Maoyang's handle, he had to get back all the previous interests. The room was warm and cozy, and Su Maoyang couldn't get off the bed peacefully for several days. Although she was angry that Jun Haotsong was greedy, she had done something wrong after all. If she didn't let the jealous man toss around, she might make trouble again. Fortunately, Jun Haotsong was easy to coax, and he was well fed these days. So he immediately agreed to her request to go down the mountain to the Imperial City. It has been more than a month since several brothers from the Soul Chasing Hall and the brothers from the Proud Wolf Group went to the Imperial City. It is said that their business has gradually improved, so Su Maoyang is not too worried. Instead, she missed Dongfang Liyue, whom she had not seen for a long time, because last time she communicated with Dongfang Liyue, she learned that she had become the adopted daughter of the Ji family in the Imperial City and lived a rich life as a rich lady. And she was always curious. Now that she was finally going to the Imperial City, she certainly had to meet Dongfang Liyue and learn about the situation. So, when she arrived at the foot of the Imperial City, Su Maoyang quickly contacted Dongfang Liyue. Dongfang Liyue was very happy to know that Su Maoyang was coming, and she had already booked a banquet at the best restaurant in the Imperial City, intending to entertain them well. Su Maoyang had only known about the Great Yin dynasty from the news that Ji Ruiqing had inquired about before. Now that she had really entered the Imperial City and seen the customs and prosperous places, she had to admit that the Great Yin dynasty was much stronger than she had imagined, and the Tiansheng dynasty was much stronger, not to mention anything else. Even their restaurants here were unique. In addition to being able to drink, eat, stay overnight, and stay, they also had everything they needed for singing, dancing, and listening to operas and songs. Moreover, their private rooms are scattered around the stage, scattered everywhere, and although they are only blocked by gauze curtains, they can block the sound. Only the shadowy figures can be seen. and the specific situation is still unclear, giving people a sense of private and hazy beauty. What surprised Su Maoyang even more was that the social atmosphere of the Great Yin dynasty was extremely open, and the restaurant could almost be equated with the brothel. Look! Dongfang Liu had just took them in and gave them a generous reward, and specifically asked a musician named Wenrong to accompany them. It can be seen that this woman named Wenrong has a high status in Dongfang Liu's mind. Sure enough, less than half a cup of tea, a woman dressed in a purple skirt, fresh and refined, walked in. She was extremely beautiful, graceful, and elegant in every move. She looked even more like a rich lady than Dongfang Liu. If Su Maoyang hadn't known that she was a drinking companion, he would have thought she was a lady from a big family. Seeing Su Maoyang looking at her directly, Wenrong didn't show any shyness, but smiled and saluted them generously. Wenrong greets Miss Dongfang and the two gentlemen. The beautiful voice, like a yellow warbler, cheered up Su Maoyang, and some appreciation could not help but welled up in his eyes. Dongfang Liu was familiar with her, and was used to her attitude. She said casually, "Miss Wen, I'm going to treat my two brothers to dinner today. You can play a few songs to liven up the atmosphere." Su Maoyang dressed up as a man when he came down from Wuwang Peak, in order not to reveal their identities. Dongfang Liu had to say that they were brothers. Wenrong showed no surprise, and nodded calmly. Then he put down the guqin, sat on the ground, and plucked the guqin twice casually, which gave people a crisp and pleasant feeling. Then, a series of guqin sounds jumped out powerfully. It was hard to imagine that the sonorous notes would come from a pair of hands as white and tender as onion roots. Sometimes it was gentle and dense. Sometimes it was loud and resounding. Ups and downs, which made people's spirit and mood float along with it. Gradually, Su Maoyang quickly entered a mysterious realm. The pores seemed to open unconsciously, absorbing the energy from the outside world in big mouthfuls. And the meridians and blood were also unobstructed and excited. If you close your eyes, you can clearly see the energy flow in your body. At this moment, you feel refreshed and your mind is much clearer. Su Maoyang was too familiar with this situation, and couldn't help but think of the musician she met in the trial ground of the soul-chasing hall. At that time, she was practicing to pass the 8 gates, and the musician kindly played a song for her to assist her in inner cultivation. Although the song played by the woman in front of her was just a superficial one, the effect was somewhat similar to that of the master. Realizing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but open his eyes and looked at Wenrong deeply. He couldn't help but feel regretful in his heart. It was a pity for such an excellent woman to be a musician for others to play. Dongfang Liu saw Su Maoyang's surprise and smiled proudly. "How about it? My hospitality is not bad." Dongfang Liu spent a lot of money to invite Wenrong to come out. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded when he heard this. "Indeed, she is quite good. I didn't expect her to be such a remarkable woman. But with her outstanding performance, how could she become a musician who accompanies drinking? Hey, you don't know that Wenrong was born in a lowly family and was an orphan. She was sold to Zuimeng Pavilion by a villain. She signed a death contract and drank poison since she was a child. Once she betrayed Zuimeng Pavilion, she would die. What's more, Zuimeng Pavilion is one of the best restaurants in the Imperial City. The owner behind it is very powerful. Wenrong, a musician with a little talent but no martial arts, is at the mercy of others." Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded silently. Indeed, this woman named Wenrong only has the talent of a musician, but no strong fighting power, so she can only be bullied. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang felt a little pity. "You don't have to play. Come over and have a drink and take a rest. Playing such a piece of music must consume a lot of mental energy." Su Maoyang knew that playing the piano for others to practice and have fun was definitely not what she wanted. When Wenrong heard this, her fingers paused and she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She had never heard of anyone asking her to take a rest. After all, she spent so much money. No one would be willing to just drink a few glasses of wine with her. Could it be that the man in front of her was greedy for beauty and her body? Chapter 2307 Living Clearly. Seeing Wenrong standing there in a daze, Dongfang Liu also waved and called, "It's okay. My brother asked you to come over. Just come and rest." Wenrong couldn't refuse, so she had to stand up and bow, and then sat down next to Su Maoyang with lotus steps, and then put her hands on Su Maoyang's shoulders and massaged him with ease. Su Maoyang was so shocked that he hurriedly grabbed her hand and pushed her body away. You don't have to serve me. Just pour us some wine. When Rong thought the man in front of her wanted to have fun with her. But she didn't expect that he didn't want her to serve him. And even rejected physical contact. He was a strange person. Before when Rong could figure it out. Su Maoyang asked Dongfang Liyue. I heard that you have been living in the Ji family for a while. Are they treating you well? It would be fine if he didn't mention this. Once he mentioned this, Dongfang Liyue opened up completely and boasted excitedly. Ha ha ha. More than good. They treat me very attentively. I eat, wear and use the best. I have a master to teach me piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and a nanny to teach me etiquette and rules. They cultivate me like a rich lady. Su Maoyang felt a little confused when he heard this. But he didn't go into details. Then have you practiced hard? How is your strength? Hearing this, Dongfang Liyue's proud face collapsed instantly. And she touched her nose with a guilty conscience. Well, you also know that my aptitude is not very good. And I have been busy integrating into the new environment during this period. So I neglected my practice? Su Maoyang gradually frowned. Dongfang Liyue knew that she couldn't hide it from Su Maoyang. So she had to nod and admit it. Seeing her like this, Su Maoyang was furious. You are so stupid. You are so stupid. Strength is the foundation of your life. Do you really think that you can live a life of peace and happiness just because you become the daughter of the Ji family? But the Ji family has always held me in their hands and loved me. I usually practice and wield swords and guns. And they don't want me to suffer too much. And you blame me as soon as you come. And no one in the Ji family cares about me. Dongfang Liyue murmured in a small voice. Su Maoyang saw that she was completely submissive to the Ji family. And shook her head helplessly. Just as she was about to persuade her, she heard Wen Rong beside her gently say, Miss Dongfang, you have wronged your brother. He has a point. No matter where you are, no matter how well the other party treats you, it is still most important to stand on your own feet. The Ji family may treat you well now, but they may not always treat you well. Like me, Zuiming Pavilion can provide me with the best food, the most beautiful clothes, and the most favorable environment. But I know that once I am old and a more talented musician appears in the pavilion, I will lose my value. Then I will be nothing. And I will have nothing. Su Maoyang didn't expect her to be such a transparent person, and had to look up to Wen Rong twice. This is not a good thing to the ears of the Ji family and Zuimeng Pavilion. Aren't you afraid? Su Maoyang asked curiously. Haha. I've sold my body here. I'm a thing that can be easily manipulated by anyone. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, the Oriental girl paid a lot of money to hire me. And the young master doesn't let me serve him. So I naturally have to tell the truth. Otherwise the Oriental girl's money will be wasted. Wen Rong had a gentle smile on her face. And she elegantly poured a glass of wine for Dongfang Liyue. Such a generous gesture. Such an elegant and calm conversation. And such a transparent and righteous character are really pleasing to the eye. And even Su Maoyang, a woman, can't help but admire it. It's hard to imagine how many men this woman has pleased. But the more this is the case, the more Su Maoyang feels distressed. She packages herself so perfectly. But she just tries to become a toy for others to vent their anger. How thoroughly and clearly do you see things to live so open-mindedly? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded in appreciation. You are a wonderful person. No wonder Liyue wants to call you over. Mister, thank you for your praise. It is our duty to help guests solve their problems. When Rong smiled calmly, Su Maoyang felt a little emotional. Perhaps only those who have experienced social friction can see things clearly. Dongfang Liyue is still protected too well. Dongfang Liyue knew that Su Maoyang was worried about her. So she immediately hugged her arm and tried to get away with it. I know. I will definitely work hard to practice in the future and never slack off. Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head. I hope so. Is there any news about Xian recently? Humph. Don't mention him. I haven't contacted him yet. He seems to have disappeared. I don't know where he is. Dongfang Liyue was very angry when she talked about Xiao Xian. Xian is not a person without sense of propriety. If I can't contact him, I guess he was delayed by something. But no matter where he is, he must be thinking about you. Su Maoyang knew Xiao Xian's character, and he knew his feelings for Dongfang Liyue even better. He was definitely not the kind of person who was unkind and greedy. Don't talk about him. Try the food in Zuimeng Pavilion. The food here is really unique. Not only does it taste good, but it can also increase spiritual power and improve physical fitness. You can't miss it. Dongfang Liu hurriedly picked up some food for Su Maoyang and interrupted the topic. Su Maoyang had eaten this kind of food with a buffing effect when he was in the Tianxing dynasty. But he couldn't eat it every day. Now, looking at the situation in the Great Yin dynasty, these delicacies are obviously commonplace. However, just after she had eaten a few bites, she heard a noisy voice outside. "Where is Wenrong? I want Wenrong to accompany her." "Sorry, Mr. Li. Wenrong already has a guest. I don't care. I must have her accompany her. You hand her over quickly, Mr. Li. It's not that we don't want her to come out on purpose. It's just that a guest has called her first. If we had known that Mr. Li was coming today, we would never send Wenrong out to accompany the guest. Originally, Wenrong had her period today, so it was inconvenient for her to accompany the guest. But Miss Dongfang paid her a lot of money to ask her to come out, and repeatedly guaranteed that she would not do anything out of line. So Wenrong was willing to come out, and Mr. Li in front of him has always been a playboy. If he really let Wenrong accompany him, who knows what he would do to her? Stop talking nonsense. My cousin finally came here today. Don't spoil his fun. Hurry up and get Wenrong out. If you anger my cousin, I'll make you pay for it. The man surnamed Li warned fiercely. Although this man surnamed Li was not a descendant of a big family, he was a branch of the Zhou family, and was related to the Zhou family. The cousin he mentioned was naturally the son of the Zhou family. Such a person was indeed not to be messed with. The landlady had no choice but to rush to Su Maoyang's private room and ask Su Maoyang and others what they meant. Miss Dongfang. Two gentlemen. A guest just asked Wenrong to accompany him. Please do me a favor. I will treat you to this meal as an apology. Su Maoyang was a reasonable person. Since the landlady was in a difficult situation, he did not force Wenrong to stay here to pour wine. He immediately agreed. No problem. Wenrong is guests, so go and entertain them first. We don't need to serve here. However, before the landlady thanked him, Wenrong interrupted. Mother Lu, you replied to them for me. I haven't finished accompanying the guests here yet, and there is absolutely no reason to leave halfway. I can only trouble them to find someone else to accompany them. Mother Lu was shocked by her refusal before she could be happy. She hurriedly reminded. Wenrong, the other party is not small. It is said that even the son of the Zhou family is here. If you refuse, I'm afraid you will cause trouble. Chapter 2308 being used. When Wenrong heard about the Zhou family, her face darkened. She was not afraid of what the Zhou family would do to her, but she was worried that it would cause trouble for Dongfang Liu and her two brothers. After all, the two young masters in front of her were unfamiliar, and they were probably not locals. Once they got into trouble with the Zhou family, their lives would probably be in danger. Thinking of this, even if Wenrong was unwilling, she had to bite the bullet and stand up and prepare to leave. Dongfang Liu knew that Wenrong didn't want to go, so she hurriedly grabbed her and asked, Mother Lu, didn't you say that Wenrong was not feeling well today? You know who Li Jinghao is best. If you call Wenrong, aren't you pushing her into the fire pit? But I can't do anything about it because they asked me to. Mother Lu was embarrassed and her face twisted together. Su Maoyang heard Wenrong's difficulties from Dongfang Liu's words, and frowned. Since you are not feeling well, then sit down and don't go anywhere. We won't let a woman sacrifice herself to save us. Yes, I spent so much money, and I haven't had enough fun yet. It's no big deal for them to rob people in the middle of the trip. Besides, we hired you first, so they should have a first-come first-served order. Dongfang Liu said angrily. Wenrong knew that this was not right, and smiled and patted Dongfang Liu's hand. That's the young master of the Zhou family. You can't afford to offend him. I'd better go over and take a look. I think they won't make things difficult for me too much today. Don't worry. But the more gentle she smiled, the more Dongfang Liu's heart hurt, and she was even more unwilling to let go. No, I can't watch you go into the tiger's mouth. I hired you today, so you have to accompany us well, and don't go anywhere. If she really went, she might be tortured by those dogs. Who do you think you are? You said she can't go, so she won't go. Perhaps because he saw that the negotiations had not been completed. The young master surnamedly came over impatiently. As soon as he lifted the gauze curtain, he heard Dongfang Liu's words and shouted angrily. When Dongfang Liu saw Li Jinghao, her face suddenly changed to an expression of eating shit. Bah! No matter how worthless I am, I am better than you inhuman Qin beasts. This is the private room I booked. Get out of here. Watch your mouth. Who are you calling Qin beasts? Don't think that you have become the adopted daughter of the Ji family. So you really think you are the eldest lady of the Ji family? You are just a target picked up by the Ji family to replace the Ji family's lady to enter the palace. And you really think you are a piece of onion? Li Jinghao looked down on Dongfang Liu even more, grinning and sarcastically. Hearing this, Dongfang Liu's expression visibly stiffened. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she raised her voice and asked in disbelief. What did you just say? What do you mean I was picked up to replace Miss Ji to enter the palace? Explain it to me clearly. No way. The Ministry of Revenue has already submitted your name to the list, and you will enter the palace for this election in a while. Don't you know it yet? TSK. The Ji family really hid it from you. Li Jinghao smacked his lips and sighed with gloating. No. Impossible. My father and mother never mentioned this to me. Even if they wanted to send me to the palace, they should have discussed it with me in advance. You are lying to me. This is not true. Dongfang Liu was shocked when she learned about this. She couldn't accept it and shouted. Whether I lied to you or not, you will know when you go back and ask Lord Ji. My father saw your name written in black and white on the roster with his own eyes. Even if he is old and dim-sighted, he would not make a mistake in such a big thing as the talent show. Li Jinghao replied calmly. Dongfang Liu was hit hard and took a step back, her face full of disbelief. How is it possible? How is it impossible? Do you really think that the Ji family is kind-hearted and would adopt a daughter to eat and drink at home for free? If it is not profitable, how can you have such a good and rich life? You are destined to enter the palace this time. So you better go back and think of a way to survive safely in the palace. It's a place where people are eaten without leaving bones. Being pointed out, Dongfang Liu's heart was broken in an instant. It turned out that everything was her self-indulgent. She thought that Lord Ji and Madame Ji really liked her and treated her well. But she didn't expect that it was all to use her. Everyone knows that Emperor Yin is not good at that. He never favors women. Maybe it is a mental illness caused by defects. He even doesn't like women to get close to him. Once he makes him unhappy. No matter whose daughter you are, no matter how strong your background is, you will come in standing and leave lying down. Without exception. Therefore, many families know that their daughters will not have the opportunity to be favored by the palace. So they naturally don't want to let their daughters enter the palace to live as widows, rather than entering the palace as a decoration with fear. It is better to marry a husband's family with equal status and strength. Dongfang Liu had never thought about the little thoughts of the Ji family before. Now that she knows the truth, she knows that the Ji family adopted her just to use her as a tool to replace their daughter to enter the palace. The Ji family didn't want to offend Emperor Yin, nor did they want their daughter to suffer. They also hoped that someone could come to the palace to help them get information. This three-pronged plan was really well thought out. Realizing this, Dongfang Liu actually laughed bitterly and cried. Awesome. Really awesome. I didn't expect them to have such a trick up their sleeve for me. Su Maoyang was extremely angry with the Ji family after hearing this. But now was not the time to let outsiders laugh at him. So he couldn't help but warn Li Jinghao. You don't need to say anything about these things here. When Rong was hired by me, and she won't go anywhere today. If you want to call her, please come early tomorrow. Get lost. Bah. Where did you come from? Country bumpkin. Brother. You are so arrogant. If Dongfang Liu hadn't invited you with the Ji family's money, you wouldn't even be able to get through the door of Zuimeng Pavilion, let alone when Rong. Li Jinghao spat in disdain, then looked at Dongfang Liu and accused her with a sharp sentence. Dongfang Liu, you are too shameless. You are about to enter the palace, but you still run out to hang out with a group of men. Hanging out is fine, but you even paid for it. If the Ji family knew about it, I'm afraid they would beat you to death for being such a shameless loser. You bastard. These are my brothers and sisters. They came from afar. I invited them to dinner. There's nothing wrong with that. You have a dirty mind, and you slandered my reputation. You are really going too far. Dongfang Liu had no idea that Li Jinghao would humiliate her like this. She was so angry that she trembled all over on the spot. Li Jinghao curled his lips indifferently. So you are a poor relative who is here to make friends. Then get out of here while I am talking to you, or you will not be able to hug the big Buddha statue of the Ji family. I don't know whether we can hug the big Buddha statue of the Ji family, but if you don't get out, I guarantee that you will not be able to leave this private room alive. Jun Haotsong, who had been silent all the time, played with the wine glass in his hand and spoke coldly. Chapter 2309, Breaking the Rules of Zuemeng Pavilion. Damn. You are so arrogant that you are threatening me. Your grandfather. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know how to write the word death. As Li Jinghao was talking, he was about to roll up his sleeves and fight, when Rong knew that he was quite powerful, and was afraid that he would really hurt the two young masters. He was so scared that he immediately stepped forward to block Li Jinghao and warned him. Young Master Li, you know the rule that Zuemeng Pavilion does not allow fighting. If you really want to go wild here, the consequences will definitely not be something you can afford. You must think clearly. Zuemeng Pavilion has always had a golden rule. That is, no one is allowed to fight in the restaurant's territory. Once a fight is started, no matter who it is, they must pay a huge amount of compensation and cancel the qualification to enter and leave Zuemeng Pavilion for 1 year. This fee is not only high for the Li family, but also for the Zhou family. Therefore, ordinary people dare not easily fight in Zuemeng Pavilion. But Li Jinghao was angry. If someone else came to persuade him, maybe he would listen. But the one standing in front of him was a lowly prostitute. He was a descendant of the Li family after all. If he was threatened by a prostitute in front of everyone, where would he put his face if it got out? So he was furious and slapped Wen Rong in the face. Get out of here. A bitch dares to point fingers in front of me. After saying that, Li Jinghao punched Jun Haotsong without caring about anything. Wen Rong was shocked when he saw this, and rushed forward to block the punch for Jun Haotsong. This punch was not light. Wen Rong was hit in the abdomen, and he spurted blood on the spot and fell to the ground. Dongfang Liu saw this scene. She was always hot-tempered. How could she bear it? She was so angry that she drew her sword and slashed at Li Jinghao. You beast! I will kill you! However, Li Jinghao was much stronger than Dongfang Liu, but he dodged her attack with a light dodge, then slashed down with his arm, knocking down Dongfang Liu's sword, and then punched her head. Seeing that Dongfang Liu's face was about to be punched, Su Mayan couldn't just sit there and watch. He flashed in front of her like a ghost, grabbed Li Jinghao's wrist, and flicked it outward with force. There was a crisp sound, and Li Jinghao screamed in pain on the spot. Dongfang Liu saw Su Mayan rescue her and avoid injury, and she was filled with endless regret. She was protected too well by the Dongfang family before, and later she lived the life of a rich lady in the Great Yan dynasty, and she never experienced the cruelty of society from beginning to end. Now she understands that Su Mayan is right. Strength is the foundation of life. Because she had neglected her training some time ago, she couldn't even beat a half-assed Li Jinghao. Now she thought about it and realized that she was too naive and stupid. But for Li Jinghao, this scene came too suddenly. He was caught off guard. He didn't even notice how the other party rushed to him and fell into her trap. It seems that he was careless. He was so focused on dealing with Dongfang Liu that he didn't notice the movements of others. He just fell into the hands of a young boy. How could he bear it? He immediately yelled in anger. You dog! You dare to sneak attack me! I will smash your dog head! Li Jinghao was so angry that he grinned and raised his left hand to punch again. Su Mayan didn't intend to let him go. He turned his wrist and pushed out a palm. Even if this palm didn't kill him, it would still make him suffer. Stop! This is Zuemeng Pavilion, not a martial arts arena. However, before the palm print landed on Li Jinghao, a roar came from a distance, accompanied by a fierce force, which instantly intercepted Su Mayan's force and rescued Li Jinghao, who was almost seriously injured. Then, a middle-aged man with a tall figure, sharp features, and a serious expression strode over. Mother Lu was startled when she saw the person coming, and quickly came forward humbly. Manager Chang, how did you alarm me? Humph! Someone is breaking the rules of my Zuemeng Pavilion here. If I don't show up, won't people think that my Zuemeng Pavilion is a place where people can do whatever they want? Manager Chang snorted angrily, and his sharp eyes swept over the people who were making trouble one by one. Li Jinghao knew that Manager Chang was a man who would stick to his word, and would not listen to others' advice. Seeing that he was going to investigate their faults, his mind suddenly became clearer, and he quickly explained. Manager Chang, I didn't mean to break the rules of Zuemeng Pavilion on purpose. It was Dongfang Liu and her two brothers who stole the person I liked. Look! They broke my hand without knowing the truth. It's really too much. You You are talking nonsense and confusing right and wrong. It was obviously you who wanted to snatch Wen Rong, who we had already decided on. We didn't allow you to do so. So you hit her? Now you are actually blaming us for the wrong thing. You are so unreasonable and disgusting. Dongfang Liu retorted angrily. Whether it is confusing right and wrong, Manager Chong has seen it all and has his own judgment. No one needs to explain. At this time, several men with good looks and temperament came over from a distance. The one in the middle was particularly outstanding. His cold voice was powerful without anger and reached the ears of everyone present. When Li Jinghao saw him, he felt like he had found a life-saving straw. He quickly covered his injured arm and ran behind him to complain. Cousin, you have to make the decision for me. The three of them attacked me alone and broke my hand. They totally ignored you. I asked you to arrange the banquet, not to cause trouble. You were beaten because you are not as skilled as others, and you dare to show off. I think you don't need to go out in the future. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. The man in blue, who was called Cousin, had a stern face and scolded loudly. It was obvious that he was a very important person in the family. Sure enough, Li Jinghao became as obedient as a rabbit in an instant. But he was not convinced in his heart. He still argued in a low voice. They attacked me insidiously and cunningly. So I was tricked. Otherwise, how could it be possible? However, before he finished speaking, he was frightened by his cousin's knife eyes and shut up. Manager Chong has been managing Zuimeng Pavilion for so many years. So he must have known Zhou Huaqing. His serious expression melted for a moment. I meet Mr. Zhou. Manager Chong. There is no need to be polite. My cousin got into trouble today and bothered Manager Chong. We are really sorry. After I go back, I will definitely discipline him strictly. Please rest assured. Manager Chong. Although Zhou Huaqing's words were polite, he did not mention the compensation at all, which also showed his attitude. Manager Chong has been around for so many years and is a shrewd person. After hearing what he said, he naturally didn't want to embarrass Li Jinghao too much and offend the Zhou and Li families. So he had to go down the stairs. Mr. Li was beaten in my Zuimeng Pavilion, and I am very sorry. Since someone broke the rules of my Zuimeng Pavilion, he must pay the price and give an explanation to Zuimeng Pavilion and Mr. Li. As he said that, he turned his spearhead to Su Maoyang and Dongfang Liu. You three provoked trouble in my Zuimeng Pavilion, fought and injured people. According to the rules, you must compensate my Zuimeng Pavilion with 10 million fine fairy crystals. And you are not allowed to step into Zuimeng Pavilion for a year. Please pay the money and get out of here. Chapter 23:10 Let the Ji family bleed. 10 million fine fairy crystals. Why don't you go and rob them? Dongfang Liu was frightened by such a lion's big mouth and turned pale. She roared in shock and anger. Manager Chong replied impartially. This is the rule that my Zuimeng Pavilion has set long ago. You disregard the rules and hurt people. Naturally, you have to bear the consequences. Please fulfill your promise and leave quickly. Zuimeng Pavilion does not welcome you. Manager Chong. I have said that it was Li Jinghao who hit people first. My brother Su broke his hand to save me. As a manager, why do you accuse people without knowing the truth? Even if there is a mistake, it is the fault of both parties. Why can only we pay compensation and they can't pay a penny? You are too biased. Dongfang Liu was so angry that she had to make things clear with him. Why did the first person who attacked not only not pay a penny, but also became the victim, while the provoked person had to pay the price? Is there any reason in this world? Biased? You are standing there unscathed. Mr. Li's hand was broken by you. It is a fact that everyone has seen. I didn't arrest you and just asked you to pay compensation. I have shown mercy. Don't be ungrateful. Manager Chong was old and was embarrassed by her blunt accusation of bias. His tone was even heavier, with obvious anger. But Dongfang Liu didn't agree. She simply broke the jar and said, I have no money. Not a penny. Either you arrest me and put me in jail, or go to the Ji family to ask for money. Anyway, I am now a concubine that the Ji family is going to send to the palace. I have already registered. If you are not afraid of the Ji family and Emperor Yan's investigation, you can try it. I will never resist. The Ji family has spent a lot of effort to cultivate her, deceive her, and use her. If they don't want to ruin this selection, they will be willing to pay this money for her even if it hurts. So now that she has the chance, she will naturally extort a lot of money from the Ji family and make them bleed. Manager Chang didn't know that Donphan Liyue was going to the palace to select concubines. After hearing what she said, he was suddenly in a dilemma. Although he knew that Donphan Liyue was only going to the palace to suffer, she had been registered after all, and had a clear way in front of Emperor Yin. If there was suddenly one less concubine, Emperor Yin would investigate, and Zuiming Pavilion would definitely be involved. But Zuiming Pavilion is not allowed to fight. Such a thing happened today, and there were so many people watching. If the compensation was waived, Zuiming Pavilion would probably have no prestige in the future. Moreover, those who had paid compensation in the past might come to the door again. So, with the stalemate still going on, he had no choice but to give in and said, "Okay, I'll send someone to the Ji family to get the money later. I think the Ji family is also a well-known big family in the Imperial City. So it's not like they can't even come up with this little money. Since the Ji family has guaranteed you, I won't make things difficult for you three juniors. But I'd like to ask you not to step into my Zuimeng Pavilion again. Bah! I'm going to enter the palace, and I don't want a shabby place like yours. Don't worry. Your Zuimeng Pavilion. Don't even think about entering. I feel sick just thinking about it." Donphan Liyue spat viciously at Manager Chang, and Zhou Huaqing couldn't help but chuckle at her disgusted expression and tone. Haha. You're too naive. The Imperial Palace is a place where people are eaten without leaving any bones. No matter how beautiful, smart, well-connected, and how good you are at pleasing men, you are nothing in front of Emperor Yin. Your life is just a matter of his words. You should think about how to survive. By then, you may not have a chance to come to Zuimeng Pavilion. After that, Zhou Huaqing left a meaningful sneer and turned to leave. Obviously, his smile was full of sarcasm and pessimism. In his opinion, a woman like Donphan Liyue would not live for a few days. Don't be so self-righteous. Your daughter of the Zhou family will still enter the palace. Let's see who lives longer. Donphan Liyue snorted unconvinced. Su Maoyang was relatively rational. He knew that this was not the time to be angry. He directly pulled Donphan Liyue over and said, "Let's go. I have something to ask you." The manager of Zuimeng Pavilion had ordered them to leave, and not to set foot in here. Su Maoyang naturally lost interest in staying. Besides, there were too many people here to ask questions, so it was better to leave first. After leaving Zuimeng Pavilion, Donphan Liyue admitted her mistake with a guilty look on her face. "I'm sorry. I didn't practice well and embarrassed you. It's meaningless to say all this now. The point now is, do you really plan to enter the palace?" Although what the Zhou family said just now was not pleasant, Su Maoyang had to admit that what he said made sense. Donphan Liyue was too simple and not strong enough. If she went in, she would probably become someone else's cannon fodder. Su Maoyang was somewhat worried about such a dangerous thing. Hearing her mention this, Donphan Liyue sighed helplessly. "What can I do? The Ji family has worked hard to train me, and provided me with good food and clothes. Now even my name has been reported. It's almost a done deal. If I say I won't go, will they agree? What about Xian? Is your relationship with him going to end here?" Su Maoyang frowned in worry. Even if the Emperor Yin is a bad person, she is his woman since she entered the palace to choose a concubine. If Xiahou Xian knew that the woman he loved deeply became someone else's concubine, he would be heartbroken. Humph. He hasn't contacted me for a long time. I'm afraid he has already found a new lover and forgotten me. In this case, there is nothing wrong with me entering the palace," Donphan Liyue said angrily. Su Maoyang knew that she was speaking in anger, and said helplessly, "Lifelong events are not to be joked about. As long as you don't want to, I will never let anyone force you." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Jun Haocan on the side took over the conversation with disapproval. "Go. Such a good opportunity. Why not go?" Donphan Liyue heard this and stared at him in surprise. Such a good opportunity? What does this mean? Su Maoyang had not told Donphan Liyue about Xinua's injury before. But now in this situation, it seems that he can no longer hide it. So he has to tell everything. Donphan Liyue got to know the whole story and immediately started to blame her angrily. "Suimo, why didn't you tell me about such a big thing happening to Xinua? You treat me as an outsider. It's not that I didn't tell you, but you just got here and are busy integrating into the new environment. I don't want you to worry. Xinua is also my good sister. No matter how busy I am, I can't ignore her. The Emperor is right. Since you are trying to get close to Emperor Yin, This is indeed a good opportunity. I will definitely go to the palace this time. Don't worry. I will take care of everything. Donphan Liu patted his chest righteously, with an attitude that no one else could do it but him. Jun Haotsong heard this, and curled his lips coldly. It's not enough to leave it to you. You have to take us along. You? You want to go to the palace together? Donphan Liu widened her eyes in confusion. Emperor Yin is not a simple person. You alone may not even see him. Jun Haotsong glanced at Donphan Liu with his beautiful eyes, and his cold voice was full of sarcasm. Donphan Liu also knew her own weight, and she curled her lips without refutation, and curiously asked, I was sent to this election by the Ji family, so I had the opportunity to enter the palace. But how are you going to get in? I can't let you two dress up as maids and let me take you in. When Donphan Liu thought that the emperor of the Yunlu Dark Domain was going to dress up as maids, she couldn't help but feel a chill. Jun Haotsong obviously knew what she was fantasizing about. A sharp cold light flashed across his eyes, and he glared at her coldly. Emperor Yin did not enter the harem and rarely came into contact with women, so he naturally could not dress up as a maid. Then what should I dress up as? Donphan Liu shuddered at his sharp eyes, but still couldn't help asking curiously. Then you need to cooperate with us to act out a play. Jun Haotsong pursed his thin lips. His eyes were as deep as a deep pool, revealing a shrewd cold light. Chapter 2311 Playing a Big Drama 1. Hearing him say this, Su Maoyang guessed his plan at once and immediately vetoed it. No. It's too risky to let Liu enter the palace, and let her help us get the position of guard. I don't agree. Although Donphan Liu is a little clever, she has never seen those dirty tricks, and she can't deal with those evil people. What's more, she is controlled by the Ji family on the one hand, and facing the palace on the other hand. How can she deal with it? So, even if he got the position of guard and could enter the palace with her, after all, there is a difference between men and women, and he can't accompany her. It is still easy for the enemy to take advantage of the loophole. Su Maoyang can't afford to gamble, and he dares not to gamble. You want to enter the palace instead of her? Jun Haotsong had long guessed Su Maoyang's thoughts, and pointed out her thoughts. He knew that Su Maoyang didn't want Donphan Liu to be innocently involved, as long as it was dangerous and difficult. She wanted to take it all. Similarly, Donphan Liu also understood her worry about herself. But the reality was not that simple. Su Mo, I'm afraid you can't replace me. I heard before that there was a profession in the Great Yin dynasty called perfumer, who could make all kinds of scents to poison and track enemies. I remembered that when I first arrived at the Ji family, I had trouble sleeping, so they found a lot of sleeping aromas for me. In order for me to go out decently and look like a rich lady, they also fumigated my gorgeous clothes with scents. At first, I thought they were sincere to me, but now I think that they may have already put scents in my body. If that's the case, then no matter where I hide or what I pretend to be, it will be useless. And you pretending to be a concubine is a crime of deceiving the emperor, and you will be beheaded. I will never let you do such a dangerous thing. Su Maoyang did not expect the Ji family to be so thorough, and she could not help but frown and look serious. If it is true, as Donphan Liu said, that the Ji family has planted a sin on her, then she really cannot enter the palace instead. Forget it. If you are worried about her, just pretend to be her maid. Jun Haotsong pondered for a long time and finally made a concession. Originally, he did not want Su Maoyang to return to her daughter's body, and did not want to be separated from her. But in this situation, it seems that there is no choice. Su Maoyang got his approval and gratefully took his hand. Don't worry. Emperor Yin doesn't even get close to his concubines, let alone a maid. I will be fine. Humph. You'd better behave yourself. Jun Haotsong hummed, but his hands were clenched tighter. For some reason, he always felt that this trip to the palace was very dangerous. So dangerous that he was not even sure. Ji Mansion. After Su Maoyang restored her female body and disguised herself as an ordinary woman, she followed Donphan Liu and Jun Haotsong into the gate of the Ji family. As far as Su Maoyang knew, there were a total of 12 major families in the heart of the imperial city of the Great Yin dynasty. Each family was powerful and influential, up and down. Therefore, all these forces in the imperial city are mutually restraining and supporting each other. They are loyal to only one master. That is Emperor Yin. Now, the day of Emperor Yin's selection of concubines is imminent, and the Ji family has begun to get busy. Therefore, When Donphan Liu saw the festive scene of the courtyard decorated with lights and colors, as soon as she entered the door, the anger in her heart immediately surged to her throat. And she shouted to the servant who opened the door, "Go and invite the master and the lady to the hall. I have something to ask them." The servant saw that she had a serious expression and was full of anger. They thought something big had happened, so they didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately rushed to the backyard. When Master Ji and Madam Ji heard that Donphan Liu had something to ask them, and it was very formal, they were unsure and didn't dare to delay. They quickly went to the hall together. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw two unfamiliar faces besides Donphan Liu. Both the couple were a little confused, but they still smiled kindly on the surface. Madam Ji wanted to go forward and shake Donphan Liu's hand intimately. "Didn't you say that she was going to host a dinner for friends tonight? How come you're back so soon?" "Actually, it's not a dinner for friends, but to entertain my brother and sister who came from afar." Donphan Liu didn't hide it. She pointed at Jun Haotsong and Su Maoyang and introduced them. "This is my eldest brother, Donphan Junyi, and this is my sister Donphan Junmo." The couple didn't expect that Donphan Liu still had relatives alive. After hearing this introduction, their expressions froze for a moment. But Madam Ji was obviously a master of acting. She calmed down in the blink of an eye and greeted them warmly. "So you are Yu's brother and sister. Welcome. Please take a seat. Yu has never mentioned you, and we as parents have neglected it. Come on. Serve tea to the two distinguished guests." Madam Ji's words were very meaningful. She was welcoming warmly, but between the lines, they all showed their closeness to Donphan Liu. Instead, the brother and sister became guests that Donphan Liu had never mentioned. The closeness was clear at a glance. Even Master Ji, who was old and had a noble status, could smile very kindly at the poor relatives who came from afar, without any airs, which was enough to see the methods of the two. No wonder Donphan Liu was deceived by them and fell into their trap. However, they came here to play the villain today, and they didn't want to do these useless superficial efforts with them. "Madam, no need. We came here today because we heard that you planned to send my sister to the palace to choose a concubine. So we came to ask the truth." Sumo's face was cold, and he looked like he was not easy to mess with. Donphan Liu couldn't help but question angrily. "Father, Mother, I respect and love you so much. No matter what you say, I will listen to you and make you happy. I really didn't expect that you would hide such a big thing from me. What is your intention?" Master Ji didn't expect Donphan Liu to know about this so quickly, and even made her brother and sister come to the door. His face immediately sank and frowned. Madam Ji was shocked and quickly explained earnestly. "Yes, Mother admitted that this is true, but we didn't intend to hide it from you. We were just thinking about how to tell you. But who knew that before I could say anything? You asked it yourself. You actually planned to send me to the palace. I just want to ask, have you ever really regarded me as your daughter?" Donphan Liu was still angry just now, but when she really faced her mother, who had given her love, she couldn't help but burst into tears. "Silly child. Of course we really regarded you as our daughter. We thought you were old enough to get married, and wanted to find a reliable marriage for you. But you also know that most people in the imperial city look down on you, because although you are the daughter of my Ji family now, outsiders know that you are just our adopted daughter, and your family background is not good. As a mother, I can't bear to see you become an old maid who can't get married. So, we decided to send you to the palace. First, if you enter the palace, you will be in the imperial city, close to us, and we can see you at any time, so we can take care of you. Second, you will become a concubine, enjoy endless wealth and glory, and we don't have to worry about your livelihood for the rest of your life. Third, you will become the concubine of Emperor Yin, and other people will not dare to bully you even if they look down on you. What a good marriage." Hearing such a thorough and smooth speech, Su Maoyang couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. This Madam Ji is really not simple. Every word she says is true. Every word is true. And she looks like a loving mother who is wholeheartedly planning for Donphan Liu, which is simply amazing. Chapter 2312, Playing a Big Drama Too. Bah! What a good marriage. You just don't want to offend Emperor Yin. And you don't want your own daughter to enter the palace and live as a widow. So you deliberately asked me to replace her. This is all your conspiracy. From the beginning, you have been deceiving me and using me. A bunch of hypocritical liars. Dong Fan Liu stared at them angrily, cursing without any scruples. Master Ji didn't seem to expect Dong Fan Liu to have such a fierce side, and immediately scolded angrily. Are you crazy? How can you say such vulgar words? How can you be a lady at all? Ha. Vulgar? You are wrong. I have always been so vulgar, and can't be on the stage. It was you who insisted on hiring a master and a nanny to teach me piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, etiquette and rules, and tried your best to make me the lady in your mind, in order to make you happy, to be filial to you, and to be grateful for your kindness. I went against my nature and tried my best to meet your requirements and become the lady you thought I was. Do you really think I want to be this lady? Dong Fan Liu is a carefree and informal person. What she said about not showing her teeth when smiling, not talking when eating and sleeping, and being proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting are all bullshit and torture to her. But in order to thank the Ji family for adopting her, she has been trying to cooperate with them and never bears to let them down. She thought they were really doing this for her own good and wanted to cultivate her. But she didn't expect that they did so much just to let her enter the palace instead of their daughter. In the end, she was just a pawn in their play. Thinking of this, Dong Fan Liu felt a sharp pain. You idiot. We spent so much money and effort to cultivate you. And we provided you with everything you needed, never letting you suffer. You even blamed us for adopting you. You are simply an ungrateful person who can never be satisfied. Master Ji's face was dark and gloomy, as if he was about to collapse at any time. His powerful aura enveloped Dong Fan Liu, giving her great pressure. Yes, I admit that you saved me when I was almost killed by the gangsters. I am grateful for your life-saving grace and your adoption. But cultivation? Bah! If you hadn't planned to send me to the palace from the beginning, would you have been so kind as to save a strange woman with no background and no strength? And I never begged you to adopt me and cultivate me. You are willing to work hard and invest a lot of money in me just to achieve your conspiracy. Please, don't make yourself so noble and great, as if you have given me a great gift. It makes people sick. Dong Fan Liu woke up completely after learning the truth. And all the things in the past became ironic jokes when she recalled them. Master Ji was so angry by these words that veins popped out. Madame Ji felt dizzy and fell weakly into Master Ji's arms, crying in disbelief. I really treat you as my daughter, love you and pamper you. But I didn't expect you to think of us this way. Who has bewitched you? Who is gossiping and stirring up our mother-daughter relationship? Hearing this and seeing her pretending to be pitiful and weak, Su Maoyang sneered in his heart. This woman is really not an easy person to deal with. This is putting all the blame on the two siblings. Su Maoyang would not be fooled. Madam, you have kept these things so secret. We are not aware of them. Today, we learned about this from the two gentlemen Li Jinghao and Zhou Huaqing. We were skeptical and wanted to verify it with you. But we didn't expect it to be true. Speaking of provoking, I think you have such a good relationship. If this kind of thing didn't happen, others would not be able to provoke you even if they talked their mouths off. Don't you think so? Madam, shut up. As yours brother and sister, you are not grateful for our life-saving and cultivation of her, but instead come to question why we sent her to the palace. As a mother, I plan her marriage and her future for her. What's wrong with that? Ordinary people don't even have this opportunity to enter the palace. You are so ungrateful and mean. Madame Ji pointed at Su Maoyang and trembled with anger. Su Maoyang sneered and asked rudely, Madam, you said you were cultivating Liu. So why did you only teach her the art of music, chess, calligraphy, and etiquette, but didn't let her practice and improve her strength? Everyone knows that strength is the right way. But you let her neglect her practice and only learn things for fun. Isn't that unreasonable? Even if entering the palace is a good career, you should ask Liu's opinion first. Why do you take the initiative and conceal it until now? I don't want her to be too tired. Her physique is not suitable for practice. If she is overworked, it will be bad for her body. I am thinking about her wholeheartedly. Madame Ji always has a set of excuses. Dong Fan Liu laughed angrily. I am jumping around, feeling refreshed, and having a very good physique. On the contrary, your daughter is weak and cannot take care of herself. Why don't you feel sorry for your own daughter and let her work less and practice less? Before, you saved me from the hands of the villains. Seeing that I was injured, I naively thought that you really felt sorry for me and didn't let me practice martial arts. You always said that the G family could protect me, and didn't want me to work too hard. I just need to be an elegant lady. Now that I think about it, the group of villains who attacked me were probably arranged by you. You are the most insidious, cunning, despicable and shameless villains I have ever seen. Disgusting. As he said this, Dongfang Liu spat a big mouthful of saliva and really vomited on the spot. The disgusting look made Master G's cheek twitch, and he gasped for several times. There were 2 clusters of burning anger in his eyes, and his hand trembled as he pointed at Dongfang Liu. You are an ungrateful person. You are an ungrateful person. I said she was unreliable at the beginning, but you insisted that she could be. Look, you are a shameless person with a ruthless heart and a dog-like lung. I'm sorry. I can't bear these charges. You should keep them for yourself. Dongfang Liu sneered back. As for entering the palace to choose a concubine, such a good marriage should be left to your own daughter. I am a vulgar person, and I can't afford the marriage of Emperor Yin. Although Master Ji was angry, his mind was very clear. When he heard that she touched his interests, he immediately frowned and shouted, Don't even think about it. Your name has been registered. You have to go this time even if you don't want to. You will be Emperor Yin's concubine. What? You guys are going to use force after all this soft talk? Dongfang Liu's face turned completely cold. Humph. You've been poisoned by a scent. You'll never escape from our grasp in this life. If you want to live well, just go to the palace to choose a concubine. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Master Ji was not afraid of falling out with her, because Dongfang Liu's life had long been in their hands. Originally, they wanted to spend some time to persuade her to obey. Who knew that she knew the truth in advance and broke up with him regardless. So they were too lazy to pretend to be nice. Dongfang Liu narrowed her eyes after hearing this, waved her hand suddenly, summoned a dagger, and put it across her neck. It doesn't matter. Since you saved my life, I'll give it back to you. Chapter 2313, Playing a Big Drama 3. You're... Stop it. Everything can be discussed. You must not do anything stupid. Mrs. Ji was shocked when she saw this, and hurriedly screamed to stop. Su Maoyang pretended to dissuade. Sister, don't be impulsive. If you die, won't it make your loved ones sad and your enemies happy? Dongfang Liu held the dagger. Tears burst out of her eyes. You don't know. The palace is a devil's cave that eats people without spitting out bones. And the Yin Emperor is even more a womanizer and kills without blinking an eye. I will be buried in the palace for the rest of my life. What's more, there is no acquaintance in the palace to help. Everything is so unfamiliar. And with my background, won't I be manipulated by others? Instead of living like a walking corpse, it's better to die now. As the eldest brother, Jun Haozong also quickly comforted him. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Put down the dagger quickly. Let's sit down and discuss it. Wouldn't it be better to discuss a comprehensive countermeasure with the Ji family? Brother, there is no room for negotiation. Didn't you hear that my name has been registered? And I'm going to the palace this time. Either I go to the palace and wait for death, or I die now. Anyway, it's death anyway. Dongfang Liu cried and looked desperate. Su Maoyang took the opportunity to start a conversation. Sister, don't worry. We are here. No matter where you go, my brother and I will be with you and won't let anyone bully you. Don't do anything stupid. Yes. You still have your brothers and sisters. They are with you. If you die, won't it make them sad? As expected, Su Maoyang took the lead, and Madame Ji agreed very tactfully, because Su Maoyang knew that the Ji family would never watch Dongfang Liu die in front of them. After all, her name had been reported, and she had a clear path in front of Emperor Yin. It is very likely that in order to allow Dongfang Liu, an adopted daughter, to enter the palace legitimately, they even made up many unrealistic lies, such as Dongfang Liu loved Emperor Yin and was willing to take the initiative to enter the palace to serve Emperor Yin on behalf of their daughter. If Dongfang Liu died like this, and Emperor Yin found out the truth, they would have committed the crime of deceiving the emperor and would die. Therefore, for the Ji family, Dongfang Liu had to be alive no matter what, and she had to enter the palace smoothly and select candidates, without any mistakes. Dongfang Liu heard this and pretended to be awakened. Yes, I can't die. Lord Ji, Madam Ji, you can ask me to enter the palace, but you have to arrange someone to take care of me. I am worried about other people. So I must let my brother and sister accompany me to the palace. Otherwise, I will end my life now. And see how you will explain to Emperor Yin. Anyway, if I don't live well, you won't live well either. As she said this, Dongfang Liue increased her strength, leaving a blood mark on her neck, which frightened Madame Ji so much that she panicked and hurriedly stopped. Wait, don't be impulsive. It's easy to arrange for your sister to dress up as a maid to accompany you in. But your eldest brother is a man. I'm afraid. Madame Ji looked at Jun Haotsong and looked embarrassed. Then you should arrange a position as a royal guard for my elder brother. I don't trust anyone else. I only trust my brothers and sisters. And only the position of royal guard can help me. If even this request can't satisfy me, then there is really no need for me to enter the palace and suffer torture. Dongfang Liue was too cruel. And blood was really oozing from her neck, which made Master Ji very upset. Seeing that Master Ji was reluctant to give in, Madame Ji was also a little anxious, and hurriedly urged, Master, just agree to her. The Imperial Guard. That's not something you can do casually. Master Ji frowned so hard that he could crush a fly. In this situation, what else can I do except agree to her? Madame Ji said helplessly. But she had a different plan in her heart. Before the conspiracy was exposed, they could continue to deceive Dongfang Liue. With her kind and simple nature, she might take the initiative to repay the favor and volunteer to enter the palace when she saw that the Ji family was in trouble. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable, and she knew the inside story and got out of their control. Since they can't control her now, they can change their thinking and control her brothers and sisters. Although the position of Imperial Guard requires some effort, it is not impossible for the Ji family. As long as her brother becomes a guard, there will always be a way to suppress and control him. And it will be much easier to blackmail Dongfang Liue to do things in the future. Madame Ji has this consideration, and Master Ji naturally thought of it. However, it still hurts him to spend more effort to arrange it. However, in the current situation, he seems to have no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Okay, I promise you. Let your sister dress up as a maid to accompany you to the palace. And find a position as a guard in front of the emperor for your elder brother. You put down the dagger quickly, and don't be impulsive. Verbal promises are not enough. Now, I want you to arrange it now, and get the waist card. Dongfang Liue knows to strike while the iron is hot. Many things will fall into the trap if they are delayed. Okay. I will send someone now. But it takes time to arrange it. Master Ji made the biggest concession. Dongfang Liue was not an unreasonable person. Tomorrow. At the latest tomorrow. I want to see the badge. If my elder brother does not successfully enter the palace to serve, then we will all die together. And no one will have a good life. Since we promised you, we will not break our promise. So don't worry. Madame Ji tried her best to calm her down. Dongfang Liue felt sick when she heard her still affectionately call her Yu, and couldn't help but curl her lips and said, My good mother still loves me the most. Now that your precious daughter is getting married, shouldn't mother also prepare some dowry for her daughter? Madame Ji didn't expect that Dongfang Liue wanted to blackmail her after making a lot of requests. And the corners of her mouth that tried to smile suddenly froze on her face. But now that it has come to this, she can't break the situation that has been so well appeased. So she can only reluctantly reply, Preparing a dowry is what you should do. Tomorrow I will have someone make a list and prepare all the jewelry and clothes that should be made for you. I will definitely let you enter the palace in glory. No need. I have all the jewelry and clothes. The only thing I lack now is the fairy crystal stone. After entering the palace, I will always take care of the palace servants, so that people don't think that the daughter of the Ji family is too shabby. Besides, with the fairy crystal stone, there is no jewelry or clothes that can't be bought. And mother doesn't have to worry about it herself. Dongfang Liue refused outright, and made a request that made Madame Ji even more painful. Madame Ji could no longer force a good face, and asked coldly, How much do you want? Not much. Just give me 10 million fine fairy crystal stones. Dongfang Liue imitated the lion, who often manages things, and opened his mouth 10%. Why don't you go and rob it? The couple was so angry that their cheeks twitched. Chapter 23:14 Concubines of Emperor Yin. It seems that you don't want me to enter the palace. That's fine. I didn't volunteer anyway. I'd better return the property to its original owner, and give the quota back to your daughter. I'm a dead man, and I'll be relieved if I die. Dongfang Liu looked like she didn't care, and that death was the worst thing. Because she knew that the Ji family had only one precious daughter, and they usually spoiled her like nothing. So naturally they were reluctant to send her to the palace. Otherwise, they wouldn't do such a risky thing as finding someone to replace her in the palace. At this time, Master Ji was so angry that he wanted to scold her. But Madame Ji hurriedly grabbed him, gave him a look of disapproval, and then took out a bag and threw it to Dongfang Liu. Here, there is exactly 10 million. Since you have received the money, you must do your job well. Know what you should and should not do. If you mess up our business, not only you, but also your brother and sister will die. In Madame Ji's view, things that can be done with money are easy things. She is afraid that Dongfang Liu will not understand and refuse to enter the palace, which will be troublesome. Dongfang Liu took the bag and checked it. The couple calculated the number of fairy crystal stones and finally pocketed them with satisfaction. Of course, if you give me convenience, I won't make you too sad. But if they want her to do things for them, that's a daydream. However, just when the matter here was just settled, the couple didn't have time to catch their breath, and saw a servant suddenly ran over, holding a note in his hand, and handed it over carefully. Master, just now Zuimeng Pavilion sent someone to say that the second young lady had a fight with someone in Zuimeng Pavilion and broke the rules of Zuimeng Pavilion. This is a compensation of 10 million fine fairy crystal stones. Please pay the money. Hearing such news suddenly, the couple was shocked. Their faces turned pale as paper, and they stared at Dongfang Liu with his eyes that seemed to be dripping with blood. Dongfang Liu admitted it calmly. Oh, I forgot to tell you about this. Since Zuimeng Pavilion has come to my door, I don't need to explain too much. I think you love me so much. This little money is not a problem. You evil creature. Master Ji was so angry that his face turned red, and the back of his head twitched. The hand pointing at Dongfang Liu trembled a few times, and then he fainted completely. Seeing this, Madame Ji was so frightened that her face changed drastically, and she shouted in shock. Master! Master! Someone! Please call a doctor! Dongfang Liu felt extremely happy when she saw the scene, and couldn't help but give Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong a hidden and gloating smile. Su Maoyang smiled back at her, and cast an admiring look. Dongfang Liu performed very well in this scene. In order not to expose their motives of wanting to enter the palace and get close to Emperor Yin, Dongfang Liu performed the torture of preferring death to entering the palace vividly and realistically. With tears in her eyes, she started by questioning and condemning the deception and exploitation of the Ji family, showing her sadness and despair as a victim. And then she performed the desperate situation of having no other choice but to die to force the brother and sister to accompany her to the palace vividly, and finally took the opportunity to blackmail them. The whole scene was done in one go. Not only did she successfully achieve the purpose of entering the palace, but she also earned extra money. It must be said that Dongfang Liu is still very talented in acting. So, although the farce ended, the Ji family was in chaos. Fortunately, Su Maoyang successfully became Dongfang Liu's maid, and Jun Haotsong also quickly got the badge of the Imperial Guard. It was so smooth that Su Maoyang felt a little unexpected. However, time passed quickly, and soon the day of the selection came. Su Maoyang didn't have time to think about it, so he accompanied Dongfang Liu into the palace. The location of the selection was called Launching Garden, which was a spacious and bright garden with excellent scenery and greenery. The overall atmosphere was magnificent and luxurious. But if you look closely at each part, it is exquisite and delicate, with natural carvings. The elegant and pure beauty of the lotus in the clear water. No matter from which angle, it shows the ingenious intentions of the garden designer, which made Su Maoyang's eyes light up. In addition, there were many women standing in the garden at this time. Each of them was graceful and beautiful, and under the sunlight, they were dazzling, making the whole garden even more beautiful. Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh. It's so cool to be an emperor. It's just a pity that with so many beauties around him, he should be happy to death. But Emperor Yin is not good at it. It's really a waste of heaven's gifts. Just when Su Maoyang was secretly looking around, a notification from a distance made everyone excited, and they all dressed up and stood up. Li Guifei, Ying Fei, Xu Fei, Duan Fei are here. Before the voice fell, a woman in a purple gorgeous dress came slowly. She lightly touched her eyebrows, and her charming phoenix eyes were shining between her eyes. Her seductive red lips seemed to be a flower blooming on her face, forming a strong contrast with her fair and delicate jade face, which made her look delicate and eye-catching. She was covered with gold hairpins, which didn't look tacky at all, but noble. Her long black hair, some of which was tied into a bun, and some of which was scattered down, set against her fair jade neck. Charming. The three concubines following closely behind her were not inferior at all. Among them, Ying Fei, who was wearing a white dress, had light makeup on her face. Her skin was as white as snow. Her clear eyes were like stream water under the ice, shining with cold light, and her white gauze clothes were like flowing moonlight pouring down to the ground. The whole person was fresh and refined, floating out of the fairy. Another Xu Fei, wearing a light blue dress. Her face was like lotus. Her eyes were like autumn water, and she casually inserted a few red hairpins on her head. Elegant and noble. Her red lips were red without any makeup and had a gentle smile, like layers of ripples on the clear lake. Beautiful and heart-moving. As for Duan Fei, who was wearing a green palace dress, her appearance was not the best, but she was elegant and luxurious, with a variety of manners, and her every move was full of the dignity and grace of the superior, and she was a figure that could not be ignored wherever she went. Therefore, with so many beautiful and outstanding concubines appearing at one time, the ladies present couldn't help but feel amazed and shocked. With such concubines in the palace, Emperor Yin never entered the harem. It was simply unjust. If it were them, they would have no hope. Therefore, after seeing the elegance of the concubines, the little hope left by all the concubines disappeared instantly, and they all bowed to the concubines in a proper manner. Donphan Liu breathed a sigh of relief. She came to the palace to help Su Maoyang this time, not to be Emperor Yin's concubine. Since Emperor Yin didn't even care about such a beautiful concubine, she didn't have to worry about sleeping with him. Get up. Today is the selection for Emperor Yin. Don't pay too much attention to me. Show yourself well. Don't lose the face of the family. Understand? Concubine Li warned as soon as she sat down. Yes, the concubines didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief, and answered obediently. Seeing that the time was almost up, Concubine Li winked at the eunuch next to her. The eunuch nodded in understanding, then turned to the ladies present and announced, "The selection will begin soon. Ladies, please come and stand properly. The accompanying maids, please all retreat to the corridor beside, and do not disturb the selection process." Chapter 23:15 A poor relative who is not presentable. After hearing the order, Su Maoyang did not dare to delay Donphan Liu's work, and whispered, "Go quickly. I'll watch you from the side. Do your best. Don't be too nervous. Don't worry. The two old foxes of the Ji family have spent a lot of money to send me to the palace. They have already arranged everything for me. The selection is just a formality, so I am naturally not nervous." Donphan Liu gave Su Maoyang a confident look. Su Maoyang nodded with confidence, and retreated to the corridor next to him with the other maids. When the eunuch saw that all the concubines were in place, he announced loudly, "I think all the concubines know the process of the selection. But to avoid mistakes, I still remind you here. In the first round, all the concubines will look through the Tianling mirror to see if they are themselves and whether their appearance is fake. Those who pretend or disguise themselves will be punished for deceiving the emperor. In the second round, the concubines with good appearance and temperament will be selected. And the third round will be a talent show. Show your best talents. Who will go and who will stay will be decided by the ladies. Is it clear?" The concubines heard the words and responded in unison. "Okay. Now let's start the first round. All the concubines come to the Tianling mirror." The eunuch pointed to the mirror that had been placed in the center of the garden. As we all know, this Tianling mirror has the function of identifying true appearance and identity. In order to avoid impersonation and fraud, all the concubines must verify their true identity. Seeing that all the concubines had passed the heavenly spirit mirror successfully, the eunuch announced again, "Now we will proceed to the second round, selecting concubines with good looks and temperament. Those who have been put down will automatically stand aside." After the words fell, several maids who had been waiting for a long time quickly came forward to look at the appearance and figure of the showgirls. And from time to time, they would touch and pinch them, and examine them very carefully. The eunuch standing on the side was reporting the selection situation at any time. The fifth lady of the Zhou family, Zhou Yuning, put down her name card. The fourth lady of the Li family, Li Chiohan, kept her name card. In this way, after checking most of them, it was finally Dongfang Liyue's turn. But Dongfang Liyue was already the chosen one. After a rough check by the nanny, the eunuch directly announced the result. Dongfang Liyue, keep the name tag. Seeing this scene, the maids waiting in the corridor couldn't help but talk about it. Did you see that Dongfang Liyue is the adopted daughter of the Ji family? It is said that she loves Emperor Yin and took the initiative to petition to replace the eldest daughter of the Ji family to enter the palace for this election. She was not allowed to enter the palace, and she was still throwing a tantrum at home. The Ji family had no choice but to ask Emperor Yin in person. What? There is such a thing? Hee hee. I have heard of her. Although she is a little bit beautiful, she is a woman of low status. A rough person who is not presentable. When she first came to the Ji family, she knew nothing about etiquette and rules. And she was not good at playing chess, calligraphy and painting. She knew nothing about the affairs of the imperial city. She made a lot of jokes when she went out. She was a complete fool. Even worse than the maids in the Ji family. Ha ha ha. Isn't it? I heard that in order to prevent her from being laughed at, Mrs. Ji specially invited a nanny and a master to teach her like a useless person. I didn't expect that a woman of her level would have the courage to say that she wanted to enter the palace to serve Emperor Yin. I have to say that she is very courageous. She is so lucky that she got married to the Ji family. So she naturally daydreams about becoming a phoenix. Some maids said sarcastically. TSK. You know that's called daydreaming. The ladies sitting up there are all talented and beautiful, with strong backgrounds. But even so, Emperor Yin didn't enter the harem. Not to mention that a woman like her is not even worthy of carrying my shoes. If it weren't for the relationship with the Ji family, she would still be a beggar on the street. And how could she have the chance to be selected? You are wrong. She is sure to enter the palace this time. And the Ji family has already arranged everything for her. Some maids are more informed. Some maids didn't care. So what if she was chosen? A woman like her who is good for nothing and has no self-awareness will probably not survive more than 3 days in the palace. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Ha ha ha. Keep your voice down. Her maid is right next to you. One of the maids in emerald green pulled the sleeve of the maid in red next to her and reminded her deliberately. The maid in red glanced at Su Maoyang and sneered. She heard it. So what? Can she beat me and eat me? Yes. How dare she offend you? Sister Hongxue, I heard that Dongfang Liyue's maid is a poor relative who came to her for refuge. It was her first time in the imperial city. She didn't know anything and couldn't do anything. She was even dumber than Dongfang Liyue. Naturally, she couldn't be as capable as you, Sister Hongxue. The maid in emerald green hurriedly flattered. The maid named Hongxue listened to her flattery and smiled with pleasure. So she sighed. Ah, the Ji family is really kind. It would be fine if they just provided their adopted daughter with good food and clothes. But now they are being harassed by poor relatives who came from nowhere. They actually let this poor relative come to be Dongfang Liyue's personal maid. In the future, if she offends anyone in the palace, wouldn't it cause trouble for the Ji family? Generally speaking, the maids who can accompany the master into the palace are carefully selected. They are either cautious, well-behaved, and do not cause trouble, or they are smart and diligent and can help the master to win favor. Therefore, people like Hongxue who can enter the palace to accompany the master are all high-quality maids selected by the family. Naturally, they look down on a poor relative who knows nothing, can do nothing, and has never seen the world. It must be said that the Ji family is too kind, too easy to talk to, and too inappropriate. Therefore, after hearing this, many maids cast contemptuous glances at Su Maoyang. Although they are also servants, there are different levels in the servant circle. Maids like Su Maoyang who have not been taught and trained by a big family, have never lived in the imperial city, have never served in front of a proper master, and have never seen a big scene are undoubtedly the lowest slaves. However, no matter how bad their words are, Su Maoyang herself has no time to pay attention to these gossiping women, and still calmly watches the situation in the yard in front. There is really no need for her to care about these maids. Ha ha ha. Look! You humiliate her like this. She dare not even fart. Many maids cover their mouths and laugh softly. Hongxue heard this. Her face was even more disdainful. And finally she was too lazy to look at Su Maoyang again. Don't talk about her. The talent show is coming soon. I want to see what Donphan Liyue can perform. What a pity. No matter what she performs, she will be selected. After all, she has the support of the Ji family. Although this palace is not a good destination, everyone is still very dissatisfied with Donphan Liyue being the nominal woman of Emperor Yin. However, just as the maid finished speaking, a notice came from a distance. Emperor Yin has arrived. Hearing the word Emperor Yin, everyone present was shocked and looked up at the tall figure who was striding over. As usual, Emperor Yin never showed up at the talent show, and it has always been taken care of by several high-ranking concubines. But unexpectedly, he would suddenly come to Langsinyuan to watch the talent show this time. Isn't this the sun rising from the west? So, even the ladies present were shocked and stood up and saluted after a long while. Chapter 23:16 The Emperor of Yin arrives. Seeing the Empress perform the salute, the others did not dare to be presumptuous. They all knelt down, not daring to move, for fear of displeasing the Emperor of Yin. Because everyone knows that the Emperor of Yin does not like women, never sympathizes with women, and does not care about their family background. If they do not meet his expectations, it is a matter of life and death, and there is no reason to talk about it. Therefore, facing such a person who holds the power of life and death, the concubines are trembling with fear from the bottom of their hearts. After a long stalemate, they heard a voice of salvation. Stand up. I am just here to take a look. Everyone don't need to restrain. The Emperor of Yin glanced at everyone indifferently, and sat on the main seat by himself. But his voice was cold and emotionless, making it hard to understand his emotions. Even Concubine Li, who had been in the palace for many years, smiled cautiously. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is a blessing for these concubines that Your Majesty can come to watch the selection in person. Go on, Emperor Yin interrupted coldly, as if he didn't want to say anything more, which made Concubine Li a little embarrassed. The eunuch saw Emperor Yin's impatience and said loudly, the third round will be held. Talent show. Please come to the center of the garden if your name is called. Hearing the eunuch shouting, the concubines came out of their panic just now, and quickly tidied their clothes and makeup to avoid losing manners in front of the palace. Then, a concubine was called to perform. This was the first time since Emperor Yin ascended the throne that concubines had the opportunity to perform their talents in front of Emperor Yin. Such a rare opportunity. They naturally had to seize it. If they performed well and won the favor of Emperor Yin, they would be very successful. Thinking of this, the first concubine was like a chicken blood. She chose the dance she was best at, twisted her posture to perfection, and performed very hard throughout the performance. Every frown and smile seemed to hide a hook, trying to hook out people's souls. But Su Maoyang didn't have the heart to watch the performance, since she was mixed in a group of maids and was not noticeable. She couldn't help but secretly look at the Yin Emperor she was about to approach. She didn't pay much attention to kneeling down to pay respect just now. But now that she looked carefully, she couldn't help but sigh that the rumors didn't mention the appearance of this Yin Emperor, which was simply intolerable. He seemed not to be a product of this world, with a flaxen golden hair, shining in the sun, and white skin, like a blooming white peony, white and flawless, noble and compelling. The contours of his facial features were clear and deep, like a carefully crafted work of art, and his amber pupils seemed to contain the whole autumn, gorgeous and mysterious. And suddenly looking into it, it was dazzling and shocking. It was as if all the gorgeous words in the world lost their color in front of him. It was just the high nose bridge, the cold lips, and the sharpness like a wild wolf, giving people a sense of sharpness and coldness. To be honest, Su Maoyang had never seen such a stunning appearance and such an amazing temperament except for Jun Haocong. This was the first time she saw a man who was not inferior to Jun Haocong. Only then did she realize that there were really people in the world who were as dazzling as the sun. Because she was too shocked, Su Maoyang took a long time to recover. It must be quite difficult to approach such a person. However, while she was sighing, Donphan Liyue's name happened to be called in the garden. Su Maoyang quickly raised his eyes, and saw Donphan Liyue had walked up quickly, and sat behind a guqin. Seeing this scene, many maids were gloating and whispering, "Ha ha ha! God's plans are not as good as man's plans. I thought Donphan Liyue would get away with it, but I didn't expect Yen Di to show up. I want to see how Donphan Liyue will end up under Yen Di's nose this time. Yes, God can't stand such people who fish in troubled waters." She happened to meet Yen Di here. This time she is afraid of making a fool of herself. Making a fool of herself is a small matter. I'm afraid that if Yin Di is unhappy, her life will be in danger. Ha ha ha. This time, even if she has the support of the King of Heaven behind her, it won't help. As they said this, the maids laughed softly, unable to hide their excitement. In their opinion, although Dongfang Liyue is the daughter of the Ji family, she is actually not as good as the maids. How can she be the woman of Emperor Yin? Besides, they feel sick when they think about paying respects to Dongfang Liyue in the future. So, they are very happy to see Dongfang Liyue bleed on the spot. However, Dongfang Liyue is also very hardworking, although she has never studied the guqin before. After this period of study, she can play a complete song, although it cannot be compared with other ladies. It is at least smooth and pleasant, without any mistakes. In Su Maoyang's opinion, it is already very remarkable. It can be seen that Dongfang Liyue has worked hard to please Lord Ji and Madame Ji. After all, it is rare to make a person who can't sit still calm down and learn to play the guqin, and learn it well. It can be seen how much Dongfang Liyue suppressed her nature for the Ji family. For this, Su Maoyang had to admire her. But there are always people who find fault. Haha. Look at what she plays. It's worse than the cry of a ghost. What do you expect a big, rough girl who knows nothing to play? Haha. This is her level. And she has practiced for several months. She really dares to perform in front of Emperor Yin. If it were me, I would die if I played such a song. Su Maoyang heard the chattering in his ears, and couldn't help frowning, and said, "My lady at least knows how to play. And you gossipers don't even have the opportunity to play the piano. Aren't you more ashamed to die? You? What are you talking about?" The maid named Hongxue didn't expect Su Maoyang to dare to talk back and humiliate her, and she was immediately furious. If you have a problem with your ears, go get them treated. Don't yell here. If you alarm Emperor Yin, you'll be dead. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at her, not taking her anger seriously. You are so presumptuous. How dare you talk to Sister Hongxue like that? I think you are itching for punishment. The maid Sui, who had been trying to please Hongxue, couldn't help but chide at her. Su Maoyang sneered. I'm just telling the truth. How can I be so presumptuous? Can she only talk about others? And others can't talk about her? As a maid, it is a taboo to comment on the master. In order to avoid making a big mistake, I reminded her for her own good. She should thank me. I didn't expect you to blame me instead. Are the maids in big families so ignorant of right and wrong and have no sense of propriety now? You Hongxue and the maid Sui didn't expect that a country girl who came out of nowhere would be so sharp-tongued. And their faces turned red on the spot. Chapter 23:17 Chosen? It is said that the maids of big families are smart, sensible, generous and decent. But I don't think so. One of them is not very good at listening. The other is not very good at talking. And they gossip regardless of the occasion, without any respect for the rules. What's even more ridiculous is that they don't know anything about music, chess, calligraphy and painting. But they laugh at others behind their backs. With such a level, they have the nerve to serve the master in the palace. And they are not afraid of being laughed at by others. Su Maoyang snorted sarcastically. Dongfang Liyue has at least undergone several months of formal training, and at least has the title of a master. And these maids are just servants. Even if they are knowledgeable, they have never learned music, chess, calligraphy and painting. They themselves don't know how to do it. But they still have the nerve to look down on others, which is really shameless to the extreme. Hongxue was furious and gritted her teeth and scolded. You are a poor relative who is trying to climb up the social ladder. I feel disgusted just by looking at you. You dare to speak nonsense here and criticize others. You are so good. If you have the ability, go up and play a song. You talk as if you are very good at it. Although Hongxue really can't play the piano, there is no reason for her to be criticized by a country girl. As a maid, I am here to serve people, not to participate in the talent show. It doesn't matter whether I can perform or not. The key is to be clear-headed, have a sense of propriety, and know the rules. Unlike some people, who are not born as princesses but have princess syndrome. They really think of themselves as masters. Su Maoyang calmly retorted. Not only did he not get angry, but there was a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth, which immediately made Hongxue tremble all over with anger. The maid Sui knew the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly persuaded her. Sister Hongxue, let's not bother with her. There are still many days ahead, and there are many ways to deal with her. So there is no need to rush. Although a barrier was set up in the middle of the garden to avoid interference. If they really make a fuss, it would be easy for Emperor Yin to hear it. So I will keep calm for a while, and slowly deal with this country bumpkin later. Humph. She'd better be alive for me to deal with her. Hong Shui was so angry that she waved her sleeves and glared at Su Maoyang before retracting her gaze. In her opinion, with Emperor Yin in charge today, Dongfang Liyue's skills that were not up to standard would probably make her die in the palace as a concubine. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the result rang out in the garden. Dongfang Liyue. Keep the nameplate. Be named a beauty. Be given the name Li. And live in the west side hall of Yongla Palace. Instantly, Hong Shui felt like she was hit on the head with a stick. Her eyes widened, and she asked the person next to her in disbelief. What? What did Unixu say just now? Did I hear it wrong? The maid next to her was also shocked. When she asked this question, she answered blankly. No. It seems that I heard it right. Dongfang Liyue was left with a sign, and was named a beauty. Impossible. She plays so badly. How could she be selected? Hong Shui was hit, and her mentality collapsed. Su Maoyang was relieved when he heard the result, and smiled and took over the conversation. In this world, as long as you work hard, everything is possible. Just because you think you played badly doesn't mean that others think it's bad. This world doesn't revolve around you. She was also a little worried that Dongfang Liyue would not be easy to pass in front of Emperor Yin. But the facts proved that Dongfang Liyue succeeded. Her efforts were not in vain. At least on the surface. She managed it. Hong Shui was not convinced, and said with gnashing teeth, Bah! Everyone knows that she was able to enter the palace for the selection because of the Ji family's arrangement. If she didn't have the relationship with the Ji family, how could she, a fool, stay until now? Yes, Emperor Yin obviously turned a blind eye to her because of the Ji family's face. Do you really think your daughter is a big shot? Humph. The master and servant are really shameless. Her daughter entered the palace because of her relationship, and she became a maid of the Ji family because of Dongfang Liyue's relationship. They are all just people who rely on relationships. I don't know what they are proud of. The other maids also echoed, with a very sour tone. Su Maoyang laughed when he saw them getting angry and hating evil. Didn't you just say that Emperor Yin is a man who doesn't give face? Even if my lady has the support of the king behind her, it won't help. Since Emperor Yin is so disrespectful, why should she accept a woman of low status into the palace? So, is it so difficult to admit the excellence of others? Whether Emperor Yin did it for the sake of the Ji family or not, at least Dongfang Liyue played a complete song. Although she couldn't catch up with those talented women who were trained from childhood, she was also presentable. Not as bad as these maids said. Yu Hongxue found that she, who was always eloquent, couldn't argue with a country girl, and she couldn't help but feel angry and hateful. Angry that the other party was too arrogant, and hated that she was suppressed by a country bumpkin. The maid Sui knew that she couldn't do anything to Jun Imo now, so she could only persuade Hongxue and remind her, Sister Hongxue, it's Miss Jiu's turn to perform. Hearing this, Hongxue quickly retracted her gaze and looked towards the garden. And finally a proud expression appeared on her face. Because her daughter was performing while dancing and painting. It was not easy to perform either well. But what was rare was that she combined the two. And she was able to achieve superb painting skills and moving dancing. The whole show was simply a visual feast and a beautiful enjoyment. With such a versatile and outstanding master, it was no wonder that Hongxue was so proud. Qiu Qiyun. Keep the nameplate. Be crowned as a concubine. Be given the title of Rao. And live in the east side hall of Yongla Palace. As expected, Qiu Qiyun's result was heard in the garden. At this time, Hongxue was very proud. She glanced at Su Maoyang with contempt and sneered. She is just a beauty. Not even as good as my lady's fingers. Be careful in Yongla Palace in the future. If you offend my master, I will let you stand in and lie out. It must be said that enemies are on a narrow road. Dongfang Liyue and Qiu Qiyun were both arranged in Yongla Palace. Now Hong Shui can rest assured to deal with this dead girl named Jun Imo. Thinking of this, Hong Shui's eyes revealed a bit of gloating. But Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to her. From the beginning, she didn't take these maids to heart. It was really because they kept chattering in her ears and pointing fingers at Dongfang Liyue, which really annoyed her. So she couldn't help but say a few words to them. Now that Donphan Liyue has been successfully selected, what she should consider next is how to get close to Emperor Yin. Not these small fights. So, as soon as the selection was over, Su Maoyang and Donphan Liyue went to Yongla Palace. However, there were so many beauties that the selection took a whole day. So Su Maoyang and Donphan Liyue returned to Yongla Palace late at night. Therefore, when they passed by the gates of other palaces, they saw several palace maids holding lanterns to welcome the new master. However, when they walked to the west side hall, it was pitch black, and they didn't even see a shadow of a person. Why didn't anyone come out to greet you? Donphan Liyue was named a beauty, and it was reasonable to say that she would be given 2 palace maids. But now there was no sign of anyone. Did Eunuch Su forget to send someone? Chapter 23:18 The palace maid who showed off her master. Su Maoyang also felt strange, and accompanied Donphan Liyue to quickly step into the west hall. After calling out twice, 2 figures slowly walked out of it. Fortunately, the lanterns in the yard were lit, and the appearance of the 2 women could be clearly seen. One was wearing a pink palace dress, with pretty features and a petite figure. She looked only about 17 or 18 years old. She looked tender and cute, but her expression was a bit arrogant and cold. The other was wearing a blue palace dress. Although she looked ordinary, she was tall and slender, and looked like she was in her early 20s. She was more feminine than the pink-dressed woman. However, the expression on her face did not show the respect she should have when facing her master. Obviously, she did not take Donphan Liyue and Su Maoyang seriously. I only heard them perfunctorily greet. Your servant Chun Ao Lianqiu greets Lady Li. They greeted, but their bodies did not move much. They almost stood still, looking straight ahead, without even lowering their heads. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was the maid and who was the master. Donphan Liyue returned to Yongla Palace, but no one was there to meet her, which was already very annoying. I didn't expect these 2 palace maids to be so arrogant that they couldn't even say okay with a greeting. It's obvious that they don't take Donphan Liyue seriously, and they are trying to show off their power as soon as they come. Speaking of which, Su Maoyang has seen masters show off their power to servants, and servants have also seen masters show off their power to masters. He immediately asked angrily, Are you the palace maids given to Lady Li by Emperor Yin? Yes. Each short word was full of obvious impatience. Su Maoyang was furious and wanted to say something, but Donphan Liyue grabbed her and said, Forget it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm hungry and tired now. You 2 should go to the imperial kitchen and bring some food, in order to maintain her image. Donphan Liyue didn't eat much since early in the morning. She stood in Longqing Garden for a whole day and had to spend energy to perform her talents. She was already very hungry, so she urgently needed to eat. Otherwise she was really afraid that she would faint from hunger. But the 2 maids obviously didn't want to make such a trip for her. The blue-clothed maid named Lianqiu reminded her coldly, Lady Li, at this time, there is no food in the imperial kitchen. You should bear it and wait until tomorrow morning. How dare you? You just do whatever the master tells you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't want to do it, get out of Yongla Palace now. Su Maoyang immediately scolded her harshly. If she didn't want to cause trouble as soon as she came, these 2 maids would have been dead souls under her control. Lianqiu saw that Su Maoyang was not someone to be trifled with. Although he was a little angry, he did not confront her directly. He just turned around and walked out of the door with a stern face. Donphan Liyue saw her leave, and then she told Chun Ao, Where is the usual dining place? Take me there. Chun Ao rolled her eyes and led the way. Donphan Liyue was too lazy to care about their rudeness. She filled herself up first, and had the strength to talk later. The dining place was on the left side of the reception room. The area was not big, but it was enough for several people to sit. There was a large round table in the middle, and several small wooden tables were placed around it, with only a few potted plants on them. It looked a bit shabby, but it did not affect Donphan Liyue's appetite. She took 2 steps at a time and sat down. Although Chun Ao was impatient, she had to bite the bullet and put the bowl and chopsticks on the table for her. However, she waited for a long time before Lianqiu came back with the food box. Hurry! Put the dishes on the table. Donphan Liyue couldn't wait any longer. Lianqiu sneered and brought the soup bowl in the food box to her. Donphan Liyue had expected at least 3 dishes and 1 soup, but she didn't expect there was only a bowl of porridge. Her expression suddenly fell. Why is there only so little? My Lady Li, It's good to have it. Just make do with it. Lianqiu frowned impatiently, and his tone was a little unhappy. Asshole. I am a beauty personally appointed by Emperor Yin. And you actually gave me these leftovers to send me away. You are deliberately trying to make things difficult for me. Right? Donphan Liu had been forbearing. But after hearing what she said, she couldn't help it anymore, and slapped the table in anger. Lianqiu was not frightened, but sneered. I respectfully call you Lady Li, which is already a great honor for you. Don't be shameless. Don't you know what kind of person you are? You still have the nerve to boss people around here. Your status is not much higher than ours. Yes, Lady Li. You climbed up the ladder and finally entered the palace. Just be content. It's good enough to have a meal. Don't ask for so many things. If it weren't for the assignment from the top, we would never come to serve you. So I advise you to make less trouble. If we are better, you won't be sad. Chun Tao also warned. Donphan Liu had never met such an arrogant servant. She was so angry that she trembled all over and roared with anger. You dogs who don't respect the inferior. How dare you rebel against your superiors and talk to your master like this? I think you are all tired of living. Ha. You are such a lowly fool. You are worthy of being our master? You must be so hungry. Chun Tao snorted with contempt. Her eyes seemed to be looking at the dirty water in the stinky ditch. Eat it if you want. Forget it if you don't want to. We don't have time to serve you. A lowly bastard, Lianqiu said, as she was about to collect the bowls. However, she just stretched out her hand, and before she touched it, she was kicked to the ground and fell to the ground. Lianqiu was furious. But before she could curse, she heard a cold voice from behind. She is not worthy of being the master? Who is? You? Chun Tao, who was standing aside, was frightened by this gloomy question and turned around to look back, only to see a tall and straight figure in her eyes. Even against the light, the golden hair still emits a dazzling luster. The angular handsome face is sharper than a sword. Just a squint can make people shudder. Not to mention, the enchanting amber pupils are staring at her dangerously at this time, which immediately frightened Chun Tao so much that her legs went weak and she knelt on the ground, cowed out and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your servant. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. I will never dare to do it again. Chun Tao, who has always been eloquent, was so frightened that she was incoherent and could not speak clearly. After a while, there was liquid flowing out from her body, which wet the ground. It can be seen that Chun Tao was very scared. As for Lianqiu, who was kicked to the ground, he was struck by lightning when he saw the arrival of Emperor Yin. His face was as pale as paper, as if his soul was drained. His eyes were terrified and dull. He was stunned for a long time before he cowed out frantically to confess his guilt. Emperor Yin didn't look at them again, and said 5 words with a cold expression. Drag them out and beat them to death. His tone was calm as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. But just these few simple words took 2 lives in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the large pool of blood left in the yard, it would seem as if nothing had happened. Chapter 23:19 Why her? I'm afraid Chun Tao and Lianqiu would never have thought that they would die in the hands of Emperor Yin because of a woman of humble origin. After all, who could have expected that Emperor Yin, who never entered the harem, would suddenly appear in the palace of a new beauty in Donphan Liu? This is simply a 1 in 10 million probability. And they encountered it. I don't know whether to say that they are too lucky or too unlucky. At this time, Donphan Liu, the person involved, was also shocked and stunned. She stared at Emperor Yin blankly, unable to recover for a while. I don't know if what I saw was real or a dream. But Emperor Yin had already strode to her side and sat down, and coldly ordered, serve the meal. Send 2 sensible palace maids by the way. Eunuch Su received the order and hurriedly responded. He looked at Donphan Liu meaningfully and turned and walked out. Donphan Liu was shocked by his action. She jumped up from her seat and saluted cautiously. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to your Majesty. No need to be polite. You've been tired all day. Sit down. The Yin Emperor's beautiful face was expressionless, but the eyes that suddenly looked at her made Donphan Liu's heart tremble, as if she was hit by a thorn, because those eyes were too dazzling. Like the sun in the sky, beautiful and dazzling, coupled with that extraordinary appearance. Donphan Liu's blood surged, and blood flowed faintly from her nostrils. in order to avoid making a fool of herself. Donphan Liyue was so scared that she immediately lowered her head and dared not look up again. 2 blushes appeared on her face involuntarily. It's really unfair for a man to be so good-looking. This time, perhaps with the order of Emperor Yin, the imperial kitchen moved very quickly. Before Donphan Liyue could recover from the shock, a large table of delicacies was already in front of her. These dishes were all things she had never eaten before. Each one was delicious and had a faint sense of amazing energy. At first glance, they were much higher end than the delicacies in Zuimeng Pavilion. Seeing so many delicious dishes, Donphan Liyue's hunger instantly overcame her uneasiness and embarrassment, and she cautiously asked, "Your Majesty, can I eat these dishes?" "Of course. I ordered them for you." Emperor Yan's voice was unusually cold, but it warmed Donphan Liyue's heart and filled her with indescribable gratitude. Even Su Maoyang, who was standing aside, was a little surprised. When did Emperor Yin become so approachable? It's totally different from the rumors. Just when Su Maoyang was puzzled, Emperor Yan's command instantly pulled her back to her senses. "Come and serve your master for dinner." Su Maoyang had never been a maid before, and was suddenly called. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted and hurried forward to serve dishes to Emperor Yin and Donphan Liyue. Donphan Liyue smiled awkwardly. No, I can eat by myself. I don't need anyone to serve me." But Emperor Yin had a cold face and enjoyed the food with peace of mind. He didn't mean to stop Su Maoyang at all, so Donphan Liyue had to shut up and eat in silence. But halfway through the meal, Donphan Liyue couldn't help but ask boldly, "Your Majesty, there are so many concubines entering the palace tonight, and you come to a beautiful concubine like me? It's not good. Not good. What? Don't you welcome me?" Emperor Yin raised his eyes slightly and glanced at her. Donphan Liyue was so shocked that she immediately waved her hands and stuttered. No. How could I not welcome you? I can't wait for you to come. It's just that there are 3,000 beauties in the harem. How can I, a beauty who just entered the palace, be so worthy and capable? I don't know why His Majesty chose me." Although Donphan Liyue was somewhat pretty, she was not the best among the concubines, and her talent was not as good as those of the real ladies. She really couldn't understand why Emperor Yin came to her. "You don't belong to any force. Only to me." "After a long time," Emperor Yin replied lightly, which immediately shocked Donphan Liyue's spirit and made her eyes more confused. As if sensing her confusion, Emperor Yin raised his eyes slightly and looked at her seriously. "The adopted daughter of the Ji family came to the palace to replace her daughter. She came to the palace to find out information around me and help the Ji family win the emperor's heart." Donphan Liyue was frightened by his sharp revelation of the truth, and her face turned pale. She knelt on the ground suddenly. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have no unreasonable thoughts, and I dare not have the intention to guess the emperor's intention and find out the news. Please understand." "Your Majesty, I know. Get up." Emperor Yan's tone was cold, but there was no anger in it. Donphan Liyue was confused and got up tremblingly. Not to mention Donphan Liyue, even Su Maoyang, who was waiting on the side, held his breath. Obviously, this Emperor Yin knew everything. As expected, the next words made them even more nervous. "You have already torn your relationship with the Ji family, so you will not work for them anymore," Yendi said as he picked up some food and ate it. His tone was neither hurried nor slow. His voice was low and steady, so elegant and calm. It was a beautiful enjoyment both in terms of sound and vision. But the content of the words made Donphan Liyue's legs go weak, and she knelt down again, confessing her guilt and fear. "Your Majesty, spare me. I didn't mean to deceive you. The Ji family is the one who really deceived me. I won't vent my anger on an innocent person." Hearing the words of Emperor Yin, Donphan Liyue's heart, which had risen to her throat, slowly fell back. It seems that he knew all about the conspiracy and plans of the Ji family, and even the fact that she had made a big fuss in the Ji family. It was because he knew that she had fallen out with the Ji family, and knew that she didn't want to be constrained by the Ji family, that he appeared in her palace and had a meal with her here in peace. After all, the Ji family had such thoughts, and there were also other families who had such thoughts. Therefore, favoring a woman who did not belong to any power became his means of knocking these ambitious families. He clearly warned them not to try to guess the emperor's intentions through women and find out things they shouldn't know. At this moment, Su Maoyang gradually understood why Emperor Yin did not enter the harem and did not favor any concubines. Because the concubines represented huge forces behind them. Some emperors, in order to stabilize the government and maintain relations with ministers, treated the harem equally and wanted to get the support of these forces. But Emperor Yin was different. He did not need the support of any force. All forces had to submit to him. What he wanted was absolute power, not to be restrained and influenced by these families. It seemed that only a person like Emperor Yin would dare to be so willful. He did not take these families seriously. But this did not seem to fully explain why he chose Dongfang Liu. Because he could continue to stay out of the harem like before, and did not have to pay attention to any woman. Even if the daughters of these families had those thoughts, they had no way to get them. And it was also useless. So, what made him interested in getting close to Liu? However, when Su Maoyang was thinking about Emperor Yan's intentions, Dongfang Liu began to worry about the issue of sleeping with him. It was getting late, and Emperor Yin might have to rest in her palace after dinner. But she had never thought about sleeping with him. What should she do now? She couldn't do anything to let Xiaozian down. Chapter 23:20 Coming for a Man. Dongfang Liu gradually lost the mood to eat. When she thought about what she would face later, she was so anxious that sweat broke out on her forehead. Her mind was frantically working on how to refuse to sleep with the emperor without angering Emperor Yin. During this period, she even cast several pleading eyes at Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang naturally noticed her anxiety, and also began to think about finding an excuse to get away with the bed. But before she could figure out a clue, Emperor Yin had already put down his chopsticks and stood up. "It's getting late. You should go to bed early." As he said that, without waiting for Su Maoyang and Dongfang Liu to react, Emperor Yin walked out of the hall. Eat a meal and leave? Seeing this scene, Dongfang Liu suddenly had a huge question mark on her head. Su Maoyang was also a little surprised. But seeing that Emperor Yin was about to fade out of sight, he still didn't forget to touch Dongfang Liu. After being reminded by her, Dongfang Liu suddenly came to her senses and quickly stood up and saluted. "Your concubine respectfully bids farewell to Emperor Yin. This is the imperial palace, and there are so many eyes watching, so etiquette must be observed. Otherwise, it will be terrible if someone catches you and makes a fuss about you." However, Emperor Yin seemed to remember something, and suddenly stopped and added, "Your brother is a rare genius. I wanted to give him a position, but he refused. When you are free, I hope you can persuade him." After that, Emperor Yin quickly left the West Hall. Dongfang Liu was so shocked that she stood there for a long time before she came to her senses. She angrily cursed. "Damn it. After all this time, he didn't like me. A woman. But Junyi, a man. Are you sure? She, a woman, is not as attractive to Emperor Yin as a man. Isn't this a slap in her face?" Dongfang Liu's dignity as a woman was deeply hit. Her whole face turned red with anger. She looked at the direction where Emperor Yin left and was speechless. It turned out that she was nervous for nothing. Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing when he thought of Dongfang Liu's anxiety that Emperor Yin really fell in love with her and wanted to stay in the palace to sleep with her. After all, Emperor Yin came to approach Dongfang Liu because he fell in love with Jun Haocong. Dongfang Liu was flattered and self-indulgent for a long time. "You can still laugh. You should be more careful. It is said that Emperor Yin doesn't like women. From the looks of it, he probably likes men. Your husband and your brother are such outstanding people. I'm afraid he has been eyeing them for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to tell me all this." And he left after dinner, which shows that he is not interested in women. Dongfang Liu was so angry that she immediately imagined the ambiguous relationship between Emperor Yin and Jun Haocong, and reminded him with a serious face. After hearing what she said, Su Maoyang really felt that it made some sense. A man who is not interested in women may have problems with his sexual orientation. Jun Haocong entered the palace half a month earlier than him, but he attracted Emperor Yan's attention so quickly. In addition to his abnormal talent and outstanding appearance, I think it is also because Emperor Yin is interested in men. If this is true, it makes sense that Emperor Yin would go on this trip in person. Dongfang Liu is Dongfang Junyi's sister after all. It is obviously much easier for a sister to persuade her brother than for Emperor Yin to come in person. Now Emperor Yin has also made his attitude clear. As long as Dongfang Liu does not belong to any power, stays as his woman, and persuades his brother to work for him, He is willing to give her special care. If it were any other woman, she would have been overjoyed and lost her mind. Unfortunately, Don Fan Liu has no say in this matter. Jun Haotsong always listens to Su Maoyong. And no matter how much others say, it's all bullshit. Of course, letting Jun Haotsong seduce a man is only for those who don't want to live. Whether Emperor Yin values him or falls in love with him. It's a good thing for us now. At least we have a chance to get close to Emperor Yin. Su Maoyong couldn't estimate Emperor Yin's intentions, so he could only take one step at a time and see what happened. Don Fan Liu nodded in agreement. But she still felt uncomfortable. After all, she was a beautiful woman. But she was not as good as a man. It was so sad. So she turned around and walked towards the bedroom depressedly. Never mind. I'm going to sleep. Don Fan Liu lay down. But Chiu Chiyun in the East Hall was still dressing up, waiting for the arrival of Emperor Yin with great anticipation. Who knew that at this time? Hong Xiu ran in from outside in a hurry and whispered, "Miss, you don't have to wait. Emperor Yin didn't come to our East Hall." Chiu Chiyun's face darkened when she heard this, and she asked angrily, "Didn't you see Emperor Yin coming to Yongla Palace with your own eyes?" The only new residents of Yongla Palace tonight were her and the adopted daughter of the Ji family. And Emperor Yin finally appeared in the talent show and came to the harem for the first time in the evening. It was obvious that he had taken a fancy to a concubine in the talent show. Since Emperor Yin came to her Yongla Palace, it was obvious that he was coming for her. "Miss, Emperor Yin did enter Yongla Palace, but he went to the West Hall, not our East Hall." Seeing her disbelief, Hong Shui told the truth with embarrassment. "What? West Hall?" Don Fan Liu. "That idiot?" Chiu Chiyun stood up from her seat in shock. Hong Shui didn't dare to look directly at her angry face, so she just lowered her eyes and nodded. To be honest, she didn't expect Emperor Yin to go to Don Fan Liu. However, she didn't expect Emperor Yin to go to Don Fan Liu's place. She was an adopted daughter who was not presentable. A person she felt disgusted with just one look. I don't know why Emperor Yin was interested in having dinner with her. It was really puzzling. Chiu Chiyun was so angry that she waved her sleeves and knocked over the rouge and jewelry on the dressing table. She was a legitimate lady, born in a noble family, and was extremely good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, etiquette and rules. Unexpectedly, she was not as good as an adopted daughter picked up from outside. The move of Emperor Yin was simply to humiliate her by trampling on her face. Humph! I underestimated that bitch Don Fan Liu. She was of low status and had nothing to show for it. But I didn't expect that she was good at seducing men. Chiu Chiyun was so angry that she gritted her teeth and automatically classified Don Fan Liu as a shameless vixen. Hong Shui knew that she was very upset and hurriedly comforted her. "Miss, don't worry. It's not necessarily a good thing to be favored by Emperor Yin as soon as you enter the palace. There are so many eyes watching in the palace now. Isn't there one in our Yongla Palace? What's more, I heard that Emperor Yin just had dinner at her place and left. And didn't stay overnight. Just had dinner and left." Chiu Chiyun caught the important information, and her angry face calmed down instantly. "Yes, she left after eating, which shows that she is not favored," Hong Xiu had guessed maliciously. Chiu Chiyun couldn't help but sneer when she heard it. Emperor Yin came to her door, but she couldn't keep him. She is really a fool who can't show off. Haha. Yes, she can't do anything and doesn't understand anything. After getting along with her, Emperor Yin probably thinks she is boring and stupid. So naturally he doesn't want to stay any longer. Hong Xiu agreed with a smile. After hearing what she said, Chiu Chiyun's mood instantly improved a lot. And she couldn't help but grin. "Let's go to pay respects to Concubine Duan early tomorrow morning. We can't let her cheap bone bear the title of favor in vain." Chapter 2321 Paying Respects to Concubine Duan. The next morning, Don Fan Liu was still asleep when a maid came to call her, saying that Concubine Duan wanted to see her. Su Maoyong thought that there was no queen in this palace, so the rule of paying respects in the morning was omitted. But Concubine Duan was one of the 3 concubines, and could be considered the master of the harem. In addition, she lived in the main hall of Yongla Palace, so she was qualified to summon other concubines in Yongla Palace. So, they had to go this time. Of course, according to the rules, they should pay respects to the concubines in the main hall as soon as they arrived at Yongla Palace. However, As soon as they stepped into Concubine Duan's territory, they saw the faces of Qiu Qiyun and Heng Xue, and knew that this visit would be more than simple. As expected, before they could even open their mouths, they heard Heng Xue snort sarcastically. The adopted daughter is not presentable. She doesn't even know the most basic rules and etiquette. She didn't even come to pay respects to Concubine Duan when she arrived at Yongla Palace. The concubine had to send someone to invite her in person. I didn't expect that she was so arrogant even though she was not in a high position. Dongfang Liyue was speechless when she heard this. It was still early, and it was not time to pay respects at all. They sent someone to invite her. It was obvious that they were looking for trouble. However, before she could respond, Concubine Duan came to the rescue. Lady Li participated in this election yesterday and served His Majesty in the evening. I think she was very tired and didn't have time to pay respects to me. I won't bother her about this. Concubine Duan still maintained an elegant and noble demeanor, although she had a smile on her face. She looked like she had been measured with a ruler. Standard and perfect. Qiu Qiyun knew that Concubine Duan was kind-hearted, so she couldn't help but explain. I'm afraid Concubine Duan doesn't know that His Majesty only went to Lady Li's place for dinner last night and didn't stay overnight. I don't know what Lady Li did to make His Majesty go back to Linhua Palace to rest in the middle of the night, since Lady Li didn't help Emperor Yin go to bed. How can she be said to be exhausted? Yongla Palace is a long distance away from Linhua Palace. Emperor Yin would rather walk such a long way to go back to rest, which shows that he doesn't like Dongfang Liyue. So, it is very likely that Dongfang Liyue said something to anger Emperor Yin. So Emperor Yin left. Hearing this, Concubine Duan looked at Dongfang Liyue in surprise. Oh, there is such a thing. Lady Li, it is your honor to serve His Majesty. How can you take it lightly? Dongfang Liyue was very upset by Qiu Qiyun's arrangement, but she didn't dare to act rashly in front of Concubine Duan. Your Majesty, I have always served you wholeheartedly, and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Who knew that Emperor Yin didn't want to stay overnight? Which is really not something I can control. I am guilty of not serving His Majesty well. Please punish me. Your Majesty. Dongfang Liyue was the first person to be favored. Although Concubine Duan was suspected of finding fault, she couldn't punish her casually before she figured out the situation. She could only smile and ease the atmosphere, saying, Lady Li, you are too serious. I have tried my best to miss you. You must be very sad that Emperor Yin refused to stay overnight. How can I bear to punish you again? Whether you can sleep with the Emperor depends on whether you have the blessing. If not, you don't have to force it. As long as you behave yourself, you will always have a chance in the future. Concubine Duan's words were so wonderful. It seemed that she was comforting Dongfang Liyue, but in fact she was just reminding her to behave herself and not to dream of things that she didn't deserve. Dongfang Liyue certainly understood her hidden needle and nodded. Yes, I will remember your Majesty's teachings. I will serve your Majesty wholeheartedly in the future. Heng Xue sneered after hearing this, and said with disdain, TSK, you still have a future? She was lucky the first time. She couldn't grasp such a good opportunity, let alone the future. Sister Heng Xue, whether the master will have the opportunity to be favored in the future. It is not for you, a maid, to interfere. If you don't even follow the most basic rules of being a maid, it will be your master who will be implicated. So, Sister Heng Xue should be careful in what you say and do. Su Maoyang returned the words she had just said to humiliate Dongfang Liyue. Yu Heng Xue's face turned red with anger, but she didn't dare to speak wildly in front of Concubine Duan. Dongfang Liyue felt happy to see her angry look, and added fuel to the fire. Madame Rao, your personal maid is really unruly. You'd better get rid of such a person who is not presentable as soon as possible. Otherwise it will cause you trouble, and it will not be worth it. Qiu Qiyun heard this sarcastic ridicule, and her proud face was slightly embarrassed. Lady Li should worry about yourself. If you were a little more talkative, you wouldn't be unable to keep Emperor Yin. Madame Rao doesn't need to worry about whether he can be kept or not. Madame Rao should think about how to bring Emperor Yin to Yongla Palace for dinner. Dongfang Liyue retorted without mercy. At least Emperor Yin ate at her place. But Qiu Qiyun didn't even do this step, and she didn't know how to have the nerve to ridicule others. Sure enough, Qiu Qiyun was so angry that her face turned pale, seeing that the two were not getting along. Concubine Duan was amused in her heart, but she pretended to be a peacemaker and said, It's a good thing that you all want to serve Emperor Yin. But if you want to win his favor, You still have to help each other and support each other. Only in this way can your favor last long. Dongfang Liyue replied in a pleasing manner. Yes. Concubine Duan taught me a lesson. Concubine Duan's tone was gentle and peaceful. And it was not a lesson. But when Dongfang Liyue said it, it had the meaning of a high-ranking concubine beating a low-ranking concubine, which immediately made Concubine Duan choke for a while, and finally waved her hand stiffly. Okay. You came here early in the morning. You must be tired. So stop here today. You kneel down and go back to rest. Qiu Qiyin rolled her eyes in her heart when she heard this. What mutual help and support! Everyone in the harem framed each other. And as for favor, it was even a non-existent thing. After all, Emperor Yin once did not even enter the harem. I think it was because these concubines were too dignified and too hypocritical like Concubine Duan. So they could not arouse Emperor Yin's interest. Originally, when Concubine Duan heard her say that Emperor Yin went to Dongfang Liyue, her words were implicitly meant to be a warning to Dongfang Liyue and help prevent her anger, who knew that when the person really came, she didn't dare to say that she didn't dare to punish him, for fear of offending Dongfang Liyue and looking like a coward. If she were a man, she wouldn't like this either. But she still followed the rules to pay respect to Concubine Duan before leaving the hall. However, Concubine Duan didn't get back her face. Qiu Qiyin was unwilling to accept it. And as soon as she walked out of the main hall, she blocked Dongfang Liyue's way. Dongfang Liyue, don't think that just because Concubine Duan didn't punish you, you can do whatever you want and look down on everyone. Let me tell you, I have many ways to punish you. So be careful. Dongfang Liyue chuckled. Concubine Rao, didn't you listen to Concubine Duan's teachings? Concubines should help and support each other, and the favor can last for a long time. You said you were kind to others, and I might be able to say a few good things about you in front of Emperor Yin. I never thought that you would be jealous and confront me as soon as you entered the palace. Isn't this ruining your good future? Bah! I am a concubine of the palace. Do I need a beauty like you to help me? Emperor Yin just went to your place to have a meal, which doesn't mean anything at all. Do you really think you are favored? Emperor Yin just wanted to have a meal for a while. You don't really think there will be a next time. You are just wishful thinking. Qiu Qiyin was guessed right, and immediately got angry and cursed. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard the voice of Eunuch Su behind her. Oh! Lady Li, you made it so hard for me to find you. Dongfang Liyue heard the voice and looked up, only to see Eunuch Su coming over here with an anxious face, and asked in confusion, What's the matter? Eunuch Su? It's not a big deal. Just that His Majesty is coming to Yongla Palace for dinner tonight, and asked Lady Li to prepare well. Chapter 23-22 Go to her palace every day. Hearing this, Qiu Qiyin's pretty face suddenly stiffened at a speed visible to the naked eye. For a moment, she couldn't believe her ears. But Dongfang Liyue responded with joy. Okay. Thank you for your advice. Eunuch Su. Su Maoyang understood and stepped forward to give Eunuch Su some reward money. Eunuch Su weighed the weight of the bag, smiled even more brilliantly, said a few compliments, and turned to leave. Seeing him leave, Dongfang Liyue took the time to look at Qiu Qiyin, who was very angry beside her, and added lightly, It seems that Concubine Rao was wrong. Next time, it will come. Right? Now I am rushing back to the palace to prepare, so I won't talk to you. After that, Dongfang Liyue and Su Maoyang bypassed Qiu Qiyin, who was so angry that her face turned purple, and walked straight to the west side hall. Qiu Qiyin, who was left alone, almost bit her teeth with hatred. Hong Xue beside her quickly comforted her. Miss, let's not argue with that short-sighted villain. Emperor Yin is just looking for something new now. He only went to eat once or twice. Not every time. Let's wait and see. Dongfang Liyue, that stupid thing with no brains, will be despised sooner or later. Qiu Qiyin was comforted by her and calmed down a little. I will not argue with a bitch. Let's go back. After that, the master and servant left. At this time, Xiang Ma, who was hiding in the distance, turned back to the main hall and reported to Concubine Duan truthfully. My queen, they are all gone. The two of them had a fight on the road just now. And then, they met Eunuch Su who came to call them. He said that His Majesty would go to Lady Li's palace for dinner tonight. Concubine Duan took a sip of tea, and seemed not to take it to heart, saying in a light tone, I know. The maid Xuanhua standing by said with a worried look on her face. My queen, Li Marin has been so eager to win favor since she entered the palace. Why didn't you teach her a lesson just now? If you let it go on like this, she will soon climb over your head. It was not easy for Concubine Rao to come to assist, with her fanning the flames. It was only a matter of a word to teach Li Marin a lesson. But Concubine Duan did not get angry at all. Now her queen was probably a cowardly and timid person in Concubine Rao's mind. Hearing this, Concubine Duan curled her lips into a cold smile, stretched out her hand, admired her fair and delicate fingers, and said, "It's a dog-eat-dog situation. Why does the owner need to intervene? My good hands can't be soiled by two dogs." Madame Xiang was an old lady in the palace after all, and she understood what she meant at once, and nodded with a smile. Your Majesty is wise. Such beautiful hands naturally can't be used as knives by others. It would be ugly if they were stained with dirty blood. Xuanhua nodded in understanding, but still had concerns. But what about Concubine Rao? No problem. She saw that I was timid and unwilling to stand up for her, so she would naturally find a way to stand up for herself. Now, she has a fight as soon as she goes out. Concubine Duan obviously had some calculations, and being timid was just a strategy. What she wanted was that Concubine Rao couldn't hold back and couldn't wait to attack Dongfang Liyue. She was happy to watch the show, but she had no interest in participating in it. Haha. Your Majesty is wise. But I don't know who will win or lose between the two dogs. Xuanhua's eyes were filled with admiration, and she felt a little curious. Concubine Duan chuckled and put down the teacup. She looked up at her with a determined look in her eyes. No one will win. The reason why Dongfang Liyue is favored is that Emperor Yan deliberately did it for these big families to see. When the warning takes effect, he will naturally not go again. So Dongfang Liyue will not be able to jump for long. As for Concubine Rao, she is obsessed with jealousy and has various conflicts with Dongfang Liyue. If there is a slight mistake, it will be a life. Emperor Yan will not allow anyone to play tricks under his nose. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. There will be a result soon. Concubine Rao laughed at Concubine Duan for being timid and too dignified and hypocritical. But she didn't know that this was the magic weapon to ensure that Concubine Duan lived a stable life in the deep palace. After all, this world belongs to Emperor Yan. No one can disobey his will and infringe on his majesty. Only those who are gentle, well-behaved, dignified and sensible can live happily. After all, she had seen too many women who were vying for favor, being independent and high-profile, trying to attract the attention of Emperor Yan, all of whom died in this harem. Sometimes she suspected that Emperor Yan was a person without emotions at all. His tone and demeanor could be particularly gentle and elegant to you, particularly kind and caring, but without any warmth. His smile, like hers, seemed to be measured with a ruler, perfect and even pleasing to the eye, but without sincerity. He rarely got angry, and he never even had an angry expression. But he could easily control the life and death of others. Under each of his pleasant expressions, there might be terrible murderous intentions, and you would never understand what he was thinking. Therefore, in Concubine Duan's impression, he was an emotionless existence, and women were just decorations to him. The only thing he valued was those geniuses with outstanding strength and ability. It is unknown whether he was born without interest in women, or whether he had already closed himself off because he had someone in his heart. This has always been a mystery. No one dared to ask, let alone solve it. Ever since Emperor Yan went to Dongfang Liyue Palace for dinner, the news of Dongfang Liyue's favor spread like wildfire, spreading throughout the harem, and even the previous dynasty heard the news. Some envied, some were jealous, and some were waiting to see the day when Dongfang Liyue would fall out of favor. But what Qiu Qiyun and Concubine Duan did not expect was that Dongfang Liyue not only did not fall out of favor, but Emperor Yan also went to her palace for dinner every day, and this meal lasted for a month. Strangely, Emperor Yan would stay in Dongfang Liyue Palace until very late every night, but never let Dongfang Liyue sleep with him. According to gossip, after eating, Emperor Yan would read books and write in her palace. Usually, only Dongfang Liyue and her sister, who was a maid, would serve him in the room, and they got along very warmly and naturally. When it was time to go to bed, Emperor Yan would still go back to Linhua Palace to rest without fail. It was hard to tell what Emperor Yan was thinking. However, one thing was certain, Dongfang Liyue was favored. At least she made Emperor Yin not reject women, and willing to stay with her every day for such a long time. No one could do this among all the women in the harem. Therefore, upon hearing the news that Donphan Liyue was favored, the Ji family was filled with joy. They had not planned that Emperor Yin would take a liking to Donphan Liyue. They only hoped that Donphan Liyue could get some information in the palace to facilitate their work in the former dynasty, who knew that she not only had a firm foothold in the palace, but also won the favor of Emperor Yin, causing Emperor Yin to run to her palace every day. Such an honor was definitely the first among the women in the Great Yin dynasty. How could they not be excited? Therefore, early in the morning of that day, Madame Ji asked the servants to prepare the sedan chair and prepared to go to the palace to see her good daughter, and bring 2 more maids to serve her. If Donphan Liyue only had her poor relative, who came to establish a relationship with her, she would not be able to show it off. She still needed 2 capable maids who knew the rules, were sensible, smart and capable. The key point was that these 2 maids were from the Ji family, and always sided with the Ji family. They were there to persuade her so that Donphan Liyue would not forget her roots. Chapter 23:23 The Persistent Madame Ji. The news of Madame Ji entering the palace soon reached Donphan Liyue's ears. However, she had been too busy dealing with Emperor Yin recently. So how could she have the energy to deal with the Ji family? So Donphan Liyue simply said, "No." Then she turned around and went back to the inner room to sleep. The responsibility of intercepting Madame Ji naturally fell on the shoulders of a maid like Su Maoyang. Therefore, when Madame Ji and 2 maids rushed to the palace gate, Su Maoyang politely stopped them. "Madam, the queen served His Majesty until very late yesterday, and is still sleeping now. It is inconvenient to disturb her. Madam, tell me what you want to say, and I will tell you." Since they had already torn their faces apart, Su Maoyang had nothing to worry about. But Madame Ji couldn't accept it. She immediately frowned and scolded. "Who are you? How dare you block my way? If there was no Ji family, could you be your sister's personal maid? A maid of this level? Don't forget your roots. Get out of here." "Madam, you are wrong. Without us, your daughter would be the one suffering in the palace. You should be the one who shouldn't forget your roots." Su Maoyang was too lazy to keep a smile on his face, and warned coldly. Madame Ji had deceived Donphan Liyue, and it was heartbreaking. When they were in the Ji mansion, they were even more ruthless, and warned Donphan Liyue not to implicate the Ji family. If Liyue hadn't come to help her, she would never have come to this deep palace. Now that Liyue is favored, Madame Ji is coming to her again. There is no such good thing in the world. Madame Ji was so angry when she heard this that she spat. "Bah! If my own daughter had entered the palace, she would have been able to sleep with him long ago. It's not as simple as having a meal. It's because you and your servant are too stupid. As a mother, I have to come and teach her in person. You don't know what's good for you. What do you know? I don't understand. I only know that the master is resting now, and no one is allowed to disturb him. Madam, please go back." Su Maoyang didn't want to get involved with her, so she stretched out her hand and ordered her to leave. Madame Ji didn't expect her to be so tough and not even give her face. She was so angry that her eyes were wide open, and she shouted in a low voice, "How dare you! Slap her in the face!" The maidservant following Madame Ji received the order and immediately rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward, raising her hand to hit Su Maoyang in the face. Su Maoyang frowned when he saw this, and at the same time, he stretched out his hands to grab their wrists, and gently threw them out, and immediately threw them all to the ground. Madame Ji did not expect that Su Maoyang was a martial artist, and even had a lot of kung fu, and she was so shocked that her face changed. You bastard! How dare you disobey my order and attack my maid? Are you crazy? I didn't want to do it, but Madame Ji was aggressive and insisted on teaching me a lesson. I didn't want to make a fuss and disturb the beautiful Lady Li's sweet dream, so I had to stop her. I hope Madame will forgive me. You bastard! Don't forget your humble status. If it weren't for the relationship with Donphan Liyue, you would be just a dog on the roadside, and you wouldn't have the right to speak here. Now that Donphan Liyue is favored, do you really think you can also rise with the tide and climb over this lady's head? Dream on. The Emperor of Yin values my Ji family's daughter Donphan Liyue, not you, a cheap girl who entered the palace through connections. As long as Donphan Liyue is in this deep palace, she must bear the title of my Ji family's daughter. But you are different. My Ji family wants to deal with you. A maid, But it's just a matter of moving a finger. Do you really think they can protect you? Mrs. G didn't have the patience to talk nonsense with Su Ma-young anymore, and warned her directly that Donphan Liu had the support of the Emperor of Yin. They might not be able to do anything to her, but it was really easy to deal with a maid. So it was undoubtedly the most stupid thing for her to offend the Ji family for Donphan Liu. Su Ma-young was indifferent after hearing this, and she was still cold. I don't understand the pros and cons. No matter how much Madame says to me, it's useless. Seeing that Su Ma-young was a stubborn person, Madame Ji gritted her teeth and simply broke the jar. Well, if she doesn't come out to see me, I will wait here and not leave. Wait until Emperor Yin comes and ask for his grace in person, so that this old bone of mine can see my filial daughter. If her own daughter didn't see her mother and let her mother wait outside in vain, I don't know how many people would stab Donphan Liu in the back. After all, everyone knows that Donphan Liu is the adopted daughter of the Ji family. She is what she is today thanks to the cultivation and support of the Ji family. But she is so ungrateful and disrespectful to her elders. She will definitely be criticized. If she makes trouble in front of Emperor Yin, she will definitely not get any good. Madame Ji still didn't believe that Donphan Liu was really going to ignore the hard-earned favor and leave her here. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. Madam, if you like to wait, just wait slowly. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you any longer. Su Ma-young didn't react to being frightened at all. After saying that, she turned around and went back to the palace and closed the door. She really left Madame Ji and the two maids outside the door. Emperor Yin had already reminded Donphan Liu to draw a clear line with the Ji family. If she let Madame Ji in at this time, wouldn't it make Emperor Yin annoyed? She couldn't let Madame Ji ruin the situation she had set up with great difficulty. Madame Ji didn't expect that the other party really didn't care about her reputation. She was so shocked that her eyes widened. She wanted to call her, but she disappeared in the next second, choking her so much that she couldn't speak. Since Donphan Liu had dared to be so decisive, don't blame her for being cruel. Thinking of this, Madame Ji really waited at the door for a day until Emperor Yin arrived. Emperor Yin would come to Donphan Liu for dinner every night, and today was no exception. Although Emperor Yin had heard that Madame Ji was turned away when she entered the palace, he still had a hint of coldness in his eyes when he saw him in person. Madame Ji was delighted to see him coming, and she knelt down respectfully. Your servant greets Emperor Yin. Emperor Yin stared at her expressionlessly for a long time before slowly speaking. It turns out to be Madame Ji. Is there anything that brings you to the palace today? Although he spoke, he did not say a word to ask her to stand up, causing Madame Ji to kneel on the ground, not daring to raise her head, and tremblingly replied, Your Majesty, your servant misses my daughter and came to visit her specially. Do you need to bring so many people to see her? Emperor Yin asked coldly. When asked, Madame Ji hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, I was worried that the servants around her were not competent, so I brought 2 more maids in. Now that Yor has been assisted by Your Majesty, and is often accompanied by Your Majesty, I think it would be more appropriate to have 2 more smart and capable maids to serve her. Chapter 23-24 Madame Ji. A shrewd woman. It seems that the rumors are true. Madame Ji really dotes on her adopted daughter, Li Marin. Madame Ji is such a loving mother. Emperor Yin's voice gradually softened, which made Madame Ji's nervous mood relax a lot. This time, she dared to raise her head and replied sincerely. Although Yor was not born in my belly, she is quite compatible with me. I have already treated her as my own daughter. Well, I am worried that she has only one maid by her side and can't take good care of her, so I specially brought 2 maids to serve her. I didn't expect that she would not even want to meet me. I hope Emperor Yin will be gracious and let me go in to see her. Madame Ji's acting skills are perfect. She was so sad that she was about to wipe her tears. But in the eyes of Emperor Yin, it was extremely ironic, and he couldn't help but ask back in a cold voice. There are so many palace maids in the palace. Why did Madame Ji personally bring in a maid? Madame Ji did this because she thought the servants in the palace were not taking good care of her. Or did she think the servants in the palace were not qualified? Madame Ji didn't expect Emperor Yin to make a big fuss about this, and put such a big hat on her. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and she cowed out hurriedly. No. 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 Your Majesty misunderstood. I don't mean that. Please understand. No need to understand. Since Madame Ji thinks there are not enough palace maids to serve Lady Li Su Man, tomorrow. You can ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to transfer 2 more smart and capable palace maids to serve well. Don't let Madame G worry about it. And run to Yonhua Palace for no reason, disturbing Lady Li's rest. I only have you to blame. Emperor Yin didn't look at Madame G kneeling on the ground, and gave a faint order. But the majestic momentum scared Eunuch Su to bow his head and respond. Madame G looked terrified, crawling on the ground without daring to breathe. Fortunately, Emperor Yin did not really attack her, but directly passed her and entered the palace of Donphan Liyue. After everyone left, Nanny Feng, who was also kneeling on the ground, quickly stood up to support Madame G. Madam, get up quickly. Emperor Yin is gone. Upon hearing this, Madame G supported her, tried to stand up, and took a deep look in the direction of the west side hall. Nanny Feng thought she was unwilling to give up, so she whispered, Madam, you failed this time, but you will have another chance in the future, so don't take it to heart. Who knew that Madame G sneered after hearing this? Failure? Who said you failed this time? What do you mean? Madam? Nanny Feng was a little puzzled. They came to the palace just to give Donphan Liyue 2 of their own people, but now they didn't even meet each other, and the 2 maids were beaten by the bitch called Donphan Junmo. If this is not considered a failure, then what is failure? Seeing Nanny Feng's confused face, Madame G glanced at the 2 maids standing in the back, and her pupils jumped up with a bit of sarcasm. Do you really think I want to send these 2 stupid girls to the palace? She was just acting a play. Otherwise, how could she have the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity? When asked this question, Madame Feng's mind instantly became active, and her eyes lit up. The maid in the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Why didn't I think of it? Madame is really smart. It turned out that Madame was secretly making plans. On the surface, she sent the maid to the palace, and deliberately cried in front of Emperor Yin. Emperor Yin hated the pawns of these family forces being placed in the harem, so he would naturally be very disgusted with her approach. So, in order to save her face, Emperor Yin specially asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send 2 palace maids to shut her up. I think the G family has already arranged it with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the 2 palace maids sent are the ones that Madame G really wants to place next to Donphan Liyue. This is done without anyone noticing, and it doesn't arouse suspicion. She is worthy of being her wife. Thinking of this relationship, Madame Feng's smile became brighter, and she complimented. Congratulations, Madam. No matter how favored Liyue is in the future, she will never be able to escape from your palm. Madame G left the harem contentedly, but Qiu Qiyun in the east side hall was very angry. Porcelain and jade bottles fell to the ground, and the palace maids in the room all hung their heads and dared not say a word. Only Hongxue was beside her, persuading her. Miss, please don't be angry. It's not worth getting sick for a bitch. How can I not be angry? Didn't you hear that Emperor Yin went to that bitch's palace to eat again? They have been eating together every day for the past month. How could Emperor Yin fall in love with that worthless Donphan Liyue? Qiu Qiyan really couldn't figure out why she was inferior to the adopted daughter. She thought Emperor Yin was just looking for something new. So every time she waited for Emperor Yin to come to Yonhua Palace, she would go to intercept him halfway. But she didn't expect that he seemed to have determined Donphan Liyue. No matter what trick she used, he was too lazy to even look at her, and finally entered the West Hall. What kind of magic did Donphan Liyue have that made Emperor Yin so attached to her? No. I have to find a way to remove this stumbling block. Qiu Qiyun was quite confident that she could snatch Emperor Yin from Donphan Liyue before. But now all she has left is a sense of imminent crisis. Hongxue obviously had a plan, and said calmly, Miss, at this critical moment, you must not panic. In my opinion, if you want to overthrow Donphan Liyue, you must first get rid of her maid sister. I think that maid is very mysterious. She is sharp-tongued and cooperates well with Donphan Liyue. Who knows how many tricks she has behind her. I think Donphan Liyue is in favor, so it is not easy to take action directly. We can start with the maid first. If we take down the maid, Donphan Liyue will undoubtedly lose her arm. She will be helpless in the harem, and will not even have anyone to discuss countermeasures with. It will be much easier for us to deal with her then. Hongxue made this suggestion, in addition to giving Qiu Qiyun some advice, but also for her own selfish reasons. Since entering the palace, she has been at odds with Donphan Junmo, and has been defeated in verbal battles 2 or 3 times. This time her master wanted to overthrow Dongfang Liu, and she was of course happy to see it happen. Yes, you are right. They are inseparable. When serving Emperor Yin, Dongfang Liu only lets her sister serve in the house, which shows that she trusts Dongfang Junmo very much. If the two of them are separated, it will be much easier to deal with Dongfang Liu. After hearing this, Qiu Qiu nodded, thinking it was very reasonable, and finally ordered excitedly, "During this period, keep a good eye on Dongfang Junmo for me. If there is any movement, report it to me immediately." "Yes, I understand." Hong Xue got her approval, so she attacked Dongfang Junmo without any scruples. At this time, Su Maoyang, who was being targeted, was serving Emperor Yin a meal in the palace. But when she was halfway through serving the dishes, she heard Emperor Yin slowly say, "I heard that you know martial arts?" Chapter 23-25. Unable to understand the person in front of her, Su Maoyang knew that she could not hide her martial arts from Emperor Yin. And of course she did not want to hide it from him, because Emperor Yin appreciated outstanding talents. Su Maoyang could only attract his attention and slowly approach him by showing her strength. Therefore, knocking down 2 maids today was also a show for Emperor Yin. Sure enough, Emperor Yin became interested in her skills. "Your Majesty, I do know a little bit." Su Maoyang admitted it honestly at the moment, but she had just finished speaking, still holding the chopsticks in her hand, and saw Emperor Yin suddenly attack her chopsticks. Fortunately, Su Maoyang reacted quickly, raised her hand quickly, clamped his chopsticks with her chopsticks, and resisted his attack. But Emperor Yin suddenly changed the angle and turned outward, causing her elbow to be bent out. However, Su Maoyang was not so easy to deal with. She immediately chopped with her left hand, and the wind in the air was strong, which instantly relieved the pressure on her right hand. Then she pulled her arm out like a snake, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 pairs of chopsticks clashed several times. At the same time, wherever Su Maoyang's chopsticks passed, the force generated seemed to form a barrier, which was both unbreakable and gave people great pressure, blocking the moves of Emperor Yin. Emperor Yin saw her strength, so he did not chase her closely, and then restrained his momentum and praised, "You are good at fighting. I didn't expect that the 3 of you brothers and sisters are all very skilled." Su Maoyang knelt down and apologized. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have formed a habit of practicing martial arts. I didn't mean to fight with your Majesty. Don't panic. I just want to test your skills. I am abrupt. Stand up." Emperor Yin lowered his eyes and looked at Su Maoyang, who was kneeling on the ground, examining her seriously, his amber pupils emitting dazzling golden light, so that even if Su Maoyang lowered her head, she could feel the sharp gaze. Dongfang Liu was worried that Emperor Yin would suspect something, so she hurried to smooth things over. "Your Majesty, my 3 brothers and sisters have been wandering in the rivers and lakes, and in order to survive, we have learned a lot of life-saving skills. However, my sister is more willing to learn and endure hardships than me, and she is much better than my mediocre kung fu. Of course, your brothers and sisters are better than you, and you are the most useless." Emperor Yin chuckled and glanced at Dongfang Liu. Dongfang Liu heard that he recognized Su Maoyang's strength. Not only was she not angry at his joke, but her eyes rolled and she came up with a plan. "Your Majesty, don't you know that Junimo is not only a skilled warrior, but also a great peak-acquired imperial spiritual master? With such strength, don't you consider giving her an official position?" Emperor Yin was amused by her. "You should persuade your brother first. For a maid, it is indeed very impressive to have the strength of a peak-acquired imperial spiritual master. But if she wants to enter the court, it is still not as safe as her brother." But Dongfang Liu refused. "My sister is no worse than my brother. Your Majesty, you clearly look down on women." Emperor Yin laughed and shook his head. "How about this? Next month is the Wulong Conference. Except for the Great Yin Dynasty, the geniuses of the other 2 dynasties will come. I allow her to go with you to see the real battle. If she can defeat those geniuses, I will reward her heavily. How about it?" Hearing about the Wulong Conference, Dongfang Liu's eyes suddenly lit up, her face full of surprise. "Wulong Conference? Is it the martial arts competition where all the young generations of the 3 dynasties compete for rankings?" "That's right. The Wulong Conference is the best opportunity for all geniuses to show their skills and appear in front of the world. Those who can enter the Wulong list are rare, and they are the top existences in the Xianshan realm. How many proud sons of heaven have emerged from the Wulong Conference? Are you interested in watching the battle? Hearing what Emperor Yin said, Dongfang Liyue was naturally very excited. Of course I am interested. I don't know how many top talents of the Xianshan Mirror can be seen at the Wulong Conference. Such a rare opportunity. I can't miss it. But I heard that only concubines above the rank of concubine were qualified to watch it before. I am just a beauty. I am afraid I am not qualified to attend. No problem. The rules are dead. This time, anyone in the harem who is willing to watch the battle can go, without any restrictions on rank. Emperor Yin smiled and comforted. In order to satisfy her wish, Emperor Yin was willing to relax the rules of the entire harem. Dongfang Liyue felt flattered and looked at Emperor Yin with emotion. I believe that if she had not met Xiahou Zian earlier, she would have bowed down to Emperor Yin's dragon robe at this moment. But at this time, Emperor Yin had already retracted his gaze and lowered his head to eat the dishes prepared by Su Maoyang. I don't know what he was thinking. And it seems that he didn't take her joy and emotion to heart. Dongfang Liyue couldn't help but feel a little dazed. If this Emperor Yin liked her, it couldn't be said that he liked her very much. Most of the time, his eyes were not on her at all. But if he didn't like her, he was particularly indulgent and attached to her, always letting her accompany him, giving her a unique honor in the harem. Therefore, Dongfang Liyue has been with him every day for this period of time. But she can't see through the Yin Emperor in front of her. He is not as cold as the rumors say, but he is more elegant and gentle. But he is even more terrifying than the rumors. People die in his hands anytime and anywhere. Silently, omnipresent, unnoticed. This murderous intention hidden in a look, an expression, a breath, is really terrible. This person looks so close, but feels so far away, which makes Dongfang Liyue feel unreal. But one thing is certain. This man is very good at disguise, and has a deep mind. So, many times, she feels that looking at his eyes that are as bright as the sun, it seems like looking into the abyss of a black vortex. Mysterious and terrifying. Realizing this, Dongfang Liyue was shocked and hurriedly withdrew, and dared not look again. Su Maoyang stood silently aside, thinking about the Wulong Conference next month. After all, Yin Emperor said in person that if she could defeat those geniuses, he would reward her heavily. Although she knew that it was impossible to reward the dragon bone and the heart of life. At least she was one step closer to Emperor Yin. So it was worth a try. Of course, Su Maoyang still wanted to see the top genius of Xianshan Mirror. The next morning, since Emperor Yin asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send 2 more palace maids, Su Maoyang explained the rules to the 2 in the yard early. The 2 palace maids were named Yuing and Huayun. They looked steady and sensible. They took note of everything Su Maoyang said and even rushed to do the work. For example, when they were helping Dongfang Liyue get up, they didn't wait for Su Maoyang's instructions, but took the initiative to come forward to help Dongfang Liyue dress up. Su Maoyang saw that they were so diligent, and they were indeed skillful and capable people. They did a good job in serving the master, so he let them do it. Of course, the main reason was that the Wulong Conference was coming soon, and she had to prepare well, so she didn't have so much time to take care of these miscellaneous matters. So over time, Dongfang Liyue got used to their service, and the status of the 2 palace maids gradually rose. The degree of being invisible and inseparable from Dongfang Liyue was even faintly overshadowing Su Maoyang. Look! At night, Emperor Yin arrived, and Su Maoyang was about to go into the house to serve the master, but was stopped by the 2 palace maids. Sister Junmo, let us do the work of serving the master. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. Chapter 23-26, Rushing to Serve. In their opinion, Junmo's serious look is really unpleasant. But it is only because of Dongfang Liyue that he has the opportunity to get close to Emperor Yin. But now that it has been so long, Dongfang Liyue has not succeeded in serving the emperor in bed. I think it is also because of the incompetence of the master and servant. Fortunately, they are here, and the job of serving the master for meals will naturally fall on them. And they are confident that with their looks and means of pleasing the master, they will definitely help Dongfang Liyue please Emperor Yin better than Junmo. As long as Emperor Yin is happy and stays to let Dongfang Liyue serve him in bed, the 2 of them will become Dongfang Liyue's great contributors, and Junmo will have nothing to do at that time. Thinking of this relationship, Huayun and Yuing are even more determined to serve Emperor Yin tonight. Su Maoyang naturally knows that they want to show off in front of the master, So she had handed over all the affairs of the palace, and the matters of serving Donphan Liyue to them. But that didn't mean she would give up such an important opportunity to get close to Emperor Yin. She immediately refused. No need. You've been busy all day. I'll do it at night. However, just as she finished her words, and before she could step in, the plate in her hand was forcibly taken away by Hua Yun. Sister Junmo, we are thick-skinned. This little hardship is nothing. Besides, we have been serving Lady Li recently, and we are used to it. Let us do these things. After saying that, without waiting for Su Maoyang to react, they quickly turned around and entered the restaurant. Su Maoyang didn't expect that in just over half a month. The two palace maids were so bold that they dared to forcibly snatch the opportunity to get close to Emperor Yin from her. But it is understandable. Which servant doesn't want to please the master? Which servant doesn't want to perform in front of Emperor Yin? It seems that they have served Donphan Liyue very well during this period, and won Donphan Liyue's heart. So they have the confidence to compete with her for favor. Seeing that they had already entered the restaurant first, Su Maoyang couldn't chase them in and make trouble in front of Emperor Yin. Anyway, she had already won the qualification to attend the Wulong conference and got the promise of Emperor Yin. So the most important thing at the moment was to improve her strength, not just serving meals. Therefore, Su Maoyang was too lazy to argue with the two palace maids and turned back to her room to practice. However, Emperor Yin, who was sitting in the restaurant and waiting for the food to be served, did not expect that two unfamiliar faces would come in. He immediately frowned and asked in a cold voice, "Did Lady Li change her maid?" Hua Yun was so excited that she was pounding with excitement when she came into close contact with Emperor Yin for the first time. She did not notice the coldness in his words and replied happily. Replying to Emperor Yin, "I am Hua Yun, whom you specially ordered the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send to serve Lady Li. I am Yuying." I meet Emperor Yin. Yuying also immediately bowed obediently. Donphan Liyue also didn't expect that Hua Yun and Yuying would come in to serve. Although she was dissatisfied with the two people's self-willed behavior, she didn't dare to show it on her face. She could only explain, "They are the two palace maids you asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to assign last time. The Ministry of Internal Affairs really dares to send anyone, drag them out, and beat them to death." The Emperor of Flame glanced at the two coldly, and then retracted his gaze. His calm tone spoke the most terrifying words, which frightened the two palace maids on the spot. They wanted to perform well, and help Donphan Liyue keep the Emperor of Flame for the night. They couldn't understand why they would lose their lives after a meeting. They were polite and well-behaved, and they looked smart and sensible. So how could they upset Emperor Yin? Of course, not to mention them. Even Donphan Liyue was confused and immediately pleaded, "Emperor Yin, they just came to my place and don't know many rules. Emperor Yin, please don't bother with them. They are usually smart and hardworking, and have been serving me wholeheartedly. Even if they have no merit, they have worked hard. I hope Emperor Yin will spare their lives." Although it was inappropriate for them to come in rashly, Hua Yun and Yuying did a good job in serving her. And they really didn't deserve death. Since you like them, keep them. After hearing Donphan Liyue's personal plea, Emperor Yin couldn't say anything, so he had to give her face. When Hua Yun and Yuying heard this, their hearts, which had just risen to their throats in fear, gradually fell back. Donphan Liyue saw that they were still standing there stupidly, and couldn't help but remind them angrily, "You two, hurry up and get out of the way in front of Emperor Yin." Hua Yun and Yuying came to their senses, and dared not say a word more. After the ceremony, they retreated tremblingly, fearing that they would anger Emperor Yin again. But Yuying was puzzled, not knowing where she went wrong, and couldn't help asking Hua Yun, "We didn't seem to do anything just now, right?" "Yes. We didn't even have time to serve." Hua Yun was also speechless. It was not easy to get close to Emperor Yin, but it ended before it even started, and she almost lost her life. Just thinking about it made her depressed. Yuying sighed in frustration, and some doubts arose in her heart. Junimo had served in the palace for so long before, and Emperor Yin never got angry. I really don't know how she served and was able to catch Emperor Yin's eye. How else can I serve you? Didn't you hear that Junimo deliberately showed her skills in front of Emperor Yin? Emperor Yin always appreciates talents. Seeing her good skills, he agreed to let her go to watch the Wulong conference with Donphan Liyue. Hua Yun replied sourly. Yuying heard her dissatisfaction and flattered her hurriedly. TSK. With her little kung fu, she has the nerve to show off in front of Emperor Yin. She is really shameless. In terms of martial arts skills, how can she compare with you? Sister Hua Yun? With your martial arts? You can knock her down with just a finger. In my opinion, Emperor Yin has never seen your skills. If he had seen it, what would Junimo have to do with him? Although Hua Yun was a palace maid, she was an eyeliner carefully cultivated by the Ji family. Because of her outstanding strength in all aspects, she was specially sent to the palace. Therefore, Ewing was very clear about her good skills and good fighting ability. On the contrary, Junimo, a poor relative who came from some remote place, was no match for Hua Yun's strength. She was just showing off her skills. Hua Yun heard this, and her face became a little proud. She sneered. Just her? Is she worthy of comparing with me? She just caught the eye of Emperor Yin by luck. I didn't want to deal with her so quickly. Since she blocked my way, I had to kick her out early. She really didn't care about Junmo's strength. Ewing heard this. Her face straightened, and asked curiously, "What does Sister Hua Yun mean?" Hua Yun saw that she was interested, and couldn't help but whispered a few words in her ear. Ewing heard it and nodded. "Don't worry, sister. I know what to do." Chapter 2327. No emotion in her heart, even a little bit wanting to laugh. On the next day, Dongfang Liyue got up lazily at noon. Hearing the noise, Hua Yun and Ewing, who had been waiting for a long time, entered the inner room and helped her dress up. But at the end of her dressing, Hua Yun found that the jewelry box containing the hairpin and red hairpin had suddenly disappeared. You know, recently, Emperor Yin has rewarded a lot of valuable jewelry, because they are too valuable. Hua Yun and Ewing both carefully packed them in the box. Who would have thought that they would disappear when they got up this morning? It was really strange. Look carefully to see if you forgot to put it somewhere. Dongfang Liyue was also a little surprised. She didn't care much about ordinary hairpin jewelry. But the key point was that it was rewarded by Emperor Yin. It is said that each jewelry has energy bonus, which is equivalent to auxiliary weapons. As we all know, this kind of energy bonus jewelry is very rare, because most people would rather make a weapon to complement their hands than invest a lot of money and energy in jewelry. After all, the power brought by jewelry is always limited, and making jewelry is an extremely delicate job. So the price is naturally very expensive. It is time-consuming and laborious, and the effect is not as good as weapons. So few weapon refiners are willing to make this kind of jewelry. Only a wealthy person like Emperor Yin can reward so many precious things. So Dongfang Liyue naturally treasures them. However, Hua Yun and Ewing searched the house and couldn't find a trace, which made Dongfang Liyue wonder. Hua Yun, who was used to observing people's expressions, took the opportunity to speculate. "Madam, I remember that after I finished dressing you up yesterday, the jewelry box was placed on the dressing table. I wonder if someone entered the house and took it away. After all, the jewelry in that box is worth a lot of money." "Yes, I also remember that the jewelry box was placed there. We usually don't put things randomly. It's possible that someone is greedy and has dirty hands. I suggest searching the entire West Hall. This kind of theft cannot be tolerated." Ewing agreed seriously. When Dongfang Liyue heard what they said, she immediately remembered that when she first entered the West Hall, Emperor Yin beat Chuntao and Lianqiu to death, and then asked Eunuch Su to bring 2 palace maids. But because of the incident with Chuntao and Lianqiu, Dongfang Liyue has not asked the 2 palace maids, who came later, to serve her closely. So on weekdays, they have been doing rough work in the yard. It was only recently that Hua Yun asked them to go into the house to clean. If it is true as they said, then there is indeed a possibility of theft. After a moment of silence, Dongfang Liyue frowned and ordered, "Let Lu Wei and Yu Rong come to see me first. Be careful not to alert the enemy. It is safer to call the 2 palace maids to question them first, lest they get the news and move the things. There will be no evidence." Hua Yun and Ewing were a little surprised. Even if Dongfang Liyue had the intention to interrogate the maids, she automatically excluded Dongfang Junmo. It seems that her trust in her sister far exceeded their imagination. Although she was surprised, Ewing still obeyed the order and called the maid designated by Dongfang Liyue. Lu Wei and Yu Rong were obviously completely unaware of this matter. They entered the hall with a confused look on their faces. When they saw Dongfang Liyue's solemn face, they realized that they might have made a mistake and made the master unhappy. During this period of time, they all saw clearly that Dongfang Liyue was truly favored. They believed that as long as she said a word, they, the maids, would not bow their heads. Therefore, both of them began to worry. Donphan Liua was too lazy to talk nonsense and asked directly, "Did you see the jewelry box that I put on the dressing table yesterday?" Lu Wei and Yu Rong seemed to have not expected her to ask this. They were obviously stunned for a moment and hurriedly replied, "My queen, I did not enter the inner room yesterday. I was only cleaning the outer hall and did not see any jewelry box." They still did not know what Donphan Liua's bedroom looked like. So how could they have the opportunity to see her jewelry? But she asked this, obviously because she had lost something and suspected them. As expected, Donphan Liua narrowed her eyes and warned in a deep voice, "Tell the truth. If you conceal anything, I will drag you out and beat you to death." The two maids were frightened by her momentum and immediately knelt on the ground, swearing to the sky, "My queen, even if you give me 100 guts, I dare not let you go. If I tell a lie, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death." Hua Yun knew that this matter had nothing to do with them, and immediately joined in. "My queen, I think it's too early to draw a conclusion now. Let's search it first, and then make a decision. After all, you have to catch the thief with dirt. Well, search it. I want to see who is so bold as to steal from me." Donphan Liua agreed directly. She couldn't tolerate any sand in her eyes, not to mention that someone committed a crime under her nose. Besides, her West Side Hall was not big, and she would soon get results after searching for a while. Hua Yun and Ewing were pleased with Donphan Liua's order. They exchanged glances and walked out quickly. But what surprised Donphan Liua was that the box was not found from the two palace maids, but from Su Maoyang's room. Su Maoyang was practicing in the room, but was suddenly called to the hall because of the theft of her jewelry box. However, there was no need to hear the cause and effect, and one could figure out that it was most likely Hua Yun and Ewing who did it. Usually, they made some small moves, but Su Maoyang would turn a blind eye to them as long as they did not affect the core interests of her and Donphan Liua. For Su Maoyang, she really had no time to deal with these little grasshoppers, who knew that they would actually think of framing her, and it was hard for them to go through so much trouble to kick her out. Just listening to them denouncing her like a crosstalk, Su Maoyang felt no emotion in her heart, and even wanted to laugh a little. "Sister Junmo, the queen treats you so well. How could you do such a thing? Yes, no matter how poor or greedy you are, you can't have the idea of these jewelry. These are the rewards from Emperor Yin. You steal the treasures rewarded by Emperor Yin privately. It is a capital crime. Don't say it. The accusation they put on her is quite big. They want her life right away. They are really merciless." Hua Yun and Ewing didn't expect that Su Maoyang was still calm and steady in the face of the dead end of being caught red-handed, and even looked at them with a funny face. Both of them were a little nervous, but they still did not give up the rare opportunity to throw dirty water on Su Maoyang, and continued, "Sister Junmo, we know that you have a bad family background. It was not easy for you to enter the palace with the help of the queen, so you naturally want to make a fortune. But the queen has only been in the palace for a short time and has not yet established a firm foothold. You are cautious in everything, fearing that something might go wrong. I didn't expect that you would not try your best to help the queen to win her favor, but actually have such a crooked mind. It's really wrong. Alas, Sister Junmo, you are too anxious. Our queen has a bright future. Don't ruin the hard-won situation for some petty gains." Hua Yun and Ewing, every word they said was extremely sharp, hitting the nail on the head, and they were full of Su Maoyang's disregard for sisterly love and greed for her own selfish desires. If it were any other master and servant, they would have turned against each other long ago. However, they missed a step and miscalculated the relationship between Donphan Liua and Su Maoyang. Chapter 2328, that was for her. So, after hearing these words that were obviously meant to sow discord, Donphan Liua couldn't help but look at the two of them deeply, and said knowingly, "Misunderstanding. I just remembered that this matter is not Junmo's fault. I forgot for a moment that I had given her the box of jewelry yesterday. In the end, it was still my fault." "What? Give it to her?" Hua Yun wanted to denounce Su Maoyang, but suddenly heard such words and was choked. Ewing also looked shocked, obviously not expecting things to develop in this direction. After all, she put the jewelry box in Junmo's room personally when she was away. How could it be? But they were not stupid, and they quickly realized after being surprised that this was a reason that Donphan Liua made up to protect Junmo. Originally, Dongfang Liu and Dongfang Junmo had a deep sisterly relationship. And they knew it. But they didn't expect it to be so deep. No matter how close sisters are. Once they enter the palace. Once there is a disparity in status and conflicts of favor and interests. They will basically have conflicts and disloyalty. So, they would think of using this method to alienate Dongfang Liu and Dongfang Junmo. In any case, it is a fact that Dongfang Junmo is penniless. And it is also a fact that she ran to the imperial city to make friends. She has never seen so many precious jewelry. And it is normal for her to be greedy. But who would have thought that Dongfang Liu would still cover for her regardless of everything now that she was caught red-handed? Which surprised them a little. Su Maoyang saw the two confused and stunned faces, and felt amused in his heart. And the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Look at the queen's memory. It makes the two sisters work in vain. However, seeing that the two sisters care about me so much, I, as a sister, am really touched. Hua Yun was depressed after hearing this. But she still pretended to reply. Sister Junmo, what are you talking about? We have been blessed for several lifetimes to serve the queen. As long as it is for the good of the queen. No matter how much we do. It is our duty. Although Dongfang Liu is covering for Jun Mo now. She still doesn't believe that Dongfang Liu will not have any suspicion. In Hua Yun's opinion, even if this trick doesn't work, it will definitely cause a crack in their relationship. As long as there is a crack, things will be easier in the future. Thinking of this, Hua Yun calmed down a little. Dongfang Liu found it a little ridiculous to see that she was still pretending. It was hard to imagine how she would react if she knew that the real backbone was Su Maoyang, and she was just following Su Maoyang's orders and helping with things. But at the moment, she was in no mood to talk nonsense with them. And immediately ordered, "Okay, you guys have been busy for so long and are tired. I'll go down." Hearing this, several palace maids retreated with their own thoughts. Seeing that the palace maids had completely gone away, Dongfang Liu asked Su Maoyang on the side. Those two palace maids are most likely sent by the Ji family. What do you think we should do with them? You underestimated the wife of the Ji family. It's a pity that she doesn't know our relationship. So it's useless to do anything. As long as they don't target you. Just pretend you don't know. So that they won't have other crooked ideas. Fortunately, they are coming for her now. And they are reluctant to destroy Dongfang Liu's hard-earned honor. Since Dongfang Liu is currently safe, there is no need for them to alert the enemy. Dongfang Liu nodded in understanding. During this period of time, you should practice well, and don't worry about other things. However, you should be careful about the emperor. I heard that he was appreciated by the Emperor Yin, which made many people jealous. His bad temper was unbearable, and he caused a lot of trouble. In the end, it was the Emperor Yin who saved him. It can be seen that the Emperor Yin really admires him. In the beginning, he was worried that you would be favored by the Emperor Yin. But he didn't expect that he would be favored instead. It's really funny to think about it. Most women are worried that their husbands will be seduced by other seductresses. But you are the only one who is worried that your husband will be seduced by a man. The emperor is really charming and can attract both men and women. At the end, Dongfang Liu covered her mouth and chuckled. And her tone was obviously gloating. Su Maoyang has been concentrating on practicing these days and rarely cared about things outside. Hearing this, he was a little amused. It turns out that she is the one who should be most worried. Forget it. Wherever he goes, he stands out from the crowd. Emperor Yin appreciates him, which makes it easier for us to act. Su Maoyang knew that the reason why Jun Haocong was so high profile was to get close to Emperor Yin and gain his trust and favor. Before, he must have been worried about their safety and was not at ease to leave the palace. So he did not accept Emperor Yin's proposal. After all, if he really wanted to seek an official position, he could only be in the former dynasty and could not enter and leave the harem at will. Therefore, staying in the palace and getting close to Emperor Yin to establish a good relationship should be the best way. I will go back to practice first. You should pay more attention to those palace maids and don't fall into their traps. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang didn't waste words, gave a few simple instructions, and left the hall. She just walked back. But Hua Yun and Yu Ying had been waiting in her yard early. Yu Ying was a little uneasy when she learned of Hua Yun's plan, and couldn't help asking, "Sister Hua Yun, are you really going to do it to her? If you do it, you will completely break up with her. After what happened today, she must have guessed that it was us who did it. Since we have declared war, Why are we afraid of breaking up with her? Hua Yun is a decisive person. Knowing that the other party has seen through her thoughts, she must nip it in the bud as soon as possible. Ying always felt that it was a bit risky. But once the relationship is broken, there will be no way out. If you really hurt her, how will you explain to Li Meiren? I think Li Meiren still protects her very much. Now we have an excuse. We wrongly accused her of stealing the jewelry box, and we felt bad about it. So we came to apologize to her. But she held a grudge and beat us up. I had no choice but to fight back. And I naturally lost my strength. So, if you want to blame someone, blame her for being vulnerable. And don't blame us. Hua Yun made up all the excuses. Hearing this, Ying gave a thumbs up in admiration. Sister Hua Yun is really thoughtful. After what happened today, even if Li Meiren was protecting her, she must have some doubts in her heart. Coupled with the excuse you made up, Li Meiren probably believes that Dongfang Junmo was angry and retaliated against us. By then, Dongfang Junmo's fragile little body will probably not be able to get out of bed for several months. And you, sister, can smoothly replace her position. And you can also. I'm lucky enough to visit the Wulong conference. If Madame Ji knew about it, she would give you credit for it. It doesn't matter if Lady Li doesn't believe us, as long as Dongfang Junmo is gone. Lady Li, that idiot, will have to rely on us to live in peace in the palace. After all, the Ji family can cultivate her, but they can also destroy her. After hearing this, Hua Yun sneered. When she thought of Dongfang Junmo showing off her skills in front of Emperor Yin before, she couldn't help but rub her hands and let her see what real skills are. Chapter 23-29, Then I'll give you some pointers. Su Maoyang returned to the courtyard and saw Hua Yun and Ying standing at the door with smiling faces. She didn't expect that these two palace maids were so difficult to deal with. They just made a fuss and then made another one. It seemed that they wanted to take advantage of the victory and kick her out of Dongfang Liu completely. They acted without any scruples, which seemed to mean that they didn't take her and Dongfang Liu seriously. But it was also true that in the eyes of Hua Yun and Ying, refugees from remote areas like them were not enough for them to spend too much time and energy. It was not easy for them to endure for so long. At this time, before she could speak, Hua Yun and Ying came forward and Hua Yun pretended to be sorry. Sister Junimo, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. We talked nonsense without knowing the situation clearly and caused you trouble. I hope you can forgive us. Seeing that she was still pretending, Su Maoyang became a little impatient and warned her coldly. It doesn't matter whether I forgive you or not. The important thing is not to play tricks under the eyes of Li Meiren. If you do that, you will end up losing more than you gain. She didn't want to pay attention to them, but they kept pushing it, so she had to warn them. Hearing this, Hua Yun was too lazy to play dumb anymore, and a sneer rose from the corner of her mouth. Since you know that it was us who did it, then we won't beat around the bush. Lady Li doesn't need you to serve her. If you don't want to die, you should resign and leave the palace as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Do you really think that you can replace me if I leave? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and asked back. Humph. You too, the master and the servant, have been serving Emperor Yin for such a long time. But you didn't let Emperor Yin stay overnight. This shows your incompetence. As long as you don't get in the way here, we will definitely find ways to let Lady Li sleep with us. By then, Lady Li will be too late to thank us. Isn't it easy to replace you? Hua Yun said firmly. In Hua Yun's opinion, no matter how deep the sisterhood is, it will eventually give way to real interests. Su Maoyang was amused, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. You can't even seize the opportunity to serve at meals. And you have angered Emperor Yin. And you have the nerve to ask Lady Li to sleep with you? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Ying frowned and retorted unconvincedly. Don't think that you are amazing just because you have some skills and are appreciated by Emperor Yin. Sister Hua Yun is also very skilled, but she just didn't have the opportunity to show it in front of Emperor Yin. If you can't make suggestions for Lady Li, don't just sit there and do nothing. Lady Li's grace, which she has finally obtained, can't be dragged down by you. Hua Yun didn't want to waste words, and directly asked with a fist. I know that Emperor Yin appreciates Sister Junmo's skills, so I have always wanted to learn a few tricks from you. I wonder if Sister Junmo can do me the honor of giving me some pointers. Su Maoyang found it even more funny when he heard this. In this day and age, there are still people who take the initiative to ask for a fight. However, she was so sincere. Wouldn't it be too unkind for her to refuse? So, Su Maoyang kindly agreed immediately. Okay, I'll give you a favor today and give you some pointers. Hua Yun didn't expect Su Maoyang to actually dare to say that he wanted to give her some pointers, and immediately felt that this person was ridiculous to the extreme. But he is only a little kung fu, and he really thinks he is a big shot. This is the first time Hua Yun has seen such a self-righteous, ignorant person in her life. Yuying on the side was also very speechless, looking at Su Maoyang as if she was looking at a big fool. Of course, she was more looking forward to it. She couldn't wait to see Dongfang Junmo being beaten to a pulp. I don't know if she can still say these big words as shamelessly as she is now. Since Sister Junmo is willing to give me a favor, I won't be polite. Hua Yun was eager to hurt her severely. This fool actually gave her the opportunity personally, so don't blame her for being ruthless. After saying that, Hua Yun's eyes flashed with a ruthless look, and she raised her palm to attack Su Maoyang. Looking at the spiritual power spraying from her fingertips, Su Maoyang was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, this Hua Yun was also a peak postnatal emperor spiritual master, at the same level as her. The Great Yan dynasty is indeed full of hidden talents. Even the spiritual power level of a palace maid is so high. It is hard to imagine how proud those geniuses must be. No wonder the Great Yan dynasty can become the leader of the three great dynasties. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang is more looking forward to the upcoming Crouching Dragon conference. But for now, he has to deal with this jumping little grasshopper first. Then, Su Maoyang gently raised his hand and grabbed Hua Yun's wrist, which was full of spiritual power. He gave a serious instruction. Your hand strength is not enough. It is recommended to practice basic palm techniques for a month, and there may be improvements. Hua Yun never expected that her first move would be intercepted, and she was caught in the opponent's hand and could not move. A flash of astonishment flashed across her pupils. Hearing her advice, Hua Yun's face flushed with anger. She swung her left fist and hit Su Maoyang's face fiercely, as if silently proving her strength. However, Su Maoyang dodged it lightly the next second, without even touching her hair. Then Su Maoyang exerted force, and with a crisp sound, Hua Yun's wrist was directly broken, along with Hua Yun's painful screams. Su Maoyang's unsatisfactory evaluation. Not only is your strength not good, your speed is also far behind. Your spiritual power is even more frivolous and unstable, and your foundation is not solid. It seems that you need systematic training. Nothing can be missed. Ah, I'll fight you. Hua Yun's facial features were distorted in pain, and her eyes were completely red. Her slender long legs swept over suddenly, carrying the ever-increasing spiritual power and sharp wind blades. The power of this kick was not light, and it was obviously a martial art. To deal with an ordinary peak postnatal emperor spiritual master, there may be some hope, but in Su Maoyang's eyes, it was no different from tickling. So, Su Maoyang turned his body to the side, raised his leg, and kicked her hard in the direction of her kneecap. There was another crisp sound, and Hua Yun couldn't bear it anymore and wailed. Then she saw her right leg soften and kneeled on the ground. But her shrill wailing still couldn't cover Su Maoyang's ruthless instructions. Your lower body is unstable. Your defense is too weak, and your martial arts are good, but you have only learned 20% to 30%, and you can't use the original effect at all. I suggest you go back to the furnace and learn it again. Come to fight me when you are good at it. Yuying, who was standing aside, was so shocked that her eyes almost fell out when she saw Hua Yun's moves being caught and beaten. She knew Hua Yun's strength very well, but she didn't expect that she would be so vulnerable in front of Dongfang Junmo. Such a horrifying scene was really unacceptable. As the person involved, Hua Yun suffered an unprecedented blow, but the severe pain in her legs and the awkward posture of kneeling in front of Jun Mo strongly reminded her that she was inferior to others. She was a chess piece cultivated by the Ji family after all, and her skills and spiritual power were both quite good. Now she couldn't even beat a poor man, which was a great shame. Thinking of this, Hua Yun gritted her teeth, endured the pain of the fracture, kicked again, and even used the broken hand, and chopped at the same time. Wind and rain step, falling cloud slash. Go to hell. This time, she almost used up all her strength, mobilized her physical strength to the extreme, and even sacrificed the two martial arts she was most proud of. Originally, because of Dongfang Liyue, she didn't plan to kill him, but just wanted to seriously injure Dongfang Junmo. Who would have thought that Donphan Junmo was too bullying? So she didn't have to hold back. And today she must let this bitch bleed on the spot to eliminate her hatred. Chapter 2330. A weak brain is a fatal flaw. Oh! You still have some strength left. Looking at her surging strength, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hua Yun was full of cruelty, staring at Su Maoyang with eyes that seemed to be poisoned. I underestimated the enemy just now. I will never hold back this time. Die! As soon as the voice fell, the power came with a bang, and the two martial arts were superimposed together, and it seemed that Su Maoyang was cut into pieces. However, Hua Yun had no time to breathe a sigh of relief, and the next second Donphan Junmo in front of her disappeared. Suddenly, a ghostly voice came from behind her, which made her neck feel cold and shocked. A lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. You actually held back. It seems that you are not only weak in strength, speed, defense, spiritual power, martial arts, but also in brain. We can practice your strength, but your brain is a fatal flaw. Su Maoyang shook his head regretfully, with a sense of hopelessness. Alas, I am afraid I can't help you. I can only give you 2 moves, and you can slowly comprehend them when you go back. As he said that, Su Maoyang's spiritual power burst out, picked up her other unbroken hand and flicked it back, with hidden strength, and suddenly stretched out his leg to kick. With spiritual power and strength coming together, there were 2 consecutive crisp sounds, and the other 2 hands and feet were gloriously laid off. Due to the excessive force, Hua Yun almost jumped in the air before falling back to the ground, kneeling in front of Su Maoyang in the most standard kneeling position, obviously more seriously injured than before. This scene was painful just to look at, not to mention the drooping hands, the shrill screams and the twisted and twitching facial features, which made people feel even more frightened. At this time, Yu Ying saw Hua Yun kneeling in front of Su Maoyang like a useless person, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She saw clearly just now that the spiritual power released by Su Maoyang was obviously the spiritual power of a peak-acquired Emperor spiritual master. And I believe Hua Yun also felt it. Originally, they thought that these wandering poor people, no matter how talented they were at most early acquired Emperor spiritual masters. And most of them were not even at the level of acquired Emperor spiritual masters. But they didn't expect that Donphan Junmo's level could be comparable to Hua Yun, who was carefully cultivated by the Ji family. It's incredible. It has to be said that Hua Yun really kicked the iron plate this time. Not only was she seriously injured and tortured, but she also had to suffer verbal humiliation from the other party. Such a blow was enough to make the proud Hua Yun collapse. The only thing she was thankful for was that she didn't act rashly. Otherwise she would be the one who was beaten and disabled. It was just a little regretful that she had said so many things that she shouldn't have said before, which made her look self-righteous and ignorant. Hua Yun was speechless, unable to speak out her bitterness. They were at the same level, but the other party had not used any martial arts, only the simplest moves. But she was beaten like this. She could not even find an excuse to frame the other party for deliberately bullying her. So where could she go to complain? However, at this moment, she no longer cared about the problem of face, and her mind was filled with severe pain, which almost made her want to die. Su Maoyang turned a blind eye to her discomfort, and coldly ordered Yu Ying, who was standing aside. I just taught her a few moves. I think your sister Hua Yun needs some time to digest it. You take her to retreat and rest. Don't disturb her meditation for no reason. Yu Ying received Su Maoyang's cold gaze, and was frightened. She immediately stepped forward and carried Hua Yun on her back, and fled away from Su Maoyang's yard. Hua Yun's injury might keep her out of bed for 2 or 3 months. It was really ironic that Hua Yun's original plan would end up backfiring. Su Maoyang watched them leave, and went back to her room to practice. After what happened today, Su Maoyang knew that the strength of the Great Yin dynasty was far stronger than she had imagined. Now she was only a peak-acquired Emperor spiritual master. Even if she had the ability to fight across levels, it did not mean that others did not have it. Compared with those geniuses with high levels and amazing talents, she still had no advantage. Fortunately, after this period of accumulation, she had already touched the threshold of the initial stage of the innate Emperor spiritual master. I believe that she will be able to successfully advance in a few days. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang calmed down, swallowed a lotus seed, and began to attack the innate Emperor spiritual master. In a short while, the blood in her body was boiling, and the spiritual power was roaring in her body like a tsunami. crashing into every cell, every meridian, and every bone. This process was painful and unbearable. Su Maoyang was like a boiling person, emitting terrifying steam all over her body. But in a moment, a thick fog formed around her, wrapping her tightly, as if she had entered a giant white cocoon. Her dantian was madly absorbing the rampaging spiritual power in her body, which lasted for a long time. Like an insatiable glutton, if outsiders saw it, they would probably be very horrified. But for Su Maoyang, it was a common occurrence, because she was an ancient spirit body. The amount of spiritual power she needed was different from that of ordinary people. This physique was like a bottomless pit, which would absorb spiritual power endlessly forever. Therefore, this physique was a disaster for ordinary people, because the threshold for cultivation was too high, and it was too difficult to advance. It required countless experiences, and countless rare resources to support so much spiritual power. I believe that only a pervert like Su Maoyang can afford such a physique. But even so, it still took Su Maoyang 10 days to break through the process of becoming a congenital emperor spirit master. She exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the boiling power in her body gradually calm down, becoming steady and deep, and found that her dantian was wrapped in a layer of shallow fog, which seemed more mysterious, and she was instantly relieved. Finally, she steadily crossed the great realm and successfully entered the early stage of the congenital emperor spirit master. Speaking of which, some time ago, she practiced the sun and moon demon slash to the level of the god king skill, and her mental attack was also improved to a higher level. The 9-character mantra can smoothly control the word zhe. However, the biggest gain is that she successfully advanced from the 7th low-level divine pattern to the 8th low-level divine pattern, opened a new chapter in the divine pattern atlas, and learned a divine pattern palm method called Bagua Jiuzhong. This palm method has a total of 9 palms, each with a different artistic conception, which is very mysterious, although it did not use any weapons, but was just a simple physical move. Su Maoyang believed that it would not be weaker than any of her previous martial arts. Therefore, she spent a lot of time on this. Of course, in addition to this, she also learned a Go step to replace stealth. Stealth was just a top-grade divine skill she learned on the 5 Fingers Mountain in the 9 Netherworld. It was okay to deal with ordinary opponents, but it was still a little bit inferior to those top-level geniuses. After all, these geniuses have extraordinary perception and terrible eyesight. It is easy for them to see the flaws of top-grade divine skills, which is not very safe. And this Go step has been improved on the basis of stealth, and the effect of its use is more unpredictable and difficult to capture. In any case, the martial arts recorded in the Divine Pattern Atlas are not ordinary. She has prepared both martial arts and body movements. So in the next few days, she plans to refine the puppet that has been nourishing. Chapter 2331, Being Jealous of a Man. Her puppetry has been sublimated with the improvement of her spiritual power and mental power. So now she can completely control the puppet of the initial Supreme Emperor spiritual master. If the dead spirit possesses her, it can be improved by 2 more realms. That is to say, this newly made puppet has the strength to rival the peak Supreme Emperor spiritual master. Although it cannot compete with the spirit fairy, it is also an extra bargaining chip. What's more, after the dead spirit possesses her, she will become stronger as her own strength grows. This is the benefit of puppetry. In this way, time passed by bit, and it was 6 days later that Su Maoyang opened her eyes again. She was sweating all over. Her spirit seemed a little sluggish, and her whole body was exhausted. But fortunately, she successfully refined another puppet brought out from Huangquan Road. The undead spirit that was competing for possession this time was Chu Yin. Meng Heong was previously left by Su Maoyang in the Tiansheng dynasty to guard the Qingyang medicine shop and the Gongsun family, while Yang Sheng was left by her in Wuwang Peak to protect the safety of Ji Ruiqing and Shi Nuo. Only Sun Yu followed her as a secret guard. But Su Maoyang was still somewhat worried about the situation of Fan Yibin, Gu Qiuyun and Gong Sun Jingji. Their current business had just started and was likely to affect the interests of certain forces. So she planned to ask Chu Yin to help watch over it and help find the formula to solve the incense poison. After all, Su Maoyang had never touched the incense before, and had no idea how to solve the poison. Only by getting the formula to solve the incense could we start. In any case, it was better to get rid of the control of the Ji family as soon as possible. Chu Yin had spent so many dark days, and finally succeeded in possessing the body. He was very excited and naturally wanted to go out more. He immediately accepted the order and left Yongla Palace. But just as Chu Yin left, there was a sudden presence behind her. Su Maoyang was very familiar with this presence, and rolled his eyes unhappily. Guard Junyi is so busy, but he still has time to come to my little place. It's really rare. Jun Haotsong, who was lying on the bed, frowned when he heard her tone was wrong and replied, "It's obviously you who are busy serving Emperor Yin and can't spare time to meet me. Why are you blaming me?" She talked and laughed with Emperor Yin every night, and he didn't question her yet, but she mocked her instead. "No matter how much I serve, I am still a maid who cannot catch the eye of Emperor Yin. You are not like me. You have become a favorite of Emperor Yin in a short time." Su Maoyang teased unhappily. "So, Guard Junyi should leave quickly. If you are discovered, Emperor Yin will protect you. But we little maids will be in trouble." Hearing Su Maoyang's sarcastic words, Jun Haotsong couldn't help but prop up his head and looked at her deeply, as if he wanted to see through her. "Your sour tone. Are you jealous?" Su Maoyang chuckled when she heard it. "Jealous? Why would I be jealous of a man? If you are not jealous, then why is your mouth full of sourness?" Jun Haotsong found it interesting, and his eyes overflowed with obvious smiles. "I think you have been with Emperor Yin for a long time, and you have been spoiled so much that your sense of smell has lost its function. What nonsense can you say?" Su Maoyang glared at him coldly. Jun Haotsong smiled instead of getting angry, as if he was deliberately trying to piss her off. "You know what? Although I've been busy recently, Emperor Yin has been really good to me, helping me solve problems time and time again. And now, he wants me to follow him wherever he goes. So, today I finally took the time to come and see you. You must cherish this opportunity." In the past, he was always jealous, but today he was lucky enough to see Su Maoyang being jealous of him. Jun Haotsong was so excited that he almost jumped up, but due to his handsome and cold temperament, he could only look at her with a tense expression and arrogantly, "I think you have grown up. I give you a word. Get out." Su Maoyang pointed at the door, didn't say much nonsense, and drove people away directly. Seeing that she was really angry, Jun Haotsong immediately changed the subject, and his tone was a little more flattering. "I finally came here, and you let me go without tasting the sweetness. You are so cruel." As he said, Jun Haotsong waved his sleeves, rolled Su Maoyang over with his chi, and instantly hugged her tightly. Su Maoyang was angry. So how could she be intimate with him? She struggled to get up. "Let go! There is no sweetness here. You should go to Emperor Yin. I heard that he will reward you with an official position." Hearing that she was still upset about Emperor Yin's appreciation of him, Jun Haotsong finally couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. "Haha. Didn't you ask me to get close to Emperor Yin? I got his appreciation. Wasn't it in your calculations? You should be happy. Why are you angry instead? You said you weren't jealous? But I didn't expect that you didn't get jealous of so many women before. But the one who made you jealous was a man. Strange. Really strange." Su Maoyang didn't agree when he heard this, and retorted unconvinced, "Is Emperor Yin a normal man? Haven't you heard that he has a good relationship with Long Yang? The reason why he favored Dongfang Liu was to please you. And you have been so busy these 3 months that you don't have time to see me every day. How dare you say that you two have nothing? It's unfair. I'm really being entangled. Since I was appreciated by Emperor Yin, many people have come out to find fault every day. Although Emperor Yin dealt with a few people for me, he can't help me deal with all of them. Besides, I feel uncomfortable when I don't see you for a day, let alone 3 months. If I wasn't entangled by these trivial things, I would like to live in your house every day. Who would want to face a man every day? I'm not sick." Jun Haotsong said this sincerely, without any lies. He wanted to put Su Maoyang on his body. So how could he bear not to come to see her? Come on. You don't have those thoughts. But you don't know how Emperor Yin is greedy for your body in private. For you, he can even be kind to Dongfang Liu and me. You can imagine what his attitude is when facing you. Su Maoyang believes that Jun Haotsong doesn't have that kind of problem. But it's possible that Emperor Yin does. What if he becomes gay while bending? After all, Emperor Yin is a very charming man. Because of this period of time, Su Maoyang has some understanding of him. And he is also deeply impressed by his conversation, temperament, knowledge, character and strength. He is simply a flawless man without any flaws. He knows everything. But he is not arrogant or domineering at all. It is very comfortable and addictive to get along with him. Even Su Maoyang is vaguely accustomed to the days when he is there every night. If he can't come for something, it seems that there is a piece missing in his heart, and he can be lost for a while. It can be seen how terrible the charm of Emperor Yin is. He has never been kind to me. He has always been cold. Do you have any misunderstandings about him? Jun Haotsong retorted disapprovingly. Still pretending? I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'm tired and I'm going to sleep. Get out quickly. Su Maoyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and struggled to kick him down. Seeing that she was determined to chase him away, Jun Haotsong immediately hugged her tighter, and did not forget to throw out the bait. I came here today for a serious matter. The Wulong Conference is about to begin. Don't you want to know some information? Chapter 2332 A Powerful Force. After hearing this, Su Maoyang finally let go and glanced at him. I'll give you a chance. It'd be better if it's valuable information. Otherwise I'll kick you out. If it's valuable information, can you stay with me tonight? Jun Haotsong is not stupid. Of course, he has to fight for his rights. I think you are pushing your luck. Get out now. Su Maoyang's face was turned, pointing at the door. Without any room for negotiation, Jun Haotsong has always been shameless in front of Su Maoyang. Moreover, seeing that Su Maoyang rarely gets jealous of him, he feels happy instead. He can't help hugging her and kissing her hard. Since you are jealous of me, I will tell you. Every Wulong Conference is held in the Blood Flame Field in the palace. Only the top 100 talents are eligible to enter. The preliminary competition a few days ago has already had results. As expected, they are basically the top generation of the Great Yin Dynasty and the Northern Qin Dynasty. Tomorrow they will enter the palace. The Emperor Yin will personally host a banquet tonight, and the official competition will begin the day after tomorrow. It is worth mentioning that the disciples of the 6 forces of the Great Yin Dynasty, Wuwan Peak, Fengshan Sect, Shining Hall, Sanhai Gate, Yuzhuajian Pavilion, and Shurjia Mountain, are very powerful and may pose a threat to you. In addition, the 5 families in the Imperial City, Wei family, Chuga family, Gongong family, Lian family, and Ouyang family, have the deepest foundation and unfathomable strength. So it is best to be careful. Other forces are certainly not weak. Some may have retained their strength in the preliminary rounds, and it is hard to tell how strong they are. But they may become dark horses in the Wulong Conference. So I have prepared a detailed information for you to understand roughly. Jun Haotsong handed the letter he had prepared to Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang took it and quickly glanced through it. She didn't see the name of Tiansheng Dynasty. She couldn't help but think of the ridicule of Tiansheng Dynasty by the disciples at Wuwang Peak before. She frowned slightly and asked, Is there really no one from Tiansheng Dynasty? This time, Tiansheng Dynasty has done well. 2 of them have obtained the qualification to enter the Wulong Conference. Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and said mysteriously. Su Maoyang was curious. Oh, which 2 are they? Besides Fu Minxiu, who wants to propose to you, and Yunfei, who has his eyes on you. Who else can it be? Jun Haotsong seemed reluctant to mention these 2 people, and his tone was quite unhappy. Su Maoyang was not surprised to hear Yunfei's name, because she had played against Yunfei in the chess formation of Tiansheng Dynasty last time, and knew that he was not an ordinary person. This time, he was able to break into the top 100, which was well deserved. But Fu Minxiu was beyond her expectations. He was indeed capable, but it was not easy to compete with so many top talents. It seemed that the Prime Minister had unlocked the seal of the Qi family for him, which helped his fighting power soar to the sky. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such results. However, Jun Haotsong's tone made Su Maoyang feel a little funny, and he pretended to be angry and said, Don't be weird here. Fu Minxiu, Yunfei and I have always been innocent, without any ambiguity. They just admire me, just like Yin Di admires you. Jun Haotsong wanted to refute, but he didn't know that the second half of the sentence choked him, and he couldn't speak. Su Maoyang actually used Yin Di to shut him up. He couldn't say that Yin Di didn't just admire him. Seeing that Jun Haotsong was speechless, Su Maoyang stopped nagging him. He looked at the number of geniuses in the Great Yin Dynasty, and was somewhat shocked. There are 68 geniuses in the Great Yin Dynasty among the 100. It is worthy of being the leader of the 3 dynasties. The Great Yin Dynasty has many forces, and there are naturally countless geniuses. However, The Northern Qin dynasty has only 6 sects and 6 families. Although the territory is vast, it is sparsely populated. But there are 30 younger generations who have qualified. They should not be underestimated. After hearing what he said, Su Maoyang took a closer look at the situation of the Northern Qin dynasty. Sure enough, they were not easy to deal with. It seems that there is a tough battle to fight. Su Maoyang knew that Jun Haocong never took other people seriously. If he could make him say that someone was very powerful, he must be a very powerful person. For you, the tough battle is not that hard yet. Jun Haocong gently lifted Su Maoyang's hair, and his nose was full of her unique fragrance. And he was distracted. Su Maoyang did not dare to underestimate the enemy. The spiritual power level of the disciples of these forces is higher than mine. They have such a high level of cultivation at such a young age, which shows that they are talented. This conference should not be that simple. It is indeed not simple. It is said that even the venue of the competition is an extremely precious chaos treasure. It costs hundreds of millions of fine fairy crystals to use it once. It can be seen that Emperor Yin has invested a lot of money in the Wulong conference. Jun Haocong hummed in agreement. Su Maoyang heard this, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Such a big deal? Just to provide the younger generation with a chance to fight? Of course, it is not that simple. I heard that it is to prepare for the prehistoric war a year later. Jun Haocong has heard some rumors. The Great War? Su Maoyang was puzzled and looked at him in confusion. Jun Haocong explained. The Great War was launched by Zuinshenjing, Shangxijing and Yaoyujing for the jurisdiction of the wasteland and the right to collect resources. Although Zuinshenjing is large, it has a large population and requires a lot of resources. The Great War is a special land that does not belong to any force. It is rich in mineral resources, which makes many people jealous. For this reason, the three realms fought several times. After a long time, they established a rule to decide the mining rights once every 10 years. In order to avoid the expansion of the war and heavy losses, it was decided that the younger generation would participate in the war and decide the outcome. This is the Great War. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. It seems that Emperor Yin is selecting the participants for this Wulong conference. Well, he appreciates me. It should be for this. Su Maoyang heard this and was completely enlightened. No wonder Emperor Yin has been trying to win him over. I think he wants Jun Haocong to win the battle for him. Then you have become the internal candidate? Su Maoyang's focus is different from that of ordinary people, which makes Jun Haocong laugh and cry. Should we discuss the internal selection issue now? If not this, what should we discuss? Su Maoyang looked confused. Jun Haocong curled his lips. His eyes full of interest revealed a bit of evil, and whispered in Su Maoyang's ear. You wronged me. Of course we have to discuss how to use your body to compensate me. After the words fell, Su Maoyang was swallowed up in a tenderness before he could react. Time passed, and the Great Yin dynasty finally ushered in the long-awaited Wulong conference. In fact, the preliminaries of the Wulong conference had already started half a month ago. But many people could not squeeze into the top 100 and qualify for the Wulong conference. The real Wulong conference is just a competition between the top 100 talents in the blood flame field. Therefore, without the strength and talent, there is no chance to watch. Only the top 100 disciples and their forces can enter the palace. The Wulong conference is so cruel. However, although the rest of the people cannot enter the palace, they don't want to return empty-handed after coming here. Therefore, they will wait outside the palace and silently wait for the final ranking of the Wulong conference. For example, the forces from the Tiansheng dynasty are not qualified to enter. But they also hope to find out some news about the Wulong conference to satisfy their longing. Chapter 2333 Open the Blood Flame Field. In the West Hall of Yongla Palace, lying on the bed, the haggard Huayan heard the noise outside, closed her eyes in pain, and asked unwillingly. They went to the blood flame field. Right? Yuying, who was sitting by the bed and taking care of her, sighed helplessly when she saw that she was unable to take care of herself. Sister Huayan, forget it. We palace maids are not qualified to attend the Wulong conference. Dongfang Junmo is obviously very strong, so she was appreciated by Emperor Yin. She deserves the title. Bah! How can she be considered worthy of the title? She just defeated me. You should know that the worst of those who are qualified to participate in the Wulong conference are mid-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters. Dongfang Junmo is a peak-acquired Emperor Spirit Master, 2 levels lower than the worst. Her strength is nothing in front of a true genius. Emperor Yin actually gave her the opportunity to challenge a genius and promised her a huge reward if she won. It's ridiculous. Even though Hua Yin was weak, she couldn't help but spit when she mentioned Dongfang Junmo. And then she started coughing violently. Ying was worried about her health, so she quickly calmed her down. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Dongfang Junmo can't compare to those geniuses. She was able to go to the Wulong conference because of Li Marin. Emperor Yin saw that she had some skills, so he agreed to it for Li Marin's sake. I think if Dongfang Junmo really saw those geniuses, she would be so scared that she wouldn't dare to say anything, let alone really challenge them on stage. But it was just a joke from Emperor Yin. Why are you getting angry with her here? You're the one who's going to hurt yourself. Ying originally thought that it was unrealistic to let Dongfang Junmo challenge the genius of the Wulong conference. It was obvious that Emperor Yin promised it casually to please Li Marin. Promising rewards was a big pie that Emperor Yin painted for Dongfang Junmo. I believe that Emperor Yin himself did not take it to heart. Hearing this, Hua Yin felt better. That's right. Challenging the genius of the Wulong conference is just a luxury. She is a country bumpkin. How could she have seen such a grand scene? After seeing it today, I guess she knows how ridiculous the grace she asked from Emperor Yin was. Ying nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes. Don't say she hasn't seen it. We haven't seen it in the palace for so many years. It's good that she didn't piss her ass off by that scene. In the past Wulong conference, only concubines above the rank of concubine were qualified to watch the game. And each concubine could only bring one palace maid with her at most. Because although the blood flame field is huge and can accommodate many people, the forces of the three dynasties are as numerous as stars. And the Wulong conference is the most magnificent event for the younger generation of the Xianshan realm. So those who can enter the field to watch the battle are all important figures. How can they, as slaves and servants, have the opportunity to get in there? This also led to the fact that every time the maids around the concubine came back from the Wulong conference, they would arrogantly describe the situation at that time, which aroused the envy and yearning of many people. And she and Hua Yin were no exception. And this time, Emperor Yin finally relaxed the requirements for watching the battle because of Dongfang Liyue. As a maid of Li Marin, Hua Yin didn't know how much expectation she had in her heart. Who knew that Dongfang Junmo would ruin it and leave her disabled? It's no wonder that Hua Yin hated her so much. Hua Yin was filled with resentment and was extremely unwilling to give up. But Su Maoyang and Dongfang Liyue followed the large army to the most domineering and eye-catching blood flame field in the palace. Unlike what Su Maoyang imagined, the blood flame field was a circular building, towering like a peak, extending infinitely to both sides, forming a huge circular wall. The wall seemed to be dyed with blood, with a crimson blood light, and only those with extraordinary perception could detect the ancient and vast meaning of the wall. Like a burning fire, ready to burst out at any time. So, even if there was no flame in front of them, everyone still felt as if they were in a raging fire, with a burning feeling coming towards them. What was even more shocking was that there was a gate almost every 10 feet in the blood flame field. And there were so many gates in a row that it was impossible to count them. Each gate was comparable to the size of a palace. Everyone standing in front of the gate was as small as a group of ants, giving people a great visual pressure. However, even with such a magnificent building, Emperor Yin just waved his hand lightly and opened all the doors at the same time. There was a loud rumbling sound like thunder rolling over, and all the doors of the blood flame field slowly opened to both sides. A fierce force rushed out madly, making many people frown uncomfortably. At this time, a red avenue gradually appeared behind the door, extending inwards, and there was no end in sight. Just when everyone was secretly sighing at the imposing manner of the blood flame field, Emperor Yan's majestic voice resounded in this area. The blood flame field has been opened, and the heroes are competing for supremacy, each showing their magical powers. This is the stage for you young generation. Go! The ethereal and pure voice was like the sound of heaven, pleasant and domineering, and it penetrated everyone's ears as if they had been baptized. This is the unique momentum and charm of Emperor Yin. At this moment, everyone was excited and flew towards the gate of the blood flame field, seeing the scene like a swarm of locusts. Su Maoyang finally understood why the blood flame field had so many gates. If there was only one gate, no matter how big the gate was, it would be difficult for so many people to pass through at the same time. Because as far as she knew, in addition to the 100 geniuses, there were also their forces attending the Wulong conference. Each force basically had 1,000 tickets. And if the disciples performed well in the preliminary round, there would be extra tickets as rewards. So it was estimated that there were probably more than 100,000 people entering the venue. It must be said that this was definitely the grandest competition Su Maoyang had ever attended. Fortunately, they followed Emperor Yan's team. If they mixed with other forces, they would probably be drowned in the crowd. Donphan Liyue, who was standing by, was also deeply shocked. As soon as she entered the gate, she was shocked by the battle platform in the center of the blood flame field and moaned, "My God, what a big word, Yin." Su Maoyang was also attracted by the unique battle platform. It was a circular platform, as if it was a smaller version of the circular giant wall of the blood flame field. But even if it was a smaller version, it was still huge, not to mention 2 people fighting on it. Even if 100 people stood on it for a big fight, it would be more than enough. The most terrifying thing was that the platform was paved with ice crystals. But under the ice was a huge word Yin. The word Yin was obviously formed by raging fire, boiling and burning under the ice surface. Su Maoyang could feel the terrifying power of the collision of ice and fire even if he stood so far away. However, that's not all. On the platform, there was a field formed by the power of thunder and lightning and the power of wind blades. I believe that if an ordinary person stood on it, he would be blown to ashes. It seems that it is not easy to get on the stage at this Wulong conference. Chapter 2330 for the old Yin-Yang master is the first to speak. Realizing this, Donphan Liyue couldn't hold back the shock in her heart. She looked at Su Maoyang and sighed in a low voice. Such a big move is too scary. The subtext of Donphan Liyue's words is that it is difficult to win the first place in such an occasion and get the reward from Emperor Yin. Su Maoyang naturally understood what she meant, nodded slightly, and tacitly agreed with her statement. This blood flame field, not to mention the battle stage, even the surrounding audience seats are spectacular, not to mention that there are power blessings all around. I'm afraid it will cost a lot of fairy crystals just to invest in this formation. And this Wulong conference seems to last for several days, which can be said to be spending money like water. It's easy to imagine how high the gold content of this battle is. However, Qiu Qiyun, who was walking not far from them, sneered and warned, "Li Meiren, as the host, please be careful about your words and actions. Don't act like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. If you fall into the eyes of others, who knows how to mock our great Yin dynasty? She is obviously a concubine of the royal family, but she knows less about the blood flame field than the outside forces. It is really a disgrace to the great Yin dynasty." Donphan Liyue listened to her accusations and frowned unhappily. "Princess Rao, I talked to my maid in private. How does it bother you? It's fine if you eavesdropped, but you have to nitpick and put a big hat on me. Those who know will say that you care about the reputation of the great Yin dynasty, and those who don't will think that you are jealous of my favor and are targeting me everywhere. Other forces are all rushing to identify themselves, so they don't have time to care about what a group of concubines say in private. Not to mention that she is not particularly ostentatious. On the contrary, Qiu Qiyun's words just now were particularly loud, which seemed to deliberately attract other people's attention. Therefore, Donphan Liyue knew that Qiu Qiyun's move was nothing more than to draw hatred to her, let everyone laugh at her ignorance, and show her superiority as a person from a big family. "Li Beauty, please don't frame me. I reminded you for your own good. But how come you said that I had ulterior motives? These days, it's really hard to be a good person." Qiu Qiyun denied it flatly and retorted with a look of injustice. Qiu Qiyun made such a fuss, and several high-ranking concubines walking in front of her cast their eyes. Concubine Li turned back and glared at Donphan Liyue fiercely, scolding her harshly. "What occasion is it now? You have the right to speak. If something goes wrong, can your cheap bones bear it?" Donphan Liyue felt quite speechless. It was obviously Qiu Qiyun who started it, but in the end, she was the only one who was scolded. This differential treatment was too obvious. Besides, the other concubines also whispered along the way, but the imperial concubine didn't scold her. But she took it too far. Donphan Liyue, who was very straightforward, immediately asked angrily, "My lady imperial concubine, my whispering may not be in accordance with the rules, but if Concubine Rao really wanted to do good for the great Yin dynasty, she could have reminded me quietly, but she insisted on making it public and alarming everyone. Isn't she wrong? Originally, No one knew about it. But Qiu Qian made it known to everyone. Isn't her behavior even more excessive? How dare you? Who do you think you are? You are not worthy of asking me a question. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because Emperor Yin favors you? Imperial Concubine Li was in a high position, and was the most authoritative and noble woman in the harem. Even the other 3 equally noble concubines had to be careful when talking to her. Not to mention a beauty who ran out of nowhere. Dongfang Liu finally understood after hearing this. In the end, they were jealous of her favor and deliberately found fault with her. Some time ago, they didn't dare to do anything big in the palace because they had Emperor Yin to protect them. Now that they finally found her fault, they had to vent their anger. Xu Fei, who was always gentle, saw that Li Guifei was angry, and she couldn't help but come out to smooth things over and act as a peacemaker. But the meaning between the lines of her words still made people uncomfortable. Guifei, Li Marin is just a stray girl picked up by the Ji family. She doesn't know the rules and has never seen the world. If you bother with someone like her, it will lower your status. As she said, she looked at Dongfang Liu again, pretending to be a rescuer and persuading her. Li Marin, don't blame Guifei for scolding you. She manages the order of the harem and represents the face of the royal family. Today you will lose face in front of everyone and make outsiders laugh at us. But it is her dereliction of duty that has to scold you. So you should kneel down quickly and kowtow to Guifei to admit your mistake. I think Guifei won't make things too difficult for you. After hearing this flawless and flattering words, Su Maoyang couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this Xu Fei. On the surface, she seemed to be speaking well of Dongfang Liu and deliberately belittling her to reduce the imperial concubine's anger. But in fact, she was just humiliating Dongfang Liu in public. She was nothing but a piece of shit, and it was not worth the imperial concubine's anger. On the other hand, she kindly analyzed the situation to Dongfang Liu, told the imperial concubine's difficulties, and packaged the imperial concubine's difficulties as reasonable, which made Dongfang Liu seem particularly ignorant, and even contradicted the imperial concubine. Therefore, she naturally made Dongfang Liu kneel down and admit her mistakes, making Dongfang Liu embarrassed and humiliated in front of so many forces. This Xu Fei is obviously an old yin-yang master, with such high skills and deep thoughts. It is no wonder that she has been able to stand firm in the harem for so many years. She is really good. Moreover, she heard that this Xu Fei came from the Lin family, one of the 5 strongest families in the imperial city. However, she was just a concubine of the Lin family. She was not very noticeable at home. But she was finally selected and sent to the palace. She climbed to her current position, which shows her skills. However, Dongfang Liu had suffered from the Ji family before, and now her mind is unusually clear. She is extremely disgusted with this kind of people who are good for her on the surface but dirty in their hearts. She couldn't control her temper on the spot and wanted to curse back. But Su Maoyang secretly pulled her sleeve. Su Maoyang respectfully bowed to Concubine Xu and replied gratefully. Concubine Xu is indeed the most gentle and kind person in the harem. My master made such a big mistake. But Concubine Xu was still considerate and pleaded for her. I would like to thank Concubine Xu for her protection on behalf of my master. But my master made a big mistake. If I just kowtow and admit my mistake and let it go, outsiders will inevitably say that Concubine Gui is not strict in managing the palace. So in order not to embarrass Concubine Gui, I'd better go back with my master and reflect on my mistakes. In this way, we can save the face of the ladies. Su Maoyang has seen many yin-yang masters, and she can do this trick of Concubine Xu. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Concubine Xu, who was still smiling gently, immediately froze her face and looked at Su Maoyang with deep eyes. This palace maid is quite a character. She actually defeated her in front of so many people. Everyone knows that Dongfang Liu was nominated by Emperor Yin to attend the Wulong conference. In order to get her to attend, he even relaxed the conditions and let other concubines of lower positions benefit from it. If Emperor Yin didn't see Dongfang Liu later and asked about it, wouldn't they be suspected of deliberately bullying Dongfang Liu? Chapter 2335. Concubining takes action. Concubine Xu is thinking that Dongfang Liu should not be allowed to go back and reflect on her mistakes. But Concubine Li heard something different and could not help but cast a meaningful look at Concubine Xu, the most gentle and kind person in the harem. This maid is good at speaking and pointed out Concubine Xu's temperament. Yes, Concubine Xu likes to be a good person the most. She has taken all the good names. In the end, she, the concubine, has become a bad person who is domineering and bullies the weak. Concubine Shu is really good at calculating. Thinking of this, Concubine Li felt a strong disgust for Concubine Shu. She was a little more friendly when facing Dongfang Liyue. No need. It's not a big mistake. It's just that I have the obligation to remind you to pay attention to your words and deeds. This time you learn a lesson, and don't do it again. Everyone, hurry up and find a seat. Obviously, Concubine Li did not intend to pursue Dongfang Liyue's fault, and even kowtowed to admit her fault was completely forgotten. After all, the matter was really a big deal, and she couldn't explain it to Emperor Yin. However, Ying Fei, who had been watching all this coldly, interrupted at an inopportune time. It's rare to see the imperial concubine so tolerant and generous. Or the palace maids around Li Meiren are amazing. With just a few words, even the imperial concubine had to give in. It's really a great skill. Su Maoyang received Ying Fei's cold and somewhat sarcastic gaze, and her heart trembled inexplicably. Speaking of this cold and icy beauty, her appearance and temperament are somewhat similar to her. The difference is that Ying Fei has always given people the feeling of having no desires, and no strangers to approach. I didn't expect her to speak at this time. And she said it so bluntly, which made both parties embarrassed at once. Which surprised Su Maoyang a little. Su Maoyang didn't know what Concubine Ying was thinking, so she had to bow her head and apologize. I dare not. It's because the imperial concubine is considering the overall situation and sympathizing with the servants. Otherwise, with my status, I can't make the imperial concubine do the bidding even if I talk my mouth off. Ha. You are born with a clever mouth. Concubine Ying smiled coldly, as if the ice flowers blooming on the snowy ridge were crystal clear. Then she walked towards Su Maoyang and slowly pinched her mouth. I just don't know if you can still say these beautiful words without this mouth. Hearing this and feeling the movement of her hands, Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat, and she frowned immediately and prepared to attack. Because she found that this concubine Ying was very powerful and seemed difficult to deal with. And judging from her attitude, it was clear that she didn't take Dongfang Liyue and her life seriously. And she didn't even care about the attitude of Emperor Yin. She believed that if she didn't resist, this concubine Ying might really make her mouth and head move on the spot. However, just when Su Maoyang was about to make a move, Concubine Li shouted and interrupted Concubine Ying's action. Concubine Ying, pay attention to your identity, and don't do anything out of line. If Emperor Yin pursues it, you will have a hard time explaining it. As the head of the harem, if Concubine Ying heard Dongfang Liyue's maid in front of her, Dongfang Liyue might cry and ask Emperor Yin to make the decision for her, and she would also be implicated. So in order to avoid the situation from escalating, Concubine Li had to stop it. However, Concubine Ying didn't seem to be afraid of the consequences at all. Instead, she smiled with a smile that she was afraid of chaos in the world, and her tone was extremely indifferent and fearless. Identity? This is the identity that I don't care about the most. If Emperor Yin wants to pursue it, then I will return this identity to him. Ying Fei, what nonsense are you talking about? Let go quickly. If you implicate your Zhuge family, don't blame me for not reminding you. Li Guifei knew that Ying Fei was someone who dared not give face to Emperor Yin. Seeing her like this, she couldn't help but panic and quickly brought up the Zhuge family to remind her. Feeling the breath released by Li Guifei, Ying Fei knew that if she exerted more force, she would definitely attack her. Li Guifei has always been like this. For Emperor Yin, she was reluctant to move even a maid. It was really sad. Thinking about it, Ying Fei still let go of Su Maoyang's mouth, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped her hands. The disgusted behavior and expression seemed as if she had pinched something dirty instead of her mouth. The cold voice was even more impatient. Next time, don't be smart and play tricks under my nose. You are not worthy. After the word worthy fell, Ying Fei directly threw the handkerchief she had wiped her hands on Su Maoyang's face. In her eyes, a maid like Dongfang Junmo is worse than a useless dog. However, such a lowly person dared to speak on behalf of Dongfang Liyue to the high-ranking concubines, and even threatened them with a retreat strategy. She really took herself too seriously. Su Maoyang heard this, but he couldn't see through this concubining even more. She was obviously not jealous of Dongfang Liyue, and she didn't mean to stand up for Concubine Li. What she said and did was more like a disdain for her, a palace maid, who couldn't tolerate any sand in her eyes. But Su Maoyang didn't expect that because of a dislike, Concubine dared to disregard Emperor Yin and directly attack her. It seems that she still doesn't know these concubines well enough. At this time, Concubine was undoubtedly relieved to see Concubine let go, and then quickly told everyone to sit down according to the designated seats. Concubine Shu was tricked by Su Maoyang, so she didn't want to make trouble anymore. So she sat next to Concubine Li. Concubine Duan looked like she was watching a good show, smiled at Su Maoyang and Dongfang Liyue, and sat down in her seat gracefully. Concubine Ing was even more indifferent, and she didn't even bother to give Su Maoyang and others a glance, and closed her eyes to rest, as if nothing in the world could catch her eye. As for Dongfang Liyue, her status was not high and her position was relatively remote, but she was relieved to be out of the sight of several concubines. She immediately approached Su Maoyang and whispered, "Be careful of that Ing Fei. I heard that she is a genius that Zhuge family only sees once in 100 years. Her strength and talent were extremely outstanding back then, and even the Zhuge family rose with it and improved by several levels. In addition, she has a lonely and eccentric personality and is extremely difficult to get along with. Once you mess with her, she will be a headache." Su Maoyang nodded without surprise. "I feel it. But she has such strong strength. Why is she willing to enter the palace as a canary?" "You don't know. She didn't volunteer. It was Emperor Yin who took a fancy to her in a martial arts competition and named her to enter the palace as a concubine." Dongfang Liyue lowered her voice to the lowest when talking about secret things. Su Maoyang's pupils flashed with surprise when he heard this. "Doesn't Emperor Yin dislike women? Why? Who knows? You have also seen that Concubine Ing has outstanding appearance, very light temperament, and unparalleled strength. I think even if he doesn't like women, he will be attracted by such a beauty." Dongfang Liyue didn't know the inside story, so she just guessed. "However, I heard that Emperor Yin never favored Concubine Ing. At the beginning, he often went to her palace. Later, perhaps because Concubine Ing was unwilling to serve Emperor Yin, Emperor Yin gradually faded away. In fact, even the position of imperial concubine seemed to be given to Concubine Ing, but she refused, and finally fell to Concubine Li. Dongfang Liyue has inquired about a lot of things in the palace during this period. Chapter 2336 The 5 Most Outstanding Clans. Su Maoyang nodded in sudden realization after hearing this. No wonder Concubine Ing was so arrogant. It turned out that she was once the most favored one among all the concubines. It might be because of her inherent pride that she never wanted the favor of Emperor Yin from the beginning, and even despised the identity of Concubine Ing. So she acted so perversely and fearlessly. Dongfang Liyue saw that Su Maoyang knew Concubine Ing to some extent, so she automatically introduced the other concubines. Of course, the other concubines are not easy to deal with. For example, Concubine Li is from the Wei family. You should know that the Wei family is the most powerful family among the 12 families in the imperial city. Concubine Li's father is the prime minister of the dynasty. He often gives advice to Emperor Yin, and is a confidant that Emperor Yin values very much. And Concubine Shu is from the Lin family. The Lin family is relatively low-key, but it controls the economic lifeline of the Great Yin dynasty. They are good at doing business, and have always been the economic backing of the Great Yin dynasty. As for Concubine Duan, she is from the Gonglong family. This family is a very ancient race. It is said that before the establishment of the Great Yin dynasty, yes, the ancestors were unfathomable, and had a very deep foundation. They not only knew many secrets, but also had a wide network of contacts. It is said that many unknown news were released by the Gonglong family. They should be regarded as the largest intelligence organization in the Great Yin dynasty. And Ing Fei, you just heard that she is from the Zhuge family. I don't know if this family has been blessed by God, and their descendants have amazing talents. I heard that there are 4 people from the Zhuge family who were selected this time. One family has more places than a sect. It's scary to think about it. Speaking of this, Dongfang Liyue couldn't help but shudder, and her words were full of envy and jealousy. Su Maoyang had read the information given by Jun Haocong before, and knew that the Zhuge family had many geniuses, so he was not surprised. Instead, he looked curiously at the guards, who were guarding the entrance of the blood flame field and the audience seats and maintaining order. She saw that the guards' clothes were very different from those in the palace, and there was a spear totem embroidered on their chests, which obviously represented an independent force. She couldn't help but guess. Those guards should be from the Ouyang family. Right? Dongfang Liyue followed Su Maoyang's gaze and nodded. Yes, Those are the divine flame army created by the Ouyang family, which is dedicated to the Great Yin Dynasty. It is said that the ancestors of the Ouyang family were battle maniacs. Not only were they abnormal in combat power, but they were also proficient in leading troops to fight. And they had made great achievements in battle formations. So the descendants were influenced by their ancestors, and became capable generals under the Yin Emperor. Every time there was a prehistoric war, there was the Divine Flame Army. Su Maoyang was somewhat shocked when he heard this. These were only the 5 most outstanding families among the 12 clans in the imperial city. I heard that although other families are not as well known as these 5 families, their strength is not much different, such as the Yin family, the Ji family, the Zhou family, the Qiu family, the Ren family, the Yi family, and the Min family. None of them are weak. Pick any one of them. I am afraid it can resist several forces of the Tiansheng dynasty. This is the difference brought by strength. And the 12 forces in the imperial city are all loyal to Emperor Yin, from which we can see how powerful Emperor Yin is. But while they were talking, Xiao Qian came up to them again, and ordered in a domineering manner, "This is not the place for you to sit. The last row is your seat. Don't be confused about your identity." Su Maoyang and the others had just tried their best to find a relatively remote position. But Xiao Qian didn't expect them to let them go. She used her position to suppress Dongfang Liu as soon as she found an opportunity. And she had to drive them to the last row. Although the last row can also see, the view is not as good as the front. And you can't feel the fierce battle on the battlefield up close. This is undoubtedly a big loss for practitioners, because watching a battle between geniuses up close can have a deeper feeling, which is very beneficial to your own practice. Therefore, being driven to the last row made Dongfang Liu very dissatisfied. And she couldn't help but grit her teeth and warn, "Raopin, don't push it." "Oh, Li Meiren, are you trying to teach me a lesson? In front of so many people, you are committing a crime. Can you afford it?" Xiao Qian was sure that Dongfang Liu would not dare to act wildly in such an occasion. And her arrogance became more and more arrogant. After all, no matter how much Emperor Yin favored her, he couldn't protect her in front of so many forces. As expected, Dongfang Liu had to endure it because so many people were present, and she had just been reprimanded by Concubine Li. In order to avoid another conflict with her, she took Su Maoyang and retreated to the back. When Xiao Qian saw her leave, she raised a triumphant smile and slowly sat down on the seat where Dongfang Liu had just sat. Although she was a concubine, she was still much lower than other concubines. In addition, she was a newcomer to the palace, so she definitely could not sit in the most central position. Although the position chosen by Dongfang Liu was a little off, it was relatively forward and had a better view. Xiao Qian was still very satisfied. Su Maoyang's side was just a small episode, not noticeable at all in the lively and grand Wulong conference. Because at this time, after everyone sat down, they were busy looking for the seats of the major forces, observing the number of people attending and whether there were any familiar faces. Some neighboring forces with good relations have even started chatting and guessing the result of this Wulong conference. At this time, among the people sitting in the direction of Wulong Peak, 2 women with more outstanding looks kept stretching their heads and looking in the direction of the royal team, obviously looking for someone. "Hey, why didn't I see my junior sister? Didn't she come? According to my understanding of the master, she should not miss such a grand occasion." The 2 people who spoke were Ji Ruiqing and Shi Nuo, who stayed behind in Wulong Peak. Speaking of which, Wulong Peak has always been an important participant in the Wulong Conference, and naturally would not miss such a grand event. It is precisely because Wulong Peak has a special status in the Great Yin Dynasty that it has more tickets than other forces. So Ji Ruiqing pestered Ji Yanting to bring them here. As the last disciple of Elder Wu, Ji Yanting has a special status. It is not a problem for him to bring 2 people to participate in the Wulong Conference. But seeing her looking around for Su Maoyang, he still couldn't help but remind her, "Don't look at it. How can she, a palace maid, be qualified to participate in such a grand event?" From the beginning, Ji Yanting was not optimistic about Su Maoyang entering the palace to get close to Emperor Yin, because it is well known that Emperor Yin doesn't like to enter the harem and is not interested in women. Not to mention a woman like Su Maoyang, who is full of lies, unfaithful, and shameless, and has a lowly status as a palace maid. It is estimated that Emperor Yin would feel disgusted even if he looked at her, let alone favor her. "What do you know? My junior sister's friend was named a beauty. From what my junior sister said, She is quite favored by Emperor Yin. As her personal maid, how come my junior sister has no chance to attend? Ji Ruiqing rolled her eyes at Ji Yanting unhappily. Ji Yanting sneered when he heard this. Haha. Emperor Yin doesn't even look at the imperial concubines in the palace. How can a beauty be favored? She actually hopes to get close to Emperor Yin through a beauty. I think she is really out of her mind. Chapter 2337 Not optimistic about her. However, Ji Ruiqing did not find Su Maoyang. But Su Maoyang found them first and waved to them. Su Maoyang did not expect that Ji Ruiqing and she knew it would come this time. Seeing them sitting together with Ji Yanting, she was somewhat surprised. It seems that when she was not there, Ji Ruiqing, Shi Nua and Ji Yanting got along well. Ji Ruiqing's sight was originally in the direction of the Great Yin dynasty's royal family. Suddenly, she saw someone waving at her. She immediately realized that it was Su Maoyang who had changed his appearance. She immediately pointed to Ji Yanting with excitement. You are the one with water in your brain. My junior sister is there. Ji Yanting looked in the direction and saw that the palace maid was nodding to them. It must be Su Maoyang. Just looking at her position. Ji Yanting sneered disdainfully. TSK. The last row. Her friend is really favored. Hearing Ji Yanting's sarcasm, Ji Ruiqing retorted unhappily. What's wrong with the last row? It's better than those who are not qualified to attend. If your requirements are so low, then getting close to Emperor Yin is undoubtedly a daydream. Ji Yanting shook his head in disappointment, and did not hold any hope for Su Maoyang to obtain the dragon bone and the heart of life. What kind of person is Emperor Yin? Even if Su Maoyang did not change her appearance, she might not be able to attract his attention. Not to mention that she had an ordinary face. And looking at the woman next to Su Maoyang, although she was a little pretty, she was still far from the beautiful concubines in the harem. What's more, those concubines are very powerful in terms of background and strength. No matter how you look at it, Su Maoyang and her friend have no chance to succeed. So all they have done is just a waste of effort. They might as well accept the reality and exchange their corpses. Ji Ruiqing did not refute him, but just glared at him unhappily, because although she was not convinced, she had to agree with what Ji Yanting said in her heart. The last row. It is indeed unrealistic to want to get close to Emperor Yin. Thinking of this, Ji Ruiqing and Shi Nua looked at Su Maoyang with worry. At this time, Donphan Liu also felt their eager eyes. Seeing that Su Maoyang was communicating with each other, she immediately understood and asked, Are the two people next to Shi Nua the only two disciples selected from the Tiansheng dynasty you mentioned? Donphan Liu only knew Shi Nua, who came up from the Jiuyo realm. She was not familiar with Ji Ruiqing and Ji Yanting, so she guessed that the two of them were friends that Su Maoyang met in the Tiansheng dynasty. Not them. The one sitting next to Shi Nua is my senior sister, and the man next to my senior sister is Ji Yanting, the close disciple of Wu Elder Wu of Wuwang Peak. Su Maoyang explained. Senior sister? When did you become a disciple? Who is your master? Donphan Liu immediately captured the important information and asked in surprise. At this moment, Su Maoyang was suddenly glad that they were driven to the last row, where no one was paying attention, and they could communicate quietly without worry. However, she still couldn't reveal the existence of the Immortal Palace Gate, and only briefly mentioned it. Not long after entering the Xianshan Mirror. He is a hermit, and his identity and background were not told to us, and we don't know either. In fact, the Immortal Palace Gate can be considered a hermit, and she really doesn't know what his identity and background are. So it can't be considered as deceiving Donphan Liu. Donphan Liu nodded in shock. Although there were only a few words, she still felt that Su Maoyang's master was probably not simple. Just when Donphan Liu's mind was full of Master Su Maoyang, Su Maoyang had already swept his eyes to other directions. Yes, the red-clothed boy and the blue-clothed boy walking side by side on the leftmost avenue are the only two disciples selected by the Tiansheng dynasty this time. Donphan Liu looked over and saw that they were two boys with outstanding appearance and temperament, and then nodded in understanding. As far as she knew, the Tiansheng dynasty has always been in a weak position among the three dynasties, and the resources allocated to all aspects are very limited. So it is naturally not as easy to cultivate talents as the Great Yin dynasty and the Northern Qin dynasty. In the past, the Tiansheng dynasty has never produced a disciple in the top 100. But this time there are two who qualify, which is extremely rare. I think these two must have something extraordinary to stand out from such a difficult environment. Donphan Liu was thinking about their strength. But Su Maoyang was a little surprised about the relationship between Fu Minxiu and Yunfei. Both of them were very proud. They seemed to have no interactions before. But today they walked side by side and looked very close. Even the two major forces of Finchin Mansion and Prime Minister Mansion beside them were talking and laughing in harmony. It seems that when facing external forces, people from the same Tiansheng dynasty, no matter how proud and arrogant they are, have the idea of huddling together for warmth and facing the outside world in unison. However, seeing so many familiar faces, Su Maoyang was still very happy. After all, she had a good impression of the Prime Minister Mansion and Yunfei. Of course, she was more looking forward to seeing how strong Fu Minxiu would be after unlocking the seal. If this trip to the Great Yin dynasty improved him, then she would not have failed the Prime Minister's trust. As for Yunfei, Su Maoyang knew early on that he was not simple. He could be called the first among the younger generation of the Tiansheng dynasty. But it was still very difficult to compare with the top talents of the other two dynasties. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang could not help but sweep his eyes to other forces, and finally stopped in the direction of Yuzhuajian Pavilion. Su Maoyang had too many questions, and too much curiosity about Yuzhuajian Pavilion. Because in the Tiansheng dynasty, she was besieged by many forces, and was on the verge of death. It was the top sword cultivator Jing Hani of Yuzhuajian Pavilion who rescued her. And in order to intimidate the forces of the Tiansheng dynasty, he also fabricated the identity of his personal disciple for her. To this day, Su Maoyang still doesn't understand why he would help her when she had no intersection with Yuzhuajian Pavilion, and had never even met Jing Hani. It's not that he can't stand so many forces bullying a junior, and feels unfair. No matter how he looks at it, Su Maoyang feels that the other party's motives are not simple. However, while Su Maoyang was observing these forces were also curiously looking at Dongfang Liue. Is the woman sitting in the last row, wearing a goose-yellow dress, the recently favored Li Meiren? At this time, a brown-clothed teenager from the Wei family frowned and looked at Dongfang Liue and asked. The man next to him nodded solemnly. It's her. I heard that Emperor Yin has been dining in her palace every night recently. And even the limelight of several concubines has been suppressed by her. A white-clothed teenager from the Zhuge family next to him heard this, and glanced coldly in the direction of Dongfang Liue, sneered with sarcasm in his eyes. TSK. It's just a meal. And you are favored? In the past, Emperor Yin ran to my eldest sister's palace every day. And my eldest sister didn't want to serve him. What's her favor? The eldest sister he mentioned was naturally concubine Ing Zhuge Muying. Our eldest sister is nothing. You compare her to her. Isn't that an insult to her? The purple-clothed girl sitting next to him covered her mouth and chuckled, her tone even more contemptuous. Chapter 2338. Two families compete against each other. Zhuge Muying was the most outstanding genius of the Zhuge family. In the eyes of her brothers and sisters, she was like a goddess. Therefore, the younger generations of the Zhuge family almost grew up in her legend, and their fathers always used her as an example to educate and cultivate them. But who would have thought that such an arrogant genius would be favored by Emperor Yin and taken into the harem? Which made many young people feel regretful. Although Emperor Yin was like a myth and one of the most terrifying figures in the Xianshan realm, it would be a high marriage for any outstanding woman to marry Emperor Yin. But a woman like Zhuge Muying, who was cold and arrogant by nature, was not born to rely on men. She should be clean and not be touched. She should be free to fly in the sky, instead of being confined in the harem as a concubine. Therefore, whenever the young generation of the Zhuge family heard someone compare other concubines with Zhuge Muying, they were very disdainful. Not to mention that this concubine could not even be called a concubine, but was just a beauty with no strength and no background. Perhaps in the eyes of her own family, Zhuge Muying was perfect and extraordinary, like a fairy who could not be desecrated. But in the ears of other families, it was exaggerated. So, the next second, the brown-clothed boy of the Wei family sneered. Just because you don't like to serve, Emperor Yin is too lazy to even look at you now. It's not as good as Li Meiren's current situation. I don't know what's worth being proud of. The white-clothed boy frowned slightly when he heard this, and retorted unhappily, how can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Originally, I thought the Wei family was a noble family. The father's generation was powerful, and the younger generation was not much worse. Who would have thought that later I knew that they were all a group of ignorant people with short-sightedness? The words of the young man in white were extremely sharp and merciless, and everyone could hear clearly that he not only satirized the young man in brown, but also satirized Concubine from the Wei family. Because Concubine was different from Concubine. Concubine really liked Emperor Yin and worshipped Emperor Yin. No matter how her family dissuaded her, she was determined to enter the palace as a concubine. Although her talent was not as good as Concubine, her strength was also very good. She was also the proud daughter of the Wei family. However, she was blinded by love and entered the palace to serve Emperor Yin with a sincere heart. The funny thing is that Emperor Yin did not look at her twice because of her love. Even the position of Concubine did not want it and gave it to her. Now the Wei family actually had the nerve to mock their eldest sister. It was really ridiculous. The young man in brown seemed to have been stepped on the tail. And he was immediately furious. Zhuge Xiuyou. Don't talk nonsense here. My Wei family is not afraid of your Zhuge family. It's true that you have good talents. But our body training is not vegetarian. We can smash your mouth with a random punch. If you don't believe it, you can try it. The young man in brown obviously has a hot temper. How can he bear to be humiliated like this? He immediately raised his fist with murderous intent. Speaking of which, although the younger generation of their Wei family is not as talented as the younger generation of the Zhuge family, and they practice fast, their attack power and body training are not weak, and they have strong cross-level combat capabilities. Therefore, if they really fight, they are not afraid of the Zhuge family with their fierce fighting power, which is also the reason why the Wei family is so strong. The young man in white, who was called Zhuge Xiuyou, glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, "We will be on the field soon. Why rush now? I hope you don't brag too much now, or you will be beaten into a bear later, which will make you laugh." The brown-clothed boy was furious at his contemptuous tone. Just as he was about to fight back, he was stopped by the black-clothed boy sitting in the front row. "Wei Qinghe, don't be rude. Instead of engaging in these meaningless verbal disputes, it is better to conserve your energy and think about how to fight later. Brother, I am just upset. It would have been fine if Li Marin had suppressed my sister. But the people of the Zhuge family are also very arrogant. I really can't swallow this breath." The brown-clothed boy called Wei Qinghe spat in anger, feeling sorry for Concubine. His sister was also a proud daughter of heaven. Just because she loved Emperor Yin, she was willing to become his woman. She was regarded as self-degrading by the younger generations of the Zhuge family. Now no beauty is favored. I believe that no one can tolerate this. The black-clothed youth closed his eyes and said calmly, "That weakly Marin is not even worthy of carrying your elder sister's shoes. Is it worth your anger? As for the Zhuge family, they will go on stage soon. You can beat them so hard that they can't speak. Wouldn't it be better if they don't have the chance to whine in front of you?" After hearing this, Wei Qinghe's irritable mood slowly calmed down. Yes, Dongfang Liu is a lowly poor man with no ability. She has attracted the attention of Emperor Yin by some coquettish means. No matter how much favor she gets, it is only temporary and not worth mentioning. The younger generations of the Zhuge family are used to being arrogant. Only by knocking them down with strength can they shut up completely. Of course, the younger generations of the Zhuge family have the same idea at this time. So the four disciples, who are about to go on stage, look at Wei Qinghe and others with fighting spirit in their eyes. At this time, the disciples of the Lian family on the right could not help but whisper to each other when they heard the Wei family and the Zhuge family fighting each other again. The Wei family and the Zhuge family are getting smaller and smaller. They are actually quarreling over a beauty. Lian Ke, the second child of the Lian family, shook his head with a smile. Lian Mian, the third sister next to him, laughed softly. They are all young and energetic geniuses. No one wants to be compared with anyone else. Speaking of which, the fact that Dongfang Liu was mentioned by those geniuses is a blessing from her ancestors. Her life was not in vain. Yes, I don't know what's so good about those things that are worse than cats and dogs. However, the disciples who were promoted from Wuwang Peak, Yajuajian Pavilion, Fengshan Sect, Xining Hall, Sanhai Gate, and Shijue Mountain are somewhat extraordinary and worth fighting. Lian Ke nodded, and her eyes had already fallen on the positions of several sects. Lian Mian looked over, then stopped smiling and nodded. At the same time, the Gonglong family sitting on the other side was obviously more informed than the Lian family and knew more. A woman wearing a green skirt, who looked a bit like Concubine Duan, but with a bit more charm, said to the two men next to her, "The two people that Wuwang Peak needs to pay attention to this time are Mo Yin and Ran Xinglan. Mo Yin is good at swordsmanship. and has comprehended the will of fire to a very terrifying degree. He is good at fierce attacks, and is a player who fights quickly and decisively. Ran Xinglan is good at divine patterns, and his moves are mysterious and profound. It is difficult to find flaws. He is a comprehensive player. The ones worth noting in Fengshen sect are Yin Yangxiu and Liu Yibin. One is good at spears, and the other is good at sticks. The two are known for their offensive power, and their defense is relatively weak. The Songhai sect's most noteworthy ones are Chu Xinting and Qi Hong. Especially Chu Xinting. You should have seen how powerful she is before. Her talent is not inferior to Zhuge Muying. She has new tricks every once in a while, which are endless. Don't take it lightly. Then, there is Gao Jian from Yugzhuajian Pavilion. As a direct disciple of the top sword cultivator Jing Hani. It is said that he has the prototype of Jing Hani back then. In the preliminary round, he used only one sword from beginning to end, without any extra moves, which shows how powerful his swordsmanship is. Of course, we have to mention Yunqi, the high monk who came down from Shijue Mountain. This person is not very impressive. His moves are extremely simple, but the power he blasts out is extremely terrifying. I think he has already comprehended the artistic conception to the point of perfection, and he is a very difficult person to deal with. Chapter 2339 called Donfang Junmo to me. As for the Divine Eagle Hull, Mu Zhou's speed and skills are the most outstanding among these people. Sometimes, the battle is over before you can see his moves clearly. His mysteriousness is no less than Ran Xinglan of Wuwang Peak. Remember to pay attention to defense when dealing with him. In addition, the disciples of the other sects are quite well behaved. Don't pay too much attention to them or underestimate them. Just keep them in mind. Hearing this reminder, the two men next to him nodded in understanding. The Gonglong family has always been the most well-informed, and had already obtained the information of these people before the start of the preliminary round. The results of the preliminary round also basically verified their guesses. Although the Gonglong family is very strong, and does not need to be afraid of anyone. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy can ensure victory in 100 battles. So they strive to be foolproof, and try their best to be safe. In any case, their biggest advantage compared to other forces is that they have a wide range of information and know a lot. The Lin family and the Gonglong family are located close to each other, and the elders of the Lin family have excellent hearing. After hearing the Gonglong family juniors in the front row understand the contestants thoroughly, a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a round face couldn't help but smile, and asked the thin and angular man not far away jokingly, "Brother Taihe, your Gonglong family has always been knowledgeable. You have obtained so much information about the younger generation. I think you also know the background of the beautiful Liyue?" Seeing that the other party was curious about Donfang Liyue's identity, the thin man called Brother Taihe also smiled, and then glanced at the head of the Ji family on the other side, with a teasing expression. "This question should be asked to Master Ji. I heard that Lady Li is an adopted daughter picked up by Lord Ji. I really don't know where to find such a great adopted daughter. It makes me want to pick one up too." Lord Ji did not expect Donfang Liyue to be so favored. Hearing the other party's envious tone, he couldn't help but laugh and waved his hands. No. She is just lucky to be favored by Emperor Yin. Compared with the other concubines, she is still far behind. In the future, she will have to rely on the support of the 4 concubines. Since Lord Ji did not deliberately conceal his voice, the Wei family and Zhuge family, who were sitting a little far away, heard it clearly. They were already very unhappy about Donfang Liyue's favor, because Emperor Yin took a fancy to a concubine. He would naturally favor her faction, and any reward of resources would be enough to make other families jealous. Of course, the most important thing is that Emperor Yin would rather favor a homeless girl who ran away from a remote village than take a look at their carefully cultivated daughter, which undoubtedly slapped their faces. So, as soon as Lord Ji finished speaking, Wei Qinghe snorted coldly. She is so favored, but she sits in the last row. To put it bluntly, no matter how favored Donfang Liyue is, she is just a slave and a plaything. And the Ji family is still complacent about it. In my opinion, instead of having these crooked thoughts, it would be more practical for the Ji family to improve the strength of the younger generation. Master Ji was insulted by a young boy in public, and his face immediately darkened, and he was so angry that his eyebrows were raised. How dare you? How can my Ji family be manipulated by a young boy like you? Do you have any family education at all? Family education? No matter how good the family education is, it is not as effective as my fist. Wei Qinghe rolled his eyes at Master Ji and said fearlessly, "As a genius of the Wei family, he has always been fearless. Not to mention Lord Ji, even the ancestors of the Ji family. He can boldly say a few words if he is unhappy with them. In the final analysis, it is because his Wei family has a deeper foundation and higher status than the Ji family. And the younger generation is also better than the younger generation of the Ji family. So he has the confidence and courage. If it were someone else, I am afraid that he would have been scared to death by Lord Ji's anger. Seeing that Lord Ji was washed away by a junior, other families were watching the show, while Gong Taihe, who had just spoken to Lord Ji, tried to ease the atmosphere by persuading him. Lord Ji, don't bother with that little devil Wei Chenghe. The elders of the Wei family are always troubled by him. Not to mention you. Besides, although he is rude, he does have a point. It is better to rely on yourself than on anyone else. After all, the adopted daughter was picked up from outside and can't be fed well. I heard that some time ago, the maid of Li Marin beat up the chess piece you planted next to her. Do you still expect her to protect the Ji family? Gong Taihe's words seemed to be persuasion, but every word was rubbing salt into Ji Yuda's wounds, making his already gloomy face even more gloomy. It must be said that the news of Gong family is really terrible. They even know clearly the pawns that Ji family has planted in the palace. It seems that the little tricks of his Ji family in the palace have not been hidden from Gong family, but being said so unscrupulously by Gong family. Ji Yuda is really embarrassed. The anger in his heart has risen a lot and is ready to burst out at any time. At present, he can't vent his anger to Wei family and Gong family. He can only turn around and grit his teeth to order the guards around him. Call Dongfang Junmo to me. Find someone who is quick and nimble, and do it quickly. Dongfang Liyue was in the emperor's favor, so he couldn't make things difficult for her. But he felt that he could still deal with the maids around her. The guards knew that Master Ji had planned to settle accounts with Dongfang Junmo after the Wulong conference. But it looked like he couldn't wait until the Wulong conference was over. Master Ji obviously wanted to take advantage of the chaos and kill Dongfang Junmo directly. Anyway, they insisted on letting her go, and no one could find evidence that they had attacked Dongfang Junmo. Besides, there were so many people at the venue, and anyone could have attacked her. Su Maoyang didn't know that several families were unhappy because of Dongfang Liyue's matter. At this time, she was evaluating the strength of each contestant, and was interrupted by the voice next to her. Miss Dongfang, Master Ji has something to tell you. Please go over. The guard didn't dare to show his true colors, and said with a normal expression. Su Maoyang frowned sharply. Now, the Wulong conference is about to begin. If there is anything, I will go there after the conference is over. The master said that the young lady should go to see him immediately. I hope the young lady will not make things difficult for me. The guard insisted. Dongfang Liyue, who was standing by, heard this and replied unhappily. What is so urgent that you have to go now? Can't you see that the conference is about to begin? Is there anything more important than the Wulong conference? The guard clasped his fists hurriedly. I don't know, but Master Ji ordered me to do it, and I dare not disobey. Go and tell Master Ji that Miss Li needs someone to serve her, and I can't get away. If he has something important, he should either come and tell me in person or send someone to tell me. I'll wait here. Su Maoyang was tough and had no intention of going there. The guard was speechless, and a hint of anger rose in his pupils. Miss Junimo, you are challenging Master Ji's bottom line. She is so arrogant that she asked Master Ji to come here in person. Chapter 2341 Her Life. How can you say that you are challenging the bottom line? Although Li Marin is the daughter of Master Ji, she has entered the palace as a concubine, which means the relationship between the monarch and the minister. It shouldn't be too much for him to come and answer Li Marin in person. Su Maoyang asked back. She knew very well that Master Ji must have no good intentions when he asked her to go over. After all, she had just destroyed the chess piece they had planted, which had already touched their interests. She didn't think that Master Ji asked her to go over to praise her. However, as long as she didn't go, she believed that Master Ji would not dare to do anything to her in front of so many people. However, Dongfang Liyue was annoyed by the constant pestering of the Ji family. She stood up unhappily, ready to meet Master Ji. Humph. You challenge his bottom line. What's wrong? He wants to question Junmo. It's nothing but about me. Since he must go now, I will go with her. I want to see what urgent things my father has to explain. The guard saw this and hurriedly clasped his fists to apologize. Lady Lee, calm down. I was too aggressive. Since Miss Junmo can't get away, I will go and report to Master Ji now. The guard can ignore Dongfang Junmo, but he has to care about Dongfang Liu's attitude. In any case, Master Ji just wants to get rid of Dongfang Junmo for the time being, and has no intention of involving Dongfang Liu. If the matter is made worse, it will not end well for the Ji family. Thinking of this, the guard did not dare to force his way in. So he retreated to Master Ji's side and reported the truth. Master, Dongfang Junmo refused to come over, saying that he was busy. Either you send someone to tell him, or I will tell you. Let me tell you what. Hearing his hesitation, Chihiro said impatiently, or I'll ask you to go and tell him in person. The guard had anticipated Master Ji's anger and lowered his head. Sure enough, the next second, Master Ji cursed angrily. Asshole. She was going to be obedient, and I was going to spare her life. But now it seems that there is no need. As soon as the Wulong conference is over, do it immediately and do it cleanly. I don't want to hear anything about her again. After receiving such instructions, the guard's heart sank, knowing that Master Ji was going to burn his boats. And he immediately clasped his fists solemnly and went down to make arrangements. If you want to blame someone, blame Dongfang Junmo for taking herself too seriously, relying on being Dongfang Liu's sister. She dared not take the Ji family seriously, which undoubtedly pushed herself to death. Although Master Ji deliberately blocked the sound, the Lin family and the Gongong family, who had been paying attention to Master Ji, saw that his face was not good, and smiled knowingly and retracted their gazes. Time passed by, and the forces that entered the venue had basically settled down. This time, the 12 major families and 15 major sects of the Great Yin dynasty all came. The Northern Qin dynasty did not have an advantage in numbers, with only 6 families and 6 sects. But don't look at their small number. They selected the elites among the elites. Although the ranking in the preliminaries was not the best, it was definitely not to be underestimated. After all, many people deliberately concealed their strength in order to formulate tactics, just to catch the opponent off guard. As for the Tianxing dynasty, there is basically no need to say. Only 2 people advanced. I believe many people did not take these 2 people seriously, but just fill in the numbers. Perhaps the time was up, and a bell rang loudly, which actually contained a terrible law of power, shaking the air around it. If the strength was too weak, I am afraid that it would be shocked to death on the spot. Fortunately, there is an invisible barrier in front of the audience seats, the purpose of which is to protect the audience seats from being affected by the power of the geniuses, and to prevent outsiders from intervening in the war. Therefore, there is no need to be afraid of any power fluctuations on the battle stage. Even powerful disciples are willing to sit near the battle stage to feel the power of the geniuses and improve their own perception. The sound of the bell is long and heavy. I believe that not only the palace, but also the entire imperial city outside the palace can hear it clearly. This is the sign of the beginning of the Wulong conference. Whether people inside or outside the venue hear this bell, their blood boils, because this is the 3 great dynasties of the Xianxin realm. It belongs to the feast of the younger generation. The conditions for participation are that the bone age is under 30 years old, at least reaching the level of the initial innate Emperor Spirit Master, and the top genius ranked in the top 100 in the preliminary round. Such goal content. How can it not make people excited and look forward to it? So, when everyone was in high spirits, a middle-aged man sitting in the direction of the royal family, wearing a black brocade robe and exuding a noble aura, slowly stood up and announced loudly, "This king announces that the Wulong conference has officially begun. According to the level of the top 100 disciples, the competition is divided into 4 rounds. 1 round for the middle stage innate Emperor Spirit Master, 1 round for the late stage innate Emperor Spirit Master, 1 round for the peak innate Emperor Spirit Master, and 1 round for the early stage Supreme Emperor Spirit Master. For the sake of fairness, the same level competition, each round will select the top 3, and those with excellent performance and their forces will have a big reward. Now the gambling game is open. Everyone can place a bet." After that, a light curtain suddenly lit up in front of the audience, appearing in front of everyone like a scroll. It clearly displayed the name, age and force of each contestant, as well as the ranking in the preliminary round. Su Maoyan was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. Gambling? The royal family actually opened the gambling game themselves? Dongfang Liyue shook her head and looked in the direction of the Lin family. It's not the royal family that opened it. It's the Lin family. They have been doing business for generations. And they have businesses in both the black and white worlds. You can see how rich the Lin family is. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. No wonder the Lin family is said to have mastered the economic lifeline of the Great Yin dynasty. It's a pity. I haven't seen the preliminary round. I don't know the strength of these people. Otherwise, I can bet on a few fairy crystals. Su Maoyang naturally didn't want to miss such an opportunity to make money. Dongfang Liyue smiled and glanced at her. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. If you can play later, I will bet all the 10 million fine fairy crystals on you and make a fortune. Perhaps she was a little excited. Dongfang Liyue didn't deliberately lower her voice, which immediately caused the roll of eyes from several low-ranking concubines next to her. In their opinion, Dongfang Liyue, who said this was like a mentally retarded person, betting on a palace maid and making a fortune? She must be dreaming. It was a question whether her palace maid could stand on the battle stage. And she was still thinking about making money, which was simply unrealistic. Dongfang Liyue ignored the contemptuous eyes of others, but glanced at the ranking of the 2 disciples of the Tianxing dynasty on the list, and shook her head worriedly. Your 2 friends are ranked at the bottom too, and they are only at the level of the early stage of the innate Emperor Spirit Master. This is a bit risky. This first round is a battle between the mid-stage innate Emperor Spirit Masters. Not only are they 1 level lower, but they are also the last. So they will definitely be swept out first. Level suppression is too disadvantageous. And the chances of winning are really slim. It doesn't matter. They can participate in such a grand event and fight with geniuses from so many forces. It is a rare experience. Winning or losing is not that important. Su Maoyang did not expect Fu Min to make a name for himself. His force field ability has just been unlocked, and he urgently needs to fight to stabilize it.